Chapter 851. A coquettish voice from God Mountain. The sky became redder. Inside Heavenfire City, countless gazes and innumerable streams of divine will were focused on Xu Qing. Among the observers, it was possible to see expressions of surprise, shock, astonishment, and other complex emotions. Silence reigned supreme. Xu Qing's actions had shaken everyone and proved how valiant he was. He definitely deserved to be the champion of round 1. As of this moment, not one person flew out of the city to challenge him. Xu Qing's actions had truly shaken everyone deeply. If he had used the methods of cultivators, it would have been less dramatic. But he had used the power of gods. That left everyone feeling extremely disturbed. Cultivators had been dealing with gods for a long time, and there were even some who could use god magics. That was especially true of people known as god heralds. But Xu Qing had just taken the future image of the death of a 4th-stage void returning cultivator and turned it into a reality. That was something rarely seen. In fact, for many cultivators present, it was their first time witnessing anything like it. And the miserable fate of the White Marsh cultivator who had switched at the last moment before dying was still appalling. He couldn't stop the blood from spraying out of his mouth as his 5 viscera and 6 bowels decayed. And the withering to his soul was irreversible. Destroying his major world didn't just cause his cultivation base to decline, it also drained his life force. His body looked much older. And when he finally backed up by about 3,000 meters, other White Marsh cultivators clustered around him to help hold him up. At that point, he looked like an elderly 2nd-stage void returning cultivator. This chapter is updated by Freeweb novel, Calm. Death energy abounded all over him, and his eyes shone with lingering fear and shock. Although he managed to escape with his life, when he thought back to the fight just now, he realized he had essentially already died once. If this was a battlefield, and the natural law protections of the city weren't in place, he would definitely be dying right now. That knowledge caused his lingering fear to intensify until he was shaking. What was more, as Xu Qing looked at him from outside the city, the White Marsh averted his gaze. He didn't dare to look at him directly. Xu Qing looked away. However, he had already committed the details of the enemy's aura to memory. Later on, he would find an opportunity to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. With such thoughts on his mind, he turned to look at the Saya cultivator trapped in D132. He started walking forward. Every step he took caused ripples to flow out as if on the surface of water. Inside D132, the power of misfortune was building up, and no amount of curse magic unleashed by the Saya cultivator did any good against it. All curse magic was dispelled by the misfortune. After all, the god authority of misfortune was a type of curse, and excelled at negating other similar divine abilities. The Saya was trapped and unable to break free. He could only devolve into desolation and amnesia as the effects of misfortune built up. Xu Qing's approach accelerated the process. He was already on top of D132, causing violet moonlight to spill down from his 4th-level god state. It both covered D132 and bolstered it. But then, the moonlight suddenly changed directions. Instead of falling down, it converged in front of Xu Qing in the form of a violet screen. Letter 192 Ge E B hook Envel, calm. Then a finger appeared out of nowhere, to be blocked by the screen of light. It was a faint touch, but ripples spread across the violet light, turning it white. In short order, it transformed into a jade stone. From a distance, it was possible to see the light of the jade stone spreading. Wherever it went, it changed the violet moonlight. In hardly a breath of time, an arc-shaped jade stone appeared in midair. Having lost any of the power of the violet moon, it dropped down toward the ground. A thump rang out as it hit D132 and shattered. Then, D132 itself began to transform into the same jade. In response to the sudden and unexpected development, Xu Qing didn't hesitate to back up and wave his finger out in front of him. Even as D132 transformed into jade, it vanished into thin air. Some distance away, Xu Qing looked up, his eyes gleaming as he studied the area where the finger appeared. In that spot, glowing light revealed an extremely attractive young man in the clothing of a scholar. He almost looked human. After materializing, he smiled at Xu Qing. "My little companions have taken a liking to you, and they want you to become like them." The young man's soft voice didn't contain even a hint of anger. It was as if he was just stating an incontrovertible fact about the future. His gaze even seemed soft and welcoming. Xu Qing didn't take any action, but his eyes glittered. Although it was only his first time seeing this individual in person, thanks to Grand Prince's jade slip, he knew exactly who he was. He thought back to the description. Fan Xishuang is also in the 3rd stage of void returning, and he ranks 3rd. He also has great circle battle prowess. In fact, he actually fought a battle to the death with an expert from another species who had just stepped into smoldering God and made it out alive. He's a member of the stewarded nation of High God Moonfire. In addition to the general description, there were also some images of him in action. Anyone who he touched would be turned into jade. That was Fan Xishuang's custom. He liked taking enemy cultivators and converting them into jade puppets that followed him around as attendants. A firemoon dark heaven chosen that surpasses Chu Shishin. Xu Qing was taking the situation very seriously. Moments ago, he had experienced an intense sensation of deadly crisis, and that was especially true considering that he had sensed godly power in the jade attack. As he looked around, one jade puppet after another appeared around him, each dressed in different clothing. All of them stood unmoving as they stared at him. "Why aren't you saying anything? I guess you're just agreeing to cooperate." Fan Xishuang smiled as he looked Xu Qing up and down. He looked pleased. "Turning that state of yours into a statue for my house would be perfectly suitable. I advise you to not struggle. If you accidentally ruined that state, it would be a big pity. Also, you're not a match for me." Fan Xishuang smiled softly and gently swished his sleeve. A pulse of great circle void returning energy swept out, causing the sky to tremble and the lands to shake. A tempest spread out from him, connecting the ground to the sky. Winds screamed, causing the night to undulate. Just barely, it was possible to see streaks like meteors, which were Dao lineaments. At first, the effect wasn't very dramatic, but as the Dao lineaments grew more numerous, they reached a terrifying level that made it seem like it was raining meteors. An incomparable energy was building that Xu Qing had never seen on a void-returning cultivator before, and it caused his pupils to constrict. A host of afterimages sprang up behind him, like legions of gods and devils. Every single one was extremely lifelike and glared downward with terrifying pressure. This was the hallmark of 2nd stage void returning. That said, Xu Qing had never heard of anyone forming images of gods and devils. Normally speaking, a 3rd stage void returning expert could convert divine will into illusory bubbles. But Fan Xishuang wasn't doing that. The bubbles weren't divine will. Instead, they were the gods and devils. They contained both life force and death itself, and as they formed, crumbled, and reformed, they created a massive tableau. It was a supermassive major world that filled the canopy of heaven, sending out endless fluctuations that surpassed those of ordinary void-returning worlds by 10 times over. It was illusory, but it still contained mountains and rivers, suns and moons, and living beings alongside natural and magical laws. It was just like an actual world. In fact, if it was just slightly more true and real, it would be the hallmark of a smoldering god. As the scene developed, Fan Xishuang's aura spread, causing Xu Qing's expression to turn grim. That aura surpassed the middle-aged White Marsh by many times over. Comparing the two was like comparing the full moon with some faint stars. Both were manifestations of 4th stage void returning, but the battle prowess disparity was dramatic. In 10 breaths of time, it will all be over. Fan Xishuang grinned in a very nefarious way as he looked at Xu Qing, then extended his right hand and pushed out slowly. That motion caused thunderous rumbling to fill the canopy of heaven outside the city. Astonishingly, the sky was now emanating a jade-like glow. It was the same with the lands below. It was all centered on Xu Qing and was turning everything the color of jade. The jade light swept around, then shot toward Xu Qing with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. A sensation of danger exploded within Xu Qing. His flesh trembled with pain, making him feel like he was facing an actual smoldering god. At the critical juncture, Xu Qing took a deep breath. The desire to do battle started burning in his eyes. He wanted to know exactly where his limits were, and how far away he was from the number 3 Fire Moon Dark Heaven chosen. He lifted his right hand, and ripples spread out from beneath his feet, turning into a surface of water. It was none other than the beginning of fishing the moon in the well. Countless gazes and streams of divine will from the city were closely watching the battle. The meaning of the fight had changed significantly once Fan Xishuang stepped in. However, just as Xu Qing and Fan Xishuang were about to clash, God Mountains suddenly trembled. It was a simple tremor, but it resulted in the sky shattering and the lands cracking. Fan Xishuang's jade light dimmed, then disappeared. At the same time, the nefarious look on his face transformed into one of piety as he dropped to his knees and kowtowed in the direction of the mountain. He wasn't the only one. All cultivators in the city started to breathe heavily as they ducked their heads and bowed to God Mountain. Xu Qing, being unable to release any divine abilities, turned and bowed to God Mountain. At that point, a coquettish voice echoed through the sky and lands, reaching the hearts of all cultivators. It was a thrumming, godly voice. It was High God Starfear. The first round is over, so the idea was to give you all some time to rest. But since you seem so energetic, we can forget the resting. The second round of the Great Hunt will begin with a teleportation to the mountain and sea region. Chapter 852. The pain will stop in a moment. Though the voice was grand and majestic, it also was a touch languid. It was as if there were invisible hooks in the sound of it, which latched onto the hearts of cultivators and made them feel limp and numb both inside and out. The numbness came from the soul. To them, it felt as if their souls had been taken away, leaving them indescribably relaxed. Some were weak in willpower and ultimately passed out and lay twitching on the ground. The stronger ones were able to weather the ripples that filled their hearts and minds. After all, they revered gods, so what was happening right now was just considered fate as far as the Fire Moon cultivators were concerned. What was more, this was High God Starfear alone, and the words spoken did not contain much substance. This was just how gods could act. Then, a cold snort echoed out from Starfear, negating the effects of the spoken words. It was like a bucket of cold water poured into the hearts and minds of everyone present. Let the teleportation begin. All hearts trembled as they recovered. Then thunderous rumblings filled the canopy of heaven. They grew louder and louder until they reached the point of being able to sunder the heavens and crush the earth. Rumbling echoed out, accompanied by rolling shockwaves that quickly turned into a huge vortex. The vortex rotated as it seemingly peeled away sections of the air to reveal a beautiful, 7-colored tunnel made of natural laws. On the other side of that tunnel was a majestic land full of mountains, rivers, strange plants and flowers and energetic beasts. It looked like a wilderness. It was also filled with the cries of beasts. This was the location of the second round of the Fire Moon Dark Heavens, Great Hunt. It was the mountain and sea region, 1. 7-colored light erupted from the vortex, forming countless strands that descended into the city below to snatch up all the cultivators who qualified to participate in the second round. Grand Prince, Chuo Shishin, Master Gravesparrow, all participants were covered by the 7-colored light. That included Xu Qing and Fan Xishuang, who were outside of the city. 3 breaths of time passed, and then the teleportations began. 7-colored light glittered brightly in the city. Any who looked up would clearly see numerous 7-colored flowers blooming in the sky. Every pulse of light would involve people being teleported away. This was an entropic teleportation, which meant that any cultivators who planned to meet up with companions would have to find each other in the mountain and sea region. 7-colored light swept over Xu Qing, and he vanished into thin air. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were whisked away into the beautiful image formed by the light. Moments later, the 7-colored flowers became fewer and fewer. More than half of the cultivators who had been in Heavenfire City were now gone. God Mountain no longer trembled. The only sound to be heard was a soft laugh from Starfear, which echoed out into heaven and earth. The most up-to-date novels are published on Freeweb Novel, com Hook. The mountain and sea region was shaped roughly like a bottle gourd. There was no flat land within it, only endless mountains covered with rainforest. The general environment, plus the year-round warm weather, and the fact that the area was sealed to outsiders, ensured that the mountain and sea region was full of life. It was the perfect habitat for beasts to live and multiply. It was also home to numerous beasts that could only be described as fantastic oddities. That was especially true considering that the mutagen here was very strong. It filled everything, affecting not just the animals, but also the plants. The entire mountain and sea region was essentially one huge forbidden ground. However, it hadn't been created by the broken face of the god, but rather by the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. Because of being sealed most of the time, it contained plenty of living things that were extremely rare in the outside world. There were also ancient things that wouldn't have been possible to preserve in a normal setting. In the highlands of the mountain and sea region, where the rainforest was thick and dark, there was a rotten, gnarled tree that was as dark as night. As it swayed back and forth, vines suddenly shot out from it to snag a white-colored deer from off in the distance. 2. The white deer struggled in vain. Vines wrapped all around it, pulsating as they absorbed its life force. The white deer let loose a few cries of anguish and pain. It was a miserable sight, as the deer's eyes clearly contained the longing to live. White deer weren't very common in the mountain and sea region. They were a symbol of beauty, and perhaps because of that, they were a common prey. However, there wasn't much about them that was inherently valuable, so no one bothered trying to breed them. As a result, their numbers had dwindled over the years. As the cries of the white deer shook heaven on high, 7 colored lights sprang into being in the air next to the gnarled tree. A figure emerged, clad in a black robe. The moment he appeared, the tree shivered and then went still. The white deer also shivered and instinctively stopped crying out. However, it was soon moaning softly as it clung to life. The figure who had appeared next to the tree heard the white deer and turned to look at it. He approached it. It only took 2 steps for him to be standing right above the deer. His mere gaze caused the vines wrapped around the deer to crumble into ash. The black-robed figure squatted, reached out, and gently stroked the deer. Sadly, despite the vines having been removed, the white deer was too badly injured. It couldn't even stand. It could only express gratitude by the look in its eyes. However, the pain that racked it made it impossible for it to stop shivering. The sensation of death was spreading through it. "The pain will stop in a moment," the black-robed figure said softly. He stroked the deer even more gently than before. His comfort caused the deer to struggle less. More gratitude appeared in its eyes. Eventually, it stuck out its tongue and licked the figure's sleeve. After it was completely relaxed, the black-robed figure put his hand gently on the deer's neck and then snapped it. The pop rang out without any sounds of pain. The white deer spasmed once, and then it was dead. The black-robed figure slowly stood and looked off into the distance. As rays of light filtered through the tree canopy, his features gradually became clear. He was a young man with his hair bound in a topknot, with a black headband strapped across his forehead. The headband matched his black robe as well as his black boots. From head to toe, he emanated a very cold aura. Just barely visible around him were a host of blurry, crimson figures that almost looked like they were made from blood. They also emanated the stench of gore. Any Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivator present would recognize this person. His name resounded with such fame that he surpassed Chu Shishan and Fan Shishwang. Back when Grand Prince introduced the Fire Moon Chosen to Xu Qing, he had spent extra time introducing this young man. Master Stillwinter was in 3rd stage Void Returning, ranked 2nd in their echelon, and was part of High God Sunfire's stewarded nation. His personality was cold and apathetic, and he was known to be vicious and merciless. He's killed dozens of cultivators from other species and refined them into blood clones that accompany him wherever he goes. He had mastered many techniques. In fact, he even successfully fought a smoldering god prisoner. Granted, the prisoner was on his last legs, but in the end, he was still a smoldering god. Even Fan Xishuang would be wary when facing him. On the 3 occasions in which the two of them fought, Fan Xishuang lost every time. In fact, on the last occasion, if it hadn't been for this generation's Sir Firedark interfering and mediating, Fan Xishuang would have been in danger of losing his life. Chu Shishin had fought him as well, and had only lasted 10 breaths of time before being crushed. It was one of the biggest regrets in his life, as that was the day he failed to win the Firedark Taoist name. It was the biggest defeat he had ever endured on his path of cultivation. Master Stillwinter looked back down at the corpse of the white deer and softly said, "You don't feel pain when you're dead." Then he turned and walked off. A few paces away, he seemed to recall something. "Spread news. If anyone sees Xu Qing, I want to be informed of his location." Master Stillwinter calmly continued on his way. He needed to kill Xu Qing because King Brightsouth had asked him to and had offered a very attractive deal to make it happen. For him, it would come down to convenience. If he ran into Xu Qing, he would kill him, but he wasn't going to waste time looking for him. As far as Master Stillwinter was concerned, it wouldn't be anything challenging. Sir Firedark was the only enemy he wasn't confident in being able to kill. The others he could cut down with ease. Meanwhile, some of the blood-colored figures around him bowed at the waist, then vanished as they left to deliver his message. The other blood clones continued along with him. In another location in the highlands of the mountain and sea region, in the very middle of the rainforest, Xu Qing moved along in the concealment of invisibility. He was being careful not to release any of his aura. He was obviously very used to moving around in rainforest environments and dealing with mutagen. He actually liked places like this. The captain had not been teleported with him, but Xu Qing wasn't worried about the captain. The captain surely had his own ways of getting to the mountain and sea region. Eldest brother said he arranged for me to get a hillworm, but I can't place all my hopes in his hands. He had already abandoned any thoughts of going to the Nine Dawn's Forbidden Lands, which was located roughly in between the highlands and the lowlands. That legendary holy beast had only once been successfully tamed, and Xu Qing didn't think there was anything special about himself that would break that trend. He would rather search for other beasts than waste his time trying to find a Nine Dawns. "I guess I should hunt for a hillworm." Xu Qing's eyes glittered profoundly. That seemed like the best method to ensure he met up with the captain as quickly as possible. It would also increase the chances of him successfully getting a hillworm. He quickly reviewed the jade slip information about hillworms and their behavior. They live in the northwest of the lowlands. I guess the first thing I need to do is get my bearings. Xu Qing blurred into motion, disappearing into the rainforest. 3 days later, Xu Qing had passed through enough animal habitats to be able to determine his location. Now that he knew which way to travel, he started moving at top speed toward the spot where the lowlands turned into the highlands. I should get there in about 5 days. I can skirt the Nine Dawn's Forbidden Lands. From there, it should only take about half a month to reach hillworm territory. There's going to be a lot more fighting and killing here in the mountain and sea region. I need to be on the watch, especially for Fan Xishuang. Xu Qing's expression was grim. If it hadn't been for the start of the second round, he and Fan Xishuang would have begun to fight fiercely. Xu Qing was already feeling wary of Fan Xishuang. There weren't many opponents Xu Qing had faced in life that he wasn't confident in being able to kill, but Fan Xishuang was one of them. 1. It's also worth noting that the classic of mountains and seas is a bestiary that describes strange lands and strange beasts. 2. As was mentioned, the region is shaped like a bottle gourd, which is essentially like 2 circles, one smaller than the other. The parts of the region are said to have an upper section and a lower section that are described as being circular. I'm going to render these as highlands and lowlands, and though it doesn't specifically say it, I think the idea is that the highlands correspond to the top part of a bottle gourd, which would have a smaller circle, with the lowlands corresponding to the bottom part, which would have a larger circle. rejecting the cannon fodder fate, embracing the life of a reader, part 1 of 2. In the continent of South Phoenix, there was a restricted area to the east of Antlerville, 1. The dark cloud cover seemed like the hand of a giant, hanging over the ruins of a village. It seemed like it could drop at any moment and crush the village out of existence. The village looked like it had been scraped clean by the winds of time. There was no color visible. Everything was a desolate gray. The only exception were some swaying lanterns in the middle of the village that were the color of blood. They also provided the only light and added the oppressive, gruish atmosphere. The lanterns were like souls drifting about randomly. Occasionally, a lantern would stop in front of a withered corpse, from which it would extract a final drop of blood to make itself even redder. Creak. As one of the blood-red lanterns stopped in front of a thatched hut, a hand suddenly shot out from the window, grabbed the lantern, and pulled it inside. The owner of that hand was a young man of about 24 or 25 years of age. His Taoist name was Master Free Spirit, and he was tall, muscular, and good-looking. However, there was a deep frown on his somewhat ashen face. He looked at the shriveled, blood-red lantern in his hand, and his expression shifted to one of measured determination. As the saying goes, when you start down a path, you have to walk it to the end. Ripping open the lantern, he found the blood core that formed the flame and quickly devoured it. Instantly, some of the color returned to his face. Heaving a sigh, he leaned back up against the mottled wall of the hut. Across from him was a young man in a blue Taoist robe, with a serious expression on his face as he vigilantly scanned the area surrounding the hut. Master Free Spirit sighed. "We've been waiting here all day. Seems Sergeant Joe ran into some trouble." "Don't jinx us," growled the young man in the blue robe. Looking disdainfully at Master Free Spirit, he continued, "Sergeant Joe's cultivation base is already in the great circle of chi condensation. You think he's going to run into trouble chasing down some horsen in the 7th level of chi condensation? AI, you don't get it. Back at the base camp, I looked into Lin Tianhao. The horsen grew up an orphan after his clan was exterminated. He took it upon himself to avenge his clan and immediately showed signs that he might very well be a child of destiny. Beyond that, when he was 12 years old, he was bitten by a 5-spotted adder, yet miraculously survived. In fact, that event resulted in an unprecedented blessing to his physique and cultivation base. He reached the 7th level of chi condensation by the time he was only 15, which was also when he became the vice sergeant of Squad Dragonsong. Based on all the ancient records I've read through the years, someone with amazing destiny like that is someone you should either A, make friends with, B, get away from, or C, go all out to kill as quickly as possible. But what did Sergeant Joe do? He did everything the wrong way around and provoked Lin Tianhao. If things go as expected, Sergeant Joe is going to end up nothing more than a grinding stone on that horsen's path forward. And you and I, we're playing the role of the villain, minions." Heart twinging with pain, Master Free Spirit shook his head and sighed despairingly. "You know what, Master Free Spirit?" said the blue-robed young man. "Could you just cut it with the jibber-jabber? All you do is sit around talking about who you think might be a child of destiny and psyching yourself out. Hey, take a look at me. Do I look like I might fit the bill?" "No," Master Free Spirit said solemnly. "You're far too ugly." The blue-robed young man glared at Master Free Spirit. Not really knowing what to say after that, he decided to change conversation topics. "Just wait and see. After this mission is over, I'll finally be able to leave this little squad and join 7 Blood Eyes. That's where I'm really going to become a badass big shot." The blue-robed young man pulled a tattered old map out of the fold of his garment. It featured an eye-catching red circle, which was their primary target on the squad's mission. There were some ruins there that had been around for so long nobody knew how old they were. But there were supposedly a lot of secret magics there that were suitable for equipment forging. If they could get some of those secret magics and turn them in at 7 Blood Eyes, they could earn a healthy amount of cultivation resources. Unfortunately, the same information had also fallen into the hands of their sworn enemies in Squad Dragonsong, and thus the two squads clashed when they ran into each other in the Forbidden Region. After that clash, the various members of the two squads split up. Master Free Spirit, the blue-robed young man, and Sergeant Zhou were trying to track down Lin Tianhao and a few other members of his squad. Eventually, Sergeant Zhou went off on his own to try to take down Lin Tianhao, while Master Free Spirit and the blue-robed young man were supposed to take care of the other two cultivators. After everything was taken care of, they were to meet at a rendezvous spot. Master Free Spirit and the blue-robed young man had already taken down those two members of Squad Dragonsong and had been waiting at the appointed spot for an entire day without seeing so much as a trace of Sergeant Zhou. As Master Free Spirit stewed in anxiety, he couldn't help but jabber a bit more. "Big bro, you need to listen to me. Forget about being a badass big shot. People like that die horrible deaths left and right. They always end up stepping stones for people trying to rise to prominence. If I were you, I'd find a spot where there aren't any powerful experts at all. You could set up your own sect there, keep a low profile, and live like a king. Based on my experience reading many novels over the years, I can tell you that the most important thing is to just stay alive until the finale." As Master Free Spirit gave his kind advice, he started making some preparations for what was to come. Laid out in front of him were 11 defensive talismans, 5 flight talismans, a variety of white boluses, and a huge collection of healing pills. As Master Free Spirit jabbered, the young man in blue looked at him derisively. Master Free Spirit had been like this from the moment they met. He was obsessed with things like defensive talismans and flight talismans. He was extremely frugal with most things and spent almost all of his money on defensive items. In fact, the young man in blue had never met another scavenger who was more afraid of dying than Master Free Spirit. All of a sudden, Master Free Spirit's face twitched, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had just sensed some fluctuations from the mutant hornets he had placed around the village. Without a moment of hesitation, Master Free Spirit activated a golden defensive talisman, which caused a host of golden magical symbols to spring up around himself and the blue-robed young man, forming a defensive barrier that resembled a golden bubble. Rumble. A piercing whining sound could be heard before the thatched hut around them exploded. Countless blood-colored threads slashed the straw to pieces before slamming into the surface of the golden defensive barrier. Most of the blood-colored lanterns in the area were shredded to bits by the shockwave, leaving behind bits of crimson light. Master Free Spirit could already sense where the sneak attack had come from. Looking out at the gray trees, he saw a short but handsome young man striding out into the open, wearing a white robe splattered with blood. He was none other than Lin Tianhao, and he was holding a severed head in one hand. "Sergeant Zhou," blurted the blue-robed young man. Never in his wildest dreams could he have guessed that Sergeant Zhou, who was in the great circle of qi condensation, would die at the hands of the whoreson Lin Tianhao, who was only in the 7th level of qi condensation. In contrast, Master Free Spirit only seemed surprised for a split second. The scene that was playing out right now was almost exactly the same as a scene he had read in a novel once. Clasping hands subserviently, Master Free Spirit said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, it's true that we and Sergeant Zhou are all members of Squad Bloodskill, but we've never had any issues with you. In fact, remember back when we first got to the base camp and I gave you those 3 white boluses? That was how you got out of that entire deadly situation back then. Listen, how about the two of us just get out of this forbidden region and go back to the base camp? Going forward, we'll mind our business and you mind yours." Plap, plap, plap. Before Master Free Spirit even finished speaking, Lin Tianhao took out 3 white boluses and threw them onto the ground. "You can have the white boluses back. As of this moment, I don't owe you anything. And sadly for you, all of Squad Bloodskill has to die. That's the only way for me to become the ultimate big shot in the base camp." Lin Tianhao's eyes surged with so much killing intent, he looked like a bloodthirsty wild beast. Voice cold, the blue-robed young man said, "How dare you forget favors and violate justice, you whoreson? Aren't you being a bit too cocky? You really think the two of us are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered?" Yanking out 2 bright red curved daggers, he unhesitatingly launched himself in the direction of Lin Tianhao. Master Free Spirit would have intervened, but there wasn't time. 300 meters away, Lin Tianhao grinned derisively. At the same time, a huge ghost head manifested behind him. It was vicious, with green skin and long fangs, plus blood-red hair that swayed about it in a sinister manner. As the blue-robed young man closed in, Lin Tianhao waved his finger through the air, and a blood-colored hair shot out of the fingernail and slashed toward the blue-robed youth like a sharp blade. Before the blue-robed youth could defend himself, he found, to his horror, that the hair had already slashed through his daggers and had reached his legs. In the blink of an eye, his legs were cut off his body, and blood sprayed everywhere. How could this be happening? Don't tell me this Horson isn't in the 7th level of Qi condensation anymore. Is he already in the 8th level? The blue-robed youth was already overwhelmed with an intense sensation of deadly crisis. You think a bit too much of yourself, Lin Tianhao said with a cold snort as he prepared to slash the blue-robed youth to bits. But then Lin Tianhao's eyes went wide as a huge golden hand shot toward him from the side. Not daring to dally, Lin Tianhao shoved his own palm out to meet the attack. It was the color of blood. Slam! A shockwave swept out into the forbidden region, leveling rotten trees and sending debris flying everywhere. At the same time, a green fog spread out from the golden hand. Poison, Lin Tianhao blurted, pulling his hand back and falling back several paces. Taking advantage of the moment, Master Free Spirit, who had been the one to launch the attack just now, quickly grabbed the blue-robed youth, slapped a flight talisman onto his leg, and sped away into the forbidden region. It took a few breaths of time for the poison miasma to dissipate. Lin Tianhao looked at Master Free Spirit fleeing off into the distance, then at the legs on the ground in front of him. He didn't look angry. In fact, he looked like he was having fun. You cowardly rogue, you really think you can escape from me? Lin Tianhao began to casually pursue Master Free Spirit. A few hours passed, and Master Free Spirit was getting close to the heart of the forbidden region. That was also the spot indicated by the red circle on their map. The blue-robed youth wasn't bleeding anymore, but his face was pale, and he looked very weak. Follow current novels on FRTEP, Emacron, EWEB, and Sigma V E-letter 2113. I owe you my life, Master Free Spirit. Maybe you were right. Maybe that Horson really is a child of destiny. No, Master Free Spirit said calmly. I was wrong. Lin Tianhao is no child of destiny. How can you be sure? Based on my years of experience reading novels, I can tell you that anyone who forgets favors and violates justice, anyone who doesn't have a bottom line, and anyone with an extremely unlikable personality definitely cannot be the main character of a novel, and thus he cannot be a child of destiny. Master Free Spirit sounded very sure of himself. The blue-robed youth was at a loss for words. Eventually, after crossing a rather tall mountain, they found themselves looking at a very large and gruish set of ruins. It had once been a huge city, but now it was full of gray rubble. There were white souls of the dead floating here and there, all of which instinctively continued to do what they had done in life, and went through the motions of forging magical devices. This must be the place, definitely. The blue-robed young man took out the tattered map to check their position. If the intelligence report Sergeant Zhou got was correct, Master Free Spirit said coolly, then there should be a treasure trove with a ton of equipment forging secret magics here. It should be right in the middle of these ruins. Don't forget to be careful of the bright souls, the blue-robed young man said. Thankfully, there aren't very many of them, and remember that the terrifying dark souls often hide in the shadows. Their attack power is many times that of the bright souls, and they won't hesitate to try to possess any living thing they encounter. Master Free Spirit nodded, took out a good dozen defensive talismans, and plastered them all over himself. It was a very moving scene to the young man in blue. It was even beautiful. Never before had Master Free Spirit seemed so reliable to him. Master Free Spirit had spared no effort to facilitate their escape, burning through 3 flight talismans to put some distance between them and Lin Tianhao. If Lin Tianhao wanted to catch up to them, it was going to take at least 2 incense sticks worth of time, and that meant they had a chance. To the young man in blue, the normally garrulous master free spirit suddenly seemed a lot taller and more muscular than before. Master Free Spirit wasn't paying attention to the look in his companion's eyes as he took out 2 more defensive talismans, 1 for each hand. Then the flight talisman on his leg glittered as he flew into the ruins, carrying the blue-robed young man with him. When Master Free Spirit entered the ruins, it was evening. As the sky turned dark, a cold, sinister aura built up. At the same time, the souls drifting about could sense the life force coming from Master Free Spirit, and they locked onto his position. Then, like a pack of wolves that had caught the scent of lonely antelope, they charged from all directions. Master Free Spirit smoothly activated one of the defensive talismans, then handed a few to his companion to be prepared. The mutagen-laced souls slammed into Master Free Spirit's defensive barrier, one after another, which caused them to explode into a white mist that kept eating at the barrier. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, cracks started spreading out on the defensive barrier, and the talisman in Master Free Spirit's hand was turning dark. "Watch out," the blue-robed young man said. Before anything else could happen, a dark streak swept through the bright souls and slammed into the golden defensive barrier. One Antlerville was first mentioned in Chapter 5. Since it didn't come up very many times, here are all the other chapters it was mentioned in: 40, 41, 43, 45, 46, 47, 61, 221, 223. Chapter 853, Mountain and Sea Region. Out of an abundance of caution, Xu Qing chose not to fly through the sky. Instead, he made his way through the rainforest itself, using it as part of his cover. He also had Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior circle around him to keep an eye on things. FRTAP EEWEB hook and Cyrillic letter 473VEL retroflex. Com. In that manner, 5 days went by. During that time, Xu Qing spotted a handful of cultivators participating in the Great Hunt. He noticed a few who had issued challenges to him. At the moment, he wasn't in the mood to deal with them. Before they could detect him, he moved on. He spotted quite a few beasts in the rainforest. Some lived in the trees, others hid in the muddy soil. There was no end to them. Some were very gruish in appearance. For instance, there was one occasion in which the mountains trembled as a long-armed giant strode by in front of him. He saw suns that had arms and legs, some large and some small, and they held hands as they raced around. He saw gigantic singing centipedes, as well as mushrooms that followed him around after they saw him, hopping up and down. He saw a huge tree that actually turned out to be the nose of some bizarre creature sleeping in the ground. On one occasion, the wind caused Xu Qing's eyes to widen. That wind seemed intangible, but the reality was that it was evidence of invisible entities. If Xu Qing's senses hadn't been as sharp, he wouldn't have noticed what he was dealing with and would have been knocked to the ground. They were demonic grus, and a lot of them. There were flying heads, walking skeletons, and an intense coldness filled with singing. They were all invisible. From what Xu Qing could tell, this mountain and sea region was a very unusual world, the beasts of which had abilities and appearances that upended common sense. There were headless animals, hair that shot out of the mud, and there were also ancient, dilapidated temples inhabited by withered, faceless beings that carried stone steels on their backs. At the moment, Xu Qing had just encountered a rippling sea of multicolored flowers in the middle of the rainforest. Any plants or animals that ventured into the undulating sea would be devoured and would ultimately become part of the sea. Close examination revealed that the sea of flowers was actually made of a host of colorful toads. The ripples that flowed across the sea were caused by toads jumping. But that wasn't what made the area truly terrifying. In the very middle of the sea was a crumbling divine likeness upon which a host of frogs sat. The bare-chested statue depicted a man with 4 heads, all of which had their eyes closed. With one hand, he cradled a baby at his chest, and with the other hand, he stroked his chin. A sound like snoring drifted out over the sea of flowers. The statue was in such bad shape that about half of it was missing. That included parts of the four heads, as well as the infant he was holding. Xu Qing spotted the statue from a distance, and his gaze hardened. Over the past 5 days of travel, he had encountered 17 divine likenesses. Each looked different, but all of them filled him with a sense of danger. It was the same with the temples. The statues were in such bad shape that it looked as if they had been deliberately damaged. In fact, the one he was looking at now was the most complete statue he had seen so far. What happened back in the day here in the mountain and sea region? Why are there so many temples and so many damaged statues? Feeling more curious than ever, Xu Qing skirted the sea of flowers before continuing on his way. About an incense stick's worth of time later, his expression flickered, and he shot backward and up into the air. The moment he did, the air shattered in the spot he had just occupied, and a huge black hole appeared. The black hole hadn't appeared randomly. It came from the ground. Laying in the swampy forest floor was a massive divine likeness some 30,000 meters from end to end. It was badly broken, but its head was clearly visible. What was more, its mouth wasn't damaged at all, and it was breathing. Every breath it took would cause that black hole to appear. What was more, it exuded the threat of a higher level of life. Xu Qing had an extraordinary cultivation base and shocking battle prowess. He even had his god states. But this aura seemed so dangerous that he had no choice but to avoid the area. Meanwhile, the trembling voice of the god's finger echoed out from D-132. This. Xu Qing's heart thumped. Keep talking. The finger shivered and then quietly continued. There are dead gods here, and not just a few, a lot. Holy crap. How come I've never heard about anything like this before? Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior zipped over and transmitted a message with divine will. Could it be because you were actually asleep when your true form arrived? Later, after you parted ways, you were suppressed and sleeping. The god's finger considered the question and seemed about to offer a retort. However, the finger knew how important the patriarch was to Xu Qing. In fact, the patriarch was more important than the finger. So the finger just snorted and held back from responding. Xu Qing didn't pay attention to the patriarch. He was thinking back to all the divine likenesses he had seen so far. Looking out into the rainforest, he took a deep breath. The aura here didn't seem unusual, but considering how skilled Xu Qing was in medicinal matters, he detected the lingering aroma of blood. It came from the mud. The plants, the rocks, and in fact from everything. It was as if everything in this world reeked of blood. A great battle was fought here. A lot of gods died, but who were they fighting? Xu Qing only knew some surface-level information about the Fire Moon Dark Heavens. There was a lot he didn't know, and therefore, he had no way to come up with a theory. After one last look at the huge statue on the ground, he prepared to go around it. But then he heard screaming winds as 8 beams of light appeared in the distance. Just like Xu Qing, they were planning to travel in midair and skirt the huge statue. But then they saw Xu Qing. Xu Qing saw them. They included Fire Moon cultivators as well as subsidiary species. There was one Saya present. Apparently, they had formed a small team out of convenience. After spotting him, the entire team reacted with shock. They stopped in place and then backed up a good distance. A moment later, the Fire Moon cultivator who was their leader bowed to Xu Qing, then changed directions and left. The other members of the team also bowed, then followed their leader. The Saya's eyes glittered, but he quickly ducked his head and bowed like the others. They had all witnessed the fight outside the city a few days ago, and it had been so shocking that they didn't dare to get close to Xu Qing. Xu Qing looked at them coldly. Seeing that none of them had tamed any mutant beasts yet, he saw no reason to attack them. Turning, he flew on toward his destination. When the fleeing cultivators realized that Xu Qing had disappeared, they breathed sighs of relief. Then they exchanged glances and could see the hesitation in each other's eyes. Only the Saya didn't hesitate for an instant. Taking out a transmission jade slip, he prepared to send a voice message. And yet, the instant he pulled out the jade slip, A cold voice spoke out of thin air next to him. "What are you doing?" All of the cultivators' faces fell, especially the Saya. Gasping, he tried to quickly send a voice message, but he was too late. A hand reached out and grabbed his hand. It clenched down, causing the jade slip to shatter, along with the hand itself, creating a paste of blood and bits of jade. A scream of pain erupted from the Saya cultivator's mouth. Xu Qing appeared in his fourth-level god state, and he grabbed the Saya by the neck. Follow current novels on FRTEP, Emacron, EWEB, and Sigma V E-letter 2113.com. The other cultivators backed up, trembling. However, they weren't able to flee, as blood-red tentacles had snaked out from Xu Qing to block their path. With the slightest twitch, those tentacles could stab through their foreheads. They all stopped in place and looked at Xu Qing. "Everyone else bowed when they saw me, which makes sense," Xu Qing said calmly. "But you, Saya, had an odd look on your face. Most noteworthy was that your expression was wrong. Now I remember why. You issued me a fighting challenge earlier." Although Xu Qing had left earlier, a strange urge of caution had prompted him to come back to check on the cultivators he'd just left. That was what led to him seeing the Saya about to send a voice message. "Tell me who you plan to message," Xu Qing said quietly. A look of alarm filled the Saya's eyes, and he opened his mouth to speak. Before he could, the Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivator blurted, "I can tell you, fellow Taoist Xu. 5 days ago, Master Stillwinter sent out a message asking for information about your whereabouts. He said that anybody who spotted you was to send him a message. This Saya cultivator presumably has reasons for wanting to send that very message." This Fire Moon Darkheaven was an intelligent person and didn't want to be dragged into the suicidal Saya's actions. He knew that Xu Qing was a decisive killer, and he also knew that if the Saya cultivator was the one to answer the question, the rest of them could easily end up dead. Therefore, he chose to speak up first and hopefully have a better chance at surviving. The other cultivators in the group quickly chimed in with similar information. Xu Qing looked at the trembling, terrified Saya. He had his answer. His right hand tightened, and a popping sound rang out as the Saya was killed in body and soul. The other cultivators stopped talking and looked at Xu Qing, trembling from head to toe. Xu Qing looked at them briefly, then waved his hand to send taboo poison seeds into them. When they sensed what was happening, their faces went pale. "If you don't cause trouble," Xu Qing said coolly, "then you can come find me after the second round. I'll get rid of the poison." With that, he turned and vanished. The other cultivators stood there silently and helplessly. After a short time, they also turned and left. After they were gone, Xu Qing appeared again. He frowned. "Master Stillwinter, huh?" Chapter 854, Hunting Xu Qing. Xu Qing had never laid eyes on Master Stillwinter, but based on Grand Prince's information, he knew some about him. He's ranked second in the Fire Moon Darkheavens, Echelon. Xu Qing's expression was grim. Fan Xishuang was ranked third, but Xu Qing had sensed that, even going all out, it wasn't guaranteed that he would win. And even if he did win, it would have been extremely draining and would have required a significant recovery time. That wouldn't have been ideal with the second round pending. He had the recovery powers of the Violet Crystal, but damage to God Source and Soul Threads would require time to recover from. Xu Qing remembered that Master Stillwinter had fought Fan Xishuang 3 times and came out on top easily each time. What was more, the Jade Slip indicated that in their most recent fight, Sir Firedark interfered, otherwise, Fan Xishuang would have been killed. Xu Qing knew full well he wasn't a match for battle prowess like that. In the final analysis, his reserve powers weren't sufficient. Xu Qing didn't care that Master Stillwinter had asked for information about his whereabouts. It was already said and done. As for why exactly Master Stillwinter wanted to find him, well, there was plenty of room for speculation. Xu Qing stayed quiet as he maintained his invisibility and stayed on guard. He really didn't want to run into enemies before finding a beast. For one thing, he didn't want to get involved in a life-or-death fight, and also, he had other plans. "I'm currently about 10 days away from my destination." Xu Qing sped through the rainforest for another 5 days. During that time, he stayed out of sight as much as possible. He avoided any fire moon cultivators, either by keeping his distance or by hiding in place until they passed by. On some occasions, he couldn't control how things played out. Cultivators weren't the only thing to worry about in the mountain and sea region. There were plenty of terrifyingly strong beasts and grus. As long as Xu Qing had little shadow around, it wasn't hard to either avoid or scare off the grus. As for the beasts, encounters with them came down to luck. But Xu Qing couldn't rely on good luck all the time. On the 5th day, he reached the spot where the lowlands of the mountain and sea region rose into the highlands. That was also where the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands existed. In that location, Xu Qing encountered a flock of mountain sparrows. Upon spotting them, Xu Qing unhesitatingly got out of their way and hid off to the side. These mountain sparrows were sparrows that carried mountains on their backs. They were enormous, and because they moved about with mountains on them, what cultivators normally saw first were the mountains floating through the air. It was similar to how the cultivators in the first round of the Great Hunt would carry around mountains. The ferocious mountain sparrows lived in large flocks, and they hunted in groups, although they left their infants behind. Only the healthy and vigorous would go hunting, and they generally had void returning battle prowess, with the weakest being first stage and the strongest being in the Great Circle. When you added in the advantage of numbers, any second-round participants who encountered them knew they were trouble. After all, the mountain sparrows weren't picky eaters. In addition to other beasts, they would also eat cultivators. Xu Qing had just encountered a flock of hunting mountain sparrows. Given their unusual innate abilities, they noticed Xu Qing right away. Circling around, they flew right toward him. Xu Qing frowned as he looked at the group of well over 100 mountain sparrows. After a moment of thought, he turned and fled as fast as he could. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as the mountain sparrows gave chase. Astonishing fluctuations rolled out in all directions, accompanied by piercing cries as they called out to others of their kind in the area. Xu Qing's eyes glittered coldly, then turned pitch black. The violet moon rose behind him, and the threatening aura it sent out caused the pursuing mountain sparrows to slow down. Xu Qing took advantage of the time bought to accelerate. Unfortunately, the mountain sparrows and their fluctuations had attracted the attention of passing cultivators. Those cultivators looked over in shock and then flew in the opposite direction. They didn't dare to get too close. Among them were 2 sayas. Noting the commotion, they quickly took out jade slips. They were obviously unique jade slips, as they were the color violet, and they pulsed with glittering light. After checking the jade slips, the 2 sayas' expressions flickered. Gritting their teeth, they backed away and prepared to send some voice messages. But then a wind screamed, and a black mist rose up around them. Taboo poison erupted, and hoarse screams echoed out. When the mist faded away, the only thing left behind were puddles of black blood and a few bags of holding. Xu Qing sped along across the rainforest floor. Scooping up the bags of holding and the 2 unique jade slips, he shot off into the distance without so much as looking over his shoulder. Yet his brow remained furrowed. He had managed to kill the 2 saya cultivators quickly enough that they didn't have time to send any messages. But the 2 violet jade slips gave him a very bad feeling. After examining them closely, he realized why. They're made with the blood of violet moon believers, plus a special curse magic, and that allows them to sense me specifically. He crushed the jade slips. As of now, he realized that it didn't matter if people relayed information about his position to anyone. There were jade slips that could be used to track him down, and he refused to believe that they didn't have an auto-transmit function built into them. Maybe I'm overthinking things, and I'm only 5 days from my destination anyway. Eyes narrowing, Xu Qing turned to look in the direction of the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. He wasn't very far from its border. From this distance, the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands seemed to be covered with gray fog that the sunlight couldn't penetrate. It gave off a sensation of age and decay. Occasionally, Anguished faces would appear in the fog and emit noiseless screams. There were other images that were too blurry to make out and were impossible to remember. But it was possible to hear despairing and insane screams coming from the fog. The sound of it could shake the soul and make one tremble in unease. Especially noteworthy was the fact that Xu Qing's god source felt suppressed, as though godly power was incongruous with this location. The fog seemed extremely mysterious and incomprehensible. Nindon's forbidden lands, he murmured. Though not much about the place was visible, he could sense a stifling pressure. The wind from the place carried with it a sensation of rot as it reached him and stirred his hair. Just the breeze caused his hair to start curling sickeningly, as if the life force was being sucked out of it. All of this only caused Xu Qing to feel even more leery of this habitat of Nindon's. Read At's chapters at Freeweb Novel, Come Only. He had been to many forbidden regions in his life, as well as some forbidden grounds, but this place was different from any of them. It seems like a graveyard. After taking a final close look, he turned away and continued on his way to Hillworm territory. He also tried sending a message to his eldest brother. He had been making such attempts on a daily basis. Unfortunately, he was out of range, and thus, sending voice messages was as good as throwing a stone ox into the ocean. He got no responses. Xu Qing shook his head, put away the transmission jade slip, and continued noiselessly through the rainforest. The next day, on the border of the lowlands, rumbling booms echoed out, and the surrounding mist seethed. A Saya stumbled out into the open, then collapsed into a pool of blood. The mist faded, and Xu Qing appeared. Some distance behind him were a few dozen Saya cultivators, all of them dead. Xu Qing looked back at the dissolving corpses and scowled. He had been ambushed. The enemy had seemed very confident in knowing his location, and had seemed completely suicidal. They had used all sorts of methods in their attack, eventually resorting to insane uses of self-detonation. From that, he could only surmise that they hadn't been trying to kill him, but rather to buy time for someone else. What was more, every single one of them had one of those special violet jade slips. I was right. He looked in the direction of Hillworm territory. He was now only 4 days away from it. If these people were trying to buy time, it seems to indicate that Master Stillwinter is probably nearby. The next 4 days probably won't go very smoothly. If he can really track me, then even if I reach Hillworm territory, I'll have a potential calamity breathing down my neck. So that seems kind of pointless. I need to figure out a way to deal with this Master Stillwinter, and also how to avoid being tracked. Otherwise, things are going to get very difficult. Xu Qing knew that turning around a deadly situation often involved lots of careful planning. After some thought, he looked away from Hillworm territory and focused instead on the Nindon's forbidden lands. It was one of the most dangerous zones in the mountain and sea region, and it was only a day away. After some more thought, his eyes shone with determination. I probably can't match up to Master Stillwinter in battle prowess, but if you want to talk about survival skills... Xu Qing took a moment to check the violet crystal, then calmed himself, turned, and shot toward the Nindon's forbidden lands. As it turned out, Xu Qing made the right call. About 4 hours later, a beam of light appeared. It reached the spot where Xu Qing had stopped earlier, then transformed into Master Stillwinter. As he hovered above the rainforest, he spotted the dead Saya cultivators. He closed his eyes and cast his senses out. He's heading toward the Nindon's, he murmured. Very clever, however, it's still unlikely you can escape me. Master Stillwinter turned, whereupon a sonic boom echoed out as he locked onto Xu Qing's position and headed in that direction. And thus, the chase began. 6 hours later, Xu Qing's expression flickered and he looked over his shoulder. He saw the clouds on the horizon shifting and seething. Then a blood-colored light swept out with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. It was like a blood sea, within which was a figure in black, looking coldly at Xu Qing. Chapter 855, Looks Like a Fourth God. A sea of blood filled the dome of heaven, covering the sky and turning everything red. From a distance, it looked like an impending apocalypse. Within that sea of blood was a figure in black, tall and imposing, and pulsing with an arrogant spirit that could conquer mountains and rivers. Down in the rainforest, Xu Qing's aura couldn't compare at all. The mere pressure he felt caused his head to spin. Every fiber of muscle and flesh quivered with an intense sensation of deadly crisis. At the same time, his heavenly Tao was screaming to him that this enemy was strong. Very strong. This was the strongest chosen Xu Qing had ever faced. Neither Chu Shishan nor Fan Xishuang imparted a sensation like this. The former he had defeated. The latter he could probably fight to a draw, but Xu Qing knew without a doubt that he wasn't a match for Master Stillwinter. Therefore, he backed up, fully unleashed his cultivation base, and sent countless soul threads spreading out to form his fourth-level god state. Then he fled at top speed. "You're smart," Master Stillwinter said coolly. "But the moment you saw me, you lost the qualifications to stay alive." He waved his hand in Xu Qing's direction. That motion caused the sky-obfuscating sea of blood to seethe. Waves raced as it expanded to a 500-kilometer area, all while closing in on Xu Qing. The air shattered and the lands shook. It was all centered around Xu Qing. Blood rain fell, staining the plants red and turning the mud into a gory sludge. Within the 500-kilometer area, everything howled in anguish. Beasts, grus. They all melted into pools of blood, which rose up to join the blood sea. From a distance, it looked like endless volumes of blood floating up to form a prison. Within the blood sea were hosts of shadowy, blood-colored figures who stared greedily at Xu Qing and let loose piercing howls. All it took was one move to shake heaven and earth, all while locking down the entire area. A sensation of deadly crisis exploded in Xu Qing, causing his expression to turn grim. He knew that he'd been locked down and thus abandoned thoughts of fleeing. The god source of his fourth-level god state spread out, causing mutagen to flourish in the area. Then, a chanting like that of a god drifted from Xu Qing's mouth. Blood. It was one word. But as it echoed out, the sea of blood trembled, and the blood rain stopped. A massive force of attraction came along with Xu Qing's blood authority, forming a powerful vortex around him. If the process was completed, he would be able to take control of the sea of blood. "Nice authority," Master Stillwinter said, his expression calm. "But what's your limit?" He waved his hand again, and the blood sea surged again. The shadowy figures inside all howled as they melted. It was a terrifying scene that was shocking even to Xu Qing. There were thousands of the shadowy, blood-colored figures, and after melting into blood, they made the surrounding sea even more astonishing. After having absorbed the shadowy figures, the blood sea spread out to a size of 3,000 kilometers, and it kept going. 3,500, 4,000, 4,500, all the way to 5,000 kilometers. A 5,000-kilometer blood sea raged. Its mere aura was full of destructive power, such that not even Xu Qing's blood authority could possibly influence it. That was even truer considering that 5,000 kilometers wasn't the limit. More blood-colored figures melted, and then it reached 10,000 kilometers. 15,000, 20,000. After thousands of the shadowy, blood-colored figures melted, the blood sea reached the terrifying level of 50,000 kilometers. The blood rain spread in kind. 50,000 kilometers was a vast area. In fact, it was impossible to see from one end to the other. It really had supplanted the dome of heaven, and it continued to expand as it dropped down toward Xu Qing. Xu Qing shivered as he sensed that he had reached his limit. His body was destabilizing, and pain racked his soul. It was a moment of crisis, but thankfully, Xu Qing's fighting intuition came in handy at exactly the right time. Eyes shining with determination, he gathered his blood authority close to him, where it became a blood-colored light, and then a spinning vortex. Within the vortex, he was also the color of blood. His body melted, collapsing into blood that splashed everywhere. Since he couldn't fight back, he decided he might as well jump in head first. The blood sea smashed into the ground. Intense rumbling echoed out for 500,000 kilometers in all directions. All Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivators in the area could sense it. Shaken, they turned to look off into the distance. The rainforest was incinerated. Plants, beasts, and grooves were all exterminated. The ground shook as craters appeared, which filled in with blood. The 50,000 kilometers of blood was so boundless it changed the terrain. At the same time, a host of blood droplets emerged from the sea and formed back into Xu Qing. The moment he appeared, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his god state crumbled. Face turning pale, he rapidly fell back. At the last moment, he chose to merge with the sea of blood to save himself. But the power disparity was so immense that he still ended up being badly hurt. "Thus it ends," said a cold voice from just ahead of Xu Qing as he backed away. A finger appeared near Xu Qing, packed with the power of extermination as it shot straight toward him. Although Xu Qing was clearly in a very bad position, he remained calm and collected. He knew that every action was critical, and if he got alarmed, it could have severe consequences. Next, his eyes turned pitch black as taboo poison erupted from him, creating a boundless black mist that swept toward the incoming finger. Black spots immediately covered the finger, and it started to decay, slowing its momentum. This content is taken from Freeweb novel. See Cyrillic letter 473M. But then a second finger appeared, coming from a different direction. 7 flames appeared around Xu Qing, which went out one after another. It was none other than the 7 lamps underworld fire curse. As a result, the second finger crumbled before it could reach him. Xu Qing fell back even faster than before. An exclamation of surprise echoed out. Clearly, Master Stillwinter hadn't been expecting Xu Qing to negate those fingers one after another so quickly. "Well, isn't this interesting?" he said with a soft laugh. Next to appear in front of Xu Qing were not fingers. Instead, it was an entire blood-colored hand. Explosive energy swept out that surpassed anything from before, seemingly unstoppable. In fact, it contained smoldering god power. It ignored the taboo poison. It disregarded the underworld curse. And in the shortest of moments, it was the only thing in Xu Qing's field of vision. An unprecedented sensation of death filled him. He wanted to fight back, but was having a hard time holding himself together. He trembled as the last vestiges of his god state fell apart into countless soul threads. They quickly formed back together, but then collapsed again. Collapse, reform, again and again. Eventually, the soul threads couldn't form anew. They dissipated, and Xu Qing's true form was revealed, hovering there with his eyes closed. Master Stillwinter waved aside the soul threads and shoved his hand toward Xu Qing. Then Xu Qing's eyes opened, revealing violet pupils. He had been waiting for this exact moment. Everything had been an attempt to weaken his opponent. A violet moon appeared between Xu Qing and Master Stillwinter's hand. It wasn't illusory. It was material. It started out small, but then rapidly expanded until a stone stele was visible on it, upon which were carved the names of a host of believers. At that moment, countless violet lord temples through the Night Spirit region trembled. Innumerable believers there prostrated in worship, sending faith power out in the form of violet light. It all flickered into being right in front of Master Stillwinter in the mountain and sea region. The hand suddenly turned violet and stopped moving. He tried to pull it back, but it was too late. The rapidly expanding violet moon shot toward it with unstoppable force. They clashed, and a huge boom echoed out as the hand was sent flying backward. Shock waves spread out, which revealed the outline of Master Stillwinter some distance away. As he appeared, his expression was one of surprise. He was about to unleash another palm attack, except the violet moonlight erupted blindingly, surrounding him. Next, the soul threads that were the remains of his god state suddenly shot forth, not toward Xu Qing, but toward Master Stillwinter. Millions of them wrapped around him with restraining force. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but happened in an instant. As Master Stillwinter was struck by the violet moon and then bound with soul threads, Xu Qing's eyes flared with killing intent, and he thrust his hand toward Master Stillwinter. Rumbling echoed out everywhere, along with ripples that resembled the mouth of a well. The well water rippled as a reflection of Master Stillwinter appeared there, along with all of his magical techniques, plus images of his past and future. It also showed Master Stillwinter's soul. There were even secrets that Master Stillwinter had never revealed to anyone. For example, his soul. When Xu Qing saw it, his pupils constricted. Master Stillwinter didn't have one soul inside of him. He had 97, and within every single soul was a golden god monument. Each of the 97 god monuments featured a carving of a different figure. None looked the same, but all emanated the aura of a god. Xu Qing was shaken to the core. The god monuments were carved with 97 gods. One of them was the same divine likeness he had seen in the rainforest earlier. It made it seem to Xu Qing that Master Stillwinter was more like a receptacle for god monuments. Xu Qing wasn't sure what ceremony this corresponded to, but it made him think back to what Fifth Prince had said in the Emperor's Palace Hall. In recent years, the mutagen levels in Fire Moon territory have tripled. King Firecrusher's assessment was that the Fire Moons are grooming a fourth god. 1. These words were spoken by Fifth Prince in Chapter 812. Chapter 856, Seething Killing Intent. It was no exaggeration to say that Master Stillwinter was currently stunned. He had never seen any divine ability or magical technique like this, nor had he experienced a sensation like this, but he could clearly sense the majesty of the rippling water. A profound sense of deadly crisis rose up within him. He could sense that he had lost some of his ability to move, and his cultivation base was locked down and totally still. Combined with the pressure from the violet moon and the encircling soul threads, it meant that even if he did have some heaven-overturning, sea-inverting abilities, they couldn't be used at the moment. All he could do was think. Because of that, he was reeling at the thought of all his secrets being made visible. He looked down at the water and saw that everything about himself was reflected there, including the entire path he had walked so far in his journey of cultivation. Everything that belonged to him, and all his secrets were there, whether they were illusory techniques or material items. He suddenly came to the conclusion that if his reflection sustained damage, the same would happen to his true form. That premonition prompted him to struggle to free himself, except that he couldn't move a muscle. The version of himself in the water grew clearer. The sensation of death grew more intense. Meanwhile, Xu Qing's eyes glittered. By means of the divine ability of fishing the moon in the well, he had learned something very unexpected, and that related to Master Stillwinter's reserve powers. Clearly, this was why he ranked second in the Fire Moon Dark Heavens echelon. 97 god monuments, totems of 97 perished gods. The sensation caused Xu Qing's chest to tighten. However, he knew that now wasn't the time to speculate or analyze. Therefore, after a brief glance, he unhesitatingly reached out and closed his fingers into a fist. "This world of heaven and earth can be considered a well," he said, his voice thrumming as if with ancient time as it echoed over the water. Every word he spoke contained some of the Tao, and the elements combined into a water drop that was the beginning of the mysterious Taoist magic. The water drop hit the surface of the water, and ripples spread out. They distorted the reflection of Master Stillwinter, as well as the 97 souls. The ripples became a huge hand, which then reached down and grabbed the 97 souls to fish them out. Xu Qing wanted them all. Master Stillwinter's mind spun as a painful tearing sensation swept through him. At the same time, the 97 souls in the water trembled. As Xu Qing put more force into his effort to fish out the souls, they distorted, slowly bending up toward the surface of the water. It looked as though Xu Qing would fish them out into the open at any moment. But then, the god monuments that contained the souls flickered with golden light. The totems that depicted the various gods then opened their eyes as if they were alive. The golden pupils all locked onto Xu Qing. Xu Qing's heart started racing. Despite being separated by the water, it was no surprise the gazes of 97 gods caused him to immediately show signs of mutation. Fleshy tendrils sprouted all over him, and his soul filled with intense pain. At the same time, the 97 gods erupted with a force of expulsion, which instantly affected the well and caused Xu Qing's fishing effort to fail for the first time ever. Simultaneously, Master Stillwinter started to struggle against the binding effects. Xu Qing's expression was grave as he sent out Godsource to maintain his current state. His eyes narrowed. He now had two theories regarding the 97 god monuments. The first theory was that they were some type of ceremony, and since he couldn't fish them all out, then maybe he would just try taking one. Perhaps that would interrupt the ceremony. The second theory was that one of the 97 souls was Master Stillwinter's life essence soul. If he could extract that one, it could be deadly. New novel chapters are published on FREYAWEB, Cyrillic letter 475EL.com. However, the difficulty level would be extreme, and he didn't have enough time to go slowly and carefully. Eyes glittering with cold light, he scanned the 97 souls, picked one, and then reached out with his right hand and unleashed the full power of fishing the moon in the well. He focused on that one specific soul. A huge illusory hand appeared on the surface of the water. It dipped down, surrounded that one soul, and then jerked up. The sound of splashing water was accompanied by the enraged roars of the other 96 souls. That alone caused the hand formed by Xu Qing to start falling apart. The soul he'd grabbed was struggling, and the other souls were rejecting his presence. Because of that, despite having grabbed onto that one specific soul, he couldn't get it out of the water. Seeing that nothing was working, Xu Qing took a deep breath, lifted his right foot, and then stomped it down onto the surface of the water. Muffled rumbling swept out as the water rushed toward the crumbling hand, entered it, and bolstered it. Because everything was focused on the hand, the entire well started to fade away. The hand continued crumbling. Xu Qing continued bolstering it. Eventually, just before the hand was about to collapse into nothing, Master Stillwinter's 97th soul broke through the surface of the water to appear in front of Xu Qing. When Xu Qing sensed it, he felt slightly disappointed to discover that it didn't contain Master Stillwinter's life essence soul. Yet it was without the slightest hesitation that Xu Qing then turned and fled. A piercing cry rang out behind him, accompanied by the sound of splashing water. Fishing the moon in the well had disappeared. A terrifying aura erupted from Master Stillwinter, who was still howling loudly. Being able to move once again, his bloodshot eyes locked onto the fleeing Xu Qing. At the same time, fear lingered within him. Xu Qing had speculated correctly. The 97 souls did contain one that was Master Stillwinter's life essence soul. If Xu Qing had fished that one out, Master Stillwinter would have been on his way to death now. It was the first time since he had begun practicing cultivation that Master Stillwinter had felt such an intense level of deadly crisis. What was more, though Xu Qing hadn't been able to extract the soul he wanted, it didn't change the fact that Master Stillwinter was now missing a god monument, which was equally damaging. The tearing sensation that filled him caused his face to distort. The only thing he could think of at the moment was to give chase, get that soul back, and put it back inside to make himself whole again. Though he still felt lingering fear, he also sensed raging killing intent within himself. "Time to die," he roared, taking a step forward. That single step took him all the way to Xu Qing, where he viciously shoved his hand out. Seeing the incoming blow, Xu Qing's eyes glittered with mysterious light, and he waved his left hand. His ancient son appeared. This was a trump card that could be considered overwhelmingly powerful. Unleashing it would have terrifying consequences, and Xu Qing wasn't even sure if he would be able to evade the blast if he detonated it. That consideration was the main reason that, after arriving here in Fire Moon Darkheaven territory, he had only used the power of a dawning sun as a threat. The moment the ancient sun appeared, the pursuing Master Stillwinter directly referenced that very concern. A dawning sun. Xu Qing, if you dare to detonate a dawning sun here, you'll wipe out the mountain and sea region. You might as well just declare war on the Fire Moon Darkheavens. Based on my species' temperament, we'll immediately send troops against humankind. After all, you're human, and the dawning suns are humankind's domain treasures. Don't use the dawning sun, and you're just a dead person. But use it, and you'll still die, but so will the rest of humankind. Do you really dare to do something like that, Xu Qing?" Master Stillwinter was enraged, but managed to keep his cool. Having directly stated Xu Qing's biggest concern, he didn't hesitate to raise his hand and then drop it in an attack. Unfortunately, the presence of a dawning sun was not something he could just discount. Thus, he held back some of his cultivation base power in case he needed to defend himself. A boom rang out as Xu Qing was sent spinning back, blood spraying out of his mouth. He did not detonate the ancient sun. However, it wasn't because of anything Master Stillwinter had said. His entire reason for bringing the sun out to begin with wasn't to detonate it, but to use it as a threat. It was a message to Master Stillwinter that he had a trump card and was willing to end their fight in mutual destruction. He simply wanted to distract his enemy with misgivings. Those misgivings would limit how much his enemy could do overall. Xu Qing's facial expression didn't change when he saw that his plan was working. He hung the ancient sun at his belt, all while simultaneously backing up and pulling out the soul he had fished out. He squeezed his hand down onto the soul. He had been holding it ever since extracting it, as it was another trump card he could use. As he squeezed down on it, Master Stillwinter shivered, and intense pain swept through him. Next, Little Shadow and Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior appeared. Along with the Violet Moon, they attacked Master Stillwinter. Xu Qing didn't slow down at all. He just kept fleeing at top speed. Master Stillwinter was starting to get irritated, and his killing intent was intensifying. With the wave of his hand, he sent the Shadow and the Patriarch spinning away, bypassing the Violet Moon. He continued his pursuit, Freewebenville calm. However, after only 10 breaths of time passed, Xu Qing clenched his right hand tighter onto the soul, which creaked as though it might shatter. Intense pain erupted from Master Stillwinter's soul. Howling shrilly, he prepared to make a move. But then Xu Qing's eyes turned pitch black. Looking over his shoulder, he sent a mist of taboo poison spreading out to cover Master Stillwinter. At the same time, he took out a command medallion and sent some divine will inside. "Food's here, Your Majesty." He threw the command medallion out to activate it, but only a moment later, the medallion tumbled right back into Xu Qing's hands. A fluctuation rolled out of it. "Corpses of dead gods. No way, I only eat live food." Frowning, Xu Qing kept running. Master Stillwinter closed in again and was about to launch his attack. But then Xu Qing squeezed down harder on the soul in his right hand while simultaneously saying, "This world of heaven and earth can be considered a well." Heaven and earth distorted as water ripples appeared. Master Stillwinter instinctively stopped in place, except that, an instant later, nothing happened. The water vanished. Xu Qing couldn't possibly use fishing the moon in the well twice in such a short period of time. His words had been a bluff, and he took advantage of Master Stillwinter's hesitation to shoot as far off into the distance as possible. At the same time, he kept crushing the soul in his hand. Master Stillwinter seemed on the verge of going mad. Blood-red light flared off of him as he once again gave chase. But then a host of prison cells appeared overhead. It was D-132. Xu Qing knew how people thought. When people felt a sense of danger, only to find out they had been tricked, they would instinctively start to relax. At the same time, if you inflicted pain on the soul of the enemy, it would distract them and prevent them from thinking clearly. Attacking at a moment like that would bring the best chances of success. It was why Xu Qing hadn't just crushed the soul completely from the beginning. One big blast of pain wasn't as effective as continuous pain. That said, it was something that couldn't be done repeatedly, as the enemy would quickly acclimate to the pain. Therefore, the best tactic seemed to be to keep up the continuous pain before releasing a huge blast at the end. Sure enough, when D-132 appeared, it quickly surrounded Master Stillwinter. At the same time, the fleeing Xu Qing didn't even look over his shoulder. He just squeezed down with all his might, detonating the soul in his hand. The soul shattered, releasing a huge blast of dangerous force. The god monument connected to the soul was covered by Xu Qing's god source. Then Xu Qing, gritting his teeth against his own injuries, shot at top speed toward the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. Just as he disappeared over the horizon, howls of grief rose up from the inmates in D-132. The prison shattered in all directions, and Master Stillwinter appeared, his hair disheveled as he dragged a huge finger behind him. His expression was completely ferocious. The pain from the shattered soul was hard to bear. The finger, meanwhile, shivered. Then a face appeared on its surface, and it was clearly terrified. "Don't kill me. I was forced to do all this. I'll help you. I've been wanting to put an end to that fiendish killer for a long time now. Let's work together. We want the same thing." "Shut up," Master Stillwinter shouted, his killing intent spiking. Looking at Xu Qing disappearing, he gave chase at top speed. Chapter 857, Entering Nine Dawns. Xu Qing sped through midair as fast as possible. The mountain and sea region was packed with mutagen. In addition, the sealing marks put in place by the fire moons, 3 gods made it difficult to perform long-range teleportations, and some teleportation items didn't work at all. However, after all of his successive plans worked out, Xu Qing bought himself some time and put some distance between himself and his enemy. Visit F-GE, E-letter 1D464, EB and Retroflex, OVEL Retroflex. CM for the best novel reading experience. The price to pay had been significant. Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior was injured. Little Shadow had faded significantly, and Xu Qing himself was hurt. Because of those things, the fight had reached the point where proceeding further wouldn't have been good. Then there was D-132. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. He had left D-132 behind, but it wasn't gone. And as long as it bought him the time he needed, its loss would be worth it. And given enough time later, he would be able to redevelop the D-132 cell block. As for the authority of misfortune from the god's finger, he had already mastered it. And the amnesia came from adding destiny aura. FRYAEWEB ETA OVEL. C. Cyrillic letter 473M. It's too bad about the finger and the inmates. They're gone. Now I'll have to refill the cells. He felt a bit of regret, but then he thought about how useless the god's finger usually was, and realized there was no point in worrying about it. After confirming he was going in the right direction, he shot forward. The path he picked was going to be very important at a moment like this. A day ago, if he had picked to continue on his way to Hillworm territory, he would never have been able to escape like he was now. Things were different now, though. He was about 3 or 4 hours away from the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands, maybe even closer. Before I pulled out my ancient son, Master Stillwinter might have been able to catch up to me. But now, he's not going to risk getting too close. What's more, he's going to be worrying about what else I might throw at him. Around that time, he sensed D-132 collapse. His heart sank. That quickly, that finger really is useless. Expression turning cold, Xu Qing bit onto the tip of his tongue to get an added burst of speed. About 2 hours passed. Xu Qing was now only about an hour away from the edge of the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. As he flew through the air, he suddenly dodged to the side. As he did, a beam of red light stabbed through the spot he had just occupied, then exploded into a flower of blood. More blood flowers appeared, exploding one after another and turning everything bright red. A figure shot like lightning over the horizon. Xu Qing scowled as he dodged back and forth amongst the exploding blood flowers. There were so many that he knew eventually there would be one that he didn't notice or couldn't avoid. As the flowers exploded, they turned into strands of blood-colored light that swept toward Xu Qing. He blurred to the side, sending out soul threads to fight against the blood strands. Sadly, the blood strands were extraordinary. Though he destroyed a few, there were still plenty left to wrap around his waist. He had no choice but to lurch to a stop. As that happened, the pursuing Master Stillwinter shot forward with a burst of speed, piercing through the air to appear in front of Xu Qing. His expression was malicious, and his eyes burned with killing intent. But instead of launching a blow, he quickly performed an incantation gesture. The exploding blood flowers all turned into blood-colored strands that whipped through the air to entangle Xu Qing. In the mere blink of an eye, they wrapped him up. Xu Qing's face was pale, and his expression anxious as he saw the blood strands slowly forming a cocoon around him. "You won't be getting away this time." Master Stillwinter, whose soul still ached with pain, saw Xu Qing trapped, and his killing intent grew even stronger. Blurring forward, he entered the interior of the blood cocoon. As he did, he finally spotted Xu Qing's face. Strangely, Xu Qing didn't seem worried at all. Instead, his eyes shone with aggressive light as he lifted his right hand. Astonishingly, floating above his palm was a fingernail-sized, brown-colored flame wisp. The flame wisp flickered dully, occasionally expanding and occasionally contracting. It looked unstable. What was truly shocking about it was how it caused the clouds in the sky to turn black. Thunder boomed and lightning crashed. Master Stillwinter's heart seized with a sensation of danger. Every scrap of his flesh and muscles suddenly seemed to be conscious, and screamed at him that this flame was extremely dangerous. Without the slightest hesitation, he backed up. He was too slow. Xu Qing gently tossed the brown flame wisp toward Master Stillwinter. As he shot through the air, it rapidly grew larger. At the same time, its unstable nature grew more prominent. Rumbling sounds echoed out as a sheet of brown fire erupted from the flame wisp. Along with it came a terrifying aura. It was a destructive aura that seemed capable of immolating anything and everything. As it spread, the blood cocoon couldn't stand up to the heat and burst into flames. Bolts of lightning fell like rain, instantly smashing into the ground. As thunder crashed, the brown flame expanded explosively. A terrifying flame lightning swept out with heaven-shaking, earth-shattering force, destroying everything it touched. The force was so majestic that it even caused Master Stillwinter's heart to leap in his chest as a gray whirlwind swept over him. This fire was the very same mysterious fire that Little Shadow formed after devouring a number of forbidden regions. Its name was Ruyuambel, Ruyuambel, Ruyuambel. 1. Xu Qing had been prepared for what would happen. As soon as the detonation occurred, he had Little Shadow spread out to cover him. Although Little Shadow issued a soul-piercing cry upon being burned, it still managed to naturally resist the fire. Therefore, though Xu Qing was affected to a small degree, he wasn't hurt. He didn't take time to look back and see the result. Though it was theoretically possible that the fearsome detonation had killed his opponent, Xu Qing had always been a cautious person and didn't want to give his enemy room to pull a fast one. It was a complete unknown, and when dealing with unknown factors, the probability of success or failure was always 50-50. But if he didn't go to investigate, then the chances of something unusual happening went down to 0. That was why he didn't hesitate to simply flee. Shortly after he was gone, the power of self-detonation erupted from the spot where Master Stillwinter had been inundated with the brown fire. It spread out for 50 kilometers in all directions, shaking everything. The power of the blast wasn't on the same level as the brown flame, but it was still incredibly destructive. Thankfully, Xu Qing was long gone, so he wasn't within the range of destruction. A moment later, as the shock waves died down and the brown flames were wiped out, a huge crater was revealed. Everything within the range of the mysterious fire had been wiped out, and the 50-kilometer area was filled with the aura of self-detonation. At the same time, a figure could be seen zooming toward the area from over the horizon, looking down from midair, his expression grim. He was, of course, Master Stillwinter. This Xu Qing is proving to be very hard to kill. His eyes glittered with cold light. In his caution, he had sent a blood clone of himself out front, while keeping his true form further back. That was how leery he was of Xu Qing's Gruish methods. It was the self-detonation of the blood clone that released such deadly power. He had been thinking that his tactic would at least result in Xu Qing being injured. But now, he could see that this opponent was both more decisive and more Gruish than he had anticipated. His own cautious nature was what led to the self-detonation of his blood clone being absolutely meaningless. Damn it. He looked up in the direction Xu Qing had fled, his expression steely and his heart full of regret. He had previously believed that Xu Qing would be easy to kill. After everything he had done during the chase, he still felt like he had the upper hand. But Xu Qing just had too many tactics to deploy, which made it impossible for Master Stillwinter to be optimally effective. Should I keep chasing him? Master Stillwinter's soul hurt. He took a deep breath, and his eyes glittered coldly. You want to go into the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. In that case, I'll send you on your way. As a top chosen in the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, it was only natural that Master Stillwinter knew quite a bit about the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. He was fully aware it was a danger zone. There were always people in the Great Hunt who considered themselves favored by fortune and would go into the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. The reality was that no one could get out of that place once they went in. It was a death trap. With such thoughts on his mind, Master Stillwinter continued the chase. However, he wasn't moving as urgently as before, and he suppressed his killing intent. Xu Qing sensed the change almost immediately. For a moment, hesitation flickered in his eyes, but it quickly turned back into determination. Now was not the time to change his mind. He would proceed according to his original plan to enter the Nine Dawn's territory. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Xu Qing rubbed his chest at the spot where the violet crystal was. He pushed down, causing his cultivation base to bubble to life and violet light to fill his body. The stimulation from the violet crystal caused him to regenerate more quickly. Not slowing down at all, he shot toward the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. About an hour later, it appeared in front of him, covered with gray fog. The fog seemed filled with anguished faces, and cries echoed out from within it, filled with despair and madness. Xu Qing took in the sights and sounds, then breathed in deeply and shot forward, disappearing into the fog. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Master Stillwinter appeared outside of the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. Looking at the gray fog, he chuckled coldly. This Xu Qing has probably heard about the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. Sadly, he doesn't know the dangers lurking inside. Only members of the echelon know the truth. If even a bit of that fog touches you, you can never leave the place. 1. Little shadow formed the fire in Chapter 728. Chapter 858. The Gray Fog of Nine Dawns. In the mountain and sea region, the Nine Dawns' forbidden lands was both physically and figuratively the core of the region. From an outside perspective, it was covered with fog rife with both mystery and death. Every time the Great Hunt occurred, there would be people who went inside and never came out. However, the stories that constantly spread about the Nine Dawns ensured that, from generation to generation, there was no end to the Fire Moon cultivators that were drawn to the place. Master Stillwinter could be considered among them. In the past, he had considered entering the place to explore it. But the more he learned about the location, including secrets that weren't known to the public, the more speculations cropped up. In the end, he didn't dare. Nine Dawns is a very special name. Master Stillwinter's eyes gleamed as he looked into the fog. Thinking back to the fight with Xu Qing, he had to admit that, though Xu Qing wasn't on his level, killing him wasn't exactly something easy to do. He definitely counts as this generation's #1 chosen in humankind. Or at least he was. Master Stillwinter looked away and flicked his sleeve. A blurry blood clone appeared in front of him and bowed deeply. "Go tell King Brightsouth that Xu Qing is dead," Master Stillwinter said coolly. He turned, floated up into the air, and vanished. From his perspective, it didn't matter exactly when Xu Qing died. The fact was that he had entered the Nine Dawns' forbidden lands, and thus the infection of the fog would ensure that he could never leave. Xu Qing had already picked up on that point. He was surrounded by gray fog, and his expression was dour. The moment he entered, the fog swept toward him with such greed and longing that it seemed alive. It seemed like it wanted to absorb him. The fog wasn't mutagen, but rather something else. When Xu Qing's violet godsource touched the gray fog, it felt like it was permanently restricted. At the same time, his soul threads wilted listlessly. It was as if the Nine Dawns' forbidden lands was specifically antagonistic to gods, and thus, everything related to gods was rejected by it. Xu Qing's god state began to melt away and destabilize. My violet moon god source comes from Crimson Mother. Although it's not comparable to her on a substructural level and a personhood level, it's the same. Yet this gray fog can suppress it. Xu Qing had known from the beginning that the Nine Dawn's Forbidden Lands was a complicated place, and now that was clearer than ever. If it was just a suppression of things related to gods, it might not have been a big deal. But Xu Qing quickly realized that his cultivation base power was also being rejected and suppressed. The furnaces in his secret troves were about to go out. Even his heavenly Tao was unexpectedly going to sleep. Everything is being rejected. Xu Qing frowned. What was even more unexpected was that he was able to sense some of the special power of the gray fog. Like bonds of karma, he was restricted and bound, making it impossible to flee this place. After some thought, he tried to take a step back. He unleashed all the strength he could muster to make it happen, but after taking only one step, felt like he couldn't even move. Then he experienced a sensation of deadly crisis hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times as powerful as he had sensed when dealing with Master Stillwinter. It filled him from head to toe and made him shake so hard he felt like he might collapse. Then he heard whispering sounds coming from the surrounding fog. All of the voices were saying the same thing, and their sounds combined became like the roar of heavenly thunder. Die. Updated from FREEWYABNONUEL.com. The word contained infinite fury and rage. In fact, Xu Qing hadn't encountered killing intent as intense as this ever before in his life. He could sense that if he took another step back, then the Nine Dawn's Forbidden Lands would unleash destructive power that he couldn't possibly defend against. He would be killed in body and soul. However, because of the force of expulsion pushing against him, moving forward was going to be very difficult. And if the force of expulsion kept up, he would eventually be turned into a mortal. Going back meant certain death. It wasn't a common thing for Xu Qing to find himself in an impossible situation. Eyes narrowing, he suppressed his frustration and forced himself to remain calm as he studied his surroundings. He was currently in the Nine Dawn's Forbidden Lands, but had only just passed over the border. The fog here was thick compared to the outside, but was actually thin compared to the depths of the place. Things weren't very clear, but they were clear enough to get a general idea of what was around him. There were no plants. There were no mountains. There was no mutagen. The ground beneath his feet was a spongy marsh. Within the black marsh were countless skeletons. It was impossible to say how many years they had been there, untouched by sunlight. The entire area seemed both ancient and desolate. The only sound to be heard was the sizzling of Xu Qing's god state as it continued to melt. That was the sound made by the invasion of the fog. As his god state continued to destabilize, he became less and less capable of defending himself. If I just stand here, I might be able to resist the invasion for a bit longer. However, that's not going to resolve the situation. And since I can't go back, then, rather than sit around and wait to die, I might as well go in further. Let's see what these Nine Dawns are like. Maybe I can figure out a way to survive. Xu Qing's eyes glittered as he made his decision and started walking. He took every step with full vigilance, taking care not to sink down into the muck, but at the same time, defending himself against the fog. 6 hours passed. As Xu Qing trekked into the Nine Dawn's Forbidden Lands, he didn't see any signs of life, nor did he find any of the Nine Dawn's beasts. The place was so huge it seemingly had no end. Other than the enveloping fog, it had nothing inside. The only change he noticed was that the ground got softer as he went in. Eventually, his speed declined. His 4th-level god state couldn't last any longer and reverted to his 3rd-level god state. After that, he dropped to the 2nd-level god state, and finally the 1st-level god state. Ultimately, all of his soul threads went still. The violet moon was dormant. Xu Qing's true form was now visible on the marsh. The fog invaded, while taboo poison spread from inside of him. The taboo poison personhood was on a higher level than Crimson Mother's god source, so it lasted longer. But as time passed, Xu Qing's anxiety increased as his taboo poison weakened. And then, under the pressure of the fog, the taboo poison went dormant. Also dormant were Xu Qing's secret troves. They went dark one by one. Finally, the flames in the secret trove furnaces went out. The greed of the gray fog grew stronger, until it was like a fiendish devil stalking around him, looking for any opportunity to pounce on him. But then a bronze incense burner appeared atop Xu Qing's head. It looked completely ancient, and emanated strange fluctuations and streams of black smoke. It was some 300 meters high in the air, and its black smoke flowed down like a waterfall, surrounding Xu Qing and blocking the fog. This was the same incense burner Xu Qing had taken from the White Marsh cultivator named Sir Heavenhark, back during their fight over the 9th Forbidden Mountain in that forbidden region. 1. With that item, Sir Heavenhark was able to defend against Xu Qing's taboo poison, and thus successfully step into that 9th mountain. That alone made it obvious how formidable it was. With the protective smoke around Xu Qing, his dormant cultivation base and god source stirred again. That karmic-like tug was only getting stronger. To a certain degree, it also reduced the pressure on Xu Qing. Unfortunately, he could sense that the incense ring inside the incense burner was being worn away rapidly, and wouldn't last very much longer. Given the intensity of the invasion, it wouldn't last much more than an incense stick's worth of time. 2. I don't have that much time to get my god source and cultivation base back to normal, but even that will only be a temporary solution. Xu Qing's expression was grim as he looked around. From what he could tell, he was fairly deep into the Nindon's forbidden lands, but wasn't anywhere near the center. Other than fog, he hadn't seen much other than marshlands. I wonder what's under the surface of the marsh. Xu Qing looked down at the black marsh and decided that he shouldn't be the one to experiment. Little shadow, he said. His shadow appeared beneath his feet on the surface of the marsh. It sent weak fluctuations his way and made sure to highlight the portions of itself that had been burned. It was clearly trying to remind Xu Qing that it was injured. Xu Qing ignored it. Go see what's below the surface. Little Shadow felt it was very unfair, but after all the years, it had come to accept its fate. Thus, it sank into the muck below and then spread out. After going down only about 9 meters, the shadow suddenly spasmed and let loose a howl of grief. It even started to fade away. Pain, decay, disperse, afraid. Xu Qing remained unmoved and focused on just sensing what was below. When Little Shadow realized Xu Qing was ignoring it, there was no choice but to ignore the feeling of being dispersed and simply go deeper. Soon it reached a depth of 30 meters, 150 meters. Eventually it was 300 meters down. It was surrounded by muck. The sensation of fading into nothing was stronger than ever, but Little Shadow managed to send out some pleading emotional fluctuations. Continue, die afraid, please. Xu Qing mulled the situation over. If I die here, so do you. But if you help me get out of here, then I promise that after you die, I'll figure out a way to resurrect you. Little Shadow could sense the determination in his voice. Shivering, it erupted with even stronger fluctuations as it dropped down further. 600 meters, 900 meters, 1,500 meters. The sensation of fading into nothing caused Little Shadow to moan with agony. It began to crumble, until eventually turning into dozens of threads, one of which headed back towards Xu Qing. The rest kept going down further in a very suicidal fashion. The shadow threads crumbled one after another. The remainder interlocked like a web as they continued to descend. The howling and destruction continued. After about 10 breaths of time passed, Little Shadow had collapsed dozens of times, turning into hundreds of shadow threads. But eventually, there was only one left that reached a depth of 3,000 meters. Just before it collapsed, it transmitted an image into Xu Qing's mind. When he saw that image, he shivered from head to toe. Is that? 1. The incense burner was featured in the fight that took place in chapters 828 and 829. 2. There are many types of incense, and one is a type in which the incense is shaped into concentric rings. Here's a picture of an incense ring and the burner it fits in. Chapter 859, In the Depths of the Marsh. The image transmitted to Xu Qing by Little Shadow was shocking beyond comparison. 3,000 meters down in the muck was an absolutely spectacular cave. From the perspective of the cave, the muck was the sky, and the cave itself was like an isolated, standalone world. Everything was dark, but it was possible to see wisps of gray fog floating everywhere. However, that wasn't what had Xu Qing's head spinning. What shook him to the core was the gigantic shrine floating in the middle of the cave. 1. Freeweb novel, calm. The shrine took up about 10% of the entire space in the world of the cave. It was roughly rectangular, such that it initially could be taken to be a coffin. Rotten ribbons hung down from it, which swayed back and forth like tentacles. The long ones descended into the darkness below, while the short ones were still some 3,000 meters in length. The shrine was dark gold, but didn't shine at all, as if it were completely corroded. It seemed to have existed for such a long time that it was completely infused with ancientness. There was something terrifying enshrined within. It was a creature that resembled a spider. It had dark golden spots all over it, a male head and 16 legs. A tree branch had been stabbed into its forehead. Though the branch was old and faded, to Xu Qing, looking at it felt like looking at a sun. 4 long ice spears pierced into the body of the spider, firmly locking it into place in the shrine. Xu Qing's keen senses could detect moon fluctuations coming from all 4 spears. There was more. There were 8 clay pots on 8 of the terrifying entity's 16 legs. All of them exuded intense pressure that contained the aura of a god of stars. This terrifying entity had been sealed to death. This shrine really was a coffin. It gave off the sensation of both storage and sealing. Looking closely, it was also possible to see a host of sealing marks carved into the exterior of the shrine. Every one seemed to pulse with a godly sensation. Xu Qing was shaken. However, everything up to this point was only part of the whole. In fact, it could barely be considered half. What was the most shocking of all was what was beneath the shrine. Underneath the shrine in the void of this cave world, where the mist swirled, there was something as rare as phoenix feathers or killin horns. It was a gigantic mountain made of gray-colored bone ash. It was slightly smaller than the shrine, but not by much. The mountain of bone ash emitted a constant stream of gray fog. Obviously, this was the source of the fog in the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. 2. It was hard to imagine exactly what kind of entity could create a pile of bone ash like this after dying. Surrounding the main pile were 9 smaller mountains. To be more precise, they weren't actually mountains. They were 9 skulls. They looked almost like the skulls of dragons, being completely vicious and pulsing with a sensation of ancient wildlands. They had no flesh on them, but from the gaping maws, it was possible to sense how furious and insane they had been in life. They pulsed with an ancient feeling, while at the same time, the sensation of a sealing was very strong. The vision ended there. Back on the marshy surface of the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands, Xu Qing shivered, coughed up 9 mouthfuls of blood, and staggered backward. Although he had only seen the image as sent to him by Little Shadow, it was still difficult for him to sustain. As for Little Shadow, it gave off no fluctuations at all, making it impossible to tell if it was alive or dead. At the moment, Xu Qing wasn't inclined to worry about Little Shadow. His expression flickered as he looked at the ground and pondered what he had just seen. He was already speculating like wild. That shrine is itself a sealing mark, and the spider inside of it is a god. It has the power of the 3 gods of sun, moon, and star on it. It was suppressed by those 3, but still needs additional sealing techniques to deal with. How formidable. And then there's that pile of bone ash under the shrine. Xu Qing took a deep breath. He wasn't sure who that bone ash came from, but the 9 skulls made him think of a name. 9 Dawns. Xu Qing wasn't sure. Based on the information he'd studied, the 9 Dawns resembled something with 9 lanterns, which wasn't exactly what he had seen just now. Xu Qing was starting to get the feeling that the information circulating about the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands was largely fictitious. That said, he wasn't sure what the truth really was. Whether or not that thing is a Nine Dawn's, the fact that it's here means it's important. If it is a nine dawns, and the nine dawns is the national animal of the fire moons and has special significance, then what is it doing imprisoned down there? And why is it being sealed even though it's obviously dead? There was a scaffolding of sealing going on here. 3 gods had sealed some unknown god, and that unknown god was sealing the pile of bone ash and the 9 skulls. There had to be some karma at play, but Xu Qing wasn't sure what it could be. Frowning, he checked the bronze incense burner. It's going to burn out soon. Thanks to Little Shadow's work, it was now clear that the area 3,000 meters below the marshy surface was an important location in the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. And now Xu Qing knew where the gray fog came from. As far as he was concerned, there weren't many options to pick from. Maybe the key to getting out of here lies in the source of the gray fog. I wonder what would happen if I got some of that bone ash, or maybe one of those 9 skulls. It seemed like a completely crazy idea. Xu Qing mulled it over briefly, then checked his bag of holding. There's another possibility that might help me last a bit longer here. Xu Qing took out a piece of crimson mother's flesh and tossed it into the incense burner. The incense burner vibrated, then more smoke spilled out of it. However, in this environment, the only result was that the breakdown of the incense burner slowed, and a side effect was that the fog beyond the smoke grew thicker. Again, it's not a long-term solution. The more godly power I use, the stronger the confinement around me. Xu Qing looked at the incense burner and sighed. Thanks to the barrier created by the smoke, his god source power had recovered to a degree. After doing some time calculations, he thought back to what he had seen just now. The mountain of bone ash is beneath the shrine, so it won't be easy to reach. The 9 skulls, though, are further away from the shrine. Xu Qing's eyes glittered with determination and a bit of craziness. Looking at the marshy land beneath his feet, he unhesitatingly put away the surviving remnants of the incense burner. As the gray fog swept toward him, his godpower surged, and he sank down into the muck. The instant he was submerged, he felt intense pain. It was a feeling like corrosion, whether from the muck or the fog, and the invasion corroded both his body and his soul. Xu Qing forced himself to endure. With the help of his cultivation base and god source, he dropped down. In the blink of an eye, he was at the 300-meter depth. The pain and corrosion were terrifying, and there were parts of Xu Qing's flesh that had simply disappeared. But he kept speeding downward. 600 meters, 900 meters. When he reached the 1,200-meter depth, he looked like hardly more than a skeleton. Gritting his teeth, he dropped down another 300 meters. He was now at 1,500 meters. That was his limit. His body was completely rotted away, and his soul was heavily damaged. In that critical moment, Xu Qing took out a piece of crimson mother's flesh, put it in his mouth, and wolfed it down. The moment he did, something like the fire of a sun erupted in his belly. As it rippled through him, God Source proliferated within him. His emaciated form nearly collapsed. Truth be told, in any other situation, directly eating some of Crimson Mother's flesh like that would cause Xu Qing to crumble to pieces. That was why he hadn't done so during the fighting with Master Stillwinter. But in this regard, the force of expulsion against godly things here plus the gray fog and the muck were all helping Xu Qing. It was similar to how placing an overfull balloon under water could prevent it from popping. With the addition of Crimson Mother's flesh, he could continue a bit longer. Taking advantage of the new burst of force, he continued down. 1,800 meters, 2,100 meters, 2,400 meters. Around that time, the extra energy provided by Crimson Mother's flesh was almost gone. 2,700 meters was another limit. Xu Qing knew that he couldn't just keep devouring Crimson Mother's flesh. Even considering the environment, his body couldn't take that for long. Extending his nearly vanished right hand in the direction of the nearest skull, he then closed his hand into a fist. That grasping gesture caused a well to appear. It was hard to say if it was illusory or corporeal, but that didn't matter. Unfortunately, that area was sealed, plus, he was quite a distance away. Therefore, all fishing the moon in the well did was cause some ripples. Xu Qing grasped nothing. The fishing failed. Xu Qing's body was truly starting to melt away now. It was as if the muck was devouring him. But then a life lamp flew out and turned into a sundial. It activated, and the power of time erupted out. Time reversed. Xu Qing vanished. When he reappeared, he was still in the muck. But instead of being at a depth of 2,700 meters, he was only at 300 meters. The environment affected everything here, even the time power of the sundial. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing shot up. When he burst out of the muck, blood sprayed out of his mouth. His body was in really bad shape. He quickly took out the incense burner to float overhead. New novel chapters are published on FREYAWEB.NO, Cyrillic letter 475EL.com. Thanks to the barrier created by the incense burner, he could sit down cross-legged and focus completely on recovery. Time passed. Every time the incense burner was about to burn out, Xu Qing would toss in a piece of crimson mother's flesh to keep it going. It was an extravagant waste, but it kept the fog at bay. Unfortunately, he was out of options. It didn't matter that his current actions were like drinking poison in the hope of quenching one's thirst. There was nothing else he could do. Half a day later, he opened his eyes. His injuries weren't completely gone, but his God source was on the way to recovery. His soul threads were also lively again thanks to consuming some of Crimson Mother's flesh. His heart ached at how much he had wasted, but all he could do was suppress that pain and continue focusing on recovery. A day passed. When Xu Qing opened his eyes again, his godly power was about half restored. Looking down at the muck, he thought back to his earlier failure. There's one more option that could theoretically work. This is the same word for shrine that has appeared a few times. It contains the character for God in it. Here's a link to the same pictures I've shared twice before for this type of shrine. 2. In Chinese, the same character can mean both ash and gray depending on various factors. Because of this, I originally translated the gray fog as ashy fog or ash fog for a few chapters. However, given the full context of this story arc, including things from upcoming chapters, the correct interpretation for the fog is that it's gray. A comparable example in English is the word orange. It could mean the fruit or the color or both. If you read a story and it had orange-colored fog, you wouldn't necessarily jump to the conclusion that the fog was coming from an orange fruit. But if you later found out it did indeed come from an orange fruit, it would make sense. Chapter 860, Darkheaven Archmage. Using fleshly body power, I forced my way down 2,700 meters. It's just too difficult doing it that way, not even with all the augmentations and blessings at my disposal. Of even greater significance is the fact that I only got out by using a sundial to reverse time. There are limits to that too. If I use it too often, I'll end up killing myself. Fishing the moon in the well failed. One reason was the interference of the gray fog, but the other is that I was too far away for fishing the moon in the well to actually work. Considering all that, I wonder if I could somehow create a tunnel that goes past 3,000 meters, all the way to that cave. Then I could try fishing the moon in the well again. His eyes flickered thoughtfully. If he could make that method work, it would be a lot safer and would also increase the chances of success. This tunnel wouldn't need to be very big, more like a crevice, a pinhole, really. As Xu Qing looked at the muck, ideas came and went. The muck had its own special properties, and he also had to consider the gray fog. Most of the ideas he came up with didn't stand up to scrutiny, so he discarded them. Ultimately, he waved his hand to produce a brown flame wisp. Little Shadow had created that flame wisp after devouring a host of forbidden regions, and it was something akin to Godfire. The terrifying fire was something not permitted to exist in the world, so if Xu Qing took it out anywhere but here, heavenly lightning would fall to destroy it. But this was the Nindon's forbidden lands, where heavenly Taos were rejected. Thus, the flame wisp could exist in the open without provoking heavenly lightning. Unfortunately, it seemed to stimulate the gray fog, causing it to churn and seethe. There was also the sound of countless whispers and murmurs, which merged together into something like an echoing howl. The fog rushed toward Xu Qing with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force, only to be stopped by the smoke. There it gathered, battering against the smoke as it tried to get inside and exterminate the flame wisp. They seemed as incongruent as fire and water. Gaze hardening, Xu Qing performed an incantation gesture and pointed at the incense burner. As a result, it started burning with more fervor, sending out more smoke to resist the violent fog. Why's the gray fog reacting like this? Xu Qing looked down at the muck, then at the flame wisp. He had started out with 3 such flame wisps. He had used one on Master Stillwinter, leaving 2 behind. I guess I'll test it out. Eyes narrowing, he unhesitatingly threw the brown flame wisp toward the muck. The instant it made contact, the muck melted like a snowflake in boiling water. The flame wisp dropped down with nothing to block its path. As it proceeded down, the muck melted. However, at the same time, the gray fog raced into the hole toward it. It took only an instant for it to sweep over the flame wisp. It clearly wanted to extinguish it. However, the flame wisp was an astonishing thing. Although it showed signs of instability, it didn't stop moving down. And as it went, it melted all the muck around it. 300 meters, 900 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,100 meters. More fog rushed in. At the same time, the muck itself exerted a force of expulsion that was even greater than what Xu Qing or Little Shadow had dealt with. The brown flame wisp grew fainter and fainter, yet it was strong enough to reach the 3,000-meter point. Unfortunately, as it went down, the muck around it began to grow back, and the tunnel got smaller and smaller. Eventually, the flame wisp reached the exact same cave that Little Shadow had projected an image of. The moment it reached the cave, all of the gray fog there exploded into a frenzy. Never-ending gray fog overwhelmed the brown flame wisp, extinguishing it in an instant. The moment it was gone, the tunnel in the muck closed up. Xu Qing's expression turned serious. He had considered using his final flame wisp or possibly trying fishing the moon in the well, but it seemed too risky and the opportunity too fleeting. So instead, he just observed. What he had just done could be considered a test, and he had learned something vital. One flame wisp could work, but I lack something to follow it up with. It won't last long before the gray fog extinguishes it. Furthermore, the tunnel through the muck won't last long. Now that I'm rested, I can use fishing the moon in the well again. But to use it a second time would require rest and recovery for my soul. Xu Qing mulled over the different options. After a short time passed, he looked at the muck. He had a way of dealing with the tunnel sealing up. I can use sundial power to lock it in place temporarily. Given that he had already done something similar when he tried to descend into the muck, he was confident that it would work. But how do I make the flame wisp burn brighter and hotter? Glancing at the incense burner, he waved his hand to produce some of Crimson Mother's flesh. Crimson Mother's flesh works well with the incense burner. So theoretically speaking, it should be able to bolster the brown flame wisp. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he took a deep breath, produced his third flame wisp, and sent it close to Crimson Mother's flesh. He paid very close attention to every step of the process. This was his only hope. If it didn't work, then he would be down to his last option, which would be to use all of his remaining Crimson Mother flesh to try to break free from the Nine-Dawn's forbidden lands. As he watched very carefully, the flame wisp made contact with Crimson Mother's flesh. Xu Qing was ready for something unexpected to happen, but after the long spate of bad luck, it seemed things were turning around. A hissing sound rang out, and then Crimson Mother's flesh showed signs of both igniting and melting. The brown flame wisp didn't wink out. It kept burning, and at the same time seemed to push the flesh further toward the point of melting. Eventually, a drop of golden liquid like oil emerged from the flesh. The sparkling and translucent oil pulsed with the aura of a god, and the fluctuations it sent out caused the gray fog to again seethe. Xu Qing was about to take the golden liquid, but then thought twice. Instead, he kept the flame wisp burning, and before long, the golden liquid grew large enough that it dropped down toward the muck. The muck melted just like it had for the flame wisp, and the golden droplet fell down and down. Xu Qing's spirits lifted. Although this wasn't exactly what he had planned, it seemed to be achieving the same result. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, he kept the flame wisp burning. The first drop of golden liquid dropped down several hundred meters before the gray mist destroyed it. And before the pinhole-sized tunnel could close up, a second golden droplet fell. It fell in the same spot, piercing through the muck like a hot knife through butter. All of the spots that had been about to close were destroyed. Then it reached the spot where the previous drop had stopped and continued past that. The ground trembled. The golden droplet pulsed with the aura of a god, melting everything around it and dropping down to 2,100 meters. After that came a third, fourth, and fifth drop. All followed the same pattern. The tunnel was constantly opened and expanded. Eventually, it pierced all the way through the muck from top to bottom. Xu Qing instantly performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and pointed out. A sundial appeared behind him, and the time-freezing power erupted into the tunnel. The tunnel, which had already started sealing up again, froze. Taking advantage of the moment, Xu Qing's eyes blazed with a crazy light, and he sent out a burst of cultivation base power and god source. His fourth-level god state formed. With a double-handed incantation gesture, he pushed toward the tunnel. The entire world suddenly seemed to become a well. A boundless power surged out of Xu Qing, causing ripples to flow in all directions. Everything became the watery surface of a well. Thanks to the tunnel, the cave beneath, and everything in it was now visible on the water. Although it wasn't extremely clear, it was better than before. At the very least, Xu Qing could now see the skull he had been targeting originally. The source of this content is Freeweb novel, Com Hook. However, Xu Qing's actions were like those of a mayfly trying to shake an oak tree. He had used a clever way of opening a passage with the golden oil, and had then locked it open with sundial power. But it wasn't a very stable solution. The sundial was already emitting cracking sounds, and gray fog was rushing into the tunnel like the tide from the sea. In that critical moment, Xu Qing reached out toward the reflection of the skull and forcefully fished it out. The motion caused a tremor to pass through him. The force opposing his grabbing action caused blood to spray out of his mouth. More cracks spread out on the surface of the sundial. The gray mist grew thicker and stronger. The tunnel was starting to close. Xu Qing's eyes were increasingly bloodshot. Gritting his teeth viciously, he held nothing back in his attempt to fish out the skull. He shook from head to toe, and wounds opened up all over him, quickly soaking him with blood. He looked like he was about to collapse. A howl escaped his lips. Finally, his trembling hand pulled up a bit of water. Reflected in the water was a skull. Then his sundial couldn't last any longer, and he had to dispel it. Endless amounts of fog shot up through the tunnel, and not even the drops of golden liquid could stop it. The tunnel closed. More blood sprayed out of Xu Qing's mouth. He was covered in wounds and couldn't see clearly. However, it was with complete excitement that he looked down at his mangled right hand. His face fell. The water in his hand did have a reflection of a skull in it, but it was blurry and fading away. There seemed to be no way to stop it. Xu Qing was really getting anxious. It looked like the skull was about to disappear. Then, a crazy look appeared in his eyes as he opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. The reflection from the water zipped into his mouth. At the same time, he activated the violet crystal. Rumbling sounds filled him, along with an uncontrollable power of self-detonation. Just before he exploded, violet light flared from his chest, spreading out to cover him with sealing power. At the same time, an ancient voice echoed in his mind, like something from long, long ago. It was both defiant and bitter. "Father Mage, your son Nindon's truly let down our Darkheaven Archmage people." Chapter 861, A Secret Kept by Gods. The bitter voice caused Xu Qing to reel mentally as memories that weren't his bubbled up within him. They were fragmented and didn't connect, almost like random puzzle pieces. Many were missing, and as a result, Xu Qing couldn't really piece them together into a meaningful whole. However, there was one thing that came through very clearly. Many, many years ago, before the gods came to revered Ancient, back in the time of Ancient Time, the Fire Moon Darkheaven people weren't called by that name. Their species had a different name. They were the Darkheaven Archmage people. They were both the subordinates of and among the greatest allies of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, and there was no species that received more support from humankind. They had a very close relationship with humans, and had worked hard to support ancient Emperor Dark Serenity as he ascended the throne and conquered revered Ancient. Back during those times, their leader, who was called the Antimage, and ancient Emperor Dark Serenity were the closest of friends. During the days before they both reached their peak, they were comrades and confidants. Both had saved the other's life on multiple occasions. 1. The Antimage was shockingly powerful, and was called Dark Serenity's right-hand man. He had performed great services in the effort to unify revered Ancient. The Antimage's only son had even been given his name by ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. Those memory fragments flashed through Xu Qing's senses, shaking him to the core. His eyes opened, and they were full of surprise. "Fire Moon Darkheaven people," he murmured. "Darkheaven Archmage people." Xu Qing struggled to control his breathing. Whether it was back in the imperial capital or here in Fire Moon Darkheaven territory, he had never seen any mention of history like this. Now that he thought about it, all the historical records he had studied only went back to the time of Emperor Eastglory. There wasn't anything further back than that. It was almost as if the two species' interactions in the time of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity had been erased. Apparently, nobody had thought about it or had cared enough to look into the matter. Perhaps it made sense that there was no information, but it was still strange. Understandings were influenced, and what else could influence two entire species over such a long time, other than the power of a god? Xu Qing suddenly thought about the Fire Moon Darkheavens, 3 gods. Finally, he looked down at the skull he'd fished out. The memory fragments he'd just witnessed were difficult to reconcile, but at the very least, they gave him food for thought about the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. Whoever spoke those words talked about Father Mage. The Father Mage must be that good friend of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, who was the Antimage of the time, and the speaker was his son, whose name was Nine Dawns. Ancient Emperor Dark Serenity gave him that name, and this place is called the Nine Dawn's Forbidden Lands. Xu Qing's heart started to race. Don't tell me there actually isn't any animal called Nine Dawns. Rather, Nine Dawns was the son of the Antimage of the Darkheaven Archmage people. In that case, what did he mean when he said that he let down our Darkheaven Archmage people? 2. Xu Qing looked down at the muck and felt like he could almost see all the way down to that sealed cave. Is that mountain of bone ash all that remains of Nine Dawn's corpse? For the first time, he was curious to know more about the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. After a short time, he cleared his thoughts and checked the violet crystal. Floating within the crystal was a skull that pulsed with mysterious light. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. He looked up at the bronze incense burner and quickly made a decision. With the wave of his hand, he dispelled the smoke coming from the incense burner. The barrier it had created disappeared. The gray fog surged in. But then something very unusual happened. Though it still caused terrifying pressure to weigh down on his god source and cultivation base, when it came to his fleshly body and soul, the invasion was significantly reduced. That said, he still felt something like the tug of karma, and it was even stronger than before. It made him feel like he was so connected to this place that he could never leave it. After sensing all of that, Xu Qing's eyes glittered. He pointed at the incense burner, and the smoke emerged again, creating the same barrier from before. Once again, his cultivation base and god source were active. The gray fog is from Nine Dawns, and it's incredibly domineering. It can reject all other types of essence and prevent any cultivators who enter this area from leaving. But after absorbing that skull, the gray fog doesn't oppose me as virulently. Does it mean that it now recognizes me as having some of the same origin? Now the question is what will happen if I fish out the rest of the skulls. If I was fully part of the same origin as the gray fog, would it oppose me at all? Maybe the tug of karma would still prevent me from leaving. But what if I took the gray fog with me? Xu Qing closed his eyes and began to make preparations. A few days later, he opened his eyes. He could sense that the sundial was close to fully repaired, and could also tell that he was in the position to use fishing the moon in the well again. Without any hesitation, he moved to a spot that was, as best as he could remember, directly above the second skull. There, he performed an incantation gesture and produced the brown flame wisp again. He connected it to Crimson Mother's flesh, and soon the golden drops of liquid were falling down and melting the muck. Given his previous experience, success came very smoothly. Although he still needed to worry about damage to the sundial and also his own body, once the tunnel formed, he activated fishing the moon in the well. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as he fished the second skull out of the water. Just as before, he consumed it. And just like before, the power of the violet crystal swept out and sealed it. Yet again, he was assailed by a storm of memories. This time there were slightly more memory fragments. Xu Qing suppressed any thoughts of delving into the memories, and instead closed his eyes to rest and recuperate. It was in that manner that half a month passed. He used the same method repeatedly, and though he met with a few failures overall, he was successful. The violet crystal now had 4 skulls in it, which increased his connection to the Nindon's forbidden lands. In fact, that connection was so shockingly strong that he didn't need the incense burner anymore. The gray fog was no longer trying to invade him, but rather just flowed around him in an almost friendly fashion. The pressure on his godly elements and cultivation base was still there, but he was able to fight against it to a certain degree. This was something completely unheard of among the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. In fact, if Master Stillwinter were here and saw what was happening, he would definitely be completely shocked. He might not even believe his eyes. It was downright freakish. Unfortunately, this was Xu Qing's limit. After the half-month that had passed, the brown flame wisp eventually went out. Without a flame wisp, he couldn't melt Crimson Mother's flesh into golden liquid, and he couldn't deal with the muck. Unless he came up with another method, getting more skulls would involve him personally digging through the muck to the cave. After some consideration, he decided not to do that. As he connected more deeply with the origin of this place, he started to get the feeling that if he went down beneath the muck, the entity in that shrine might think he was actually Nindon's. And then he would end up trapped there. If that happened, he wouldn't have any hope of ever escaping. As for how to get more skulls, he was currently out of ideas. The memory fragments from the 4 skulls had clicked together in his mind, forming an image of history from countless years in the past. The curtain was being lifted on the secrets of gods. Most up-to-date novels are published on Letter 192, GEEWYAB, It was like a wind blowing from ancient times. It was the story of what happened after ancient Emperor Dark Serenity left. The antimage of the Darkheaven Archmage people refused the invitation of his good friend Dark Serenity to leave revered Ancient, to leave his home. Dealing with the gods had caused a very rare difference of opinion to occur between the two of them. When the ancient emperors left and the broken face of the god arrived, heaven and earth went dark. Everything blurred. In addition to the broken face came a host of other terrifying gods. Almost overnight, the heavenly Taos began to weep, and all living beings wailed in grief. The gods that descended on revered Ancient did different things. Some chose to protect various species they interacted with. Some went into hiding in the depths of the land. All of them brought catastrophe. One of the gods that came with the broken face looked like a spider. That god had shocking personhood that surpassed most other gods. In that god's presence, all other gods bowed their heads. And Hai's goal was clear. It was the Darkheaven Archmage people. He wanted to enslave them and make them believers. But the Darkheaven Archmages didn't want to become slaves, and thus, under the leadership of the Antimage, they waged a bitter war against the Spider God and the other gods who came with him. It was a war in which blood rained from the sky and the lands shattered. The Antimage was a close friend of Dark Serenity and was fearsomely powerful. His species was similarly spectacular. Cultivating mage arts was different from what ordinary cultivators did. They focused on shape-shifting. Some could transform into giant humanoids, others could transform into giant beasts. The war shook heaven and earth. Countless Darkheaven archmages died. As for the gods, it was the same with them. Many of them died, and their corpses fell onto the lands below. In the end, the antimage sacrificed his life to mortally wound the spider god that all the other gods worshipped. That god was transformed into something called the god-rejecting mage formation, which rejected all types of godly power. That formation's power was sent out to cover the entire species as a protection. Just before dying, the antimage passed his title on to his son. He told him to use the faith of the Darkheaven archmage people to fight against the gods. That son's name was Nindons. Nindons felt great sorrow. However, that was a time period in which gods filled the world. And he hadn't just accepted the title of antimage and the faith of his species. He had also accepted a great responsibility. And thus, he led all of the archmages of his species outside of the god-rejecting mage formation and waged war on the gods. He never backed down. He never made the decision to simply go home. To the Darkheaven archmage people, there was no more qualified antimage than Nindons. As he and the other archmages fought the gods, time passed. Within the lands of the Darkheaven archmages, inside of the god-rejecting mage formation, their species had time to rest and recover. A new generation of mage cultivators rose up, and one of them was spectacularly talented and was a born leader, a new chief. The antimage waged war for such a long time that he became little more than a legend, and the species began to change. That talented leader made a name for himself and eventually became the Grand Steward of the Darkheaven archmage people. The antimage was in heaven, the steward of the mandate of heaven. The chief was in the mortal world, the steward of mortal authority, and thus he came to be called the Grand Steward. The memories ended there. Xu Qing opened his eyes, and his expression was complicated. That was because he had just recalled the information about Nindons that he had studied back at God Mountain. The top beast in the mountain and sea region is called a Nindons. It had a special place in Fire Moon Darkheaven culture. Throughout the entire history of their species, there had only been one instance in which someone tamed a Nindons. Specifically, it was the very first ancestral chief of the Fire Moon Darkheavens, who was also the Grand Steward who led them to prominence. His mount was a Nindons. 1. I'm coining the one-word term antimage using the English prefix anti from the Latin before to convey the idea of the ancestor or founder of the mages. There are lots of words in English that use anti as a prefix, such as antebellum, antecedent, antechamber, or antediluvian. In any case, for a variety of reasons, it helps to have a one-word pithy term for this title, so antimage it is. Anti can be pronounced in a variety of ways, including anta, ante, and nt, depending on your preference. Freeweb novel, com hook. 2. Unlike English, the Chinese written script does not have upper and lower case. Because of that, it's much easier to create intentional vagueness in the language between proper and common nouns. For instance, if you had a character named Giraffe, but also had giraffes in the setting, there would be no difference between the two in Chinese. But in English, we do make that distinction. It's further complicated by the fact that there are no plurals in Chinese. As a result, it's very easy for the author to create a fantastical animal name that is later revealed to actually be the name of a person. Up to this point, I've been rendering Nindons as a lowercase, plural word because it was said to be a type of animal. In reality, we just found out it's most properly rendered in uppercase and in the singular form. Going forward, I will do my best to mix and match the two versions depending on the context. For instance, when it comes to dialogue from people who think that Nindons refers to a type of animal, I'll use the lowercase. But in the case of Xu Qing, who knows it's the name of a person, I'll capitalize it. That said, there could be instances in which Xu Qing is referring to the incorrect animal version of the word, in which case I'll render it accordingly. Things are further complicated by the fact that the author often uses that exact same term to refer to the physical location that has been referred to as the Nindons' Forbidden Lands. Though the Chinese term is the same in all these instances, I will render them in the way that makes sense based on the context. Rejecting the cannon fodder fate, embracing the life of a reader, part 2 of 2. Crunch. The golden defensive barrier shattered, and one of the talismans in Master Free Spirit's hand went dark. Thankfully, his companion in the blue robe was ready, and quickly activated the talismans he had to defend against the dark soul. In that manner, Master Free Spirit took charge for what lay ahead, while his companion defended against what lay behind. After going through 9 defensive talismans, they reached the very center of the ruins. There, they saw a tall white tower with a surface of glazed tiles that resembled white jade. At the top of the tower was a white jewel that emanated soft white light to illuminate the surroundings. To Master Free Spirit's surprise, the light coming off of the tower prevented any of the souls from getting closer than 300 meters. "Looks like we're safe for the moment," the blue-robed youth said in a weak voice. His injuries, plus the effort of using the defensive talismans, had been quite draining on him. "We're not completely safe yet," Master Free Spirit replied, "and we don't have much time." He had just noticed that the souls on the other side of the light had started racing off in a specific direction, which seemed to indicate that someone else had entered the ruins. And in all likelihood, that person was Lin Tianhao. Not daring to hesitate, Master Free Spirit quickly put a few mutant hornets in place, activated a defensive talisman, and then hesitantly entered the White Tower. Once inside, Master Free Spirit and the blue-robed youth were surprised to discover that the place was a scripture repository. There was a staircase that circled up the tower, and the walls were covered with a dazzling lineup of ancient records. What was most surprising was that there was no mutagen present at all. Based on his experiences in forbidden regions, Master Free Spirit knew that the good things wouldn't be on the bottom level of the tower. Quickly activating 2 more defensive talismans, as well as a flight talisman, he raced up the tower. After a few breaths of time passed, he and the blue-robed youth were at the top level. To their shock, they found themselves at the entrance of a small-scale palace room. In the middle of it were 2 statues who were holding something up between them. Gruishly, the statues had arms full of faces. Each face was bizarre, and they had expressions ranging from joy to grief to rage. The object they were holding up was a tattered book. Upon seeing it, the blue-robed youth's eyes lit up, and it took effort for him not to try to crawl over and grab the book. But in the end, he held back. He knew full well that it was already an expression of extreme humanity and utmost virtue for Master Free Spirit to have spared his life. If he got greedy now, it would be an easy thing for Master Free Spirit to kill him with a single blow. Master Free Spirit looked at his companion and could tell what he was thinking. "Given the countless novels I've read, I can tell you that people who get greedy and betray their friends never have a good end. That's why I haven't taken your life. But I want the majority of the stuff here. How about we split everything 70-30? "Sure, no problem," the blue-robed youth said immediately. The 2 of them carefully approached the strange statues. When Master Free Spirit finally laid hands on the tattered book, he found that it was incomplete, and the name had long since faded from the cover. The contents were little more than a method of sacrificing yourself to become a spirit automaton. What was more, the chances of failure were high and would result in instant death. As the blue-robed young man hung onto Master Free Spirit's neck, he looked at the content as well, then pursed his lips disdainfully. Sacrifice yourself to become a spirit automaton. What the hell kind of bullshit technique is that? In contrast, the contents of the technique caused Master Free Spirit's eyes to glitter brightly. To him, it wasn't an incomplete technique to become a spirit automaton, but rather a way to have an extra life up your sleeve. Master Free Spirit was the type of person who was very cautious in everything and didn't like taking risks. In the chaotic world he lived in, his measly cultivation base counted for almost nothing. People like him often became whetstones for the children of destiny and ended up dying miserably. But with a technique like this, things could be different. If he didn't reach his goals with his cultivation base and somehow got killed one day, he could use this technique to become the spirit automaton of a child of destiny. After all, virtually all cultivators considered spirit automatons to be extremely important. Master Free Spirit carefully took the treasured book and put it into his robe for later use. Then, he and his companion worked as quickly as possible to clear out everything else in the room. In the end, they acquired a few dozen secret magics and over 20 treasured medicinal pills. Most amazing of all was that, among the pills they discovered, were a total of 3 foundation establishment pills. There were also 2 bags of holding. One of them contained a golden gauntlet that was apparently a magical device. It glittered with colorful light and could bolster one's magical techniques and treasures. Master Free Spirit excitedly put the gauntlet on and said, "With this thing, all I need to do is find a remote place to set up my own little sect. I already have the name ready to go. It'll be the Golden Vajra Warrior Sect." Freeweb novel, CM. The Golden Gauntlet immediately provided a blessing that made him far stronger than before. Meanwhile, the blue-robed youth got a single foundation establishment pill and some valuable secret magics. To his excitement, one of the books he found described how to create a magical device that was essentially a pair of mechanical legs. But then the blue-robed young man suddenly looked worried. "I just thought of something. How are we going to get out of here? We don't have enough defensive talismans left. If we try to fight our way out, we'll get too badly hurt, and then Squad Dragonsong will be able to just pick us off." He frowned, but then he reeled in shock as he looked over at Master Free Spirit and saw him fishing out a handful of dozens of defensive talismans from his leather armor. That you? The young man simply couldn't fathom that someone would bring dozens and dozens of defensive talismans simply for a trip into a forbidden region. How could someone be so afraid of dying? No, wait. How could someone be so cautious? "These are my last life-saving items, but considering how much we're going to profit, it'll be worth it." With that, Master Free Spirit looked up at the jewel that was set into the ceiling. It was also a treasure of some sort, but it was obviously on the verge of going dark forever, though it might last for a few more years. But if he could somehow make it part of his future sect, then it would be a great way to attract new recruits, as it could stave off mutagen invasions. And he wouldn't need to worry about people trying to rob him of it, considering that it wouldn't last much longer anyway. Master Free Spirit took out a bag of holding to put the jewel in, but then his expression flickered. He had just sensed some familiar fluctuations from the mutant hornets outside the tower. Looking out the nearest window, Master Free Spirit saw Lin Tianhao break through the masses of souls and approach the tower, his eyes burning with aggressive killing intent. It only took a moment for Lin Tianhao to catch sight of Master Free Spirit. Although he had assumed this would happen, seeing someone take the treasure that rightfully belonged to him was infuriating. Suppressing his fury, Lin Tianhao called out, "Master Free Spirit, drop all of my treasure and get out of here. If you do, I'll let you live." Given Master Free Spirit's extensive reading experience, he was now convinced that there was no way Lin Tianhao was any sort of child of destiny. Therefore, his eyes no longer flickered with fear, but rather killing intent. Eyes narrowing, he activated the flight talisman on his leg and jumped out of the White Tower. With the wave of his hand, he summoned the image of a golden Vajra warrior behind him. Then, he shoved out his hand with the golden gauntlet on it, creating the projection of a massive golden hand. Master Free Spirit was not the type of person who liked to risk his life, but he knew that if he didn't kill Lin Tianhao, he would never see a day of peace. Instead of shrinking back in fear, it would be better to give the fight all he had in the hopes of staving off any future misfortune. Lin Tianhao was more than a little surprised to see the normally timid and fearful Master Free Spirit suddenly attacking him. But then his eyes gleamed with disdain. He had just killed Sergeant Zhou, let alone this pitiful Master Free Spirit who was only in the 8th level of qi condensation. "You're bringing about your own destruction." Snorting coldly, Lin Tianhao tapped into all of the power of his cultivation base. The ghost face with the blood-red hair appeared behind him, and blood energy screamed around him. Even the nearby bright souls backed away from him. With the wave of his hand, he sent a blood-red fist rocketing forward. He was obviously holding nothing back. But then Lin Tianhao felt his energy and blood go completely out of control. Cracks spread out on his arm, and he staggered backward, his expression a mixture of ferocity and confusion. Back at the base camp, you acted like a complete pushover. How'd you get so strong? Lin Tianhao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before Lin Tianhao could stabilize his position, Master Free Spirit landed on the ground. As his eyes flashed with killing intent, the golden Vajra warrior behind him roared furiously. At the same time, Master Free Spirit launched another palm attack. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out. Master Free Spirit was going all out. Closing the distance, he launched palm strike after palm strike. His current ferocity made him seem like a completely different person than the cautious cultivator he usually was. The repeated blows stopped all of Lin Tianhao's previous momentum and had him staggering backward. His ghost face was even about to fall apart. "Looking to die?" Lin Tianhao roared, and his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture. The eyes of the ghost face started glowing bright red, and an immense pressure radiated out. Lin Tianhao opened his mouth, and a mass of blood-colored hair shot out from it which swept forth to rip Master Free Spirit to shreds. But Master Free Spirit wasn't showing any hint that he was ready to back down. He also performed an incantation gesture, which caused blinding golden light to shoot off the gauntlet on his right hand. It turned into a whip which he viciously lashed in Lin Tianhao's direction. The air rippled and distorted as the whip snapped forth. When the blood-red hair and the golden whip collided, the hair was ripped to pieces. Then the whip continued on and slammed into Lin Tianhao. A bloody furrow opened up on his chest, which went all the way down to the bone. However, things weren't over yet. Master Free Spirit sent the whip spiraling around Lin Tianhao's neck, where it began to tighten rapidly. All of a sudden, a sensation of deadly crisis filled Lin Tianhao. "Master Free Spirit, I..." Before Lin Tianhao could say anything further, Master Free Spirit slammed a foot down onto his chest. Without showing a scrap of mercy, he yanked on the whip and ripped Lin Tianhao's head off his shoulders. Up in the tower, the blue-robed young man watched in complete surprise as Master Free Spirit unleashed a vicious streak that seemed completely at odds with the usual garrulous, cowardly behavior. That was when the blue-robed youth noticed that the souls in the area were in a frenzy. Then, 4 members of Squad Dragonsong burst through to arrive by the tower. The young man in blue didn't give them a chance to do anything. Before the Squad Dragonsong members could react, he took out a bag of holding, grabbed the white jewel from the top of the tower, and put it away. When the white light vanished, there was nothing keeping the souls away, and they lunged at the members of Squad Dragonsong. Putting away the bag of holding, the young man in blue threw himself out of the tower. "Catch me, Master Free Spirit." Having just finished looting Lin Tianhao's corpse, Master Free Spirit looked over and saw the blue-robed youth falling from the top of the tower. The flight talismans on his legs flickered as he shot over and caught him. Then he activated a defensive talisman and raced into the crowd of souls. The members of Squad Dragonsong didn't have such a large collection of defensive talismans, so they could only watch as Master Free Spirit vanished from the ruins. Another way to put it was that, after having just witnessed Master Free Spirit kill Lin Tianhao, none of these members of Squad Dragonsong were so stupid as to deliver themselves to death by giving chase. A few years later, in a random corner of the continent of South Phoenix, a new sect had just been established. It was called the Golden Vajra Warrior Sect. The sect kept a low profile from the very beginning. Master Free Spirit was now in foundation establishment, and he was the patriarch of the sect. The new form of address he preferred was Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior. New Envel chapters are published on Freeweb Novel. See Sigma. As for the young man in the blue robe who had lost his legs, he joined 7 Blood Eyes and eventually became an elder. 1. Who is the young man in blue? If you want a refresher, you'll have to go back to Chapter 71, Chapter 862, Dirge of Betrayal. Xu Qing didn't say anything, thanks to the history learned from the memory fragments. He now understood why there were so many corpses in the mountain and sea region. He also knew about the long history of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. That was assuming everything he'd seen was true. If the history was correct, then the current Fire Moon Darkheaven orthodoxy might as well be a mockery. Their antimage had died in war to protect their species, yet his story had been stricken from the histories. And then his son Nindon's carried on his legacy, only to be defamed, with his name turned into the name of a beast mount. The so-called Grand Steward of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people only managed to come into his own as a Darkheaven cultivator, thanks to the protection provided by Nindons. It was very thought-provoking. Xu Qing sighed. His insides were telling him that all of this history was true. He wasn't a member of this species, but the memory fragments had allowed him to not just see events from countless years ago, but also feel them. To some extent, it was almost like he had gone through those things himself. So how did Nindons die? And what did the Grand Steward do to change the Darkheaven Archmage species into the Fire Moon Darkheaven people? Also, what history do the three gods of Sun, Moon, and Star have with them? Maybe the answers will come with the memories of the 5 remaining skulls. Xu Qing looked down at the muck. Unfortunately, his brown flame wisp had been extinguished, so he had no way to use Crimson Mother's flesh to get into the cave. That wasn't to mention the fact that he was now starting to run low on flesh. I only have 6 pieces left. Xu Qing checked the 4 skulls in the violet crystal, as well as the connection to the Nindon's forbidden lands. By now, he didn't need the incense burner and could dispel the gray fog with a mere thought. He no longer felt trapped. Based on what he could tell, if he wanted to leave, the gray fog would part for him and let him go. But there was a big problem with the idea of leaving. His cultivation base and godly powers were still gone. Could he really just give up on them? Let the gray fog fill him, enter his soul, and become a part of him. If that happened, I wouldn't be a god cultivator anymore. I would be a mage. Xu Qing looked off into the distance. When it came to mages, Xu Qing felt a sense of familiarity and unfamiliarity at the same time. The unfamiliarity was because he had never actually interacted with a mage. The familiarity came because the gray fog originated with a mage. And now that Xu Qing had absorbed the 4 skulls, to some extent, he had accepted the legacy of Nindons. But that wasn't the path he wanted to walk. The original antimage died to seriously injure a powerful god. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed as he looked down at the muck and kept trying to come up with a new plan. He had an idea he thought would work, but the problem was that he needed 5 skulls to do it. Right now, he only had 4. After some thought, Xu Qing said, "Little Shadow." No fluctuations came from underfoot, no emotions. It was as if Little Shadow was dead. Xu Qing's facial expression was the same as ever. After 3 breaths of time passed, he said, "If you don't get out here now, then don't ever come out again." A very faint shadow suddenly appeared on the muck below, pulsing with very weak fluctuations. "Go down past 3,000 meters and turn into a subatomic particle that I can control with magic." 1. Little Shadow's fluctuations seemed fretful and very resistant to Xu Qing's idea. "I'll make sure the gray fog doesn't cause problems for you," Xu Qing assured. He waved his hand, and in accord with his will, the gray fog drifted away. That caused Little Shadow's fretfulness to diminish a bit, as well as any resistance. "After you're done, I'll give you a piece of Crimson Mother's flesh," Xu Qing added calmly. Little Shadow was very fond of Crimson Mother's flesh, and for the most part was only able to watch as Xu Qing used it. It was not easy to get a taste. Therefore, Xu Qing's promise caused Little Shadow to hesitate slightly. The fretfulness and resistance faded even more. "If you don't follow orders, then there's no reason to continue this lord and servant relationship we have." Xu Qing's voice had turned cold. It caused Little Shadow to shiver, and finally the combination of rewards and threats caused it to release fluctuations of pure abandon. In order to stay alive, and in order to get some meat to eat, it roared like a wild beast and then dove down into the muck. In the shortest of moments, it dropped down 300 meters. The gray fog couldn't get close, thanks to Xu Qing's interference, and thus Little Shadow had no problem descending. Soon it reached the 2,400-meter mark. At the same time, Xu Qing could clearly sense the sealing power from below. That power was dormant, but he got the feeling that once his aura contacted it, it would immediately send out crushing force. Therefore, at a certain point, he didn't dare to use his aura to interfere with the gray fog. That was when Little Shadow's progress slowed, and it emitted a howl of anguish. However, it was still better than before, and Little Shadow was going all out. Ignoring the invasion of the gray fog, it dropped past 2,700 meters and then kept going. After all, on the previous attempt, it had split up over and over again and had not yet recovered. It was currently much weaker. This content is taken from FREYAWEBNOVEL.com. Seeing that, Xu Qing said, 2 pieces of Crimson Mother's flesh. The words caused Little Shadow to tremble, then release some very crazy emotional fluctuations. With an amazing reward like that on the line, it viciously dropped down further. Rumbling sounds echoed out as it shot past 3,000 meters and entered the cave. Xu Qing couldn't release any of his aura there, so the fog immediately swept over Little Shadow, who howled piteously. Xu Qing's expression was grave. He knew that this opportunity was going to be fleeting. Thus, it was without hesitation that he extended his right hand and unleashed fishing the moon in the well. Ripples spread out, forming a surface of water. 5 skulls appeared very clearly, and Xu Qing reached down and fished one of them out. As he put it in his mouth and sealed it in the violet crystal, Little Shadow collapsed. It seemed dead, but there was still a strand of shadow that burrowed back up through the muck to Xu Qing. Xu Qing wasn't paying attention to the shadow. Little Shadow was inherently cunning and deceitful. Everything from before was partly real, but also exaggerated. Therefore, Xu Qing wasn't worried about it at all. The fact that it had secretly preserved a shadow strand of itself was exactly what he had predicted it would do. That said, Little Shadow really had come very close to its ultimate limit. It actually looked like it was about to fall into a deep sleep. But then it struggled to stay awake, all while instinctively sending weak emotional fluctuations to Xu Qing, as if to ask for confirmation about something. Flesh. Xu Qing nodded. He could sense the state Little Shadow was in, and knew that it didn't matter whether or not he had flesh to give it. The shadow was clearly too weak to eat. That said, being the kind person he was, Xu Qing offered some placating words. "I'll feed you when you wake up." After hearing that, Little Shadow seemed content and went asleep. As for Xu Qing, he settled down cross-legged to focus on recovering. A few days later, he opened his eyes. He now had 5 skulls, and thus, he could employ the method he'd come up with earlier to get the others. This method did not involve making a tunnel through the muck. In fact, once he used the method, the remaining skulls below would automatically appear within fishing the moon in the well. I'll have to trust eldest brother on this one. Eyes gleaming with determination, he tapped into the violet crystal. The crystal vibrated and then sent violet light streaming throughout his body. As the light spread out of him, the 5 skulls appeared, floating over his head in a pentagonal formation. Looking at the 5 skulls, Xu Qing performed a double-handed incantation gesture and started chanting. Ripples started to flow out from the first skull, then the second and the third. Ultimately, all 5 of the skulls sent out ripples and combined, growing more and more intense until they were a black hole vortex. Looking at the vortex, Xu Qing loudly said, "Souls in heaven and earth shall return to their origin." His voice seemed to thrum with something very ancient. The moment they rang out, the vortex began spinning with great intensity. Gradually, it was possible to see 4 balls of fire inside, slowly emerging. Those 4 balls of fire had the same substructure as the skulls in the violet light. This was the very same technique the captain had imparted to Xu Qing some time back. It was called the Grand 5-Ox Essence Tracing Grand Merciless Tao, 2. The basic premise was to trace the essence of something back to its origin, then draw it out. The prerequisite was to have 5 pieces of the original. When the 4 balls of fire appeared, Xu Qing used fishing the moon in the well to grab them. The 4 balls of fire shuddered, and 3 of them emerged from the vortex and appeared in the water in Xu Qing's palm. Xu Qing's heart was pounding with excitement. Although he wasn't able to fish out all of them, getting 3 skulls in one shot just went to prove how astonishing his eldest brother's technique was. He immediately consumed them. Memory fragments hit him like a tempest, filling his mind. They connected with the memory fragments from before and also added new concepts. The ancient wind blew again, tattered and ragged like a funeral dirge. The lyrics of the dirge described the story of the Grand Steward, who had been approved of by Nindons as well as his whole species, and who had been entrusted as the leader inside the god-rejecting mage formation. He deserved to be called chosen in every way. He had outstanding ability and grand vision, and under his leadership, the Dark Heaven Archmages were united. They thrived and multiplied, and the new generation grew up in complete safety. On the outside, Nindons was very pleased, but eventually stopped paying attention to what was happening inside the formation. His energy and thoughts were all focused on the war with the gods. He had accepted his father's mantle, as well as the spirit of the Dark Heaven Archmage people. As a result, he would never back down. After all, his species existed behind him only because of his protection. If he died in battle, it would be without any regrets. That was because he had already found a successor. In his heart, the Grand Steward was the one who would be the next antimage. Thus, it was without any fear for the future that he led his subordinate archmages during the long war vigil. Years passed, until eventually, a bloody banquet was thrown by the people he had sworn to protect. 1. I'm putting this footnote here to address the inevitable comments of, how dare you use a modern term like subatomic particle in a Xianxia translation? It breaks the immersion. Well, sorry about that, but if the author uses modern terms, then I also use modern terms in English. In this case, the author uses the name of a specific type of subatomic particle, and I'm simplifying it to subatomic particle to make it easy to understand. As for why the author does this, I haven't asked him. If I was to bet, he probably saw something on TV or Douyin, Chinese TikTok, about this type of subatomic particle and thought it would be cool to use it. It's no more immersion-breaking than having the cultivators take selfies, send voice messages, or run tabloids in their colleges. 2. The captain revealed his grand 5-ox essence tracing grand merciless Tao in Chapter 832. Chapter 863, The Ashes of Time. A lot can change in 3,000 years. As the new generation of Dark Heaven Archmages grew, they reached great heights. The Grand Steward's leadership abilities became apparent. His governance made his species strong. Powerful experts cropped up like bamboo after a spring rain. Although their species hadn't reached the same level as the past, when taking in revered ancient as a whole, they were in good shape. But outside the god-rejecting mage formation, the war continued. The spider god was asleep, and though all the other subordinate gods were strong, Antimage Nindons actually surpassed his father in terms of talent. With him in command, the various archmages fought hard and even gave their lives to finally force the invading gods to retreat from the god-rejecting mage formation. It was a victory to go down in the history books. While other species in revered ancient were experiencing catastrophe because of the gods, the Dark Heaven Archmages successfully repelled an invasion and kept their homeland safe. In order to celebrate the victory, the Grand Steward ascended the revered ancestor altar and offered worship to the Dome of Heaven. His expression was one of piety and excitement as he invited the Antimage and all the Archmages back home. In preparation to receive the Antimage, he worked with famous people from numerous species to prepare a great feast in the Steward's lands. On that day, members of countless species joined the Grand Steward in shouting the words, "Come home." Those words shook the sky and spread through the lands, reaching outside of the god-rejecting mage formation to be heard by Nindons and his subordinates. Everyone was feeling emotional. After 3,000 years of war, all combatants had lost comrades in the fighting, and the survivors were weary to the bone. Normally speaking, they would have remained steadfast and not retreated an inch. But they had won an amazing victory. The gods were in retreat, and they were deeply homesick. They all had family in the mortal world, and all of them wanted to return to their homeland to see the people they had been keeping safe for 3,000 years. But in the end, Nindons said no. It wasn't the time to lead the archmages home. For all he knew, the gods might strike back. As long as he was alive, he wanted to do his best to make sure his species was safe for as long as possible. With an approving glance at his people inside the god-rejecting mage formation, he sat down cross-legged to guard the formation. 9 dragons manifested outside his body, which constantly swirled around him. That was his mage state. The other archmages suppressed their longing to return home and entered their own mage states. From a distance, it was like a host of huge beasts, guarding over their home with unswerving determination. Everyone dies, and they wanted to die fighting for their people. And if they perished, they wanted their souls to become part of the god-rejecting mage formation, just like their comrades who had fallen over the years. In life, they defended their species. In death, they would do the same. Time passed. This time it was 2,000 years. During that time, gods would occasionally cause trouble. But with 9 Dons and the other archmages on guard, not one god made it through the formation. The whole world was in chaos, but the lands of the Darkheaven archmages were like a forbidden region to the gods. Around then, the Grand Steward led his officials and the commoners to the revered ancestor altar. From there, they offered worship to the Dome of Heaven, and they asked the Antimage to come home. Countless voices echoed out into heaven and earth. They contained the passion and hope of all the people. Outside of the god-rejecting mage formation, the archmages slowly opened their eyes. Behind them, on the other side of the formation, was their home. In that home were numerous statues that depicted them. 5,000 years. In the end, they looked at their leader, 9 Dons. 9 Dons maintained silence for a long time. Then he opened his eyes. He wanted to say no, but when he looked at his companions and sensed how tired they were, he couldn't say the words. Sighing, he nodded and stood up. Taking most of the archmages with him, he went home. It was the first time since his father died, and he left the god-rejecting mage formation that he returned home. As he arrived at the steward's lands, cheering filled heaven and earth. Countless people bowed, and looks of excitement could be seen everywhere. The sight of it stirred 9 Don's heart. He was exhausted after the last 5,000 years, but at the same time, felt warmth. How could he ever have imagined that the people who he trusted more than anything, that he had safeguarded for 5,000 years, and especially the successor he had personally picked, would prepare a blood-soaked reception for him? He never came out of the steward's lands. The reality was that the steward's lands were a trap prepared specifically for him and his subordinate archmages. They were actually a burial ground. The people he had trusted ended up making a deal with the gods, and over the thousands of years that had passed, they had secretly constructed a god formation. It was a formation that could kill, that could seal, and that could summon gods. Once 9 Dons and his subordinates arrived, the formation was activated. On that day, the steward's lands became soaked with blood. On that day, the god-rejecting mage formation that had protected the Darkheaven archmage people was breached. On that day, the spider god who had largely recovered returned, along with a host of subordinate gods. On that day, howls of anguish and screams of rage echoed out from the steward's lands. Death became the prevailing theme. 9 Don's heart filled with grief, indignation, and madness. He had been stabbed in the back by the very people he had been keeping safe. It left him bitter, confused, and enraged, but his fate had been sealed. There was no god-rejecting mage formation to offer protection, and the betrayal had been effected from both outside and in, with the help of his own people. All of his subordinate archmages died horrifically. 9 Dons fought ferociously, but all he could do was injure the spider god. 9 Dons himself ultimately died on the blood-soaked field of betrayal. His corpse was sealed in the depths of the ground, with the spider god suppressing him and slowly feeding on his flesh to recover. The flesh, blood, and mangled souls of his dead subordinates were piled into the steward's lands. The spell formation that had been set up stayed there for all time. The ancient wind slowly blew away, taking with it the dirge of betrayal. Read latest chapters at freyawebhook.novel.com only. Xu Qing opened his eyes. His heart was still full of the rancorous energy from the memory fragments, as well as the pain of betrayal by one's own trusted people. They were not his emotions, but they were strong nonetheless. He could tell that they actually came from Nine Dawns. It took a long time for Xu Qing to regain his composure. Eventually, he suppressed Nine Dawns' memories, but afterward, he still had a complicated expression on his face. Although he had suspected much earlier that the story ended like this, to experience it through the memory fragments gave him a much deeper understanding of Nine Dawns and the surrounding lands. Although Nine Dawns' memories ended with his death, Xu Qing could imagine what happened after that. In the years after his death, the remains of his archmages became food for the beasts that appeared there. They were bizarre in appearance, vile in behavior, and were completely and utterly vicious. And it was because they were all full of rancorous energy. It didn't matter their physical form. The reality was, they bore similarities to the archmages who had died years ago. Their mage states inherently involved looking like a beast. Later, the steward's lands got a different name, the Mountain and Sea region. At long last, Xu Qing understood the background of the beasts in the Mountain and Sea region. Looking around, Xu Qing knew that this very place had once been the steward's lands. After a long moment passed, Xu Qing took a deep breath and got rid of the last scrap of emotion from Nine Dawns. He was Xu Qing, not Nine Dawns. His thoughts and emotions were back in order, but he still had a question. Based on the history from the memory fragments, the spider god ultimately chose to seal Nine Dawns' corpse and absorb his flesh and blood to recover. But from what Xu Qing had seen, that spider god was eventually sealed by the three gods of sun, moon, and star. There's more history involved here. When did those three gods come along? After a while, he decided not to worry about it. It wasn't important right now. What he needed to do now was get that final skull. With 8 skulls, he was already in the position to leave. He could even absorb the gray fog. But if he could get 8, then he didn't want to give up on the 9th. When you do something, do it all the way. His eyes glittered as he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. The violet crystal thrummed, light spilled out, and 8 skulls swirled out to form the captain's formation. This time, he wasn't using 5 items to acquire his target, but 8. Ripples spread out from the 8 skulls, combining to make a black hole that revealed the 9th skull. Xu Qing performed another incantation gesture, activating fishing the moon in the well. A watery surface formed, and he extended his hand to fish something out of it. However, just as he was about to grab the 9th skull, a terrifying fluctuation erupted from 3,000 meters down in the muck. The shrine had begun vibrating, and was now emitted a horrifying aura. That aura shook everything. The Nine Dawns' forbidden lands began to tremble, and the fluctuations quickly spread out to fill the entire mountain and sea region. In the blink of an eye, the entire region was shaking. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth, mutagen levels skyrocketed, and everything blurred. It was just like when the broken face's eyes opened. The countless beasts in the region shivered. Eyes crimson, they began to exude rancorous energy and howls of anguish. Hundreds of thousands of Fire Moon cultivators participating in the Great Hunt, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, felt intense dread rising up within them. They looked around with wildly flickering expressions as they wondered what was happening. Master Stillwinter was among them. As he flew through the sky, the sudden upheaval occurred, and he stopped in place. Breathing heavily, he turned to look in the direction of the Nine Dawns' forbidden lands. He could clearly sense that the source of fluctuations was that very location. Normally speaking, he wouldn't have thought much of it. But right now, he couldn't stop thinking about Xu Qing entering the Nine Dawns' forbidden lands. A sudden sense of unease rose up within him. Chapter 864, The Ninth Skull. In the mountain and sea region, the sky had turned blurry, and powerful winds battered the lands. Innumerable beasts in different habitats all threw their heads back and howled. The sounds joined together into something that shook the clouds and caused intense colors to flash. The howling was accompanied by cries of rage, anguish, and complaint. It was as if they were complaining that heaven was unfair and earth was unjust. They were complaining about the betrayal of an entire species and their own misplaced loyalties. It made it seem like deep within these beasts' souls, the legacy of their bloodline still existed. Perhaps it was hidden extremely deeply. Maybe they weren't even aware of it. But the dramatic aura spreading through the mountain and sea region woke up what was deeply hidden and caused them to react on an instinctual level. One after another, the great hunt participants looked over with varying expressions. Some were shocked, some were aghast, some were taken aback. A variety of emotions assailed them with storm-like force. What's going on here? Why's the mountain and sea region acting like this? It's like the beasts are being stimulated in some way. It wasn't just the ordinary participants who were shaken. The fire moon chosen in the region were reacting similarly. Fear still lingered in Master Stillwinter because of the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. In another part of the region was Fan Shishwang, seated in meditation. His eyes opened, and his expression flickered as he turned to look in the same direction as everyone else. His expression turned serious, and his eyes narrowed. It's coming from the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands, but what's happening there? Fan Shishwang suddenly felt very uneasy. He had never experienced nor even heard of anything like this happening. Sir Heavenink and Chu Shishin were in different locations as well, and they were similarly shaken by what was happening. Everyone was feeling increasingly uneasy. In the lowlands of the mountain and sea region, in Hillworm territory, a figure was racing along frantically. He was moving so fast he was almost a blur. But if you looked closely, you would notice that he seemed very shifty. He was none other than the captain. He could also sense the majestic fluctuations. He glanced up at the sky. Why do I get the feeling this has something to do with little junior brother? He blinked a few times and mused that perhaps the reason his little junior brother hadn't met up yet was that he'd come across some amazing treasure. Even as those thoughts ran through his head, a shout rang out from behind him, specifically from his pursuer, who was a young man with beautiful facial features. The youth didn't seem to care at all about the dramatic upheavals and was completely focused on chasing the captain. Were there any other Fire Moon cultivators present, they would instantly recognize this young man. He was actually the #1 Fire Moon chosen. He was the mighty and famous Sir Firedark. Being the #1 chosen, with a position and status far above everyone else, there wasn't anyone among his contemporaries who would dare to provoke him. By extension, there were few situations in which he had chased someone like this, but here it was happening right out in the open. What was even more noteworthy was that Sir Firedark was clearly in bad shape. His expression was grim, and his eyes burned with killing intent, as if the captain was so vile to him he couldn't stand to live under the same sky as him. For something like this to happen was extremely rare. Voice both vulgar and emotional, the captain shouted, "Little swallow, what are you chasing a manly man like me for? My heart belongs to another, just give up." With that, he accelerated through the rainforest. A crazy look just barely visible within his eyes. His words caused the pursuing Sir Firedark's eyes to turn even more bloodshot. Killing intent spiking, he gritted his teeth and continued the chase. A storm had hit the mountain and sea region, and the middle of it was the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. Xu Qing was also feeling shaken by the terrifying aura coming from 3,000 meters beneath the surface of the muck. He felt like a rowboat in the middle of a raging sea, on the verge of being ripped to shreds. Clearly, taking the final skull had triggered this change in the shrine. Resolving the situation would be simple. Xu Qing could just put the skull back, but he wasn't willing to do that. He had already fished out 8, and this was the final one to make the set complete. Giving up just wasn't an option. What was more, Xu Qing had the strong premonition that fishing out the 9th skull would provoke some dramatic transformation to the other skulls. He had no way to know exactly what it would be, but it would surely be dramatic. The downside was that he was going to have to pay a heavy price to get the 9th skull. Forcibly fishing it out was provoking an absolutely terrifying aura from the shrine. This was a god that was superior to Crimson Mother, and Xu Qing knew full well that he wasn't in the position to fight against power like that. In the past, before he learned about the history of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, he wouldn't have hesitated to give up in a moment like this. After all, staying alive was the most important thing. But now, he understood the truth about Fire Moon Darkheaven history. Because of that, Xu Qing felt that he was in position to succeed at snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Mentally, he reviewed the situation in the cave below. The shrine was suppressed by 3 gods. The fact that the spider god is stirring means that he's definitely affecting the sealing marks of those gods. Considering what I know about history, it seems there must be some animosity between the 3 gods and the spider god. With such thoughts on his mind, Xu Qing's eyes shone with determination, as well as a bit of the craziness that had just appeared in the captain's eyes. Sometimes in life, you can't just follow the compass and obey the measuring stick. Sometimes, you have to put things on the line. The energy of fishing the moon in the well had been affected by the upheaval and was on the verge of collapsing. Even the captain's formation was in bad shape and clearly wouldn't last much longer. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing unleashed all of his cultivation base and godly power. It became a surge of force that entered fishing the moon in the well, grabbed the final skull, and viciously fished it up. As the sound of splashing water echoed out, Xu Qing shivered from head to toe. The force of fishing up the skull had nearly destroyed his body. He was now covered with so many wounds he looked like he was made of blood. By paying that price, he was now able to lift his soaked hand to look at the 9th skull resting on the palm. Without taking any time to think, he put it in his mouth, then shot straight up into the air as even more wild fluctuations rolled up from the muck. There was also an awakening will that began to spread out. The sky cracked, the lands crumbled, the end of days had arrived. A chanting from ancient times spread out in all directions, causing everything to tremble as a huge vortex formed. The spinning of the vortex kicked up masses of muck, and though it started slowly and only about 3,000 meters across, in the blink of an eye, it was spinning rapidly and had expanded to tens if not hundreds of thousands of meters. In fact, it quickly covered all of the Nindon's forbidden lands, spinning faster and faster and sending muck spraying everywhere. At the same time, the area 3,000 meters below the surface was made visible by the vortex. The cave was now open to the world. As for the shrine there, it began to float upward. It cast light that illuminated the dome of heaven, and from a distance, it was possible to see that the gray fog was being dispelled. The powerful fluctuations from the shrine carried the chanting to every corner of the mountain and sea region. Instantly, the howling of the beasts intensified, causing the souls of the cultivators to tremble. The mountain and sea region was fully erupting. The source of it all, the spider god, was now showing even more signs of awakening. Sunfire's power was affixed to the spider's forehead. The spider's body had traces of moonfire and was surrounded by evidence of starfire. But all of those things were weakening and clearly on the verge of being discarded. Hai's eyes fluttered as if they were about to open. 1. Seeing that, Xu Qing started breathing heavily. He was currently right over the vortex, trying to get away. The gray fog swept up toward him, surrounding him and bolstering him. Unfortunately, that level of blessing didn't help very much when dealing with this spider god. As the sensation of awakening grew stronger, a gravitational force erupted, sweeping over Xu Qing and preventing him from fleeing. Instead, he tumbled in the opposite direction. Apparently, he wouldn't be allowed to leave unless he abandoned that skull. Visit FREYAWEBNOVEL.com for the novel reading experience. Don't tell me I was wrong. Are the 3 gods not connected to this spider god? In that critical moment, in which Xu Qing started pondering whether or not to give up, something dramatic happened. The branch from Sunfire that was stabbed into the spider god's forehead emerged by about an inch. But then, dazzling light shone out from it. It was like the light of the sun, filling heaven and earth. To Xu Qing, it felt as if an actual sun was emerging from the spider god's forehead. A howl of anguish erupted from the spider god. The sound entered Xu Qing's mind and caused blood to spray out of his mouth. It was too much for him to sustain. Thankfully, because Xu Qing's violet crystal now had all 9 skulls, the gray fog was now like a part of him as well, and it helped dispel the force. Simultaneously, the 4 spears from Moonfire became sharper. Exuding a sense of frigid cold, they blurred into numerous afterimages, then once again stabbed into the spider god. A moan of agony echoed out. Finally, the 8 clay jars from Starfear seemed to get much heavier. The vortex spinning in the Nindon's forbidden lands suddenly stopped moving. The shrine that had been rising up shivered. Then the combined power of the sun, moon, and star gods forced it back down into the cave. The gravitational force faded. Xu Qing trembled. The moan from the spider god had filled him with intense pain, causing his fleshly body to crumble further and his soul to go dim. Without the protection of the gray fog, he would have been destroyed in body and soul. Forcing himself to stay focused, he took advantage of the waning of the gravitational force to start moving at top speed. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he broke free. Soon he was some 3,000 meters away. Without the slightest hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue to prevent himself from going unconscious. FRYAEWEB ETA OVEL. C Cyrillic letter 473M. When he was around 50 kilometers away, a huge shockwave rolled out thanks to the pressure from the 3 gods. Gasping for breath, Xu Qing turned around to take a look. The spider god's shrine was still above the vortex. Higher in the sky, something majestic and awe-inspiring appeared. There were 3 enormous shrines. One shrine was shaped like a chariot, and within it was enshrined a sun. One shrine had the form of a phoenix palace, and enshrined within it was a moon. One shrine looked like a red sedan, and enshrined within it was a star. When they appeared, golden light filled the sky. Then they viciously dropped down. 1. In real life, spiders don't have eyelids and cannot open and close their eyes. But at the same time, in real life, spiders don't have 16 legs. What's more, there are no spiders that are gods, at least not that I have personally met. Thankfully, this is a mythological fantasy world, not real life. Chapter 865. A figure on a mountain of bone ash. Ripples spread through heaven and earth, going out in all directions. Xu Qing, meanwhile, was surrounded by countless wisps of gray fog. It was the essence power of the mages, and was the only reason he could stay so close and also watch what was happening. However, after only a quick glance, he turned back around and kept going. From a distance, it was possible to see the gray fog swirling around him, blessing him and augmenting his speed. Around 10 breaths of time later, Xu Qing vanished over the horizon. There was about 30% less fog in the area. More precisely, about 30% of the fog in the central area ended up leaving, as though it possessed a life of its own. It went with Xu Qing, making it seem as if the fog in the Nindon's forbidden lands had been split into 2 portions. About 4 hours later, the fog on the border of the Nindon's forbidden lands seethed and parted. The actual border was now visible to the outside world. Soon, a huge ball of fog shot out from inside. The fog was terrifying, and was so dense that it was like a huge gray vortex. The cultivators in the area who could see it were completely stunned. The vortex of fog was nothing short of stunning. From the time the Nindon's forbidden lands formed until now, it was the first time the fog had ever gone past the border. There was a figure in the vortex. It was none other than Xu Qing. He had successfully emerged from the Nindon's forbidden lands. Those who entered the place were forever bound by the karma of the gray fog. As a result, they could never leave. But Xu Qing came up with the idea of taking the fog with him. As for the tumultuous upheavals deep inside, he didn't have time to consider their ramifications. The moment he appeared outside, he accelerated and shot off into the distance. He desperately needed to find a place to hole up and recover from his injuries. At the moment, he wasn't able to bring the gray fog inside of him, which made it very eye-catching. If things proceeded in this manner, he would have a hard time concealing himself. Given his current state, he would be in a very bad position if he ran into Master Stillwinter or one of the other major chosen. He needed more time to be able to absorb the gray fog. Dropping down out of the air, he slammed onto the ground and pierced down beneath the surface, taking the fog with him. When he passed the 3,000-meter point, there was no longer any trace of the fog outside. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. That said, he knew this location wasn't completely safe, as he was still quite close to the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. Gritting his teeth, he continued onward under the ground. About a day later, he found a good hiding spot. It was a mountain range in the depths of the rainforest. The mountains were a good place to conceal the gray fog and also formed a natural protective barrier. Xu Qing carved out a cave under the mountains and settled down cross-legged. There's no point in trying to find a different hiding spot. I need to stay out of sight of the other great hunt participants, not the three gods. If the three gods want to find me, it doesn't matter where I'm hiding in the mountain and sea region. They'll find me. After weighing matters up, he closed his eyes and let the violet light from the violet crystal spread through himself. The time had come to focus on recovery. 3 days later, Xu Qing opened his eyes, and they glittered with a lingering violet glow. His external injuries were all healed, but his internal injuries were still in the process of recovering. He had sustained some very serious wounds. Even the violet crystal needed time to fix them. That said, his battle prowess was in good shape. Next up, I need to bring the gray fog into the violet crystal. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. He was fully aware that the gray fog hadn't followed him, but rather 9 dawns, 9 skulls. After some thought, he sent his mind into the violet crystal in the hopes of having it absorb the gray fog. Considering it involved deeply studying the 9 skulls, it wasn't something that happened quickly. But as he proceeded with his work, the gray fog slowly started to seep from the surrounding soil and into the violet crystal. Bit by bit, it entered his chest. It was a slow process. 2 days later, the violet crystal glittered brightly. He opened his eyes. It took effort, but I got my mark onto all 9 of the skulls. Now they're unified, and also, they aren't working against me. He put his right hand in front of his chest. Mage essence. As the words left his mouth, violet light flared around him, within which were 9 skulls. They looked vicious, but at the same time were exuding a sensation that made them seem like they had the same essence as Xu Qing. Return. He performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, then pushed it out. The gray fog meandering around him suddenly stopped moving. Then it went crazy, piercing madly through the soil toward the 9 skulls. The fog diminished. Gray flesh started to build up on the 9 skulls. Ultimately, as the fog continued to pour into the 9 skulls, something big happened. They became lanterns of flesh. They were gray in color, and the flesh that covered them was actually gray fog. As they slowly rotated around Xu Qing, they also flickered with violet light. Xu Qing looked around at the 9 lanterns made from the 9 Dawn's skulls. He could sense that they had the same essence as him, although the connection to him was weak, as though it might be wiped away at any moment. In the final analysis, it was because they were sealed in the violet crystal. It wasn't that they were truly fused with him. In other words, they weren't completely his. They're still partially foreign to me. At the same time, thanks to having all 9 skulls, the memory fragments within his mind were now complete. He now had a complete picture of that part of ancient history. For the most part, it all conformed to his previous speculations. It was a story of betrayal and backstabbing. The memory fragments didn't contain any details about what happened later in history. After all, the memories in the skulls ended with 9 Dawn's death. The memory fragments didn't explain why the Grand Steward had done what he did. Nor was there any explanation about when the 3 gods of sun, moon, and stars showed up, or why. Given the clues he had, it was hard to even speculate what happened. Perhaps the 3 gods and the spider god were once part of the same faction, or maybe they came along later and just took over. Regardless, there was likely one particular day in which God Mountain appeared in the dome of heaven over the territory of the Darkheaven Archmage people. The mountain descended, and 3 gods emerged, mighty and glorious. Because of their arrival, the Darkheaven Archmages changed into the Fire Moon Darkheavens, and then history led them to their current heights of glory. Given how things ended up, Xu Qing could only come to the conclusion that this species had both upsides and downsides. Regardless of the downsides, in the end, the species survived and eventually rose to prominence. Regardless of the upsides, the betrayal that had played out in the past was both tragic and sorrowful. That was especially true considering that, in the modern era, Nine-Dons had been vilified and said to be the Grand Steward's mount, and the beasts that had descended from the slain archmages suffered a similar fate. The fact that later generations had fabricated their own version of history left Xu Qing sighing deeply. Only those who survive qualify to write history, and thus the Grand Steward made himself look like the hero. Apparently, the gods were willing to go along with that. Xu Qing thought about how he'd witnessed those 3 gods suppressing the spider god shrine. And then he thought about the enigmatic smile on the face of the captain back in the city when Xu Qing had been doing research into the Nine-Dons' forbidden lands. Back then, the captain had pulled a shrimp apart into 2 pieces. Now Xu Qing understood. The shrimp represented a blind person, unable to see the truth of a completely fabricated story. 1. Xu Qing shook his head. As for when the 3 gods showed up, and whether or not they were connected to the larger conspiracy, it was frankly irrelevant to Xu Qing right now. Right now, the most important thing is that I have to take the Nine-Dons' skulls sealed in my violet crystal and convert them into battle prowess, or improve my cultivation base. I need to truly fuse with them. Xu Qing already had an idea of how to do that. I currently have 3 god troves, 1 Emperor's Sword secret trove, and 1 incomplete trove that's in the Great Circle. Previously, I could form it by entering a state like Crimson Mother, but that comes with potential calamities. Right now, if I could turn Nine-Dons into a secret trove, then I could solve all my problems. Nine-Dons reached the peak of the Tao of Mages. Considering how seriously the spider god took him, it was obvious that his personhood must not have been any weaker than Crimson Mother. In fact, it was probably higher. It would make perfect sense to use this for my 5th secret trove. In that case, it would be a mage trove. With it as a mage trove, it would obviously be completely part of me. I wouldn't need to worry about losing it. And the Nine-Dons fog could be a great asset to use. Xu Qing's eyes glittered mysteriously. The intensity of the mage essence fog made it obvious that it rejected gods and cultivation base alike. It was extremely domineering. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Xu Qing rose to his feet, his expression serious. Turning in the direction of the Nine-Dons' forbidden lands, he bowed deeply at the waist. That bow was for karma, and it was an expression of respect for true glory. Then Xu Qing sat down, closed his eyes, and got to work. Some distance away in the depths of the Nine-Dons' forbidden lands, the 3 shrines had completed their task. Thus, they faded away, and the marsh went back to normal. Fog swirled, covering everything. Beneath the muck, the spider god's sealing marks were stronger than ever, and the last scraps of energy that had been released were about to fade away. The bone ash mountain was back to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. New novel chapters are published on FREEWYABNU EL Retroflex.com. However, in the depths of that mountain, a sigh echoed out. There was a figure hidden in the depths of the bone ash. He was extremely ancient and unmoving, almost like a corpse. But just now, his eyes had opened. Were any Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivator there to see him, they would be completely and utterly astonished. He looked exactly like the very same Grand Steward who had perished many, many years ago. 1. As I mentioned in a footnote in chapter 846 when the shrimp thing happened, in Chinese, the word for shrimp and blind are pronounced exactly the same. In this passage, an additional character is added to the blind character to create the common word for blind person. Chapter 866, 5th Secret Trove, Mage Trove. 7 days passed in a flash. The big stir in the mountain and sea region ended after the Nine-Dons' forbidden lands was sealed again. The beasts in the region stopped howling. The struggle that had emerged from their souls and blood went away, and they went back to being animals. However, the Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivators participating in the Great Hunt were unable to calm their hearts. All sorts of speculations ran wild among them. Many of them used different ways to confirm the source of the upheaval. And as a result, most of them kept their distance from the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. Because the mountains that were Xu Qing's hiding place were comparatively close to the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands, not many people passed through. Add in the fact that he was well concealed, and the violet crystal had absorbed the gray fog, it ensured that nobody discovered him. 7 peaceful days passed in which Xu Qing was fully immersed in working on the Nine Dawn's mage trove. He wanted complete control of the Nine Dawn's skulls. They needed to be a part of him, and thus, he had no choice but to make them into a mage trove. However, it wasn't exactly a simple process. First, he needed to fully fuse with the 9 skulls, and to do that, he needed the foundation of a secret trove in his sea of consciousness to put them in. The foundation was extremely important for this secret trove. For one thing, there needed to be a spot for the skulls. What was more, it would be integral to the fusion process. After some thought, Xu Qing made a decision. The flesh would be the foundation, and the bones would be the mountain. During the 7 days that passed, he tapped into his own flesh, bringing it into his sea of consciousness to build the secret trove foundation. The process required a huge amount of flesh, so much so that normally speaking Xu Qing would never have been able to meet the requirement. At a certain point, he thought about the white wind from the Greenhair Badlands in the Moonright region. It was a terrifying and chaotic wind that caused random growths of flesh and blood. Back in the Greenhair Badlands, anyone who the wind touched would develop bizarre deformities that could ultimately lead to them becoming a mountain of flesh, then dying. Xu Qing had done a lot of studying and experimentation before ultimately using that wind as the basis for his curse-equaling lozenge. One thing he was certain of was that the deformed flesh was part of the body that grew it. After some more thought, Xu Qing gritted his teeth and took out some pills from his bag of holding that contained the white wind. He consumed them, and almost immediately, chaotic growths of flesh appeared all over him. 7 or 8 arms, dozens of legs, a few heads. In a very short time, his body became large and bloated. As the flesh grew, Xu Qing carefully cut it off. Thus, the secret trove foundation began to take shape in his sea of consciousness. The more white wind pills he consumed, the more chaotic flesh grew. It was very dramatic, and on a few occasions it grew so quickly he nearly turned into a mountain of flesh. At the same time, he was assailed by sensations of weakness. Thankfully, the violet crystal was hard at work keeping his strength up. Ultimately, he built a 30,000-meter-tall mountain of flesh in his sea of consciousness. That was his limit. Every single bit of that flesh belonged to him, and as the foundation of his secret trove, it was naturally part of his essence. Atop the mountain of flesh were piles of his own bones, 9 in total. From the look of it, the 9 piles of bones were all made of skulls. He did it that way in imitation of the setup of the cave in the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. The land was made of his own flesh. The bone mountains were made from his own bones. When it was done, he opened his eyes from his position underneath the mountain range that was his hiding place. His face was pale, and he felt very weak. Even his eyes were dull. It had been extremely draining to do this. Letter 192 REEWEB ETA OVE letter 2113, calm. But at the same time, light glittered in his eyes. The foundation of flesh and bone is done. Next, I absorb it. Xu Qing looked up at the 9 lanterns floating around him. Lifting his right hand, he pointed out, and one of the lanterns trembled and flew over to him. It touched his finger, and then was absorbed inside of him. It reappeared in his sea of consciousness atop the 30,000-meter mountain of flesh, where it landed on one of the piles of bones. The instant it landed, the gray fog within it poured out and entered the pile of bones. When the process was complete, the pile of bones trembled, and the gray fog transformed into flesh. At the same time, 2 black flames appeared within the previously empty eye sockets. Visit FRYAEWEB, NO, Cyrillic letter 475 EL. Co for the best novel reading experience. All of a sudden, the roar of an ox echoed out from the skull. Next, its shape transformed into that of an ox clad in a golden suit of armor. It had a draconic head, and when it threw its head back and roared, the sound was like the chanting of a god. Mage Life Ox Dragon 1. As it appeared, its energy surged, and Xu Qing's sea of consciousness trembled. It was now completely connected to him. What was more, Xu Qing realized that this ox dragon was one of 9 dawns, mage states from long ago. 9 skulls, 9 different mage states. Seeing that this method worked, Xu Qing excitedly performed an incantation gesture, pulling the second lantern inside of him. It soon landed on the second pile of bones, where another animal took shape. It was a jackal-like animal with a draconic head. It emanated a sense of violence and brutality, and seemed to personify death. Its pitch-black color and towering killing intent left Xu Qing feeling shaken. It was like the ultimate warrior. The shocking killing intent Xu Qing had experienced when facing Master Stillwinter was like nothing compared to that coming off of this beast. Along with the killing intent came a deafening roar. Mage Life, Jackal Dragon. Such formidable killing intent, Xu Qing was truly shaken. A moment later, his sea of consciousness went calm, and he waved his right hand and pointed toward the next 3 lanterns. After absorbing the 3 lanterns, they flew toward the 3rd, 4th, and 5th pile of bones. The moment they were in his sea of consciousness, an incredible tempest raged. 3 fantastic creatures appeared, all of them imbued with a spirit that could conquer mountains and rivers. Xu Qing trembled as though his body couldn't sustain the force, and he had to rely on the regenerative powers of the violet crystal. He also sent out soul threads, entering his 3rd-level god state. 3 beasts appeared. The first was somewhat blurry, making it difficult to see clearly. It left behind a string of afterimages as it moved with such speed it bordered on teleportation. It was just barely possible to see that it looked somewhat like a winged lizard. It was also surrounded by a constant, screaming wind. Mage Life, Phoenix Dragon. The 4th looked almost completely like a dragon, except it was much smaller than the other beasts. It floated there peacefully for a moment, then suddenly opened its mouth and released a heaven-rending, earth-crushing roar. Mage Life, Roaring Dragon. The sound caused Xu Qing to shake from head to toe and provoked instabilities in his 3rd-level god state. He quickly entered the 4th-level god state to compensate. The 5th beast was completely and utterly shocking. It was shaped like a lion and was surrounded by an aura of smoke and fire. It hovered above the 5th pile of bones, emanating incredible majesty that seemed to surpass everything in heaven and earth. Within the swirling joss flame, it seemed like an actual god. Its deep roar echoed out in all directions. Mage Life, Lion Dragon. The sensation from the 5th beast caused Xu Qing's mind to feel like it would split apart. It was just too strong. Although he still wasn't sure what any of these beasts could actually do, from their auras, he could sense that they were vastly more terrifying than the ghost chariot he had seen in the past. Eyes gleaming with determination, he calmed his sea of consciousness, then pointed at the rest of the lanterns. The 6th, 7th, and 8th piles of bones surged with the fire of the underworld as additional beasts appeared. One of them had the head of a dragon and the body of a turtle. It pulsed with something extremely domineering, to the point where Xu Qing felt like his sea of consciousness might not be able to sustain it. Mage Life, Turtle Dragon. Next came a beast with the body of a tiger and the head of a dragon, with a mouth full of huge teeth. The moment it appeared, a sensation of sealing emanated off it, rippling through Xu Qing's mind and spreading to the outside. The entire mountain range blurred as it entered a state of being sealed. Within that sealed area could be heard an echoing chant. Mage Life, Tiger Dragon. Next came a beast that looked like a dragon, except that it was slender and elegant. As it swirled about, it emanated blue light that nourished the sea of consciousness. Xu Qing's soul felt cool and relaxed, as if it had suddenly been encased in a suit of armor. It was a silent and constant blessing to his soul. His eyes shone brightly as he sensed the blessing and realized how astonishingly beneficial it was. It's like the blessing of a god. As he came to understand that, the beast's voice echoed out softly. Mage life, graceful dragon. Next was the final lantern. After absorbing it, the lantern appeared above the 9th pile of bones. The mountain beneath it trembled, and as the underworld flame lit up, a creature appeared with the head of a dragon, the body of a lion, and the tail of a fish. There was no heaven-shaking, earth-shattering blast of energy. There were no strange and gruish phenomena, but when it appeared, it looked at Xu Qing, and his fleshly body trembled. He felt his previous injuries being completely healed, along with his soul. It was as if they had received the ultimate blessing. What was even stranger was that all the fluctuations that had filled his sea of consciousness faded away. It was as if this beast's gaze caused everything to reverse. Mage life, fish dragon. 9 Dawn's 9 skulls had fused with Xu Qing's flesh. His skulls formed the connection. The mage life states had all appeared. Next, the foundation of flesh sank down, and rumbling sounds echoed out as the 9 beasts roared in unison, the sound converging as if to light an enormous furnace. Rumble. The 5th secret trove was complete. The mage trove was finished. The aura of the great circle of spirit troves spread out from Xu Qing in all directions. 1. The translator note for this chapter contains information about the draconic beasts in this chapter. I suggest just reading the chapter first, then reading the background info in the note. Chapter 867, Target Master Stillwinter. The mountain range trembled. Cracks appeared in the boulders, spreading out rapidly from the spot where Xu Qing was holed up. They proliferated like a spider web, growing increasingly dense. After 3 breaths of time passed, the entire massive mountain collapsed as surely as if it had been made from clumps of dust that lost their ability to adhere to each other. The wind blew, causing something like a sandstorm to spread in all directions. What also spread was the terrifying aura from the depths of the ground. There was something domineering about that aura, and also something as majestic as a god. It spread out like a shock wave. Wherever it passed, huge ravines opened up the ground. At the same time, the plants in the surrounding rainforest wilted and became part of the sandstorm. The same thing happened to any beasts nearby. The effects spread for about 500 kilometers before they stopped. At the very center of the sandstorm, in what had once been the mountain range, were countless ravines snaking out from a central crater. Floating up from the bottom of the crater was a person. He exuded a pressure that would shake anyone to the core and cause the sandstorm to become even more violent. The wind affected the dome of heaven, which also transformed thanks to the emergence of this figure. Black fire radiated off him, filling the ravines and making the entire place seem like the Yellow Springs, full of death and slaughter. Countless soul threads whipped about, obscuring the sky and surrounding the figure. In the gaps between the fire and the soul threads, it was possible to see a young man. His facial features weren't clear, but he had a long head of hair that glittered with violet light within the fire. As he emerged from the crater and hovered in the sandstorm, his black robe whipped in the wind, making him seem unusually fierce. He looked up. His features were spectacularly good-looking, like a god that no one would dare to profane. He had a cold, apathetic look in his eyes, and on his forehead glittered a nefarious, circular mark that was the sign of a mage. He was none other than Xu Qing. Spirit Trove, Great Circle. He looked down at the ravines below, then at the soul threads around him. He took a deep breath. He had spent more time in Spirit Trove than any other level. It wasn't because of the difficulty level, per se, but rather because his secret troves were all different from the ordinary kind. Other people had secret troves. He had God troves, an emperor trove, and a mage trove. Because his standard was set so high, he had to take his time. Now he had finally reached the Great Circle. However, in order to break through to void returning, he needed to meet a certain requirement. Heavenly Daos. His eyes glittered. What he wanted now was to go to the place where his eldest brother said it was possible to acquire heavenly Daos. And that was the 3rd round of the Great Hunt, which was held in a god domain. When the fire moon dark heavens open the god domain, I should be able to reach void returning. Right now, I lack 4 heavenly Daos. However, it's a totally different picture when it comes to my battle prowess. After some thought, he stopped worrying about the future. He exercised a thought, and soul threads began to wrap around him. In the blink of an eye, he had formed his first-level god state. That gave him battle prowess equivalent to first-stage void returning. Next, the soul threads converged, and his second-level god state appeared. The fluctuations of second-stage void returning battle prowess spread out. More soul threads appeared as his third-level god state formed. Third-stage void returning power rocked the area. Things weren't done yet, though. As the last of his soul threads emerged, so did his fourth-level god state. The Crimson Mother form was the ultimate manifestation of the god state. The battle prowess of fourth-stage void returning swept through the sky, shook the lands, caused the air to vibrate, and made mutagen flourish. Most up-to-date novels are published on Letter 192, GEEWYAB-NOVEL.com. This used to be his most powerful state, as it combined his cultivation base power and all the godly authority he had developed up to this point. Both his sundials and his violet moon were part of it. This was my ultimate state before acquiring the 9 Dawn skulls, but now... He closed his eyes, and his 5th secret trove erupted like a volcanic furnace. The roars of the different 9 Dawn's skulls echoed out from within him. The sky trembled. The clouds split apart. The air vibrated. The 9 skulls of 9 Dawns appeared in the open, swirling about to create a huge vortex. Each one looked different, but they all worked together to form crushing power. It looked extremely ghastly. After the fluctuations couldn't get more intense, the ox dragon emerged from the vortex, turning into an illusory totem that shot toward Xu Qing and formed a helmet around his head. It could bolster all of Xu Qing's abilities that were related to sound. When Xu Qing was in his 4th-level god state, his voice sounded like the chanting of a god. With the blessing of the ox dragon, that chanting became even more terrifying. Next, the phoenix dragon flew out of the vortex and merged with Xu Qing. A pair of black wings appeared behind him, each flap of which sent gale force winds out in all directions. It provided a huge boost to his speed. Next came the roaring dragon, the tiger dragon, and the fish dragon. The roaring dragon became vambraces and boosted divine abilities and magical techniques, and would thus improve his battle prowess dramatically. The tiger dragon became a breastplate, which would boost his sealing abilities. Whether it was D-132 or anything else, in this state, they would be far more terrifying. As for the fish dragon, it was the backplate, and it had a simple function. It could mitigate any type of disastrous attack. Next came the turtle dragon and the graceful dragon. The former filled in the rest of the torso armor, covering all other vital spots, and boosting Xu Qing's fleshly body defense power. Going forward, Xu Qing's defenses would be astonishing. The latter had a similar function, except not for the fleshly body, but rather the soul. In this state, the undying graceful dragon would make Xu Qing's soul unable to perish. Going forward, he would have defenses for his body and soul that were vastly different compared to before. Most unique was the lion dragon. Its function was a surprise even to Xu Qing. It didn't turn into armor, but rather into smoke that floated behind him, connected to the dome of heaven, and blessed his godliness. With its blessing, his 4th-level god state was improved from the god source up. Xu Qing could only speculate that the lion dragon didn't do this before, but had experienced some sort of mutation after being suppressed and devoured by the spider god. That was the only explanation as to why the lion dragon of 9 Dawns would have something to do with gods. Forgetting about that for the moment, Xu Qing focused on the final of the 9 Dawns skulls. It was the jackal dragon. It turned into a terrifying mask that flew onto Xu Qing's face. It boosted slaughter. Going forward, all of his magical treasures and weapons would benefit from it and become more deadly and fierce. As it connected with his face, the canopy of heaven dimmed, rumbling echoed out, and lightning crashed like dancing silver snakes. The sandstorm became more violent as Xu Qing hovered there, looking completely different from before. He was now a Gruish combination of a god state and a mage state. The grayish-black dragon armor was somber, desolate, and mysterious. The Nine Dawn's totems pulsed with an ancient, wild aura. He had wings behind him, and a violet moon hovering above. Beneath the dragon armor was a god body, thus combining the mage and the god. A thick gray fog spread out around him, filling heaven and earth, pulsing outward in a way that could shake the heart and mind. Being in this state gave Xu Qing a very unique feeling. He could turn the canopy of heaven black with a thought. He could shatter the lands with a gaze. He could eradicate all living beings with no effort. He could ignore natural laws with the wave of a hand. So, this is the battle prowess of the great circle of void returning. Thinking back to the major chosen of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people that he had encountered, his eyes gleamed. He could tell that with the full set of Nine Dawn skulls blessing him, his battle prowess surpassed fourth stage void returning and reached the level of the Great Circle. Just like Chu Shishin, Fan Shishwang, and Master Stillwinter, his battle prowess existed at a peak level. This was Xu Qing's strongest state. But it isn't the strongest state for my mage trove. Based on the memory fragments from the Nine Dawn skulls, the mage state wasn't like this originally. From what Xu Qing saw in the memory fragments, when Nine Dawns sat outside the god-rejecting mage formation, he had a boundless gray fog behind him. In the depths of that fog was a colossal creature with a terrifying aura. It was something that could extinguish heaven and pulverize the earth, but it was not dragon-shaped. Rather, it was humanoid. That was the true mage state of Antimage Nine Dawns, of the Darkheaven Archmages. Moved, Xu Qing tried to pull more out from his mage trove, but no matter what he did, it didn't produce any sort of supernatural phenomena. It was as if certain imperceptible limitations had settled onto his heart and mind. It was an impenetrable barrier that he couldn't bypass. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed the situation. I guess I'm not strong enough to do it now. Either that, or I need to have 4 heavenly Daos and break into void returning first. Maybe then I can truly unleash Nine Dawns' mage state. Having concluded that this was the best way to think of it, Xu Qing put such thoughts aside and looked off into the distance. Thinking back to everything that he had experienced in the mountain and sea region, from when he encountered Master Stillwinter to the chase into the Nine Dawns' forbidden lands, he had experienced a lot of deadly situations, but had also benefited greatly. Coupled with the true history he had witnessed, he felt indescribable emotions. After a time, his eyes shimmered with cold light. Since I made it out of the Nine Dawns' forbidden lands, now, I need to find Master Stillwinter. As killing intent appeared in his eyes and thunder crashed above, he shot off into the distance. Chapter 868, Waiting to Fight You. The second round of the Great Hunt was destined to be soaked with blood. Things were on a completely different level than they had been in previous Great Hunts. For example, the dramatic events in the mountain and sea region were totally unprecedented. Although the 3 god shrines had ultimately come to suppress the heart of the Nine Dawns' forbidden lands, before that happened, the fluctuations of the spider god had caused all the beasts in the region to be filled with bloodlust. The mountain and sea region, which had already been filled with fierce beasts, became even more brutal. There were even some areas where the beasts stampeded out of control. The result was that the cultivators participating in the Great Hunt had to become even more ruthless. On a nearly daily basis, there were Fire Moon cultivators who died in the region, lending their flesh and blood to the soil as nutrients. Some people took advantage of the chaos to achieve successes that normally wouldn't have been possible. Some of them won very precious mounts. But overall, the mountain and sea region was doomed to descend into chaos. Xu Qing sensed it, immediately, once he left his session of secluded meditation in the mountains. The first thing he saw was a large group of beasts stamping by. They looked like horses, except they had 6 legs and the heads of snakes. They were called fire treaders. The reason for the name was that when they galloped, green flames would appear beneath their hooves. Wherever they went, green fire abounded, and it could even immolate souls. In the fire that surrounded them, it was possible to see the souls of both beasts and cultivators, trapped and shrieking in agony. As Xu Qing floated up into the air, the fire treaders exhaled green smoke and rushed in his direction. But then Xu Qing released a bit of the aura of Nine Dawns. It was just a bit, but it caused the raging fire treaders to suddenly shiver, stop in place, then prostrate toward the canopy of heaven while howling in anguish. Those howls weren't because of any injury they were sustaining, but rather because of the bitterness and sorrow they felt in their souls. It was an instinct that came from their blood. The blood of Antimage Nindons was paramount in these lands, and most of the beasts in the mountain and sea region descended from Nindons' archmage subordinates. When they sensed Nindon's aura, it drew out memories from their blood. Xu Qing stopped and looked at the prostrating fire treaders, then shot off into the dome of heaven. As he traveled, similar scenes played out repeatedly. For example, at one point, a flock of birds that normally didn't hesitate to unleash a storm of violence all stopped in place when Xu Qing neared. Trembling, they bowed and let loose cries of anguish. It really emphasized to Xu Qing how sorrowful the beasts were, as well as the status Nindons commanded. In fact, he gradually started to feel as if this entire area belonged to him. But that feeling was really the result of Nindon's emotion. Xu Qing didn't like being affected in that way, so he blotted out all of Nindon's emotions. The source of this content is free web novel, Com Hook. He picked up speed. A few hours later, his eyes gleamed as he found what he had been looking for. It was a middle-aged Saya cultivator being chased by mountain sparrows. He clearly had some skills, because despite being chased by multiple mountain sparrows, he was about to make his escape. But then, a calm voice slammed into his mind like a bolt of heavenly lightning. Be sealed. It was a sealing magic bolstered by Nindon's Tiger Dragon, which was unusually exceptional, and locked down the entire area surrounding the Saya cultivator. In the blink of an eye, he shivered, then stopped in place. He was unable to move, with his fleshly body and his soul both completely immobilized. The pursuing mountain sparrows shivered as if they had just been given new orders. Turning in place, they flew off into the distance. The Saya remained, completely immobile in midair, his heart raging with astonishment. Then a figure appeared, strolling toward him, surrounded by black fire. The moment the Saya cultivator saw his face, a tempest erupted within him. He recognized Xu Qing. Based on the information he'd been given, Xu Qing was supposed to have been killed by Master Stillwinter. But here was Xu Qing right in front of him. The shock caused the Saya cultivator's body to instinctively want to tremble, except he was sealed so tightly he couldn't even do that. His eyes were absolutely poolsing with astonishment and terror. What was more, as Xu Qing neared and flames built up around the Saya cultivator, intense pain swept through his fleshly body. But what was most terrifying to him was the pressure radiating off Xu Qing. The pressure alone caused cracks to start spreading out on his skin. It felt like facing a smoldering god. "Where's Master Stillwinter?" Xu Qing asked coolly. The seal binding the Saya loosened slightly, but at first, the only thing that came out was a sharp gasp of shock, and he finally was able to tremble thanks to the sensation of imminent death. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything to get rid of that deathly sensation. All he could do was shake his head, because he had no idea where Master Stillwinter was. "Don't know," Xu Qing asked, his expression placid. He waved his hand, and a soul thread spread out, wrapped around the Saya, and then viciously dragged him behind Xu Qing. Xu Qing had only bound the Saya's cultivation base, not his ability to speak. What was more, the sealing was so incredible that it allowed Xu Qing to open his bag of holding and check what was inside. All he had was a transmission jade slip. Xu Qing didn't plan to kill him right away. After all, it seemed a lot more convenient to get Master Stillwinter to come to him rather than try to track him down. That said, he needed the cooperation of the Saya cultivator. Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior flew out and started circling around the Saya, occasionally flying close enough to slice open wounds on his flesh. The sensation of frigid cold caused the Saya cultivator to tremble. A projection of the Patriarch appeared, seated cross-legged atop the iron skewer. Looking at the Saya, he said, "Are you going to save yourself? Or would you like me to help you? Just pick a spot and I can poke some holes there. You'd better hope people like you or else." Ha. When the Saya cultivator saw the look in the Patriarch's eyes, he unhesitatingly did as requested and sent some messages to fellow members of his species asking for them to save him. Xu Qing flew along, dragging the Saya behind him with soul threads. The Saya's messages included some devious tricks, but Xu Qing didn't care. The more people who came, the better. Unfortunately, whether it was because Xu Qing's reputation was too ferocious, or the Saya wasn't very popular, after several hours passed, not one member of his species showed up to save him. Xu Qing, starting to get impatient, accelerated. A few days passed. During that time, the Saya's pleas for help grew weaker and weaker. It didn't matter how Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior threatened him, the Saya was helpless to do anything other than moan. Thankfully, the more people he contacted, the more words spread. As the days passed, Xu Qing occasionally encountered white marshes or Sayas, and he would immediately attack them, bind them, and start dragging them behind him. He now had dozens of them. All of them were overwhelmed with despair. With Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior tormenting and threatening them, they kept sending out messages for help. At the same time, their cries grew increasingly hoarse. The very first Saya cultivator Xu Qing had captured saw more and more captives being gathered, and it only caused his terror to grow. Over the days that had passed, he hadn't just witnessed Xu Qing's ferocity. He saw with his own eyes how unusual the mountain and sea region beasts were behaving. He saw numerous instances in which beasts that he would have personally fled from actually prostrated to Xu Qing. It didn't matter if they were alone or in groups. They always did the same thing. It was like government officials encountering a monarch or king. It was both astonishing and confusing. He had never heard of anything like this happening, not in any of the ancient records he had read. His understanding was that the beasts in the mountain and sea region were ferocious and cruel. Taming them required both strength and destined opportunities. Normally speaking, once you tamed one, taming a second was even more difficult. But right now, he had personally seen numerous beasts prostrating to Xu Qing, and many of them were the high-ranking variety that people longed to have as mounts. Regardless of their ranking, they bowed to Xu Qing, and some even ran over with the hopes of being able to follow him. The mere thought of it caused the Saya cultivator to tremble. 6 days went by. By that point, Xu Qing had captured well over 100 Sayas and white marshes that he was dragging behind him. It was truly a shocking sight. All of them were sending voice messages asking for help. A huge commotion had struck the mountain and sea region. By now, everyone was talking about the fact that Xu Qing wasn't dead. Word was also spreading rapidly that he was looking for Master Stillwinter. Whether it was Fire Moon cultivators or those from other species, when they saw the scene from a distance, they were struck to the core. As a result, Xu Qing's name became even more deeply fixed into the hearts of the other participants. By his actions, Xu Qing was sending a clear message to Master Stillwinter. Chapter 869, Encountering a Fiend. 3 days passed. During that time, the storm caused by Xu Qing only got bigger in the mountain and sea region. With the exception of a few random people who isolated themselves and didn't contact anyone else, just about everyone heard about the situation between Xu Qing and Master Stillwinter. Among the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, Master Stillwinter was universally recognized as the number 2 chosen. Whether through direct experience or not, all Fire Moons knew that he had terrifying battle prowess. Therefore, after hearing about the way Xu Qing was challenging Master Stillwinter, none of them put much stock in his ability to come out on top of a fight. Although Xu Qing was certainly making a dramatic show, it wasn't enough to change the minds of all those cultivators. After all, it was only 2 months before that word had spread rapidly about Master Stillwinter seeking Xu Qing. Then, an announcement was made that Xu Qing had perished. Although that proved to be incorrect, the fact that he went missing for that period of time seemed to be an indication of how the clash between them ended. How much could have changed in 2 months? But what many people found strange was that Master Stillwinter didn't respond to Xu Qing's challenge. In fact, many Fire Moon cultivators came to the realization that nobody knew where Master Stillwinter was. That was very thought-provoking, and it didn't take long before speculations began to run wild. The more than 100 Saya and White Marsh cultivators that Xu Qing was dragging behind him only got weaker and weaker, while at the same time, they also started wondering what was going on. They had been doing everything they could, and had reached the point where they had sent messages to everyone they could think of. And yet, Master Stillwinter never showed up. In fact, not one person that they messaged ever came to their rescue. That actually wasn't surprising considering that these people weren't idiots. None of them wanted to put their own lives on the line to save people unless they were completely confident in succeeding. But eventually, it did happen. At around noon, when the sunlight was brightest in the mountain and sea region, yang energy flourished, and yin-based grus and beasts were normally resting. As the bright sunlight shone down, illuminating heaven and earth, Xu Qing suddenly stopped in midair and looked toward the horizon. The over 100 cultivators behind him instantly ceased their wailing and moaning, and nervously looked in the same direction. Before long, they all caught sight of 4 beams of prismatic light shooting over the horizon. Within each of them was a cultivator with an exceptional demeanor and a powerful cultivation base. 3 of them were Sayas, and they had murderous looks on their faces. The 4th was a White Marsh with a powerful fleshly body. He was like a small mountain poolsing with an intense aura of energy and blood. The beating of his heart was like muffled thunder and imparted the sensation of invincibility. Most shocking was that all 4 of them had extraordinary mounts. The White Marsh was riding a huge winged python that was completely ferocious in appearance. The 3 Sayas all had different mounts. One had the head of a lion and the body of a wolf, and emanated an aura that could stun the soul. The second looked like a turtle, and emanated a boundlessly powerful sensation. Unexpectedly, the last mount looked like an evil ghost. It was pitch black, blurry, and incomparably gruish. The mounts provided significant blessings to all of them. Powerful fluctuations rolled out in all directions, causing the dome of heaven to turn as dark as if it was stained by ink. When the captives saw these 4 cultivators racing toward Xu Qing, their hearts leaped with joy. These 4 were chosen cultivators from their own species, so it was only natural that they recognized them. The 3 Sayas were the strongest representatives of their species in the second round of the Great Hunt. All of them had second-stage void-returning cultivation bases, yet could unleash battle prowess equivalent to the 4th stage. Although they weren't as exceptional as Master Stillwinter, they were extremely respected by most species. As for the burly White Marsh, he had a fleshly body equivalent to 4th stage void returning, and was also a member of the nobility. He was the second-born son of the leader of the White Marsh species. These 4 had received messages asking for help. Knowing that Xu Qing was involved, they had joined forces to come deal with him. The fact that they had shown up after all this time seemed to indicate that they were very confident in the chances of success. The moment they appeared, it was without a moment of hesitation that they shot towards Xu Qing to attack him. They didn't even exchange any words. The first to arrive was the young lord of the White Marsh species. The burly young man had a cruel facial expression, and the fluctuations of energy and blood that pulsated off him created an intense pressure. As he closed in, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and then shoved his hand out. The air around Xu Qing filled with the sharp sound of rifts tearing open. Natural and magical laws shattered, then formed anew in a way that conformed to the White Marsh's Tao. Next, the third eye on his forehead opened, and it radiated a furious red color that spread out around him. An instant later, the projection of a blood-red giant appeared behind him. The giant had 2 horrid warhammers that caused wild colors to flash and winds to scream as it smashed them toward Xu Qing. At the same time, the White Marsh's mount opened its mouth in brutal fashion to snap at Xu Qing. Further back, the Saya cultivator with the evil ghost mount circled around to cut off Xu Qing's avenue of retreat. He simultaneously performed a double-handed incantation gesture and started chanting something. Countless netherworld souls appeared, quickly turning into a sea of souls that didn't just block his path, but also swept out to encircle him. As for the other 2 Sayas, one of them appeared above Xu Qing, while the other appeared below him. The one above didn't unleash a divine ability. Instead, he produced a red candle that he ignited. "Godly binding," he said, Instantly, an image of Xu Qing appeared in the candle's flame. The most up-to-date novs are published on FRYAWEBNO, Cyrillic letter 475EL, Co. The Saya beneath Xu Qing sat down cross-legged and performed an incantation gesture. Instantly, his body decayed as he unleashed a mysterious curse magic. It became a stream of gray light designed to infect the soul. It shot right toward Xu Qing. The four acted simultaneously with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. The White Marsh attacked in a way that couldn't be stopped. The first Saya blocked Xu Qing's path of retreat. The second used a special treasure to target Xu Qing's fleshly body and make resistance difficult. And the third Saya used a trump card curse magic designed to corrupt Xu Qing's soul. Of course, the mounts of the three Saya also launched attacks. Meanwhile, the clouds seethed on the horizon as yet another figure appeared and raced toward them. This person's aura wasn't on the same level as Master Stillwinter, but it was very close. Because he was wreathed in clouds, it was impossible to make out his facial features, but he was clearly very domineering. For some unknown reason, as this mysterious newcomer neared, he suddenly stopped in place within the clouds. His foot was almost frozen in place, as if he didn't dare to proceed any further. Within the clouds, his expression was one of shock and astonishment, and all of his domineering attitude disappeared. The moment he stopped in place, Xu Qing's eyes filled with gray fog. Then the gray fog erupted from within him, sweeping out to cover a 3,000-meter area and obscure both his over 100 captives and the 4 would-be rescuers. The descending warhammers were affected, as was the sealing magic. Most shocked of all were the 4 mounts. They shivered, then suddenly switched sides and attacked their masters with unrelenting ferocity. Xu Qing's expression was calm as he looked up at the Saya cultivator with the red candle. Their gazes met, and Xu Qing shot upward. The Saya reeled mentally as the candle in his hand suddenly started burning much faster. It was as if it had been stimulated into action, and in fact, over the course of only 2 breaths of time, it burned out. The Saya tried to fall back, but it was too late. Xu Qing appeared in front of him, reached out and grabbed him by the neck. As an agonized howl echoed out, countless strands of gray fog entered the Saya's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, as well as all of his pores. He shivered from head to toe, all while screaming in agony. His cultivation base was rejected, his body decayed, and he was killed in body and soul. Xu Qing let him go and vanished. When he reappeared, he was in front of the Saya cultivator who had unleashed the sealing magic. The Saya backed away in terror as he realized that Xu Qing was not revealing void-returning strength. It was more like smoldering God. That unexpected twist filled him with the utmost terror. "Brother Heavenink," he blurted, "you." Except his longevity couldn't sustain him for long enough to finish speaking. He crumbled into pieces, all while countless soul threads emerged from him. Xu Qing vanished again, to reappear in front of the final Saya. The Saya shivered and turned to flee, but the gray fog exerted a karmic tug, making it impossible for him to do so. As Xu Qing approached, his eyes went wide with madness, and he unleashed his curse power to the fullest extent possible. Die, die, die. Curses streamed out of him, causing his body to wither dramatically. Unfortunately, when those curses entered Xu Qing, they did as much good as throwing a stone ox into the ocean. Nothing happened. Xu Qing approached him calmly and took his life. Finally, Xu Qing turned to the young White Marsh Lord, who was currently trying to get away. With a single step, Xu Qing appeared in front of the blood-red giant. Ignoring the warhammers, he passed the giant and closed in on the White Marsh. The young White Marsh Lord was astonished to the core. In fact, he had been shocked from the moment the gray fog appeared and the plan they had agreed upon went awry as their 5th member failed to intervene. The fact that the 3 Saya chosen had died so quickly went to show the massive level disparity, and that crushed him mentally. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Didn't they say that Master Stillwinter chased this guy away when they fought? He's actually far more terrifying than Master Stillwinter. And that gray fog, it's from the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. How can he be using it here? Don't tell me that he's got something to do with the dramatic events that went down there earlier. Numerous thoughts ran through his mind as Xu Qing approached. Then the gray fog streamed into him, and all he could do was howl in agony as he was killed in body and soul. The gray fog disappeared. The over 100 cultivators that Xu Qing had taken captive were no longer useful. They died. Sunlight streamed down, illuminating Xu Qing. Looking at the distant patch of clouds, he coolly said, "Sir Heavenink." The clouds dissipated, revealing a young Fire Moon cultivator. He was in 3rd stage void returning, but had battle prowess in the Great Circle. He was listed as 4th among Fire Moon chosen, and was part of the stewarded nation of High God Starfear. In the past, he had fought Chu Shishin and defeated him, which went to show the quality of his battle prowess. Right now, he looked extremely respectful as he clasped hands and bowed formally to Xu Qing. "Greetings, Brother Xu. I, Heavenink, have come here today to give you 2 gifts. The first gift came in the form of those 4 flunkies. I hope you enjoyed venting your fury on them. The second gift is information about Master Stillwinter. I secretly carried out my own investigation, all for the purpose of helping you find him, Brother Xu." Sir Heavenink took out a jade slip he had prepared moments ago and respectfully offered it to Xu Qing. Chapter 870, The Monarch Arrives. As the jade slip floated over, Xu Qing looked at it coldly. He didn't reach out to grab it. Instead, he sent a soul thread over to pierce into the jade slip and shatter it. Most people who saw that would tremble inwardly, thinking that it was a display of overt killing intent. But Sir Heavenink was a top chosen. The reason he hadn't attacked Xu Qing earlier was because he had picked up on certain clues that caused him to hold back. He was perceptive, and thus he maintained a very respectful attitude. "That thug Master Stillwinter had originally been aiming to tame a hillworm," he said. "But then something unexpected happened, and about a month ago he went to the Ghost Chariot Wildwood. Based on the information I was able to dig up, quite a few cultivators have gone after ghost chariots, and that includes the followers of that bastard Fan Shishwang. But when you add the brutal beast Master Stillwinter into the picture, that changes things. That villain Fan Shishwang is a real schemer, and he made a lot of secret preparations for this great hunt. Because of that, when that sissy Master Stillwinter went into the Ghost Chariot Wildwood, he never came back out. It seems likely to me that those 2 jokers locked horns and got stuck at an impasse." Sir Heavenink didn't hide anything. He explained everything he knew, and continuously managed to use insulting terms for both of the cultivators who had previously attacked Xu Qing. In fact, he didn't repeat any of the insults even once. He was clearly working very hard to make sure he put himself on Xu Qing's side. Of course, the reason he knew so much about the situation was that he had previously been planning to go into the Ghost Chariot Wildwood. He had been hopping to seek an opportunity once Master Stillwinter and Fan Shishwang were injured and tired. After finishing his explanation, Sir Heavenink did one more thing to play things really safely. Having heard that Xu Qing was a god herald of the Starfear Temple, he released some of the aura of that very temple. Xu Qing's expression remained placid. Though he had used the soul threads to destroy the jade slip, he had also extracted the information from it by means of the soul thread. For all intents and purposes, it was the same as what Sir Heavenink had just divulged verbally. Whether it was his verbal attacks or the aura of the Starfear Temple, his intent was clear. Xu Qing obviously picked up on the fact that he was trying to present himself as an ally. Eyes gleaming with profound light, Xu Qing looked Sir Heavenink up and down. He really had no reason or justification to kill him considering everything so far. From beginning to end, Sir Heavenink hadn't done a single thing that could be considered courting death. Therefore, Xu Qing chose not to bicker with him over anything. He started moving. He passed Sir Heavenink, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared over the horizon. After he was gone, Sir Heavenink breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the spot where Xu Qing had disappeared, he felt relief at having survived, but also other conflicting emotions. When this Xu Qing fought Master Stillwinter, I don't think he was intentionally holding back. He probably wasn't a match for Master Stillwinter. But in the 2 months that have passed, he experienced a cultivation base breakthrough. He's the kind of chosen who causes heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformations when he achieves breakthroughs. As for that gray fog, I bet the dramatic events in the Nine Dawn's Forbidden Lands were connected to him. And if he was able to bring the gray fog out of the Nine Dawn's Forbidden Lands and even control it perfectly. Sir Heavenink knew what that implied, and it caused a lot of speculations to rise up within him. Don't tell me that he tamed a Nine Dawns. Visit FREYAWEBNOVEL.com for the novel reading experience. Sir Heavenink inhaled deeply. He was starting to get the feeling that in the final rankings of this great hunt, the #1 spot wouldn't be taken by a Fire Moon cultivator. He already took first place in round 1, and he's probably going to take first in the second round, if he does the same in the third round. Grand Darkheaven. Sir Heavenink reeled mentally. It had been a very, very long time since the Grand Darkheaven appeared in the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. In fact, the last time was 10,000 years in the past. If the Grand Darkheaven appears this time. Sir Heavenink's mind was racing. Eventually, his eyes shone with determination, and instead of going off in a different direction, he shot after Xu Qing. "Brother Xu," he shouted, "Master Stillwinter is just as devious as Fan Shishwang. I'd say there's a good chance the two of them will join forces. I'd be happy to join you if that would help. It could save you some trouble." Xu Qing's eyebrows shot up as he looked back at Sir Heavenink. Meanwhile, he received a projected warning from Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior. "My lord, something's fishy about this ruffian. He's definitely up to something. I suggest you cut down this snake right now." Xu Qing ignored him. After a final glance at Sir Heavenink, he neither refused his offer nor accepted it. Turning, he continued on toward the ghost chariot Wildwood. Sir Heavenink's spirits lifted when he saw that Xu Qing wasn't rejecting him. In the hopes of creating an even better impression, he then went on to explain even more about the mountain and sea region. Much of it was information that couldn't even be purchased on the outside and was new to Xu Qing. For example, he learned about the characteristics of some of the unusual beasts, hidden dangers that could be encountered in the rainforest, and other such things. And thus, the two of them got closer and closer to the ghost chariot Wildwood. In the mountain and sea region's highlands, in the part of the rainforest occupied by the hillworms, a months-long chase was still playing out. It was different from the 5,000-kilometer chase in which Master Stillwinter pursued Xu Qing. Instead, this entire chase took place in hillworm territory. The quarry was the captain. The pursuer was Sir Firedark. The captain had used some outrageous methods to lead Sir Firedark in circles, all while shouting very licentious things. "Aren't you tired yet? All I did was interrupt you when you were tamming a beast. Who cares if you're neither a man nor a woman? What's your problem? My goodness, can you just stop chasing me? Look, I can introduce you to a Taoist partner. How about that? Listen, I have a little junior brother." Behind the captain, Sir Firedark unleashed an attack that was comparable to the might of a smoldering god, which blotted out the sky and caused immense pressure to weigh down. Rumbling booms echoed out as heaven and earth shattered. The captain was ripped to shreds, but a moment later, a blue worm popped out of the mud. Moments later, the captain was back in one piece and fleeing. The reality was that the captain's attitude didn't match the words coming out of his mouth. Things had not been going well for him over the past few months, and he was starting to fear that he had reached the end of the line. Why hasn't little junior brother shown up? In the lowlands of the mountain and sea region, two figures sped through the sky toward a dark section of the rainforest. "Brother Xu, that's the ghost chariot Wildwood. It's inhabited mostly by fierce and brutal grus that most people can't even defend against. It's also the primary habitat of the ghost chariots. They actually prey on grus. They have terrifying battle prowess, and some of them are even as strong as smoldering gods. Because of that, coming here to try to tame infant ghost chariots is actually very risky." Xu Qing looked at the jungle up ahead. All of the plants and vegetation were black. Even the sky was filled with dark clouds, within which crackled red bolts of lightning. There was something very sinister about this part of the rainforest. From the outside, it was possible to sense something tugging at your soul, as if the jungle was a whirlpool. There were some cultivators present, but they were wandering around numbly like the walking dead. Those are cultivators who died here recently. After their souls were devoured, their fleshly bodies were resurrected, whereupon they wandered around looking for their souls. Eventually, the plants and vegetation will cause their fleshly bodies to decompose and turn into nutrients. The fear in Sir Hevenink's voice was clear. By the way, this place is huge. That son of a bitch Master Stillwinter and that asshole Fan Shishwang have been inside for a while now. They're basically hiding in the shadows while we're out in the open. Things could get difficult. Sir Hevenink looked at Xu Qing out of the corner of his eye and noticed that Xu Qing was just hovering there. He blinked a few times, then took out a stick of incense which he lit. Don't worry, I came prepared. Any cultivator who wants to come here and tame a ghost chariot will get some incense like this. It'll protect your soul to a certain degree so that you can enter the ghost chariot wildwood safely. I have 7 or 8 sticks after this one. That should be more than enough. Xu Qing looked away from the ghost chariot wildwood to Sir Hevenink. You can stop digging for information. Sir Hevenink smiled woodenly. The truth was that though it seemed like he'd been providing a useful introduction to the area, the reality was that he had been digging for information. He wanted to find out if the beasts in this area would prostrate to Xu Qing like all the others. Xu Qing ignored Sir Hevenink. He was aware that he couldn't hide the fact that he had succeeded in the Nindon's forbidden lands. It was only a matter of time before everyone found out. What was more, he also wanted to find the extent of what he could do thanks to tamming Nindons. Looking at the terrifying ghost chariot wildwood, Xu Qing coolly said, "Ghost chariots, come here." As the words left his mouth, he unleashed the aura of Nindons. The clouds shattered and lightning crashed, sweeping down to create a web of electricity. The plants and vegetation in the dark jungle trembled and bent over as if bowing. The Grus howled in agony, and the zombie-like cultivators dropped to the ground and lay there unmoving. The ground began to tremble as the entire ghost chariot wildwood seemed to come alive. Next, a host of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering auras spread out from the darkness of the jungle. An instant later, numerous vicious-looking ghost chariots charged out into the open. There were well over 100 of them, some large and some small. Their cultivation bases ranged from spirit trove to void returning, and they roared as they raced straight toward Xu Qing. They crushed everything in their path, and their eyes shone with underworld light as they stopped in front of Xu Qing and dropped to the ground. It was as if they had met their monarch. Their auras spread out, combining to create a dust storm that filled the area. Meanwhile, Xu Qing stood in front of them, his expression placid. Sir Hevenink was stunned to the core, but what was truly astonishing was that things weren't over yet. As the ground shook, 3 terrifying smoldering god auras erupted from within the rainforest. An instant later, 3 profoundly ancient and enormous ghost chariots appeared in the air. They looked in Xu Qing's direction. Sir Hevenink gasped, and his hair stood on end as beads of cold sweat broke out all over him. Then Xu Qing spoke again. "Show me the outsiders." The ground shook as all of the plants and vegetation in this section of the rainforest suddenly bent down and to the side. As a result, all of the Fire Moon cultivators who had been hiding in the jungle were revealed. All were trembling and had looks of disbelief on their faces. The events playing out completely surpassed anything they could have imagined, to the point where it seemed like they were witnessing something from myth or legend. Some distance away were 2 cultivators who were facing off and were about 3,000 meters apart from each other. They were none other than Master Stillwinter and Fan Shishwang. Both were visibly shocked as they slowly turned to look at Xu Qing. Chapter 871, Making a Comeback. The ghost chariot wildwood had opened up, revealing hundreds of cultivators using different methods, techniques, and items in their attempts to capture juvenile ghost chariots. These cultivators were all outstanding figures in their generation. Had Xu Qing not shown up, some would have been killed, but others would have succeeded. But now, Xu Qing had shown up and said one thing that got all of the ghost chariots to fly out into the open. And with the wave of his hand, he had figuratively opened the curtain in a dark room, revealing the positions of all the cultivators. Truth be told, that description was insufficient. He hadn't just opened the curtain. He had dismantled the room altogether, and the pieces had grown legs and walked away. The Fire Moon cultivators present were all astonished to the core. In an instant, they had gone from hiding in the shadows to being exposed in the light, and it caused all of them to start breathing heavily. Master Stillwinter was the most stunned of all. After the dramatic situation with the mountain and sea region, which was centered on the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands, he had started to speculate that Xu Qing might be involved. He had even considered the possibility that they might meet again one day in the future, but he could never have guessed that they would encounter each other in circumstances like this. He saw the ghost chariots prostrating as if to their monarch, as well as the 3 terrifying ghost chariots in the sky. In rare fashion, he started trembling, and a sensation of profound crisis was growing within him. 3,000 meters away from him was Fan Xishuang, who felt similarly. He had been locked in combat with Master Stillwinter, but considering what was happening now, he was shocked to the core. All it took was a moment for all the cultivators present to be so shaken. They just remained in place unmoving. Outside of the ghost chariot Wildwood, Xu Qing didn't even look at Master Stillwinter. Instead, he turned his attention to the 3 smoldering god ghost chariots. Those 3 were different from any of the other beasts he had encountered during his travels. They were not howling in anguish, nor were they prostrating. They were just examining him suspiciously. When the beasts in the mountain and sea region reach smoldering god, I wonder if their latent ancestral memories start to return. That was the only explanation he could come up with for the unusual gazes of the 3 smoldering god ghost chariots. The looks in their eyes also revealed the limitations of his Nine Dawn's aura. Without the mage state of an antimage, it won't be possible to control smoldering god beasts. Xu Qing shifted his gaze to take in the cultivators who had been revealed in the vegetation, before eventually focusing on Master Stillwinter. They were so far away from each other that with mortal eyes, it wouldn't have been possible to even see each other. But when the battle prowess and cultivation base of a cultivator reached a certain level, they could see things that were much farther away, thanks to divine sense and other instinctual abilities. And thus, their gazes locked. When that happened, the sense of crisis within Master Stillwinter grew more intense. Xu Qing took a step forward. A sound like muffled thunder echoed out as a host of red soul threads sprang out, creating a tempest as he entered a god state. He went directly to the 4th level. It was the Crimson Mother state, which could also be called the Violet Lord state. He was 300 meters tall, with violet feathers of flesh covering him and 2 huge wings on his back. The sound of chanting drifted out in all directions. A violet moon rose behind him, covered with countless figures prostrated in worship. In front of him was a huge sundial with its gnomon spinning. The power of time caused the surroundings to distort and blur. Underfoot was an enormous lotus throne, each petal of which represented one of Xu Qing's abilities. They spread out like violet tentacles, making the lotus look like a violet paramita lily. New novel chapters are published on FREYAWEB.NO, Cyrillic letter 475EL.com. A godly sensation weighed down, causing the souls of all the cultivators to tremble. The ghost chariots all seemed agitated, and the 3 powerful ones above emanated intense pressure. Xu Qing didn't pay attention to that. Within his terrifying god state, he took a second step. As he did, 9 lanterns of flesh flew out and began circling around him. They were the Nine Dawn's skulls, and they roared as they suddenly shot toward Xu Qing and merged with his god state, covering him with a profoundly ancient suit of mage armor. The Nine Dawn's skulls appeared on the armor as Xu Qing's battle prowess was blessed to a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling degree. When the jackal dragon mask settled onto his face, wild colors flashed in heaven and earth. This was something that had never before appeared in history. Part god, part mage, together on one person. At the same time, an indescribable aura pulsed off Xu Qing. The ghost chariots below trembled as they groveled, while those up above bowed their heads. The plants and vegetation in the rainforest bent in his direction, all while red lightning crashed in the sky. The fire moon cultivators were unable to stand up to the force. Blood sprayed out of their mouths as they staggered in the opposite direction, their faces masks of horror. Even Fan Xishuang and Master Stillwinter were visibly astonished. There was no need for them to start fighting. They could clearly sense how amazingly strong Xu Qing was. Sir Heavenink struggled to control his breathing. Just like everyone else, it was his first time seeing Xu Qing in this state, and in his blood, he felt the urge to offer worship. As everyone reeled, Xu Qing took a third step in his combined god and mage state. That put him only 3,000 meters away from Master Stillwinter. The ground trembled. The sky shook. And the wild, killing aura of the jackal dragon filled the world, causing violet snowflakes to start falling. Fan Xishuang backed up. Given the look in Xu Qing's eyes and the stories Fan Xishuang had heard about how Master Stillwinter tried to kill him, it was obvious what was going on here. Xu Qing was here for Master Stillwinter. It had nothing to do with him. As he backed up, Master Stillwinter burst into action. His hands blurred in a double-handed incantation gesture, and he shot backward, tapping into all of his great circle void returning battle prowess. He was ranked second in the Fire Moon Dark Heavens echelon. Maybe Xu Qing was putting a lot of pressure on him, but he wasn't the kind of person who just backed down. What was more, he knew full well that since Xu Qing had come here, there would be no avoiding a battle to the death. A huge rift opened in the sky, and a gigantic finger emerged, dropping down toward Xu Qing. The finger pulsed with heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing power. It was powered by all of Master Stillwinter's battle prowess, as well as countless natural and magical laws, not to mention his Dao lineaments. The air rippled and distorted as the force bore down on Xu Qing. Xu Qing's expression didn't change as he looked at the descending finger. He lifted his hand and pushed out, causing rumbling booms to echo out as the huge finger stopped in front of him. Then it convulsed, and thunderous cracking sounds rang out. Next, the terrifying finger distorted dramatically in the middle as Xu Qing ripped it in half. Next, a second, third, fourth, and fifth finger descended. Master Stillwinter had used this same move on Xu Qing before. Back then, Xu Qing had been forced to pay a huge price to use divine abilities to escape it. Even then, he had ended up seriously hurt, and in the end, had been forced to use fishing the moon in the well. On this day, things were different. He was facing the same divine ability, but his methods of dealing with it were different. He took a fourth step. More cracking sounds could be heard as the four fingers completely failed to stop Xu Qing. He ripped all of them apart. The sight caused Master Stillwinter's expression to turn very serious. Backing up again, he performed another incantation gesture, causing the palm connected to the 5 broken fingers to obscure the sky as it crushed down toward Xu Qing. He looked up at the huge palm, and gray fog appeared in his eyes. The fog proliferated, and in the blink of an eye had surrounded them. Then it shot toward the palm. When they clashed, the palm was stopped in place. In fact, it was pushed back. Then the gray fog rapidly converged into the shape of a gray nail which pierced the palm and shoved it toward the ground. Everything shook dramatically as the huge nail of gray fog impaled the palm to the ground. Nothing Master Stillwinter did could free the palm. Xu Qing looked away from the palm to Master Stillwinter. Without saying a single word, he took a 5th step. That put him only 300 meters in front of Master Stillwinter. Master Stillwinter struggled to control his breathing. At the same time, he turned red from head to toe as a host of blood clones emerged from him. Circling around him, they became a blood lake. Within the blood lake, blood clones collapsed one after another, causing the lake to expand dramatically and get closer to Xu Qing. As Master Stillwinter floated higher into the air, his eyes burning with killing intent, he waved both of his hands apart, causing even more blood and blood clones to erupt. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by a shocking sea of blood so large that it wasn't possible to see where it ended. It filled the sky, turning all heaven and earth the color of blood. Master Stillwinter wasn't even visible in the middle of the sea of blood as he howled, "Crush!" He threw his hands down, and the terrifying sea of blood dropped down. Previously, this move had surpassed the limits of Xu Qing's blood authority, and he had failed to counter it. In the end, he managed to escape, but did so with serious injuries. Upon seeing it unleashed again, Xu Qing lifted his right hand toward the Red Sea and closed his hand in a grasping motion. Cultivation base power spread through him, and God Source spread out. The Nine Dawn's skulls emerged into the open and roared. Being blessed to the limit, Xu Qing's blood authority surpassed anything from before. It had reached a much higher level. The sky-obscuring, sun-blocking sea of blood turned into a massive vortex, and the source of the vortex was Xu Qing's hand, Frio Meg Ebnovel, CM. The roiling sea of blood rushed to his palm, shrinking down rapidly as it did. From a distance, the sight was completely and utterly shocking to all the observing cultivators. In the end, the previously majestic blood sea was sucked into Xu Qing's palm, where it turned into a spinning red sphere. The red glow it cast filled the sky and caused observers to feel pain in their souls. Its shocking aura seemed unstable, like it might detonate catastrophically at any moment. Master Stillwinter's mind felt like it was being struck by lightning, and he was shaking. He could no longer hide his astonishment. Then Xu Qing flicked his finger, sending the destructive blood sphere shooting through the air. It became a streak of red that shot straight toward Master Stillwinter. Chapter 872, One More Lash Brings Death. Blood-colored light filled the sky, turning everything crimson. The streak of red became like a scarlet curtain that covered all. The lands below were the same. They were like a hell of blood, with Xu Qing in control of it all. The blood sphere seemed unstable, pulsing with terrifying energy that could eradicate anything and everything. The Fire Moon cultivators who could see what was happening backed up, their hearts pounding. It almost felt like their own blood was about to be taken over. Fan Xishuang's pupils constricted. It was obvious that Xu Qing was in complete control. Whether it was breaking the fingers or taking control of the blood, Fan Xishuang could tell that he wasn't a match. He hasn't even used any of his main divine abilities. Fan Xishuang sped up as he backed away. Master Stillwinter, who was the focus of this situation, was visibly shaken as he hovered in midair. He knew his own divine abilities and how threatening they were, and he could sense that the killing power of this blood sphere surpassed anything he had done up to this point. Heaven and earth was like a huge cage to him, and the all-encompassing red was something he simply couldn't evade or withstand. At that moment of deadly crisis, his years of fighting experience took over. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and exhaled sharply in the direction of the blood sphere. A stream of golden light shot out of his mouth. At the same time, he detonated his body, turning it into a host of blood clones that scattered in all directions. The source of this Xiantent is Fryaeweb hook eta ovel, com hook. The golden light rapidly turned so dazzling it was blinding, and in the middle of that light was a ring. It was made of golden bone, and though most of the flesh had been scraped off, there was a face on it. That face's eyes were full of terror as it moaned, "M'lord, it's me. Lil Fishy, we're on the same side here. M'lord, I've missed you so much. It's all the fault of that goddamned Master Stillwinter." The ring was the god's finger from D-132, which Master Stillwinter had ultimately captured. Afterward, Master Stillwinter had used a brutal refinement technique to turn the finger into a ring, and now he was using it to block the blood sphere. Maybe Xu Qing was thinking about old times, or maybe the finger's words were actually effective. Either way, the blood sphere actually passed right through the ring without hurting it at all. In fact, the moment it happened, Master Stillwinter's mark was completely removed from the ring. The god's finger shivered from that near-death experience. As it flew toward Xu Qing, it was about to explain everything when Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior suddenly appeared and blocked its path. "Halt," the Patriarch said coolly. This definitely was one of the highlights of his life. After all, being able to say "halt" to a god was something that most spirit automatons would never have a chance to do. The god's finger, despite being very irritated, didn't dare to cause trouble in a moment like this, and thus smiled ingratiatingly. Xu Qing wasn't paying attention to either of them or their emotional reactions. He was looking up into the sky. Because of the distraction caused by the god's finger, Master Stillwinter's blood clones had scattered everywhere. Most were nearing the horizon, and though they hadn't fully escaped the canopy of blood that covered everything, they were close. Every single one of the over 1,000 clones looked exactly like Master Stillwinter, and every single one had a very serious expression on its face. Eyes shining with mad killing intent, they glared at Xu Qing and all shouted the same thing. Sacrifice. 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 Their voices echoed in the air as 5 blood-red secret troves appeared above, like 5 volcanoes rumbling loudly. They were the secret troves that Master Stillwinter had formed when in the spirit trove level. Although he was now in void returning, the 5 secret troves were still his foundation. Now, having no other choice, he was holding nothing back. The moment the word, sacrifice, echoed out, the heavenly Taos in the 5 secret troves howled, and 5 figures emerged. One was a blood fiend with 8 arms. One was a gobblewalk with red scales. One was a patch of blood-colored skin. One was a crimson eyeball. And one was a stream of scarlet light. These were the heavenly Taos that Master Stillwinter had subjugated in Spirit Trove. Upon appearing, they didn't shoot toward Xu Qing. Roaring decisively, they shot up into the air, blasting open the blood canopy that stretched from horizon to horizon. The dome of heaven trembled. The vortex seethed, and blood-red lightning crashed everywhere in shocking fashion. Within the vortex, an image appeared. It depicted a vast void within which was a shocking Kunpeng bird shackled with numerous chains. It pulsed with a powerful heavenly Tao aura. This was the ancient heavenly Tao that had been captured by the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. 1. Looking closely, it appeared as if every chain was stabbed into the Kunpeng's body. What was more, there was an enormous chain like a whip behind it that lashed it constantly, ripping its flesh into shreds. The whip was covered with numerous sealing marks that glittered brightly, and every lash of the whip caused a sound like heavenly thunder to echo out and mingle with the anguished howls of the ancient heavenly Tao. The howls contained immeasurable pain and seemed to be pleading for death. The sound surpassed natural and magical laws, and they caused Xu Qing's blood sphere to slow down and stop in midair. This was Xu Qing's first time witnessing this ancient heavenly Tao. However, unlike the last time, Master Stillwinter wasn't just drawing on the power of its sound. He was sacrificing his own heavenly Taos. In the blink of an eye, his 5 heavenly Taos shot into the vortex, where they crumbled into fragments that merged into the whip, adding 5 sealing marks to it and increasing its power. It was a process that couldn't be reversed. Master Stillwinter had lost his 5 heavenly Taos for all eternity, which would have a massive impact on his cultivation base. In fact, if he wanted to recover, it would require paying a stupefying price. That was the main reason he hadn't resorted to this tactic in his last fight with Xu Qing. But making this sacrifice gave him a spectacular boost to his strength. In the blink of an eye, one of the chains binding the ancient heavenly Tao came off. It shot through the rift in the sky, clinking down to appear above the ghost chariot wildwood. Then it swept toward Xu Qing, backed by natural laws that couldn't be blocked or evaded. Rumble. Xu Qing shivered as the chain smacked into him and knocked him back by 3,000 meters. The power of the chain then became a host of red lightning bolts that smashed into him. The 9 Dawn's mage armor blocked them, but the 9 skulls roared as cracks spread out over them. Xu Qing's soul trembled, and a glimmer of surprise could be seen in his eyes. Inside, however, he was completely taken aback. The power of that chain was so terrifying that it took all of the might of the mage armor to protect him. Although the 9 Dawn's mage armor seemed like it was about to collapse, Xu Qing could sense that it was already repairing itself. Apparently, the chain itself had some of the essence of an antimage in it. What was more, Xu Qing had known all along that the 9 Dawn's skulls couldn't form a true mage state. He needed to break through to void returning before he could fuse the skulls to do that. The chains binding that ancient heavenly Tao are really effective. Xu Qing looked at the ancient heavenly Tao out in the void. and was suddenly struck with a realization. The god-rejecting mage formation. His eyes narrowed, but he didn't pursue the train of thought. Noticing that the chain seemed to be on the verge of disappearing, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out some blood. A tremor passed through him, and his god state began to show signs of collapsing. From that, he could tell that he wouldn't be able to stand up to a second blow like he had the first one. As for Master Stillwinter, he obviously had no information that could have informed him about how the chain would react to the 9 Dawn skulls. Xu Qing was still alive, but if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off, and therefore, the faces of all his blood clones grimaced viciously. Sacrifice. This time, he was going to sacrifice his own life force. Master Stillwinter's body withered, and he went from looking young to elderly. In fact, half of him collapsed into ash. As the powerful life force entered the void, a second chain dropped down. In the shortest of moments, it swept toward Xu Qing in another devastating attack. Rumble. Xu Qing coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood as his god state collapsed, and his flesh was shredded, revealing bone beneath. His 9 Dawn's mage armor was largely ravaged and began falling off him. The wounds covering him made it clear that a third blow like this would kill him. Holding nothing back, he fled. He also seemed to be ready to take a risk, as though he had a trump card to unleash. As a result, the cautious Master Stillwinter didn't dare to get too close to him. He gritted his teeth. He had paid a massive price to take the fight to this level, and therefore, he wasn't going to give up until Xu Qing was dead, regardless of how negatively it affected him. He only had one life, and he didn't want to risk losing it. However, life force and heavenly Taos could always be replaced, as long as you survived. Therefore, his eyes flashed with determination as he yet again said, "Sacrifice." This time, he was sacrificing his cultivation base. His void-returning cultivation base burst out of him. All of the Taos he had assimilated, and all of the natural laws he had gained enlightenment of became like shooting stars that raced toward the ancient heavenly Tao. After they were absorbed, a third chain appeared. "Die!" screamed Master Stillwinter as the chain lashed toward Xu Qing. Xu Qing had been injured and was in retreat. It truly looked like a third chain blow would kill him. Master Stillwinter trembled in rage. He wasn't sure how Xu Qing had survived up to this point, but he had some suspicions. As he pulled his clones back and used them to restore the lost portions of his body, he forced himself to get composed, and then shot after the fleeing figure off in the distance. The moment he did, the completely bedraggled Xu Qing looked up and frowned. Thanks to Master Stillwinter, he had now fused halfway with the 9 Dawn state. If he could complete it, then he could truly enter the mage state. Yet his opponent had still not chosen to back down. Useless piece of trash. Xu Qing's eyes glittered coldly as his injuries healed up. Having fused halfway with the 9 Dawn skulls, he was even more terrifying than before. He stepped toward Master Stillwinter. "Crushing you should be enough to finish the fusion process." Off in the distance, a host of emotions exploded within Master Stillwinter, and he suddenly coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. 1. This Kunpeng Heavenly Tao appeared previously in Chapter 819. Chapter 873, Suppressing in the Mage Trove. How is this happening? Master Stillwinter could not prevent the stress, fury, confusion, and a host of other negative emotions from exploding within him. He simply couldn't understand what was going on. He had made a massive sacrifice to use the chains binding an ancient heavenly Tao, and that should have resulted in a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering attack. After all, he wasn't the first Fire Moon Darkheaven to use that method. The sacrificial technique was something that all chosen of his people could do. Because of the immense price that had to be paid, it was usually used as a last resort, which meant that it wasn't something used frequently. But it had been used. The chains that were summoned weren't real, but rather were illusory projections. But even still, each use of that very special divine ability that was exclusive to the Fire Moon Darkheaven people could be considered extremely effective. Cultivators from other species who could survive it were as rare as phoenix feathers or killin horns. Yet despite summoning 3 of those chains, he had failed to kill Xu Qing. Not only that, but the chains apparently had helped him. Master Stillwinter couldn't help but feel completely humiliated. That was especially true considering that Xu Qing's aura was now clearly stronger than it had been before. It was so bizarre that he couldn't wrap his mind around it. He just couldn't understand. He'd gone all out, sacrificed his heavenly Tao's, life force, and cultivation base, yet it seemed like he'd done nothing but provide a tailor-made blessing to his opponent. The pain in his chest became so intense that he coughed up another massive mouthful of blood. The words just spoken by Xu Qing caused Master Stillwinter's eyes to turn crimson and caused his killing intent to surpass his desire to live. He was aware that this was a situation in which he was likely doomed. Unless an actual god interfered, he had very little chance of surviving. As one of the top chosen among the Fire Moon Dark Heavens, he was familiar with gods and knew that the chances of that happening were slim to none. The Great Hunt was set up to be like raising venomous bugs in a jar. There was no way pleas for help would be answered. The gods existed on high and were not given to sympathy. In the Great Hunt, life or death was the responsibility of the participant. FGEEWEBNOVYAL.com. Considering everything, Master Stillwinter murmured. He laughed bitterly. Giving up on thoughts of fleeing, he glared at Xu Qing, madness rising within him. Rumbling sounds echoed out from within him, followed by a very dangerous aura. Then terrifying fluctuations rolled out from him. The source of it all was his sea of consciousness. There were 96 god monuments there, all of them trembling. The faces of the dead gods there roared in rage. Their combined cries swirled out to form a massive vortex that spun around Master Stillwinter himself. The sound grew louder, and the force of attraction grew stronger. All of a sudden, the red sky shifted, turning blurry and dark. The entire world seemed to descend into the netherworld, all while ancient chanting spread through the darkness. Master Stillwinter's aura began to grow stronger and stronger. However, only an instant later, cracking sounds rang out within him as he started to crumble. This level of explosive power-up was too much for his fleshly body to take, but he didn't care. He had sacrificed his heavenly Tao's, his life force, and his cultivation base, but he still had his soul. His true soul was actually hidden among the more than 90 god monuments, and now it glittered brightly. Master Stillwinter howled as it exploded, turning into a burst of force that swept over all the monuments. The true soul was the core of his sea of consciousness, and destroying it would affect everything else. With that stimulation, the host of god monuments began to tremble violently. Next, they all began to shine with holy golden light that filled Master Stillwinter's shattered body. One by one, streams of light shot up into the dome of heaven. From a distance, it was possible to see a total of 95 beams of golden light shooting up into the dark sky to form 95 enormous god monuments. As they hovered there emanating destructive force, they merged to create a huge face with closed eyes. The face was extremely ugly and didn't have ordinary facial features, but rather resembled something like a bug or reptile. It was very repulsive. New novel chapters are published on Letter 192, GEEWEBNOVYAL.com. Meanwhile, Master Stillwinter's fleshly body had reached the end of the line. As he crumbled into ash, he leered at Xu Qing and said, "I'll be waiting for you in the netherworld." With that, he faded into nothing. The only thing left behind in his stead was the enormous face in the sky. The two eyes fluttered and then opened. An ancient wind blew, full of corrosion and death. It landed on Xu Qing. Heaven and earth went dim as signs of mutation cropped up in Xu Qing. But this was not the Xu Qing of the past. He had faced many gods and had thus developed a measure of resistance to them. What was more, when in his fourth-level god state he was like a god himself. Therefore, he had his ways of resisting the mutagen and energy of gods. A tremor passed through him as the spots that were starting to mutate burst into flames and then became soul threads. He looked up at the face in the sky, his eyes shining with a bizarre light. That action seemed like blasphemy to the god above, who was enraged. The face's mouth opened and then inhaled sharply in Xu Qing's direction. Heaven and earth crumbled, the air shattered, and a massive gravitational force latched onto Xu Qing. Xu Qing's body wasn't under his own control as he flew up toward the face, which clearly sought to devour him. This was Master Stillwinter's final trump card. He sacrificed his soul to revive the god monuments to a certain degree and thus end things in mutual destruction. That was the only thing he could do. No god was going to come save him, and death was death. What was more, if he could prove his value and show his determination when he died, then it was always possible that a god might resurrect him in the future. There was no way to tell if a god was pleased or displeased, but one thing was certain: Xu Qing currently looked pleased. All of this was going exactly how he'd hoped it would. During the fight with Master Stillwinter months ago, he'd become aware of the gruish nature of his sea of consciousness. When using Fishing the Moon in the Well, he saw the more than 90 god monuments of deceased gods. Back then, he wasn't sure what it meant. But after gaining enlightenment from Nine Dawns, memory fragments, he saw what happened years ago and came to realize exactly what those god monuments were. They were gods that had died during the war between mages and gods. Despite being perished and not being as dangerous as they were in life, they were still able to form a powerful trump card in Master Stillwinter's sea of consciousness. That led Xu Qing to the conclusion that they could be very beneficial nutrients for his mage trove. For that to happen, though, the god monuments needed to be active, like they were now. They're just monuments to dead gods, which means that the monuments count as being dead. If he was dealing with 95 actual gods, then he wouldn't have any chance of succeeding. He would be dead after a single glance. But these were monuments that were the remains of dead gods. Therefore, Xu Qing could at least attempt to subdue them. As he neared the huge face, the violet moon behind him shone with bright light, and the sound of chanting drifted out from it. The soul threads that formed his fourth-level god state wriggled, and as he waved his hand, they spread out. They became a sea of soul threads that was actually larger than the face, and became like a barrier between it and him. The gravitational force ceased to pull at him. Eyes glittering, he reached out with his right hand and squeezed the sea of soul threads. Millions of soul threads rumbled loudly, sending out boundless fluctuations as they spread out and surrounded the face. The face's eyes were listless and dead, but the opened mouth, instead of inhaling, suddenly spat out a golden mist. The mist had a corrosive effect on the soul threads, and for the first time ever, Xu Qing could sense them starting to pop out of existence. At the same time, the facial features of the face blurred from the effort of trying to free itself from confinement. 95 beams of golden light shot out, which turned into 95 golden spears. The spears exploded in all directions, smashing through the soul threads in their way, which were powerless to stop them. That said, there was no way Xu Qing was going to let the face do whatever it wanted. And thus, he reached out to the blood sphere that had been thwarted by the arrival of the ancient heavenly Tao. Instantly, it erupted into a huge sea of blood. When combined with the soul threads, it created a double perimeter that started shrinking down to crush the face. Xu Qing then took a deep breath and settled down cross-legged in the air. He placed his hands on his knees and lowered his head. The mage mark on his forehead then glittered brightly. Antimage. His Nine Dawns mage armor vibrated as boundless gray fog spread out and filled the surroundings. As the roiling gray fog covered him, a towering figure like a mountain became vaguely visible within. Long ago, that figure had stood watch outside the god-rejecting mage formation, protecting his species for 10,000 years. Later, he disappeared in the sands of history, remembered by few. Now he was appearing again. This was the true antimage state of the Darkheaven Archmage people. Along with it came a truly astonishing and boundless aura. The mountain and sea region trembled, and countless beasts howled. The blood of numerous cultivators was affected, and they felt the urge to drop down in worship. Sadly, the figure was still blurry, giving the sensation that it was only about half complete. A peerless might appeared around the face that Xu Qing had trapped. Then it crashed down. A boom rattled out as the face collapsed, transforming back into 95 god monuments. They attempted to form back together, but there was no time. Millions of soul threads, a 50,000-kilometer blood sea, half of an antimage state. Combined, they created something beyond exceptional. More rumbling echoed out as the gray fog seemed to become one with the huge figure. A moment later, the fog dissipated, and Xu Qing was revealed, hovering cross-legged in midair. The giant face was gone. It was now in Xu Qing's sea of consciousness, suppressed in the lands of his mage trove. He had succeeded in acquiring incredible nutrients for his antimage state. Chapter 874, the last one. Lingering fluctuations rolled through the dome of heaven, causing the clouds to ripple endlessly. From a distance, it looked like fish scales, as if some literal gargantuan fish was swimming through the sky like water. It was unsurpassably shocking. In front of the massive fish was Xu Qing, seated cross-legged, his long hair drifting around him as he emanated an ancient aura. He closed his eyes as he hovered there motionless. Surrounding him was roughly half of the image of an antimage. It was slowly fatting away into the sky, disappearing into the distance along with the massive fish. Everything down below was silent. The observing cultivators were overwhelmed with astonishment. They had just borne witness to a battle in which the Master Stillwinter, listed second in the echelon of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, had perished. They couldn't stop themselves from trembling physically. When Xu Qing showed up, the ghost chariots bowed to him and the vegetation parted. That alone proved to them how powerful he was. In their hearts, they had all been absolutely convinced that Master Stillwinter was just as powerful. Yet from the beginning of the fight until the end, Master Stillwinter's tactics had been effectively useless. He had been outmaneuvered so badly that many of them experienced a misconception and started to think that Master Stillwinter had actually been weak. But misconceptions were just that, misconceptions. Master Stillwinter hadn't been weak at all. It was just that he had been facing off against someone that was far, far too strong. That said, though Master Stillwinter's defeat shocked all of them, there was a limit to that shock. There was no way that an event like this could leave them truly destabilized on a deep level. But what was destabilizing was that, as the gray fog around Xu Qing faded away, they were able to glimpse the disappearing figure behind him. That was obviously a source of deep shock, as they recognized that gray fog as coming from the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. Though none of them recognized the figure, their bloodline contained an indescribably familiar resonance, as if they were looking at their ultimate origin. Even as that sensation took hold within them, Xu Qing slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, the mage mark on his forehead flickered, and the antimage figure behind him pulsed with an even stronger wild and ancient aura. All of the cultivators trembled as they felt the urge to offer worship, coming from their blood, souls, and instincts. That included Fan Xishuang and Sir Heavenink. The prostrating ghost chariots were all wailing and howling. The sound drifted out, filling heaven and earth with a sensation of grief that affected the emotions of everyone who could hear it. And that sensation was amplified by the sight of the figure in the sky. It was like wailing that came from their souls and blood. Some of the cultivators dropped to their knees to kowtow. When Sir Heavenink did so, others followed his lead. Even Fan Xishuang felt an indescribable tug of emotion that caused him to bow his head and then kowtow reverently. The three ancient ghost chariots with smoldering god fluctuations were no longer studying Xu Qing suspiciously. They bowed their heads. Seeing that, Xu Qing understood why the legends claimed that a person would come from Nine Dawns and would be worshipped by the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. It was built into their blood. Sadly, I'm only half fused. Xu Qing cast his senses into his fifth secret trove, the Mage Trove. There, in a land created by his own flesh, were 95 god monuments, currently being melted by lanterns of flesh and a gray fog. In midair in the Mage Trove were 9 mountains. Previously, nothing had existed in the middle of those mountains, but now there was a colossal figure. It was an image of half of an antimage. He floated cross-legged, pulsing with a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering aura. What was more, he clearly possessed life force and was even doing breathing exercises. Every time he inhaled, the mage trove would shrink down. At the same time, the 95 god monuments in the lands of flesh would emit streams of golden smoke that would float over to be inhaled. They were nutrients that constantly bolstered the mage trove. Then the antimage would exhale, and the mage trove would tremble and expand. It became a cycle. With the god monuments and antimage present, the mage trove seemed almost like it was alive. Xu Qing took it all in before focusing on the half-antimage. He felt anticipation. Eventually, he returned his attention to all the bowing figures. He stood. As he did, fluctuations of teleportation began to build up in the mountain and sea region. It was an indication that the second round of the Great Hunt was going to end soon. After a moment of reflection, Xu Qing shot over the horizon. When he was gone, the rainforest went back to normal. The ghost chariots ceased their howling and returned to whence they'd come. The cultivators' faces were ashen. Hearts filled with astonishment and other complicated emotions, they left the area. They needed to take advantage of what time was left to get a mount. The last to leave were Sir Heavenink and Fan Xishuang. They exchanged a glance, and then Sir Heavenink stuck his chin up, clasped his hands behind his back, and left. Ultimately, Fan Xishuang was hovering in midair alone. 9 dawns, out in the world. This hasn't happened from ancient times until now. Fan Xishuang took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his eyes, and left. Time passed. There were 2 days left until the second round ended, and Xu Qing was currently in an unfamiliar area. It was the Hillworm Jungle. This was the spot where Xu Qing and the captain had agreed to meet up. Hovering in midair, Xu Qing looked at the dense jungle in front of him. He could sense the captain's aura, but didn't see him anywhere. Finally, he took out a jade slip and sent a message. He got no response. I see signs of a fight. After some thought, he entered the jungle. As he did, the plants bent to the side to make a path for him. Expression placid, he proceeded for a while before finally stopping and turning to look at a fruit tree. Visit FREEWEBNOV, letter 2113.com for the best novel reading experience. The tree emanated a cold aura. That's eldest brother's frigid energy. Xu Qing walked up to the tree, reached out and touched it. At the same time, he released both his 9 dawns aura and his divine sense. Open your memories. The memories of the plants and vegetation in the Hillworm Jungle became like threads that weaved together into a composite net. Gradually, images formed in Xu Qing's mind. He saw the captain fleeing as someone chased him. He also saw them fighting here in the Hillworm Jungle, both of them using a variety of techniques. In the end, the captain fled off into the distance, leaving the Hillworm Jungle with the other cultivator in pursuit, pulsing with determination and a baleful aura. Xu Qing opened his eyes calmly. He wasn't worried about the captain. Granted, Xu Qing already realized who was chasing the captain. It was the chosen ranked first in the Fire Moon echelon, Sir Firedark. Except, eldest brother was tangling with him for quite a while, but survived. There's no way he'll die. It looks like Sir Firedark hates eldest brother down to the depths of his bones. Eldest brother must have really done a number on him. Xu Qing did some calculations and came to the conclusion that this round of the Great Hunt was about to end. Over the past few days, teleportation portals had been powering up all over the mountain and sea region. No more than 2 days, he murmured. Based on what he'd learned about the second round, once the teleportations began, all the participants would be sent back to God Mountain. The captain figured out how to get in here, so he surely has a way to teleport away. And that means he'll be leaving soon, too. Xu Qing felt better when thinking about it that way. That said, considering his close relationship with the captain, it seemed best to spend the next 2 days looking for him. Floating up into the air, he picked a direction and started moving. Whenever he lost track of the captain's aura, he would send out divine sense and the 9 dawns aura to check the memories of the rainforest. Then he would adjust his path and start moving again. Unfortunately, time was very limited. Even after searching for 2 days, he didn't actually find the captain. Over the past 2 days, the teleportation fluctuations in the mountain and sea region had become increasingly prevalent. At one point, Xu Qing even saw a fire moon cultivator racing along in the distance, only to vanish via teleportation. It's starting. At that point, he found a mountain where he settled down cross-legged to wait for teleportation. As time ticked by, the sound of rumbling filled the mountain and sea region. It became deafening, like the enraged roar of a god. Teleportation fluctuations filled the region like invisible waves. The first to be taken away were the cultivators who hadn't acquired mounts. Next came those with weak mounts. If one could stand in a position to observe the mountain and sea region as a whole, it would be possible to see cultivators everywhere being caught up by the teleportation fluctuations. But there was one person who remained in place despite all of the teleportations. Several hours later, when all of the other Great Hunt participants were gone, he was still there. Frowning, Xu Qing looked up into the sky. Rumbling filled heaven and earth. Because Xu Qing was the only person left in the region, the teleportation fluctuations all focused on his location. Up above him, they converged, creating a huge vortex that resembled a black hole. However, no matter how loudly it rumbled, it didn't affect him. It couldn't teleport him away. It was a bit of a surprise. If it can't take me away, then I guess I should take the initiative to enter. Eyes narrowing, he stood and approached the vortex. Chapter 875, Nindons Enters the World. Heavenfire City was a holy city at the foot of God Mountain in the lands of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. It was made of 3 sub-cities that surrounded God Mountain, and at the moment, those cities were filled with rumbling sounds and golden light. From a distance, it was possible to see the light gathering at the peak of God Mountain, where it created a pillar that rose into the canopy of heaven. Rumbling sounds could be heard as ripples spread in all directions in the sky. The golden light became increasingly dazzling, while at the same time, teleportation fluctuations grew stronger everywhere. After noticing what was going on, people began to step outdoors in the 3 holy sub-cities and look into the sky. More and more people appeared, until there were no less than 1 million. Most were fire moons and their subsidiary species, all of whom were not participants in the Great Hunt. There were also elders and experts from various species. Many of them were associates of the participants who had gone into the mountain and sea region and were waiting for their return. As the fluctuations coming off of God Mountain grew stronger, everyone looked up hoping to see people they knew returning on precious mounts. The second round is about to end. If nothing unexpected happens this time, we'll likely see Sir Firedark with a mount that can crush all others. Well, Master Stillwinter ranks second in the echelon. He probably got an extraordinary mount as well. I wonder if some dark horse came along this time. For instance, there's that human Xu Qing. I wonder how he did. Xu Qing, he might be a chosen, and he did take first place in round 1. But that's only because none of our Fire Moon chosen care about the first round. The second round is different. I bet Xu Qing either died, or at the very least, came to a true understanding of how inferior he is. The buzz of conversation filled Heavenfire City. Clearly, no one was privy to details of what happened in the mountain and sea region. After all, that region was isolated and sealed off. But the fact that no one knew what happened inside only led to deeper curiosity about the results. Fr. Eweben Oval, calm. About an hour later, the light from God Mountain was incredibly intense, and the rumbling had reached a peak level. Then, a heaven-rending, earth-crushing bang could be heard as a huge vortex opened in the sky. As the vortex spun, cultivators began to emerge. The roughly 1 million observers in the city below all looked up with keen anticipation. Countless gazes locked onto the several thousand people who were slowly becoming visible. What they soon saw were people with ashen faces and varying expressions. Some people were disappointed, some looked dumbstruck, and some were clearly just happy to be alive. The one unifying aspect to all of them was that none had tamed a mount. They constituted the first wave of returnees. Based on how the rules usually work, The return teleportation begins with people who didn't do well. After they are all here, subsequent waves will contain those who took the lead. It seems like there are quite a few people this time who actually failed. Those who had failed weren't very important to the onlookers, so most people just glanced at them briefly. As a result, nobody noticed that one of the people who had returned was a cultivator whose eyes glittered with blue light. He quickly masked that and made sure to plaster a disappointed expression onto his face. Once the teleportation was complete, he scattered with the others. How come I didn't hear any news about little junior brother in the mountain and sea region? Of course, he was none other than the captain. For the past few months, he had been fleeing for his life, and thus wasn't very aware of the events that had played out. Upon looking around and determining that Xu Qing wasn't present among those who had failed, he felt very pleased. Little junior brother didn't meet up with me, and he isn't in the first wave of returnees. That means he must have done well. Well, that's for the best. Without a point of comparison, it would be hard to highlight the superiority of the eldest brother. The captain sighed as he thought about what it was going to be like to present Xu Qing with some hillworm eggs. The shocked look on Xu Qing's face would be amazing. I really envy little Ah Qing. How did he get so lucky as to have an eldest brother like me to back him up? Logically speaking, he should be moved enough to hand all of Crimson Mother's flesh back over to me. The captain licked his lips in anticipation, then casually took out a peach and started eating it. He had been thinking about Xu Qing's portion of Crimson Mother's flesh for a long time now. Normally speaking, it wouldn't have been easy to come up with a reason to ask for the flesh back. But now he had a good opportunity. Time passed. As fluctuations continued to roll off God Mountain, more figures emerged from the vortex in the sky. Some of them chose to hide the mounts they had tamed, while others were happy to show them off. That led to quite a bit of discussion among the onlookers. Master Heavy Spirit from the Cloud Gobbler species actually tamed a mountain sparrow. That's pretty impressive. Look at Xiaoxian from the Will Spirit species. Given the shadowy figure floating around him, I guess he must have tamed some sort of grue. Wait, something is off here. Why do all of these returnees have such strange expressions on their faces? As the discussions continued, people started to pick up on various clues. Many of the returnees didn't depart after the teleportation. They remained in place. Looking back at the vortex with complicated expressions, it seemed as if they were waiting to confirm something. The onlookers were surprised, and some considered asking what was going on. However, the teleportations weren't over yet, so there was no way to send voice messages. That would have to wait until after things went back to normal. As people watched, more and more returnees appeared, and the mounts that were revealed became increasingly impressive. Eventually, two very familiar faces appeared. They were Chu Shishan and Fan Shishwang. Their return attracted a lot of attention. Astonishingly, Chu Shishan was riding a huge, ferocious ape that pulsed with black energy. Fan Shishwang looked pale, and his expression was impossible to read. He was also leading an enormous ape. Those are fiend apes. They rank just under ghost chariots. A fiend ape is a suitable mount for Chu Shishan. But why does Fan Shishwang also have a fiend ape? Given how the two of them rank, I expected Fan Shishwang to have a ghost chariot as a mount. As the discussions raged, Chu Shishan and Fan Shishwang exchanged a silent glance. Then, just like all the other returnees, they looked at the vortex. Everyone was starting to wonder what was going on. It seems like everyone is looking at the vortex and waiting. But for what? The captain's heart was racing, and he was starting to get a bad feeling. Meanwhile, the vortex rumbled as a figure slowly emerged, growing clearer by the moment. Sir Heavenink. The mount behind him, it's a ghost chariot. Letter 1D453, letter 1D4CC, letter 2134, letter 1D4CB, letter 2134, letter 1D628. Sir Heavenink looked calm as he emerged from the vortex. Then he moved to the side and looked back with a solemn expression. The fluctuations which came out of the vortex next were completely superior to those that accompanied Sir Heavenink. Sir Firedark emerged, followed by a beast that seemed to have been born amongst flames and emanated a shocking might. This was something that ranked above ghost chariots. It was the number 2 beast, a hillworm. Sir Firedark's expression was very grim, and his eyes burned with killing intent as he scanned the crowd as if looking for something in particular. The captain blinked a few times, but was confident in his disguise. He just let Sir Firedark's gaze sweep over him, and yet he still had a very uneasy feeling, and it had only intensified with the return of Sir Firedark. Little junior brother hasn't come out yet. Either he's not coming out or he'll come out after the hillworm. That means... As the captain started to speculate about what it all meant, the crowd reacted to Sir Firedark's hillworm. A hillworm. Apparently, all the other round 2 participants were waiting for Sir Firedark. He has a hillworm, which means he's taken first place in round 1. Hold on, why hasn't Master Stillwinter come out? Also, the teleportation isn't over yet. Look, everyone, the vortex is still spinning. Something off here. Look at all the participants. With the exception of Sir Firedark, they're all still looking at the vortex. They're still waiting. Everyone in Heavenfire City was shocked by what they were seeing. Up in the air, Sir Firedark had picked up on what was going on. Considering that everyone was looking at the vortex, he frowned and did the same. Heaven-shaking, earth-shattering rumblings were coming out of the vortex, as if the vortex was struggling. It was as if some incomparably massive entity were approaching by means of the teleportation power, except that the teleportation was having difficulty accommodating it. Wisps of gray fog emerged, filled with a wild and ancient sensation. As they spread, they caused immense pressure to weigh down. All of a sudden, the hearts of all the Fire Moon onlookers were struck with waves of shock as they realized their blood was fluctuating. The top Fire Moon experts looked especially serious, and some of them even flew up into the air to get a clearer read on the fog. Their expressions quickly became those of incredulity. Is that? As everyone looked on, and as their bloodline fluctuations grew more intense, a figure emerged from the vortex. His long hair swayed around him as he emerged into the world. All of the tamed mounts threw their heads back and howled, then dropped down in worship. Looking very excited, Sir Heavenink loudly said, "I, Sir Heavenink, offer respectful greetings to the future Grand Darkheaven of the Fire Moon people as he returns triumphant from battle." With that, he bowed deeply at the waist. The captain's eyes widened, and he nearly dropped his peach as he stared at the familiar figure coming out of the vortex. As his emotions raged out of control, he thought, the pretentious little jerk really knows how to put on a freaking show. Chapter 876, A God's Tacit Approval. Boundless fluctuations rolled through the sky above Heavenfire City and God Mountain. Bolts of lightning shot left and right, forming unusual supernatural phenomena. The intense rumbling left all the cultivators present feeling shocked. At the same time, the bloodline reactions of the Fire Moon cultivators were getting more intense. All of them were visibly taken aback. Although the subsidiary species didn't experience any reaction in their blood, when they saw what was happening with the Fire Moon cultivators, they started to get even more surprised. Up in the sky, Sir Heavenink wasn't the only one who was bowing. Next to him, Fan Shishwang did the same. As the figure emerged from the vortex, more than half of the round 2 participants instinctively bowed their heads. That included Chu Shishin and all the other chosen. Sir Firedark's expression flickered as he looked at the vortex. As for the captain, he looked around and sighed inwardly as his heart filled with a prickling sensation, along with deep incredulity. The cultivators in Heavenfire City were stunned. All of them now knew that the other participants were waiting for the person who was currently emerging from the vortex. As everyone watched, the vortex spun, and the figure inside strode out, becoming clearer and clearer. Gray fog was like a sea spreading out through the air and filling heaven and earth. There was something wild and ancient about it, and it even kicked up a massive wind. Because of the bloodline reaction of many of the onlookers, the gray fog echoed with a sound that resembled the howl of a god. Soon, the Nine Dawn's skulls became visible around the emerging figure, surrounded by fog as they looked down at everything below. All Fire Moon cultivators felt their blood reacting dramatically. It didn't matter the level of cultivation base involved. All cultivators of that species were unable to control the tug they felt from their blood. There were some older Fire Moon experts who saw the 9 skulls and were so stunned their jaws nearly dropped. They couldn't prevent the shock from being visible in their eyes. Are those? This. The subsidiary species saw the 9 skulls in the fog, and their expression flickered. Many had speculations about what they were seeing, but the one explanation that made sense seemed completely unbelievable. Before they could do anything to confirm their speculations, the vortex rumbled loudly again. Fog poured out of it, spreading in all directions. The 9 skulls emerged, becoming visible to all. There was an ox dragon, jackal dragon, phoenix dragon, roaring dragon, lion dragon, turtle dragon, tiger dragon, graceful dragon, and fish dragon. 9 of them swirled around, emitted powerful roars. 9 Dons, who had been confined for countless years of time, was now appearing in the world again. The antimage aura and the blood of the Darkheaven archmages became an origin power that existed at the highest level. All of a sudden, the souls of the Fire Moon cultivators began to tremble, and their blood filled with a very intense sensation that made them want to bow down to the 9 heads. The subsidiary species did not have any bloodline reaction like that, but their speculations were seemingly proved true. The level of incredulity at play was monumental. The legends surrounding the 9 Dons' forbidden lands, plus the sight of the Fire Moon cultivators bowing, were so shocking that all of them chose to bow their heads. As of this moment, it didn't matter the level of cultivation base or the personal status or identity involved. Everyone was bowing their heads. That was also when the figure finally emerged from the vortex. As he appeared in the dome of heaven, those bowing to him finally saw who he was. He had long hair flowing behind him like the river of time. His eyes were like spirits in the starry sky, twinkling with countless heavenly bodies. His facial features existed at a higher level than all other life forms and provoked shock as deep as the blood. He was none other than Xu Qing. The moment he appeared, the 9 Dons' skulls' roars grew more intense, and they began swirling around him to form 9 lanterns made of flesh. Xu Qing sensed the connection of a shared origin between himself and the 9 heads. Instead of looking at everything below, he turned to look back at the vortex. It had already begun fading away as he emerged. He could sense the mountain and sea region on the other side of the vortex and the numerous beasts there. An idea had just struck him. If I'm out here, but I unleash the 9 Dons' aura, I wonder if I can summon things from the mountain and sea region. If he did that in the lands of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, though, it could have severe ramifications. For now, he buried the thought. As of now, no one was paying attention to anything other than Xu Qing and the 9 lanterns floating around him. Sir Firedark's mind was spinning, and he was breathing heavily. He didn't want to bow his head, but his blood was driving him too. Veins bulged out on his forehead as he resisted the urge, but in the end, he had no choice but to bow his head. Silence reigned in heaven and earth, but inaudible rumbling filled the hearts and minds of the bowing cultivators. It wasn't just the cultivators in the area who were affected. As the 9 Dons' aura spread, all Fire Moon Darkheavens, regardless of where they were, felt their blood seething. Meanwhile, as Xu Qing appeared outside of God Mountain, and everyone bowed to him, 3 shadowy objects appeared, pulsing with majestic energy. They were 3 incomparably majestic tents, one. Each one was like an entire city. The first pulsed with astonishing flames and contained the power of a sun. It was surrounded by a sea of fire, through which it was possible to see an enormous golden tent that was virtually a palace. The second was surrounded by moonlight and emanated frigid coldness. The moonlight around it was like a mysterious veil creating a shimmering barrier, through which was visible a tent that resembled a moon palace. The third glittered with starlight and was surrounded by a void that was like a starry sky. And at the end of that starry sky was a palace formed from starlight. These 3 palatial tents corresponded to the 3 stewards of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, who were like emperors or kings that ranked only beneath their three gods. Among the Fire Moon Dark Heavens, their authority was supreme. They consisted of Steward Heavencloud, who served High God Sunfair, Steward Silver Creek, who served High God Moonfair, and Steward Deep Spirit, who served High God Starfair. When they appeared, all of the Fire Moon Dark Heavens and the subsidiary species bowed even lower. Although they were only projections, the fact that the tents of all three stewards appeared at the same time was unusual. Normally speaking, they only came out for important ceremonies. As the three majestic tents appeared in projected form, they descended in unison. At the same time, three terrifying gazes emerged from them and locked onto Xu Qing. They were clearly examining him critically. Xu Qing, meanwhile, looked at God Mountain. He was aware that no one on the outside was aware of him acquiring nine dons, but the three gods certainly knew. However, from beginning to end, the three gods hadn't intervened at all, which was what led to him coming out of the vortex in the manner that he did. Couple that with the situation in the cave underneath the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands, and it gave Xu Qing a fairly good idea of what was going on. The three gods tacitly approved of Nine Dawn's coming out into the world. In fact, it even seemed likely that they wanted someone to bring Nine Dawn's out. Though he couldn't be sure of the reason, the arrival of these three majestic tents seemed to confirm his theory. First to act was Steward Deep Spirit, servant of High God Starfair. Starlight glittered around the tent as the gaze from within went from being critical to profound. Then, a calm voice echoed out. Nine Dawns, as a sage of the Fire Moon Dark Heavens, I hereby bestow upon you a starglory robe of this tent. Out from Steward Deep Spirit's illusory tent flew a long robe of starlight. It was exquisite as it floated out to appear in front of Xu Qing. It almost looked like a map of the starry sky, as it contained the glittering radiance of unending heavenly bodies. All cultivators below, be they fire moons or from subsidiary species, found this very meaningful. Starglory robes were profoundly significant on a symbolic level. Whoever wore such a robe had the right to seek an audience with Steward Deep Spirit at any time. Throughout the history of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, few people had ever been given a starglory robe. Those who had were all extremely exceptional. Xu Qing clasped hands and bowed. He knew his own limitations, and also knew how terrifying the Fire Moon Darkheaven people could be. Therefore, he had no intention of acting arrogant because of Nine Dawns. After Steward Deep Spirit, the next to speak was Steward Silver Creek, who served High God Moonfair. His voice was as cold as ice as he said, "You are bestowed with a Silver Creek Moon God medallion." A gray identity medallion flew out from the tent, pulsing with moonlight and a mysterious will. It was actually a bone medallion, and the moment it appeared, the captain's eyes went wide as he stood there in the crowd, and he struggled to control his breathing. Xu Qing again clasped hands and bowed. FRDAP EEWEB hook, N Cyrillic letter 473 VEL retroflex, com. Next, fire pulsed around the tent of Steward Heavencloud, who served High God Sunfire. Streams of fire came out, converged, and turned into a short sword. It emitted dazzling sword light as it floated over to Xu Qing. Next, a stentorian voice erupted from within the tent. You are bestowed with a Heavencloud solar flame sword. A robe, a medallion, a sword. The symbolic significance couldn't be underestimated, and the fact that they had all been given at once defied description. There was no need to announce who had taken first place in round 2. The appearance of Nine Dawns and the actions of the three stewards said it all. This chapter is updated by Free Omega novel, com. The projections of the three tents faded away into nothing. At that point, the voice of a god echoed out from God Mountain. In 7 days, the final round of the Great Hunt will begin. As the voice echoed out, the vortex in the sky disappeared. The second round of the Great Hunt was now over. In another area in Fire Moon Darkheaven territory, high above the sky, illusory ripples spread out as a massive floating city appeared. Within the city were no less than 10,000 buildings, all of which glittered like stars. There were innumerable living beings in the city, which emanated terrifying fluctuations. In the case of some, their mere energy would be enough to cause all light to dim in heaven and earth. In the middle of the stars was a huge tent made of starlight. It was the tent of Steward Deep Spirit, who served High God Starfare. Inside the tent was a figure seated cross-legged, who was currently looking in the direction of God Mountain. Nindons is finally out in the world. The three gods tacitly approve. This kid is tied to some major karma. 1. The tents here are not like camping tents, but more like Mongolian yurts. To be clear, there is a specific word for yurt in Chinese, and it's not used here. But if you do some image searches in Chinese for the term used here, virtually all of the results are yurts. There are many kinds of yurts, with some of them essentially being permanent structures. Here are a few examples from my Baidu image search. Chapter 877, Masterless God Domain. In Heavenfire City at the base of God Mountain, the god's voice faded away, and the vortex disappeared. The Fire Moon cultivators who had returned via teleportation seemed deeply thoughtful as they looked at Xu Qing. It was the same with the onlookers in the 3 subcities below. They were looking at Xu Qing with surprise and other complex emotions. This was different from Xu Qing becoming the champion of round 1. This time, it wasn't as much of a provocation. He had recovered 9 dawns and been given boons by the 3 stewards, which clearly demonstrated Xu Qing's qualifications. The bloodline fluctuations that everyone felt ensured that the Fire Moons were able to overlook the fact that he was human. As everyone looked on with mixed emotions, Xu Qing descended toward the city. 7 days to rest and recover. Next, the great hunt will resume in a god domain. That's the main point of this event. Xu Qing could sense the captain, but given the situation, he didn't acknowledge him. Then, just as he was about to disappear into the city, a cold voice rang out behind him. "Hold on a moment." The words were spoken like a command that couldn't be ignored. In fact, they stirred ripples as the natural and magical laws in the area were affected, and made the air suddenly seem to solidify. It was as if trying to move would provoke calamity from all directions. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed as he looked coldly over his shoulder. The person who had spoken was Sir Firedark. Although the bloodline reaction made Sir Firedark feel slightly out of sorts, he couldn't suppress his frustration and rage, and thus, they became a powerful force that pushed away everything else. As Xu Qing turned, their gazes locked. It was only one look, but it caused the air between them to vibrate as if it might shatter. Natural and magical laws crumbled, turning into threads that conformed to Sir Firedark's will to surround Xu Qing. The gray mist around Xu Qing seethed, pulsing with pressure as the 9 Dawn's skull's eyes glowed with underworld light. Xu Qing looked at Sir Firedark with eyes narrowed. The sensation he was getting here surpassed that of Master Stillwinter by a lot. Sir Firedark's eyes also narrowed as he realized that this definitely wasn't the person he was looking for. The person he sought could be described as crafty and frigid, while this Xu Qing was clearly an expert in the Tao of Slaughter. He looked away from Xu Qing and sent his icy divine will out over the other returnees. Nobody move. The returnees reacted with visible surprise. Sir Firedark had a very noble identity and was considered the most important person among Firemoon Darkheavens of the current generation. Therefore, though his divine will didn't provoke bloodline fluctuations like Xu Qing, it was still powerful and threatening. The only person to ignore him was Xu Qing. He turned back around and headed toward the city. Sir Firedark ignored Xu Qing. His focus was currently on all the other returnees, as he was now certain that the goddamned, good-for-nothing cultivator he was seeking was hiding among them. Therefore, he started inspecting everyone one by one. In the end, he didn't find anything. Short of slaughtering everyone, there didn't seem to be any way to find his quarry. He was so irritated that he was almost inclined to do that, except it wasn't realistic. Suppressing his killing intent, Sir Firedark spun and left. The other returnees went their separate ways, wondering exactly what was going on. Some reunited with family. Some returned to the encampments of their various species. Regardless, all of the cultivators who had returned from the mountain and sea region started spreading the news about what happened there as it related to Xu Qing. Master Stillwinter was killed by Xu Qing. The news spread like a tempest among the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, and it provided a lot of food for thought for many of the old-timers. Xu Qing wasn't paying attention to any of that. As he made his way toward his residence, he started reviewing everything he knew about the next round of the Great Hunt. The three gods will tear open a god domain and allow the participants to enter. There, we will hunt godly entities. On the surface, it seems like it's meant to be training for the Fire Moon cultivators, but after what happened in the mountain and sea region and learning the truth about their history, I wonder what the real reason is that the three gods will tear open a god domain. All of a sudden, he stopped walking and looked over his shoulder. Someone was racing after him at top speed. It was none other than Sir Heavenink, who stopped a few meters away from him. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Xu. You'll almost certainly become the Grand Darkheaven soon." Sir Heavenink looked both pious and fervent, and after he was finished speaking, he bowed formally to Xu Qing. "What do you want?" Xu Qing said, ignoring what Sir Heavenink had just said. Sir Heavenink blinked a few times, but wasn't put off by Xu Qing's coldness. That was especially true when he thought about everything he witnessed Xu Qing do back in the mountain and sea region. Given all that, Sir Heavenink was determined to make friends with him. Updat from Fr Yaeweb, No, Cyrillic letter 475 Macron L, com. Therefore, he quickly continued, "Brother Xu, the third round of our Fire Moon Darkheavens, Great Hunt involves hunting in a god domain. I know you have a lot of connections as well as plenty of resources, so you probably know some of the details. But I noticed how that blowhard Sir Firedark was being so rude, and I'm worried he might try to harm you in the god domain, Brother Xu. Therefore, I was thinking that you might benefit from some of the information I got about the god domain. Maybe it will help you deal with whatever despicable plans Sir Firedark is hatching." An odd expression could be seen on Xu Qing's face. What stuck out to him most about Sir Heavenink was that he always had new ways to describe other people. Bastard, sissy, brutal beast, joker. And now he used the words despicable and blowhard. "Go on," Xu Qing said, continuing to walk. Seeing that Xu Qing was willing to listen, Sir Heavenink lit up and hurried after him. Lowering his voice, he continued, "Brother Xu, forget what you hear other people say. The truth is that from ancient times until now, us Fire Moon Darkheavens have only opened up god domains 3 times. Every single time, it was the same god domain. The difference is that the opening was ripped in different spots. Because god domains are so huge, outsiders have no idea of the truth, and they think that each one was a different god domain." Xu Qing's pupils constricted. "It's the same god domain each time." Sir Heavenink nodded. "Exactly. Now, this god domain isn't listed in any of the histories of the revered ancient mainland. In other words, it's not a post-heaven god domain. No, it's a pre-heaven god domain." Xu Qing was definitely surprised. This was an important piece of information, and it wasn't anything he could have predicted. "And that means that the god domain this time around will almost certainly be the same one," Sir Heavenink continued in a hushed tone. "There's no way of telling where the opening will be, but regardless, based on records of past events, the living beings inside can be categorized into different levels." Sir Heavenink took out a jade slip. "This contains details about what they look like and their levels. It's very comprehensive. By the way, the reason things went so smoothly in the past is that there's one very important feature about this place. And that is, there's no god in charge." Xu Qing stopped in place. "Normally speaking, god domains have a god in charge, but not this one. My clan analyzed the situation thoroughly and came to the conclusion that this particular feature is why the Great Hunt is always held there. Furthermore, there are probably other reasons for everything. Secret reasons." Sir Heavenink glanced at God Mountain, then looked back at Xu Qing. Xu Qing nodded. He understood what Sir Heavenink was getting at. "It's not possible for us to dig up any details beyond that. But I can tell you that the next round is going to be very dangerous, but at the same time will bring astonishing benefits. All of the living beings inside the God domain are treasures. Their souls can be refined into heavenly Taos or be used to nourish either flesh or cultivation base. There's also a big downside. Killing living beings in a God domain will cause you to be marked by a curse. The more you kill, and the higher the level of what you kill, the deeper the curse mark will go. But because there's no God in charge, even a deep curse won't matter much. What's more, the way they determine who takes first place is how deep the curse marks go. Xu Qing nodded. Although he hadn't specifically experienced what it was like to be cursed because of killing living beings in a God domain, he had dealt with things like that. For instance, years ago in the event at the Supreme Beginning Netherflight Pillar in Emperor Receiving Prefecture, when he encountered the essence of Crimson Mother for the first time, he had acquired a mark like that. And that mark came because the Ghost Emperor killed a living being from a God domain. Anything else? Xu Qing asked. Sir Heavenink excitedly went on to explain everything else he knew. And thus, by the time the two of them arrived at his residence, Xu Qing had quite a thorough understanding of what was to come. Sir Heavenink took a few steps back, clasped hands, and bowed. Brother Xu Qing, I hope that you achieve a decisive victory in the God domain. Once you become the champion, you'll be named Grand Darkheaven. Also, Big Bro Xu, please stay on guard against the other degenerate participants. There are a lot of villains with malicious goals. For instance, that stupid cunt Sir Firedark. And if you have anything you need me to do, just say the word. Sir Heavenink will do what needs to be done. Sir Heavenink cupped hands again, and then hurried off. Xu Qing watched him go, all while thinking about the wealth of information he had just obtained. Then he stepped inside. The first thing he noticed was a familiar figure silhouetted against the window. Xu Qing blinked a few times as he realized that the captain was about to launch into a performance. Sitting down, Xu Qing took out an apple, started eating, and waited for the show to begin. He didn't have to wait long before an ancient, desolate, and emotional sigh drifted out into the room. Little junior brother, you know, your eldest brother had it really rough this time around. Before the captain could finish speaking, Xu Qing took out the bone medallion he had received from the Moonfire steward. He tossed it over. I get it, take that, eldest brother. The captain spun and caught it. He seemed a bit embarrassed as he looked at Xu Qing, and ultimately decided not to launch into the tragic tale he had been about to tell. But then he remembered his status as the eldest brother. Putting a mysterious look onto his face, he lowered his voice and said, Little Ah Qing, your eldest brother won't take things from you willy-nilly. Allow me to tell you a very, very interesting secret regarding Sir Firedark. 878. Little Swallow in Lace. Xu Qing looked at the captain. Earlier, when he had arrived, he'd sensed that the captain was lurking around. Then Sir Firedark searched the returnees with killing intent bubbling. And then there were the clues he'd personally uncovered in Hillworm Jungle in the mountain and sea region. All of it seemed to be pointing in one direction. His eldest brother definitely got into some heated conflict with Sir Firedark, and the one who came out on the short end of the stick was the latter. It didn't matter that Sir Firedark's cultivation base was equivalent to the smoldering god level, or that he had a terrifying reputation. Xu Qing knew that the captain could deal with any challenge. What was more, Xu Qing didn't care about learning Sir Firedark's secrets. However, he could see how excited the captain was to share this news, so he decided to play along. He nodded. What secret? The captain's eyes lit up and he licked his lips. Squatting down in front of Xu Qing, he instinctively looked left and right to check the surroundings before lowering his voice and saying, Little junior brother, get this. Sir Firedark is a real gem. Xu Qing wasn't sure what that meant. It was his first time hearing his eldest brother use the word gem to describe someone. Coupled with the way the captain was licking his lips, it certainly created a thought-provoking image. Seeing Xu Qing's reaction made the captain even more excited to share his secrets. He chuckled, making him look even more sleazy than normal. You listen to me, little Ah Qing. Based on experiences from my past lives, I realized that this fellow Sir Firedark could be considered as valuable as a jewel to cultivators with certain proclivities. This person can either attack or defend, can advance or retreat freely, is capable of myriad transformations, and is impossible to defend against. 1. The captain smacked his lips, as if he were about to start drooling with desire. Xu Qing was both surprised and confused to see such a look on the captain's face. The reality was that, although Xu Qing had experienced a lot in life, when all was said and done, there were some areas of life in which he was very naive. That was why, in response to the captain's words, he found himself thinking about Sir Firedark and trying to remember the details of his aura or other special characteristics. When the captain saw that Xu Qing was confused, he blinked a few times. As he realized that this conversation was a lot of fun, he suddenly felt a bit more arrogant than before. Moments like this were when his little junior brother revealed how pure and simplistic he was. As the eldest brother, it wasn't right to let his little junior brother go around with such a weakness. Clasping Xu Qing's shoulder, he began to speak in the sincere and earnest tone of an older person teaching a lesson. "You haven't seen enough in life, little junior brother. Whatever, I guess I should just spell it out directly. Sir Firedark." The captain paused dramatically. "Can be a man or a woman, it's fantastic." The captain licked his lips again. His words slammed into Xu Qing's ears like a lightning bolt and caused his eyes to widen. Although there were too many weird and unusual things in revered ancient to count, the ability to change one's gender at will was not something commonly seen. But what was really shocking was the wording that the captain was using in his descriptions. Everything in the conversation up to this point was causing Xu Qing to start connecting various dots. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Eldest brother, how did you find out about this?" The captain stuck his chin up and assumed a derisive posture. "Little Swallow just doesn't understand the height of the heavens or the depths of the earth, and had the audacious gall to steal my hillworm from right in front of me. Then, after sensing my presence, he told me to screw off." His expression and wording were like the picture of arrogance. The captain snorted coldly. "So, after hearing his demand, I went and screwed off. However, the more I thought about what happened, the angrier I got. So, as he was working on getting the hillworm under control, I used all the godly law medallions I'd created to summon that hillworm's entire family. I'm talking Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, etc. 2. And what happened? Heh. Let's just say little Swallow got into a real bad situation. His cultivation base and battle prowess might be extraordinary, comparable to a smoldering god even, but not even that will help much upon being surrounded by hillworms. Now, do you want to guess what I saw then?" The captain rubbed his hands excitedly, and before Xu Qing could respond, continued, "At a very critical moment, he used a very terrifying divine ability. In fact, maybe it's beyond a divine ability and is actually a god magic. So, yeah, it's a terrifying god magic, maybe even the reprimand of a god." Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. The more the captain went on with his story, the more his eyebrows danced up and down. "This magic has a side effect that, from little Swallow's perspective, isn't really a side effect at all. Long story short, after you use that magic, for a short time period, your gender changes. Believe you me, little Ah Qing, I personally saw it happen every time he used it. He would turn into a woman, then a man, then a woman, and then a man again. So fun, right?" The captain's enthusiasm caused a strange expression to appear on Xu Qing's face. By this point, the captain wasn't paying attention to Xu Qing. He was completely wrapped up in his excitement as he continued. "What's more, every time he uses it and his gender changes, a pearl will form alongside him. As it orbits around him, it absorbs the aura of transformation and allows him to switch back. With one glance, I could tell that it was his personal life essence pearl. Obviously, it's very important to him. Now, as you know, your eldest brother is a very kind and generous person, willing to help others and completely selfless in thought and action. And I really dislike seeing other people unhappy. Therefore, how could I possibly tolerate seeing him go through the pain of that transformation? After all, switching from man to woman involves changing even your meridians and blood vessels, let alone the physical external changes. As you can imagine, it's very painful. Therefore, I took advantage of a moment when he had turned into a woman to simply take that pearl away from him. That way, he can't change back. It solves the problem entirely. The captain extended his hand to reveal a red pearl floating above his palm. Although it emanated dazzling light, there was a shimmering blue shield covering it and preventing any fluctuations from escaping. "What do you think?" The captain looked at Xu Qing, clearly very pleased with himself. "The point is that you can't be fooled by Little Swallow's physical appearance. That girl is still on the inside, and she won't be changing back. In fact, because of that, when we parted ways, I made sure to leave her one of Nether Sprite's lace bodices." Stunned, Xu Qing stared at the captain. Then he thought about the fury and killing intent with which Sir Firedark had been searching through the returnees. Now he understood what was going on. "No wonder," Xu Qing sighed. The captain laughed heartily. Closing his hand around the pearl, he stood and stretched. The trip to the mountain and sea region had been amazing, and he had benefited wildly. That said, thinking about how Xu Qing fared with 9 Dons made him hesitate. In fact, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked Xu Qing for some details. Xu Qing obliged. As the captain listened to the story, his eyes widened. In the end, he stamped his foot angrily. "Little Swallow held me back. I should have been part of that whole thing. I really lost out." Xu Qing didn't respond. The captain sighed, squatted back down, and started thinking. After a short time, he apparently figured out a way to comfort himself internally, because his eyes lit up. "I might have missed out on a destined opportunity," he murmured, "but what happened still confirmed a theory of mine. And given what we have to do next, that's going to be a big help." The captain looked at Xu Qing, his eyes bright and full of expression, primarily craziness. "Little junior brother, when this god domain gets opened up, I was planning to do something big, except I was only about 10% confident in succeeding. But now, after what you just told me, I'm a lot more confident. This time, your eldest brother is going to take you on a super big job so amazing it'll surpass anything we've ever done before." Xu Qing immediately went on guard. Whenever the words "a big job" came up, he knew he had to start paying close attention to the captain's wording. After all, when the captain talked about such things, they often involved towing the line with death. And the level of craziness of such jobs always seemed to increase. Thinking back, it all started with Join's flesh. Then came the sea zombie ancestral statues, the Nether Sprite clothing heist, the Heavenly Dao Sun incident, the Greenhair Badlands and the Imperial Sovereign, and finally slaughtering Crimson Mother. Each event just got more and more dramatic. What was especially notable was that the captain used the word super. Xu Qing's level of vigilance couldn't be any higher. Looking at the captain, he sighed. "Eldest brother, we're not going to do anything suicidal, are we?" The captain smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry at all. I've been planning this thing for a very, very long time. And now that you've confirmed my theory, we're going to be completely and utterly safe." The captain thumped himself on the chest, confidently. Hearing the captain speak in such a way caused Xu Qing's hair to stand on end. His mind was spinning as he came to realize that the captain was obviously planning something unprecedentedly terrifying. He was about to say something when the captain zipped out of the room, leaving behind only a few words echoing in his absence. "Calm down, little junior brother. I'm going out to make some plans for the big job." Xu Qing remained behind in the residence. After some thought, his eyes began to shine with determination. Based on what he knew of the captain, he got the feeling that the best thing to focus on after entering the god domain was to search for heavenly Daos and sealing marks. He was absolutely, positively not going to join the captain in his next job. Xu Qing had come to the conclusion that his hobbies did not include the practice of risking his life for fun. Having reached the conclusion that this was definitely the best idea, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes to meditate. His mage trove needed more work to get him in peak fighting condition, and thus, he needed to speed up the absorption of the 95 god monuments. In that manner, time passed, 6 days. It was morning, and there was only an incense stick's worth of time before the god domain was opened for the next round of the Great Hunt. Just as Xu Qing was getting ready to leave, the captain returned. Before Xu Qing could even open his mouth, the captain took out a bottle. Then, a swishing sound could be heard as the captain crumbled into a host of blue worms that entered the bottle. "Put me in your bag of holding, little junior brother. It's time to get going." At the same time, shocking fluctuations rolled out from God Mountain with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. 3 terrifying streams of divine will had already covered the entire region. The aura of gods was present everywhere. Any life force who was under the level of a god began to tremble as a cold voice filled heaven and earth. "The god domain will be opened. Participants, present yourselves." Xu Qing put the bottle into his bag of holding, then left the residence. When he appeared in midair, he looked at the distant God Mountain and saw astonishing figures. Sunfire, Moonfire, Starfire. 3 gods had emerged. 1. These words are intended to have some vague innuendo attached to them, which becomes more obvious as the content of this chapter unfolds. This chapter is updated by Frio Megib novel, Com. 2. The godly law medallions were mentioned in chapter 846-847. Chapter 879, an original god domain. The auras of Sunfire, Moonfire, and Starfire spread from God Mountain, unleashing such dramatic force that it seemed as if the canopy of heaven might not be able to sustain it. It seemed like it was going to cave in. All 3 were visible as illusory projections. In the middle was High God Sunfire, apparently clad in a golden robe. It was hard to determine if High God Sunfire was male or female. At first glance, she seemed female, but at the same time had male features. Behind her was a rising sun that emanated intense heat and godly might. On the right was High God Moonfire, clad in a silver gown with a flowing skirt that spread out to cover the dome of heaven. Her face was so attractive it seemed to contain all the beauty in the world. The mere sight would leave one feeling stunned. However, her expression was as cold as a mountain of ice. She had one hand in front of her chest posed in an incantation gesture, while a moon hung behind her, casting out cold, holy moonlight. On the left was High God Starfire. She was not majestic like Sunfire or flawlessly beautiful like Moonfire. She looked like nothing more than an ordinary clay fox, but any who looked at her would feel their hearts starting to pound. Heat would spread through them, filling their bodies and affecting their hearts and minds. Behind her was a glittering star, whose light spread out to form a sea of starlight. 3 gods had come out. All cultivators who flew into the open in the holy city bowed their heads. It didn't matter their status or the level of their cultivation base. They all looked pious as they dropped to their knees and kowtowed. Further off in the distance was the projection of the 3 stewards, tents, and even the stewards emerged and bowed their heads to the gods. Xu Qing hovered in the air outside his residence, looking around, his heart pounding. As of this moment, he could see the difference between humans and Fire Moon Darkheavens. The Fire Moon Darkheavens were a species controlled by gods. In front of their gods, all living beings were like slaves. Xu Qing frowned slightly. He was not a Fire Moon Darkheaven, but he was in their lands, and thus he bowed. Eventually, everything went still and quiet. The 3 gods on God Mountain looked around. When they looked at Xu Qing, different expressions could be seen. Sunfire was apathetic, Moonfire's expression was complex, and Starfire smiled. Next, the sun behind High God Sunfire shone with radiant light that caused the color of gold to fill the dome of heaven. It was Godfire. As it burned, the sky started to melt away layer by layer. Eventually, a void was revealed, and after enough layers were gone, a black hole could be seen. The burning continued. Thanks to the Godfire, the black hole collapsed, and a new black hole formed. It happened again and again in a cycle. During the process, the lands quaked, and the angry howls of heavenly dows could be heard, as if they wanted to stop what was happening but were powerless to do so. In the end, a golden vortex could be seen spinning in the void. Within that vortex was a blurry membrane, beyond which it was just barely possible to make out another world. The moment the golden vortex appeared, High God Moonfire's hand lifted, and moonlight swept out to make a huge river that flowed right toward the vortex. Soon, Different howls from other heavenly Daos echoed out from within the vortex, as if they also wanted to stop what was happening. Moonfire snorted coldly, and all of a sudden, some of the aura of Crimson Mother appeared on hers. Xu Qing shivered. Next, the power of Moonfire entered the membrane, which transformed, becoming clearer and clearer to reveal the world beyond. What was visible appeared to be a pure white world. Before anyone could study it closely, the clay fox laughed. Starlight erupted, transforming into two enormous clay hands that reached into the vortex, grabbed the transparent membrane, and ripped it open. A heaven-rending, earth-crushing ripping sound echoed out, causing the minds of all cultivators to vibrate. The effects of the ripping spread, until, from the perspective of the people on the ground, the opening filled half the sky. It was like a wound. An aroma of rot and decay spread out along with an ancient aura. It seemed completely foreign. It, along with strong mutagen, emerged from the vortex along with howling and roaring. At the same time, the opening grew large enough that it was possible to see some of the details of the world beyond. Freeweb novel, calm. Xu Qing looked up, 1,000 thoughts running through his mind thanks to what he was seeing. The world beyond the opening actually seemed familiar to him. Inside of the opening was an unfamiliar starry sky, and within the countless glittering stars was an enormous mass of spider webs. The webs were shocking and ghastly, and were filled with innumerable planets. Every single web strand was about 1/10 the width of any of the planets. This was the God domain that the Fire Moon Darkheaven people were opening for the Great Hunt. A God domain with no God in charge. It's been explored 3 times in the past, an original God domains. Sir Heavenink's words echoed in Xu Qing's mind. Combined with the information from the Jade Slip, an obvious explanation occurred to Xu Qing. The source of this content is Freewebitoval, CM. This is the God domain of the spider god from the cave in the Nine Dawn's Forbidden Lands. Xu Qing's eyes glittered as he came to this understanding. Everything fit together. Something happened to the spider god, and it ended up being suppressed by the 3 other gods. As a result, its god domain came to be masterless. Now it made sense why the 3 gods wanted the place explored. As Xu Qing reeled inwardly, another godly voice echoed through the dome of heaven. Let the children hunt. The word provoked a gravitational force, which spread from the opening in the rift. Guided by the 3 gods, it became tens of thousands of threads that shot toward the cultivators who had passed the 2nd round. All of those cultivators, Xu Qing included, were pulled up into the sky, moving faster and faster until they were beams of light that shot into the opening. They entered the void that contained the God domain, and they entered an unfamiliar starry sky. Compared to the massive God domain, a few tens of thousands of cultivators were like nothing. What was more, the danger was going to be immense. As they were pulled into that starry sky, one of the participants shivered, screamed, and then exploded. Blood and flesh sprayed everywhere. The bits then exploded, until that cultivator was thoroughly destroyed in body and soul. He had been killed by a black tentacle that had appeared in the nearby void. Whoever that tentacle touched would end up either injured or dead. At the end of the tentacle, Xu Qing spotted a 3,000-meter decomposing fish. It was covered with a host of tentacles, some of which hung limp and some of which swept this way and that. It was a very gruish sight. The fish emanated an aroma of decay, plus terrifying fluctuations that struck fear into the hearts of the Fire Moon cultivators. However, they quickly suppressed that fear. Clearly, they had come prepared. After all, they were going into a god domain. When the gruish fish appeared, everyone reacted quickly. They scattered, all while speeding in the direction of the god domain full of spider webs. Xu Qing personally witnessed some chosen from subsidiary species get hit by the tentacles and killed. That caused his pupils to constrict. This fish was something he had read about in the Jade Slip from Sir Heavenink. A god domain void spirit that looks like a rotting fish, with tentacles that can exterminate life. It will eat anything and everything. Strangely, its size varies depending on who is looking at it. Some people look at it and see something 300,000 meters in size. To other people, it's only 3,000 meters. there are large numbers of these void spirits. They have undying bodies, so that if you kill them, they'll be resurrected soon after. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing accelerated, leaving that area and speeding through the starry sky while remaining fully on guard. Along the way, he saw several of the tentacled fish and was very careful to avoid them. As he neared the spiderwebs, they got bigger and bigger. He passed a few areas full of planets that, based on his senses, were full of death. They were dead planets. They emitted no fluctuations of life force and were simply ruins full of endless spider webs. Meanwhile, the spider webs got so enormous that the strands were like white roads going through the starry sky. Compared to the spider webs, Xu Qing was like a mote of dust. What was more, Xu Qing spotted numerous enormous objects wrapped in spider silk, dotting the spider webs. Inside were skeletons that must have been dead for countless years. A sense of danger was starting to build up in Xu Qing. After some testing, he found that the spider webs were terrifyingly sticky. If he threw something onto them, they would become permanently stuck. After that, silk would start to spread out and cover them. Now Xu Qing realized where all those skeletons came from. I definitely cannot touch the spider webs. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed as he carefully flew through this Gruish god domain and reviewed all of the information he had in the hopes of coming up with something that would help him in the moment. He also took out the bottle with the captain in it. All of a sudden, his expression flickered, and he shot backward by about 30 meters. Soul threads whipped out, millions of them, which instantly turned into his fourth-level god state. Meanwhile, a shadowy form swept right past the spot where he had been a moment ago. It moved so fast it shattered the void. After pouncing in vain, though, it shot back to one of the enormous spider webs. That was where its appearance became clear. It was a spider. It was some 300 meters in size, with a speckled golden body and the head of an old man. The head's eyes were open, and the pupils were crimson as they stared coldly at Xu Qing. As for its mouth, it was filled with sharp, pointed teeth. The sight of this creature reminded Xu Qing of the spider god in the Nine Dawn's Forbidden Lands. They looked very similar with the exception of the head. That said, this spider had none of the majestic pressure of the spider god. While Xu Qing studied it, it also studied him. Gradually, its eyes turned even redder, and then it howled and lunged toward him. Chapter 880, Eyes of Annihilation. The spider moved so quickly that it was a blur. In his god state, Xu Qing's battle prowess was equivalent to fourth stage void returning. He hadn't even tapped into the blessing of Nine Dawns yet, and yet his current state was incredibly formidable. However, the spider's speed caused his pupils to constrict. He knew that this spider was only one of the many living things in this god domain that were listed in Sir Heavenink's jade slip. However, these spiders were fairly common. And in terms of ranking how terrifying they were, there were many that far surpassed this type of spider. The fact that this spider was so fast, and yet was so common, went to show how astonishing the god domain was. Eyes narrowing, Xu Qing shot backward by 300 meters to avoid the attack of the spider. He waved his right hand, and the golden crow appeared. It surged with black flames as it turned into a black spear, which Xu Qing hurled out in front of him. The black spear streaked through the air, and the spider lurched to a halt as the spear pierced through it. The spider didn't try to dodge out of the way. The spear passed through it, and in Gruish fashion, it didn't create any wound. In fact, it didn't seem to have any effect at all. It was as if the spider could ignore all magical techniques and divine abilities. The spider burst into motion again, closing in on Xu Qing with a piercing shriek that could shake the soul. Xu Qing frowned and thought back to the description of this type of spider from Sir Heavenink's information. The spider spirits are a type of guard that roam the fringes of the god domain. They can occasionally be encountered alone, but usually stay in groups. They have strong levels of godliness and are very fast. They're impervious to all manner of physical attack. Their attacks can only be vanquished with divine abilities. Xu Qing's eyes glittered as he realized that the information from the jade slip wasn't entirely correct. His black spear was the manifestation of a divine ability, and the damage it inflicted wasn't from fleshly body power. Yet it was still ineffective. Either the information was wrong, or things had changed in this god domain. As those thoughts went through Xu Qing's head, the spider closed in again. Xu Qing clenched a hand into a fist and launched a blow, but the spider ignored it. Appearing right in front of him, it spat a mass of white spider silk out of its mouth. It quickly swept out to surround Xu Qing. His eyes glittered coldly. Since neither magical techniques nor fleshly body power seemed effective, he needed to try something else to resolve the situation. Instead of dodging, he became a bright beam of light that shot forward. Moving with astonishing speed, he blasted through the mass of spider web, arriving right in front of the 300-meter spider. However, he didn't launch an attack. He just kept going. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he shot into the spider's body. Although it didn't actually hurt the spider, now that he was inside, his killing intent burned as he sent a host of soul threads out. In the blink of an eye, millions of soul threads swept away from his god state, filling the spider and instantly erupting with a soul-devouring ability. This was Xu Qing's idea for how to kill the spider. Given that his soul threads were made from God Source, it actually worked quite well. The spider could ignore cultivator techniques, but it couldn't ignore godly might. The 300-meter spider shivered and then let loose a shriek of agony. Its body visibly withered, shrinking down faster and faster until it collapsed in drifting ash. Xu Qing appeared, his expression quizzical. The moment he was out in the open, another shadowy form shot toward him. It was a second spider. There were more shadowy blurs in the distance, accompanied by shrieking sounds. There were more than a dozen spiders there, all racing toward Xu Qing. Seeing that, Xu Qing's quizzical expression grew more prominent. He was thinking back to what Sir Heavenink said, that the living beings in god domains were said to be treasures. After absorbing the spider just now, he gained more than 100,000 additional soul threads. That level of increase surpassed anything he could have predicted. Most importantly, Xu Qing had sensed something like heavenly Dao fluctuations on the spider. Though these spiders weren't heavenly Daos, if they were ensorcelled, they could turn into heavenly Daos. I currently have something like 5 million soul threads. All the slaughter and devouring earlier on the outside increased my limit, and this place seems perfectly suitable to keep that trend going. New Envel chapters are published on Freeweb Novel. See Sigma. He licked his lips as he looked at the spiders closing in on him. Then he blurred, sending out a mass of soul threads to form a tempestuous vortex around him. Storm winds raged as the spiders bore down on him, shrieking the entire time. They entered the tempest. There were a total of 17 of them. Once they were inside the vortex, their screams echoed out. In fact, one of the spiders managed to break free and tried to escape. It acted too late. The soul thread count increased, reaching the level of more than 6 million. As a result, the vortex expanded, becoming like a gaping maw that devoured the fleeing spider. Sometime later, the more than 6 million blood-red soul threads shrank back down and turned into Xu Qing again. He waited around for a time, but no more spiders appeared. Sighing regretfully, he took out the bottle with the captain in it and opened it. A blue worm flew out and started wriggling dramatically, turning first into what looked like a half-melted wax person, but eventually turning into the captain. If anyone had been present to observe, they would find the scene gruish to the extreme. But Xu Qing was used to it. When the captain opened his eyes and looked around, his eyes lit up and he started laughing uproariously. I finally got in here. Little Ah Qing, we are now very, very close to our goal. Ha ha ha. Also, what a risk. Back when Sunfire looked at you, that not male, not female old fart, she very nearly noticed me. Luckily, I prepared very well and had myself completely sealed from the beginning. The captain seemed to be getting more and more excited as he continued looking around. This place is an original god domain without any master. Let's go, little Ah Qing. Follow me. With that, the captain started moving in a specific direction, as if he was familiar with this place already. Xu Qing sighed. Based on how comfortable the captain looked, it seemed likely he had been here in a past life. Presumably, the big job he wanted to pull off was something he had failed at in the past. Now he wanted to get the job done. Xu Qing shook his head. Sometimes he really couldn't understand why the captain was so fond of risking his life. It was almost like he worked hard in every life to toe the line with death. Apparently, he wouldn't rest until he was able to put his life on the line. With such thoughts on his mind, Xu Qing made sure to keep his guard up and reminded himself that he definitely was not going to participate in the captain's big job. With that, he hurried after the captain. As they sped along, the captain decided the route. As he led Xu Qing into the god domain, they passed through gaps in the spider webs. 7 days passed. During that time, countless participants in the great hunt spread out into different parts of the god domain. Some hunted living beings, others turned out to be the hunted. If you could look down from a very high vantage point and could take in all of the tens of thousands of cultivators, you would find that people were dying constantly. The majestic god domain had lots of living beings in it. Every single one was outrageous and extremely gruish. That said, the cultivators who were participating in the great hunt were all confident for varying reasons and simply had to find a balance between self-preservation and hunting. Of course, there was also mutagen to deal with. It was incredibly strong, to the point where there wasn't any spirit energy present. To species other than the fire moons, that could be fatal. But the fire moon dark heavens were a species consecrated to specific gods, and they had a natural resistance to mutagen. Unfortunately, the god domain also had all sorts of terrifying entities that, if you encountered them, would reduce your chances of survival significantly. For example, there was that tentacled fish at the very outset. Another example were the dead planets that the spider webs had grown over. Some of those dead planets would tremble as if having been struck with earthquakes. And then, the lands would part, to reveal that the planets had huge eyes in them. The eyes were white, and wherever their gazes landed, spider webs would proliferate. And whenever they blinked, all living beings and grus in the spot where they had been looking would be wiped out of existence. They call those the eyes of annihilation, the captain explained. The living beings in god domains are affected by the gods and thus experience all sorts of mutations. Even the planets are no exception. In one of my lives, I tried to graft one of them onto my forehead. Sadly, it didn't work. The captain sighed. As Xu Qing and the captain proceeded along, one of the dead planets trembled, and then the eye opened. As it looked around, it seemed to notice something, and then swiveled to look at Xu Qing and the captain. The moment that happened, the captain took out some sort of invisible object and pressed it into Xu Qing's hands. Freeweb novel, calm. Xu Qing didn't resist. He soon sensed an invisible sealing mark on his hand, which caused the gigantic eye to lose focus and look in a different direction. Xu Qing looked down at his hand. Remember the wordless book of stone. Heh. Trust me, little Ah Qing, I really prepared well this time around. 1. The captain lifted his hand and waved it in front of Xu Qing. Xu Qing nodded as he thought back to the time the captain had carried out an undercover mission to get that book. The wordless words can be used to conceal yourself with invisibility. That way, terrifying entities like the one from just now won't notice you. Let's go. Things should go smoothly from here on out. Our first goal is just up ahead. The captain excitedly flew ahead. Xu Qing shook his head and followed. A few days passed in which they passed through a lot of spider webs. That was when Xu Qing caught sight of a very unique area. It was a vast red sea. The sea water appeared to be frozen, and it went on forever. There were enormous shells sticking out of the water, some 30,000 meters tall. Some of them were open, revealing the enormous heads of beasts that resembled eagles. The captain pointed out, "We're here, little Ah Qing. This is the site of our first goal." 1. In chapter 810, the captain explained that he wanted the words from the wordless book of stone, specifically for use in the god domain during the Great Hunt. Chapter 881, A Pearl in an Old Oyster. The vast Red Sea seemed to go on without end. Because it was frozen, there were no waves to be seen. It seemed to be floating in the middle of the starry sky and between the spider webs. If you could take the scene and shrink it down, the Red Sea would actually look like a drop of blood within the spider webs. Within that blood drop of a sea, there were hundreds of huge bivalve shells, and they would open and close randomly. When they opened, it was possible to see huge eagles that would stretch out from inside and explore the surroundings. Apparently, the shells were part of the eagles' bodies. The eagles had scarlet feathers, and their eyes were closed as if they were sleeping. They emanated gruish auras, and even looking at them from a distance would make one feel uneasy down to the soul. They were like enormous deities in the middle of growing. The view gave Xu Qing an even deeper understanding of god domains. As he and the captain had traveled, he had seen and sensed things that surpassed anything he had understood before. Most of them defied logic, whether it was the tentacled fish floating through the void, or the enormous eyes of annihilation, or the spiders that could ignore magical techniques. They were all incomparably gruish. Freewibben Sigmaval, see Cyrillic letter 473M. See that, little Ah Qing? Those shells are amazing things. The captain stood next to Xu Qing, looking excitedly at the shells as he explained. Look closely, and you can see the fleshy parts inside the shells. Check this out. That flesh contains god pearls. Such pearls might not be useful to most people, but to us it's the opposite. Those thingies are going to be the foundation of the next step of the big job. Now, you know how kind-hearted I am, and how I just can't stand to see others suffer. Do you see how, when those shells open up, they look like they're in pain? It's obviously because of the pearls. The captain licked his lips as he eyed some of the pearls. AI, it's time for us to do a good deed and help them. We need to get those pearls out of there so the shells can have a bit of comfort. Visit FGE, E letter 1D464, EB and Retroflex, OVEL Retroflex. CM for the best novel reading experience. Xu Qing looked at the shells and then the red-colored sea. There was something terrifying about that sea, and it imparted a sensation of dangerous crisis. He could tell that this was a potentially deadly place. Ignoring the captain's introduction, he stayed firm to his original decision to refrain from participating. Turning, he prepared to leave. Seeing that, the captain suddenly got very anxious. Don't go, little junior brother, he said. I have a way to safely get the pearls. You've already seen how well prepared I am. The captain quickly took out a rope. I'm going to tie one end of this rope around myself. You'll hold the other end. Then you just find one of the open shells and throw me into it. After I dig out the pearl, I'll give you a signal and you yank me back out. Simple. Given how fast I work, as long as you help out, we're guaranteed to succeed. Xu Qing hesitated as he looked at the rope. Something about it seemed familiar. At first, it just looked like an ordinary rope, but if you looked closely, you would see complicated designs on its surface. Xu Qing sighed inwardly as he realized what it was. The captain grinned. Recognize it? Ha ha ha. See how hard I've worked getting ready for this. Now give me a hand, okay? The rope was made from his skin. Similar to what he had done in the Moonright region, the captain had sliced his own skin off and used it to make a rope. Given that level of commitment, Xu Qing felt bad about refusing. Giving the captain a deep look, he finally nodded. The captain was thrilled at Xu Qing's agreement. With that, he discussed more of the details. He had really thought things out thoroughly. After making a few adjustments to the plan, Xu Qing gritted his teeth, tied the rope around the captain, and then hurled him out over the Red Sea. Before long, the captain spotted an opened shell with an eagle inside. As the eagle leaned out of the shell, the captain donned a special pair of gloves and shouted, "That one right there." Without the slightest hesitation, Xu Qing snapped the rope out in the direction of that specific shell. The captain was sent flying down in a blue streak of light, moving at astonishing speed to shoot right into the opened shell. Maybe it was the captain's ample preparations, or maybe it was the invisibility provided by the wordless Book of Stone. But either way, the captain flew right past the eagle without attracting any attention. As the captain landed on the fleshy part inside the shell, his eyes glittered with blue light. Without any hesitation, he reached out with his gloved hands and started digging through the flesh. The special characteristics of the gloves ensured that the flesh actually moved away from them, and thus the pearl was quickly revealed. The captain excitedly wrapped his arms around the pearl, which was roughly as big as he was. Then he pulled forcefully. At the same time, Xu Qing yanked on the rope as hard as he could. As a result, the captain burst out of the shell. Once back at Xu Qing's side, the captain laughed heartily. "What do you think, little Ah Qing? Didn't I say that success was guaranteed?" Xu Qing was slightly suspicious. It did seem to be going as smoothly as the captain had said, with no dangerous developments. But considering how things usually went, Xu Qing still kept his guard up. The captain shook his head and sighed. "You need to trust me, little junior brother. All right, let's keep going." With that, the captain pointed at another open shell. For the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Xu Qing helped the captain collect pearls from over a dozen shells. Each and every attempt led to success. There were no failures. There was even one instance in which the captain got 2 pearls from one shell and still made it back safely. "I'm starting to get a bit tired. Come, little Ah Qing, it's your turn, you give it a try." "Nope," Xu Qing said. The captain's eyebrows shot up. "Little Ah Qing, you're really not helping much here. Since when did you become such a scaredy cat? Ah, whatever, I'll do it. We need to have a total of about 100 of these pearls." The captain stuck his chin up disdainfully and indicated for Xu Qing to throw him out again. Xu Qing wasn't moved by the captain's words. He had already made his decision to not get too involved. Therefore, just as before, he tossed the captain out. On this particular occasion, it took a while for something unexpected to happen, but it happened. As the captain entered the shell, and before he could dig out the pearl, the eagle suddenly opened its eyes and snapped its sharp beak down onto the rope. The rope snapped. The captain's expression flickered dramatically, and he tried to back up. He was too late. The shell snapped shut. A boom rang out as it sealed tightly. The sea was quiet. There were no fluctuations. Xu Qing just hovered in midair looking out. He sighed. He'd known all along something like this would happen. He looked at the shell where the captain was trapped. Then he looked at all the other shells the captain had visited up to this point. All were closed. Obviously, some time needed to pass before the shells opened again. "I can't just sit around waiting." Xu Qing sighed and entered his 4th-level god state. The soul threads swept out around him, and the 9 Dawn's skulls started rotating around him. Just to be safe, he tapped into his mage trove and summoned half of the projection of an antimage. At that point, he headed out over the Red Sea. The Red Sea vibrated, and the shells started rocking back and forth. Godly might seemed to build up, covering the area and causing a sensation of crisis to build. Xu Qing wasn't in the mood to think things through very thoroughly, so he just tapped into all his strength to grab the shell that had swallowed the captain. Rumbling sounds echoed out from the shell as Xu Qing struggled. In the end, he managed to open a small crack. It was small, but it was enough to see inside. "Eldest brother," he shouted, something blurred out of the shell. At that point, Xu Qing couldn't hold it open any longer. He lunged backward, and the shell slammed shut loudly. Xu Qing reigned in his aura, and the godly might that had been converging in the area faded away. The captain was in bad shape. He was dripping wet and had patches of rotting flesh all over him, some of which reached down to the bone. That included his face. Apparently, if Xu Qing hadn't opened the shell as quickly as he had, the captain would have been completely digested. There was even a pearly layer of shell that had started to build up on him. Xu Qing looked the captain up and down, but didn't say anything. What just happened wasn't unexpected, little junior brother. That kind of thing happens all the time. Although the captain was actually very embarrassed, he would never admit it openly. "I did it on purpose, actually. See this stuff covering me? It's the same stuff that makes the pearls. It'll be very useful later." "Oh," Xu Qing nodded, glanced one more time at the captain's sorry state, and held back from berating him. Sadly, the look in Xu Qing's eyes made the captain feel like he had lost a lot of the dignity of an eldest brother. He looked furiously at the shell that had swallowed him, his eyes slowly filling with a crazy look. "Little junior brother, let me borrow that dawning sun of yours." Xu Qing was about to refuse when the captain blinked a few times. "Rest at ease. I'm not going to detonate it. That ancient sun of yours has one of my own treasures in it, and I need to extract it. All you have to do is hand it over." Xu Qing sighed. Although he wasn't convinced the captain was being completely forthcoming, he took out his ancient sun and handed it to the captain. Then he backed up by about 3,000 meters. Even then, he didn't feel completely safe, so he backed up to 9,000 meters. The captain wasn't very pleased to see Xu Qing backing up so far. "What happened to the trust between us?" he murmured with a cold snort as he gripped the dawning sun. By this point, all of his emotions had combined into pure craziness. Just as Xu Qing had suspected, the captain didn't extract anything from the dawning sun, as there was nothing inside that he had left behind. Glaring at that one specific shell, the captain squeezed the dawning sun with his hand, bringing it to life. Intense heat erupted from the dawning sun, as well as a terrifying aura and fluctuations that spread out to fill the entire Red Sea. The surrounding void started to distort and ripple. The heat of the dawning sun seemed like it could scorch anything and everything. Speaking in a crazed voice that echoed out in all directions, the captain said, "All right, bitch. Usually I'm the one who goes around biting things. This is the first time I've run into something that bit me, and that's why I'm going to boil you up, fool." Off in the distance, Xu Qing's expression darkened, and he backed up even further. Chapter 882, Gobsmacked Old Grandpa. The only thing Xu Qing could do in response to the captain's crazy behavior was sigh. None of it was a surprise. When his eldest brother asked for that dawning sun, it explained everything. Xu Qing knew that he couldn't stop the captain from acting suicidal, and that the best reaction was to just back away. On the frozen Red Sea, the captain's eyes and facial expression were both masks of craziness. He was the one who went around biting things. But then this shell bit him. It left him feeling like he had lost a lot of face in front of his little junior brother. Glaring down at the shell, the captain laughed loudly. "It's time for you to learn, fool, that you can't just go around biting anything you please." The dawning sun continued to power up, emitting astonishing heat waves that rolled out in all directions. The shells were starting to glow red, and ripples were now visible on the surface of the water. That terrifying heat was rapidly spreading out across the entire sea. Despite being several thousand meters away, even Xu Qing could feel the intensity of the heat. That said, though the captain was acting crazy, he didn't actually want to end things in mutual destruction with the shell. Or perhaps it was that the shell just wasn't very ferocious. Either way, the captain was still thinking straight enough to just let out some of the heat from the dawning sun. He didn't truly detonate it. It really highlighted how familiar the captain was with dawning suns. Originally, this sun started out as an ancient sun that the captain fished out of a river. Of course, the dawning suns were also the domain treasures of humankind. And considering that Xu Qing had put some of Crimson Mother's flesh into this one, it obviously surpassed ordinary dawning suns. Because of that, even just the mere heat it could radiate was astonishing, even inside of a god domain. Ripples were now visible everywhere as the frozen sea turned into an actual sea. As for the shells, they were all bright red, and the eagles inside of them were trembling. The heat of the dawn light and the mutagen were so strong that the entire world in the area was changing. Laughing madly, the captain shot down to the shell that had bitten him, jumped inside, and quickly dug out the pearl inside. Read Lat's chapters at FRTEP EEWEBNOV E-letter 2113, co only. Then he took advantage of the fact that the other shells were all open due to the heat. Moving at top speed, he raced from one to the next, digging out pearls. "You trashy shells," he said loudly. "You couldn't just let me have the pearls, could you? Oh no, you just had to force my hand. Well, if you refuse to do things the easy way, we'll do them the hard way. Back in the day, I froze you and took the pearls as I wished. I had you locked down so tightly you couldn't fart. Well, my cultivation base isn't the same as it was back then, but I still have ways of dealing with you. This time I can't freeze you, so I'll boil you." The captain felt wonderful. Looking over at Xu Qing, who was still carefully backing away, he called, "Little junior brother, don't be such a scaredy cat. Come, help me grab a pearl or two." Xu Qing was 15,000 meters away, and he wasn't stopping. He didn't even look over his shoulder. Letter 192 R-E Macron E-W-E-B N-O Cyrillic letter 475 Ya-L, C Sigmum. The captain shook his head. Clearly, little Ah Qing needs some toughening up. Humming a little tune, the captain continued taking out pearls until he had more than 100. Meanwhile, the water was bubbling with more and more intensity as the heat increased. From a distance, the previously frozen sea now looked like a pot of boiling water. The shells were bright red, and the huge eagles inside of them had been stimulated to the point of opening their eyes. Their eyes glowed black, and they let loose piercing cries. For thousands of such shells to all be issuing such howls created a deafening sound wave that could end the heavens and crush the earth. Soon, the struggles of the eagles reached a peak level. The shells were rocking back and forth violently. Some of them even moved their bivalve shells like wings and flew up into the air. Sprays of water shot up like geysers. The sea was mutating. Stunned, the captain looked at the shaking shells. They can actually fly. Based on what he remembered, this frozen Red Sea had never done anything like this, and the shell eagles definitely hadn't ever flown. As the captain looked on in shock, the sea churned. Countless shells flew up into the air. In fact, all of them were flying. At the same time, the water erupted. Sea water shot up into the air. The cries of the huge eagles were both excited, angry, and murderous, and they were all glaring at the captain, and then they started racing toward him. Up to this point, none of this was too much to deal with. The captain's eyes glowed with cold light. "Who are you trying to scare?" Snorting coldly, he was about to launch an attack when, all of a sudden, something happened that made even him gasp. The entire sea was floating up, revealing that at the bottom of it was a mass of tentacles. The captain looked on, stunned. Instinctively putting the dawning sun away, he turned and raced madly in Xu Qing's direction. Off in the distance, Xu Qing could sense the terrifying fluctuations behind him, and eventually couldn't help but stop and turn around. What he saw floating up into the air wasn't sea water. Rather, it was an absolutely gargantuan red jellyfish. The massive jellyfish had just been resting there, with the huge sea being nothing but its head. Now it had been woken up and had floated up into the air. Compared to it, the captain was like nothing more than a mote of dust. The mere sight of the terrifying jellyfish caused Xu Qing's scalp to go numb. Turning back around, he fled at top speed. The captain was behind him, moaning and groaning as he tried to catch up. "Little junior brother," he cried. Xu Qing didn't respond, but he reached back with his right hand and lent some power to the captain. As a result, the captain achieved a burst of speed that put more distance between himself and the huge jellyfish and its tentacles. Gasping for breath, the captain then threw out the rope of flesh. Xu Qing grabbed it and yanked it, pulling the captain a bit closer. "This was just a slight mishap, little junior brother," the captain said as he caught up. Xu Qing just kept going. They were now being chased by several thousand eagles as well as a floating jellyfish. Angry howls echoed out. From the sound of it, they wouldn't rest until the object of their animosity was dead. Thankfully, the spider webs were still around, and the jellyfish was gargantuan. It couldn't pass through the spider webs without having to worry about being stuck, and that slowed it down a lot. This also served to highlight how terrifying the jellyfish was, as some of the strands of spider webs snapped due to its passage. Some of them ended up tossed aside by the jellyfish's tentacles. Xu Qing was reeling from the sight of it. Even the captain was scared witless. This sea was never like this in any of my past lives. It's actually a gigantic jellyfish. Xu Qing wasn't in the mood to reply. Gritting his teeth, he kept fleeing. In that manner, time passed. A few days later, another person could be seen fleeing through the sky of the god domain just like the captain and Xu Qing. He was none other than Chu Shishin. His hair was disheveled, and he looked to be in pretty bad shape. He was being chased by two tentacled fish who were hot on his tail. Why am I so unlucky? Chu Shishin felt like he was running out of options and was starting to get anxious. After entering the god domain, things had gone smoothly at first. But the more time that passed, the less smoothly they went. He had even had to deal with eyes of annihilation. If he hadn't paid the price of putting the old grandpa inside of him to sleep, the eyes of annihilation would have killed him. 1. He had assumed his misfortune had passed after that incident, but had somehow ended up running into these two tentacled fish. And now the old grandpa was asleep. Xu Qing sighed. Unless he had no other options, he didn't want to force the old grandpa to wake up. It would be too hard on the old man. It's fine. I have other options. These tentacled fish will go away once they catch prey. He started looking around for someone to transfer his calamity to. After searching hard for about 2 hours, the bedraggled Xu Qing saw two figures racing along in the distance. Xu Qing, but who's that other guy? Another human. Xu Qing's eyes lit up. For a short time, he wrestled with whether or not to cause trouble for Xu Qing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and reminded himself of the two common sayings. Better you than me, fellow Taoist, and all great men are ruthless. 2. Oh, Xu Qing, we're not really friends, and thus our meeting here is just bad luck for you. Without any hesitation, he tapped into all the strength he could muster to shoot rapidly toward Xu Qing, with the two tentacled fish right behind him. Xu Qing and the captain were in rough shape. For several days straight, they had been pursued relentlessly by the giant jellyfish. Even when they tried to lead the chase through areas heavily congested with spider webs, the jellyfish never seemed to slow down. Apparently, the effects of the wordless words didn't apply to the jellyfish. It's not that the invisibility stopped working, the captain explained. It's just that karma is bound too tightly. If we can just get far enough away from it for a few hours, then we should be able to sever the karma threads. Xu Qing nodded. Around then, they happened to spot Xu Qing flying toward them with two tentacled fish behind him. Xu Qing's eyebrows shot up. At the same time, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar echoed out from behind Xu Qing, and the captain as the jellyfish snapped through spider webs to chase after them. Whether because of its size or its momentum, the jellyfish shook everything in the area. Xu Qing had been focusing on Xu Qing as he attempted to get the tentacled fish to switch targets. But then he looked up. He immediately caught sight of the terrifying jellyfish and the host of shell eagles. One look was all it took to cause sweat to break out on his forehead. The two tentacled fish stopped in place, shivered, then spun and fled in the opposite directions. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. As Xu Qing hovered there with his heart pounding, Xu Qing and the captain got closer. They had clearly seen the two fish chasing him, which then fled. A sense of deadly crisis exploded within Xu Qing. Without any hesitation, he proudly called out, "Fellow Taoist Xu Qing, I'm here to lend a helping hand." As the words left his mouth, he prodded the old grandpa inside of him, then waved his hand. Glittering light shone out as a projection of the old grandpa appeared. Looking confused, he flew straight toward the jellyfish. 1. Back in chapter 842, when Xu Qing clashed with Xu Qing, we learned that Xu Qing has a sealed, smoldering god that he controls. 2. I just have to point out that the first phrase is indeed a common Chinese idiom that has the term fellow Taoist in it. The phrase can be interpreted different ways depending on the context, and though the meaning is as I have rendered it, the more direct rendering would be something like, the fellow Taoist dies, but this poor Taoist me is not dead. Chapter 883, Ancestral Emperor's Tomb. Xu Qing reacted with lightning decisiveness. He knew full well that, given the level of his cultivation base, he wasn't anywhere near a match for Xu Qing in close quarters fighting. After all, though he hadn't personally witnessed the death of Master Stillwinter, he had heard first-hand accounts and knew all the details. So he knew that if he didn't make it immediately obvious that he wanted to help, he might never have a chance to do so. And then there was the shifty-eyed fellow next to Xu Qing, who was obviously a scoundrel through and through. Now that Xu Qing thought about it, he realized that the sleazy-looking fellow had been with Xu Qing during their initial clash outside of the city. Any person who hung around with Xu Qing was obviously not going to be a weakling. All of that led him to the conclusion that he would be lucky to live through a conflict with these two. Then there was the fact that these two had somehow provoked something as terrifying as this jellyfish. That wasn't something easy to do. It wasn't as if just anybody could get a reaction from an entity like that and then end up being chased relentlessly. Because of all these factors, Xu Qing didn't hesitate to wake up the old grandpa and throw him toward the jellyfish. That was enough to show his attitude. The old grandpa shivered in the midst of his confusion. When he laid eyes on the huge red jellyfish, he shivered from head to toe. That little brat, however, there wasn't time for anything else, so he unleashed his smoldering god power in a blow toward the giant jellyfish. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth. The majestic jellyfish shivered slightly, but then just powered through the attack and kept coming. This thing is like a miniature god. The old grandpa steeled himself and launched another attack. Behind him, the captain and Xu Qing had somewhat odd expressions on their faces as a result of Xu Qing suddenly showing up and helping. And they could see how strong that old grandpa was. Given how things had developed, it wasn't proper for them to take action against Xu Qing. "Many thanks," Xu Qing said with a nod, and then shot right past Xu Qing. Xu Qing was also fleeing in the same direction, although he clearly wasn't as fast as Xu Qing. All he could do was force a smile onto his face and say, "We're bros, right? No problem." The captain looked surprised to hear such words. He also shot a nod in Xu Qing's direction, then sped after Xu Qing. And thus, the two of them vanished over the horizon. Xu Qing was also fleeing for his life, but he wasn't quite as fast. Meanwhile, the old grandpa was letting loose pained exclamations as he used a variety of methods to try to buy time. Slowly but surely, Xu Qing managed to put some distance between himself and the jellyfish. When he was far enough away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that he was safe for the moment, he thought about the plight of the old grandpa and felt bitterness in his heart. How did things end up like this? In a different direction, Xu Qing and the captain, despite having finally shaken the giant jellyfish, weren't slowing down at all. They kept going for several more hours. Then the captain waved his hand to sever the karma threads connecting them to the jellyfish. Afterwards, they felt much more relieved. However, they kept flying for a few more days until all lingering traces of fear left them. The danger from the jellyfish was finally over. At the moment, they were resting atop a magical mushroom some several dozen meters tall. Squatting there, the captain exhaled softly. When thinking back to everything that had played out, he couldn't help but sigh. "See, didn't I say earlier that crappy Xu Qing is a good guy?" The captain reached down, dug out some of the flesh of the magical mushroom, and swallowed it down. "Have some. This type of mushroom is one of the only safe things to eat in this god domain." Xu Qing took a deep breath and looked at the horizon. Only after confirming that there really wasn't any karma connecting him to the jellyfish did he start to calm down. He looked at the captain. The captain smiled wryly. "A mishap. It was really just a little mishap." The captain dug out some more mushroom flesh and tossed it to Xu Qing. Though Xu Qing had long grown used to the captain's crazy behavior, he still needed more time to regain his composure. Taking the mushroom flesh, he unhesitatingly swallowed it down. Though the mushroom flesh looked dark and unappetizing, it was actually very sweet and even provided some nourishment to the soul. The most up-to-date novels are published on Freeweb Novel. Com Hook. "What do you think, little junior brother? See, I was being serious. This mushroom is pretty good. Believe me, there used to be a lot of magical mushrooms like this around here, after I figured out how to make use of them." "There were a lot fewer," Xu Qing interjected bluntly. The captain chuckled. He was quite an expert in calming Xu Qing down, so he ignored his surly tone. Throwing his arm over Xu Qing's shoulders, he proudly said, "Little Ah Qing, nobody understands me like you do. You're right. I ate about 70 to 80% of the magical mushrooms around here. They're really that amazing. And I guess they just don't grow back, which is why you don't see many of them now. Let's keep eating. When we're done, I'm going to take you to see another amazing treasure." The captain took another bite. Freewebnville calm. And thus, the two of them ate mushroom flesh for about 2 hours. By that point, the gigantic mushroom was gone. They had eaten the entire thing. The captain ate less than Xu Qing, and as a result, Xu Qing's mood was improving. Eating that much of the mushroom flesh provided a direct boost to the strength of Xu Qing's soul. In fact, it was about a 40% boost, resulting in an even more clear understanding of the limitations of his cultivation base. Because he lacked heavenly Daos, his progress had slowed. However, the boost to his soul did help him to improve his connection to his 5 secret troves. What was more than clear was that his troves were empty, with the exception of the God State Trove and the Mage Trove. My first God Trove has the blue-green dragon, and the Mage Trove doesn't need a heavenly Dao because the antimage inside basically is a heavenly Dao. In other words, I'm currently lacking 3 heavenly Daos. 2. Having spent time in this God domain, he knew that the tentacled fish could serve as heavenly Daos, and so could that huge jellyfish. Unfortunately, those 2 specific types would be too powerful for him to control. The spiders would work, and maybe even those shell eagles, except they're too weak. Furthermore, one of the most important things to consider is my Emperor's Sword secret trove. As Xu Qing pondered such things, the captain blinked a few times and then smiled. Thinking about heavenly Daos? He asked as he lay on the ground, rubbing his belly and burping occasionally. The amazing treasure I'm going to show you next can help you get heavenly Daos, so don't put too much thought into it, little junior brother. The heavenly Daos are just waiting for you. The captain stood and pointed off into the distance. The fact that the captain had twice mentioned an amazing treasure caused Xu Qing's vigilance to skyrocket. He looked off in the direction the captain was pointing. The spider webs there were denser than in other places, and it was just barely possible to see a planet in their depths. It was wrapped up in countless spider webs, making it seem defeated. In addition, Xu Qing could see some plants that were new to him. They were actually withered trees that were growing on the spider webs, and on their dried-up trunks were faces with their eyes closed as if sleeping. As they got closer, more and more such trees became visible. "That's where your big job is going to take place?" Xu Qing asked coolly. He had already firmly decided that he wouldn't be going in that direction. He would find somewhere else to get some heavenly Daos. "Little junior brother, I'm afraid I need to correct you. I'm not going on a big job. We are." Seeing the determined look in Xu Qing's eyes, the captain cleared his throat and blinked a few times. "Little junior brother, I've looked at your god troves before, and for secret troves like that, you need a heavenly Dao that'll cooperate. That said, in the final analysis, getting a heavenly Dao for a god trove won't be hard. What's going to be hard is your Emperor's Sword secret trove. There's no heavenly Dao that can qualify to enter a secret trove like that." The captain's expression was very serious as he looked at Xu Qing. "That's why I need to take you to check out this treasure I mentioned. You can see it already. It's that planet." He once again pointed off into the distance. "You know what's inside that planet? An emperor's tomb." Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. He had been thinking about the Emperor's Sword secret trove and had essentially come to the same conclusion as the captain. Heavenly Daos suitable for the Emperor's Sword secret trove were anything but common. Noticing Xu Qing's thoughtful look caused the captain to brighten up. "Based on the research I did, this god domain didn't always look like this. This place actually used to be an entire world similar to the revered ancient mainland. Granted, it's not a land mass like revered ancient, but if you take a bunch of planets and put them together, it's almost the same thing. In the past, this place used to have cultivators, civilizations, and countless species. But one day the spider god came along, devoured everything, and changed it into a god domain. All the living things here became grus, losing their intelligence and transforming into godly entities." The captain's face was a mask of reminiscence. "As for our revered ancient mainland, its personhood exists on a much higher level. But in the future, it's most likely doomed to become like this place. And that's because the broken face of the god is far more terrifying than the spider god. Also, the tomb inside that planet is that of the ancestral emperor of this planetary system. In terms of his identity and status, well, just imagine him as being like ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. they're essentially the same. And that tomb definitely has something with the requisite personhood to serve as the heavenly Tao for your emperor's sword secret trove. I'm telling the truth, little junior brother. If you can't find a suitable heavenly Tao in there, then you can be the eldest brother from now on. The captain didn't avert his eyes. His tone was decisive. In order to get Xu Qing to join him, he was willing to throw caution to the wind. Xu Qing was visibly moved. He knew his eldest brother and was thus aware of the vicious nature of the promise he had just made. He looked at the planet wrapped up in countless spider webs, and a crazy look appeared in his eyes. A few breaths' worth of time passed, and he burst into motion. The captain licked his lips and raced after him excitedly. A moment later, the two of them were whizzing through the spiderwebs. 1. Because it's not relevant to the plot and is only mentioned in this chapter, I'm not going to get into the weeds when it comes to the specific type of mushroom mentioned here. Surely some of you are used to the lingjai mushroom that comes up in Wuxia and Xianxia a lot. The mushroom mentioned here is essentially a lingjai mushroom, but it's a specific type with a different name. Again, the point is that it's an edible mushroom that has magical properties if you're superstitious or live in a Xianxia universe. So I'm going to keep the translation simple in this case. 2. In a previous chapter, the author very specifically said that Xu Qing had 2 ordinary troves, and then 3 that are god, mage, and emperor specifically. However, starting in this chapter, he switches to calling them all god troves, at least most of the time. I didn't even notice this change until it was pointed out to me in proofreading, so there may be some inconsistencies in upcoming chapters. This is one author mistake, or shall we say inconsistency, that I'm not going to attempt to edit away as there are too many references, and frankly it doesn't seem super important. Chapter 884, A Statue Worshipping a Moon. From their perspective, the spider webs just kept getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, the trees became easier to see. As the captain zipped among the spider webs, he said, "Slow down, little junior brother. The face trees are actually the ancestral emperor's bodyguards who were transformed by mutagen invasion. They're asleep, but they still have extraordinary battle prowess. What's really surprising is that if you wake them up, they'll release a chant that can shatter the soul. And their chanting can also bring terrifying entities with it." Xu Qing nodded. He had been able to sense the gruish nature of the faced trees even from a distance. The faces were all middle-aged, and there were no women, only men. They seemed human, but the color of their skin was unusual. What was more, they had slits behind their ears that resembled fish gills. Their eyes were closed, but their expressions were distorted, and they seemed to pulse with both mutagen and rancorous energy. All in all, their expressions were those of defiance. People are like bugs compared to the gods. They fought back, but sadly. The captain sighed as they passed among the trees, being careful not to touch any of them. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, their invisibility as provided by the wordless words enabled them to slip past the terrifying trees unnoticed. They passed through layer after layer of spider webs, almost like mosquitoes, as they got closer to what was in the middle. Soon, the huge planet loomed just ahead. It was gray and was covered with all sorts of rifts and crevices. It also pulsed with an aura of death and had swirling vortexes on its surface, which were storms. What was more, there were roughly 16 irregularly shaped craters visible on it. Each one was terrifying to behold. When Xu Qing spotted the craters, the sensation they imparted caused him to think back to the spider god he'd seen in the shrine in the Nindon's Forbidden Lands. That god had 16 legs, which was a perfect match for the number of craters. 16. All of a sudden, Xu Qing could see something in his mind. The terrifying and gargantuan spider god made a home on this gray-colored planet, with 16 legs plunged into the lands of the planet. That was how the 16 craters formed. Looking at the planet, the captain said, "Based on what I found out back in the day, this was the main habitat of the master of this god domain. But then that master left and never came back, which was when this place started devolving into ruin. Things in this spot are not as dangerous as elsewhere. But in the end, we're still in a god domain, and this is the core of the place, so we can't let our guard down. Of course, the more that's the case, the better the rewards are going to be. Despite the crazy look in his eyes, the captain didn't forget to offer a quick reminder to Xu Qing. This is where we'll find a heavenly Tao suitable for your emperor's sword secret trove. Let's keep moving, little junior brother. The captain flew onward. Eyes gleaming with determination, Xu Qing followed. Since he had already made his decision, there was no need for hesitation. Eventually, they stepped onto the planet. The ground was gray and the sky was black, although the storm clouds made everything dim and blurry. The deafening storms blew here constantly. This really seemed like a danger zone. The biggest storm Xu Qing had seen in his life up to this point had been in the Greenhair Badlands in the Moonright region. But having stepped onto this planet and entered the storms that covered it, he could see that the two couldn't compare. These storms were vastly bigger than the one in the Greenhair Badlands. It was as if the storms were the only thing here, scouring the lands and making it difficult for Xu Qing and the captain to make progress as they traveled. They were no ordinary storms. They contained the aura of a god, as well as astoundingly high personhood. They also contained the lingering remnants of imperial energy and god magic. It was easy to imagine what kind of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering battle had been fought here. Thankfully, Xu Qing had his god states. By tapping into God Source, he could make his way through the storm winds. The captain had obviously been here before, and considering all the secrets he kept, it was no wonder that he was also able to force his way through the storms. It actually seemed like he was following a specific path. Time passed. 7 days later, they had forced their way through the storms, getting closer and closer to their destination. The two of them were really starting to feel the strain of fighting against the wind. What really struck fear into the heart of Xu Qing was that the storms seemed to carry with them the sound of a beating heart. It was as if there was something alive in the middle of them. Xu Qing looked at the captain. The captain shook his head and said nothing. It was around the time the sixth storm spread out around them that the captain led Xu Qing to a big crevice in the ground. After climbing down inside, it was no surprise to Xu Qing that they found a cave. It was impossible to say how long ago it had been carved out there, but the craftsmanship was superb, and it provided a great hiding spot to stay safe from the storm winds. Once inside, the captain let loose a long sigh of relief. He looked around. This place hasn't changed much at all, little junior brother. Let's rest here for 3 days. According to my calculations, the storms outside will complete a cycle at that point. When that happens, the storms will get very weak for a time. As for what you were wondering about before, I'm not sure. In one of my past lives, I did get sucked into the middle of one of the storms. I didn't die, but after I came out, I had no memories of what happened inside. Even now, I have no idea. Xu Qing was shaken. The more he knew the captain, the more he knew how to interpret his stories. And that left him shuddering at the thought of what terrifying things might lurk in the middle of the storms. After a bit more thought on the subject, he looked around the cave. How many times have you been here, eldest brother? Stretching, the captain chuckled and sat down next to the wall in what seemed to be a familiar spot. Leaning back against the wall, he held up 3 fingers and said, "This is the 3rd time." Xu Qing looked deeply at the captain for a long moment. It was obvious that only something really incredible would keep the captain coming back after having failed twice. Xu Qing also found himself thinking about the amazing treasure the captain had mentioned. "What's the goal this time around?" he asked. The captain blinked a few times, looked around furtively, then shook his head. "I really can't say it, little junior brother. Just wait a bit. All I can say for now is that compared to this, the Crimson Mother situation will count for almost nothing. I've been thinking about this place for a long time. In fact, about half of all the preparations I've made in this life are for here. I was previously thinking it might take 4 or 5 lives for everything to take shape. But then you came along, little junior brother, and things changed." The captain slapped his thigh excitedly. Xu Qing sat there thinking. He knew that the captain wasn't just being deliberately mystifying. There had to be a good reason for him holding back an explanation. After all, the captain liked to show off, and would surely have loved to reveal his master plan and revel in the look of shock it would elicit. Whatever's making the captain hesitate, I bet it has something to do with the three gods. After all, there had to be a reason the three gods had set the great hunt here repeatedly. And then there was the fact that the spider god was sealed in the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. All of a sudden, a very dramatic possibility occurred to Xu Qing. Fourth god. Pupils constricting, he refrained from saying anything else. Closing his eyes, he began to make adjustments to his cultivation base to keep himself in peak condition. The only sound in the cave was the wind outside, like a howling god. Sometimes it changed, turning into a whimper. Other times it seemed to contain struggle or bitterness or something else very gruish. The changes to the wind only served to remind Xu Qing of how terrifying this place was. 3 days passed very quickly. The captain really did understand this place well, because the sound of the wind started to die down. Then, after the 3rd day was over, there wasn't any sound at all. "It's time," the captain said, his eyes glittering. Xu Qing followed him out of the cave to find that the black sky was now visible again. The gray lands around them were perfectly visible as well. There wasn't any trace of a storm. "We only have 2 hours," the captain said, and he burst into motion, becoming a bright beam of light that shot off into the distance. Xu Qing raced after him. Unfortunately, 2 hours wasn't a lot of time. Despite how fast they were moving, the wind gradually started to pick up again. Around the time that it really started to get loud, a strange mountain and a group of statues appeared ahead of them. The mountain was majestic and towered high into the sky. There was a circular cave in the middle of the mountain. Wind screamed in the area and even in the cave, creating a piercing sound that shook the soul. There was also a very ancient feeling to the area that built up in Xu Qing as he looked around. At the foot of the mountain were a host of very old statues. The 3-headed, 6-armed statues were looking up into the sky. They held enormous blades in their hands and emanated a terrifying pressure. What was especially noteworthy to Xu Qing was the fact that every one of the huge statues had a half-moon mark on their forehead. The statues on the edges seemed to be kneeling in worship to the sky. As Xu Qing took everything in, the captain's voice drifted out with the wind. "Those are the 36 princes of the ancestral emperor. Just before dying, they offered worship to the moon. Not moonfire and not the red moon. I'm talking about the most ancient moon there is. That moon is formless. It's the yin from yin and yang. Some species even call it the ancestral moon. That mountain is what we're here for. That's the tomb of this planetary system's ancestral emperor." Follow current novels on FRTAP EEWEBHook and Cyrillic letter 473 VEL Retroflex.com. The captain started heading toward the mountain, but when he realized Xu Qing wasn't following him, he looked back. Xu Qing was standing in front of one of the statues, studying it, his eyes shining. The blue-green dragon had started sending out fluctuations as if to remind Xu Qing of something, and that reminder seemed to have to do with his 3rd secret trove. That 3rd trove was related to moons, and it seemed to be pulsing with longing. Xu Qing could tell that this statue would be the perfect heavenly Tao for his 3rd secret trove. Chapter 885, A Lamp in the God Trove. Xu Qing's life essence blue-green dragon formed the heavenly Tao of his first God trove. Being so familiar with it, it made the God trove very responsive, and also ensured that its natural and magical laws were the most complete. His taboo poison formed his 2nd God trove, and violet moon power made the 3rd. Then he had the Emperor's trove, plus 1 trove that had no spirit at all. The spirit was the heavenly Tao. Without a Tao in the trove, it would be very difficult to push it to the level of the Great Circle. In that case, the 5 troves couldn't erupt volcanically, in which case the natural and magical laws couldn't form spirit ash. Without the spirit ash, it wasn't possible to form void soil, which in turn would make it impossible to effectuate the return of Tao lineaments. 1. That was why Xu Qing's most important goal during the God domain phase of the Great Hunt, other than winning the title of Grand Darkheaven, was to acquire heavenly Taos. Up to this point, he had encountered quite a few living beings in the god domain that could have become heavenly Daos. But for various reasons, he had rejected all of them. Until now. The three-headed, six-armed statue with the moon mark emanated an aura that provoked a reaction from his third god trove. That was unprecedented, and it caused Xu Qing's eyes to gleam. A moment later, the captain's voice reached him. "Hurry up, little junior brother, time's ticking." The captain's voice was quickly caught up by the wind and scattered in all directions. Xu Qing nodded. Looking away from the statue, he glanced around at the storm and felt the sting of the infinitude of dust particles that it contained. A moment later, he shot after the captain. When the captain saw Xu Qing following him, he accelerated toward the mountain that was the emperor's tomb. The wind was getting stronger, filling the land and sky, obscuring vision and bringing about a sensation of wickedness and destruction. The statues were already fading from sight because of the darkness of the storm. Even the mountain was starting to get hard to see. Thankfully, the captain was thoroughly prepared and knew exactly where he was going. As he got close to the mountain, he spat out a huge mouthful of blood. The word huge was no exaggeration. In fact, it was so much blood that it contained more blood than existed in the body of an average human. At the same time, he waved his right hand, gathering up the blood and using it like ink to paint on the rocky surface of the mountain. He drew something that resembled an arc. However, that wasn't the end of it. He kept spitting out more and more blood until he'd done it a total of 17 times. As Xu Qing looked on, he used that blood to paint a complete circle. Next, he began to sing a song that sounded more like weeping than singing. "Alas, I mourn mine father, who caught ill and passed away. I know mine father well, and know his toil. He loved us and protected us each day. But he abandoned me and parted ways, drifting in the nether, hearing troubled and vision astray. I recognize him not, weeping to the core, love changed into dismay." His voice thrummed with grief and sorrow. The wind even seemed to have trouble carrying the words away. Xu Qing felt moved by the lyrics. What was more, if it weren't for the fact that the captain turned around and winked excitedly, Xu Qing might have assumed that the emperor buried here was actually the captain's father. As the captain's song reached a fever pitch, he shoved his right hand into his torso, ripped out his liver, and put it into the middle of the circle of blood. His voice suddenly sounded more sorrowful. "This filial sacrificial offering is for my father in the underworld. Please sample it, lest all be lost. Amen." The rocky surface of the mountain trembled as the captain ripped out his kidney, spleen, and lungs. One after another, he placed them in the circle of blood. The last thing he added was his heart. Apparently, those things were his sacrificial offering. He was just waiting for the father to come eat. Heaven and earth rumbled. The mountain shook. The wind grew more terrifying. And as the captain performed a double-handed incantation gesture, his eyes shone with crazy light. Taking a step forward, he slammed his head against the rocky cliff surface. "Amen," he said, holding nothing back. A cracking sound rang out as the captain's head smacked into the rocky surface, causing a rift to open up. Xu Qing was visibly surprised. The captain's actions caused the emperor's tomb to start shaking dramatically. After striking the circle of blood, a crevice opened up. The captain's expression turned even more crazy as he threw his head back and then slammed it back onto the surface of the rock. Amen. The mountain shook even more violently, and the existing crevice opened up further, while more crevices opened up. After executing 9 strikes in a row, the blood circle collapsed, revealing a tunnel leading into a cave. However, there was a glowing shield of light that created a final barrier into the cave. Ha, finally got it open. The captain's face was slick with blood, and his expression was as crazy as ever. Having successfully opened up the cave, he didn't forget to look back at Xu Qing and laugh heartily. "Little Ah Qing, this is a back door your eldest brother left behind in a past life. With the wordless words, getting inside will be simple, plus the shield of light will keep out any dangers. Ha. The treasures are just waiting for us inside. Let's do this." The captain raced forward. However, he only went a few steps before he realized that Xu Qing wasn't following him. He looked back, stunned. "What are you doing, little junior brother?" Xu Qing had been planning to follow the captain inside, but upon hearing what he said about keeping out any dangers, his eyes gleamed with determination, and he activated his Violet Lord God state. Millions of soul threads spread out to take the shape of Violet Lord, backed by the blessing of Nine Dawns. His battle prowess skyrocketed, and he shoved his hand in the direction of the last and nearest statue. Godsource spread out, making a huge hand that could crush anything in its path. Astonishingly, he was planning to kill one of the statues and use its soul as his heavenly Tao. At the same time, he shed the invisibility from the wordless book of stone. The statue shuddered. Its eyes snapped open, and they glowed with an underworld light. At the same time, the statue instantly transformed into a flesh and blood form. Opening its mouth, it shouted, "Restrain." Heaven and earth reeled as chains of white bone popped out of nowhere and latched onto Xu Qing's illusory hand, immobilizing it. Devour. A reverse force of devouring then swept out of the statue's mouth and toward Xu Qing. Xu Qing grunted as the power slammed into him, forcing him to back up several steps. Next, wild energy fluctuations rolled out as the statue rushed toward Xu Qing, its 3 heads all glaring angrily at him, and its 6 arms all performing incantation gestures. Xu Qing remained calm as he negated the power of devouring. With eyes that flashed like blades, he looked at the incoming statue, backed up, and then made a grasping gesture with his right hand. The air in front of him split open, and fire erupted out as a black spear appeared. Xu Qing grabbed it. At the same time, a vicious beast with the body of a jackal and the head of a dragon emerged from within him and fused with the black spear, bolstering it. It was none other than the jackal dragon, who loved combat and fighting. Xu Qing's eyes glittered with cold light as he hurled the spear at the incoming statue. Flames spread out in all directions. The Nine Dawns jackal dragon howled. The black spear thrummed with a heaven-rending, earth-crushing sound that was like a sun ripping apart the darkness of night. A boom rang out as the charging statue lurched to a halt and threw 4 hands out to grab the spear and stop its momentum. Xu Qing didn't hesitate to throw his left hand over his head. 4 fingers pointed straight up, forming a pointed tip to the blade that was his arm. At the same time, a vortex appeared in the sky, causing an ancient temple to appear. The temple revealed an altar with a divine likeness bearing a saber. The statue stepped forward, emerged from the temple, and slashed the saber down. Heaven and earth lit up. That temple was called Supreme Vastness, and the statue had Xu Qing's face. The saber conformed to a heavenly Tao, and was in fact a heavenly saber. Considering how high Xu Qing's cultivation base had climbed, this saber was anything but ordinary. It was no longer a projection. The awakened statue shivered and lifted its remaining 2 arms like a weapon. At the same time, the 3 heads all opened their mouths and howled. Wild colors flashed in the air as the heavenly saber descended, slicing the weapon apart. The arms shattered, and one of the heads crumbled. The heavenly saber faded away. The statue, meanwhile, was flung backward by about 300 meters. Its 4 remaining eyes let off streams of black smoke as they charged back toward Xu Qing, its 4 arms stretched out to grab him. Xu Qing frowned. Without any hesitation, he shot backward and managed to enter the screen of light in the cave just before the statue arrived. The most up-to-date NVELs are published on freyawebnovel.com. The statue closed in, and its 4 hands slammed into the shield. The shield trembled, but it kept the statue at bay. The captain was right. The shield of light really did keep dangers away. The statue stood just outside of it, glaring coldly at Xu Qing. Then, after a long moment passed, it returned to its spot and reverted to stone. That said, the portions where it sustained damage wouldn't easily be restored. Seeing that, Xu Qing didn't wait for the captain to say anything before striding back outside of the shield of light. There, he performed an incantation gesture and unleashed a torrent of divine abilities. The statue awoke again, and the fighting resumed. Booms rang out, and terrifying shockwaves spread. Xu Qing occasionally fell back and occasionally pressed the attack. On the other side of the shield, the captain watched. Though he was surprised, he now realized that Xu Qing wanted to use the Shield of Light as an area to seek refuge while he tried to wear down the statue. He was inclined to remind Xu Qing that the statues here couldn't be killed. He had done his own research into that and knew that even if you managed to destroy one, it would cause other unexpected complications. But then he realized that if he explained that, it would likely diminish his prestige as the eldest brother. And prestige was extremely important. Thus, he put a look of admiration onto his face and said, "I'll help you, little junior brother." With that, he rushed out and joined Xu Qing in trying to deal with the statue. Just like before, the statue continued to sustain damage, and eventually the heavenly saber appeared. But this time, something different happened. The heavenly Tao was shaped like a saber, with the taboo poison of a god's curse as the body of the blade, and daybreak light as the light of the blade. The Ghost Emperor Mountain formed a decapitation altar, and D-132 became the trough. The golden crow connected them, and the violet moon was the seal. The timescape was the container, and it was driven by the sundial life lamps. God Decapitation Altar. As the executioner's blade fell, it severed the final remaining head on the statue and caused the rest of its body to collapse. As the pieces fell to the ground, bits of moonlight erupted from within. Struggling to control his breathing, Xu Qing opened his third god trove, sending out a force of attraction that grabbed the moonlight and sucked it in. All of a sudden, a lamp appeared in the darkness of the god trove. On another part of this strange planet, on the other side of the mountain that was the emperor's tomb, a person was beginning a very gruish and mysterious ceremony. The ceremony used a sun as its origin, a moon as its strength, and a star as the force of attraction. That was why there was a huge triangular totem on the ground. Wild winds screamed around the totem, within the middle of which a person was seated cross-legged. This person wore voluminous clothing that looked like it was tailored for a man. However, the wind caused the cloth to press tightly against what was obviously a very voluptuous form. Her features were exquisite and featured skin as fair as snow. However, the facial expression that was visible contained coldness and murder. This person was none other than Sir Firedark. The ceremony being carried out caused glittering light to flash, not up into the sky, but down into the ground. It pierced through the planet and then connected to the Emperor's tomb. In the blink of an eye, Sir Firedark vanished without a trace. 1. This note is regarding void soil, which relates to the void returning level. The author did something really wonky with the void returning cultivation level. Specifically, there are two Chinese characters that look very similar and are pronounced similar. One of them means void, and the other means ruins. For the majority of the novel, he uses the void character, which is why I rendered the cultivation level as void returning. For roughly the first 800 chapters up to this point, he uses that character something like 300 times, with only a few instances of using the ruins character, seemingly just typos. However, starting in this chapter, he switches to using the ruins version of the character more often. Later on, he goes all in on the ruins interpretation, even linking some of the explanations of the cultivation level to the ruins interpretation. Thankfully, at least void and ruins both conjure a similar sensation of a place that has nothing much in it. I'm not sure why the author did this. Perhaps he changed his mind about which character to use. Perhaps he didn't think much about this level, and then the typo became the reality, and when it came time to explain the cultivation level, he forgot what he'd originally decided. Or who knows what else it could be. It's not as big of a deal in Chinese, because the characters look almost identical. If I had known several hundred chapters ago about this, I might have named the cultivation level something different. But given how many hundreds of chapters and references there are, I'm going to maintain the original continuity. This means that there might be some small tweaks made in editing so that everything sounds correct. I'll include footnotes as necessary about that. Chapter 886, 5 Trove Gates. Outside of the Emperor's tomb on the Imperial planet in the God domain, something dramatic was playing out. The moment Xu Qing shattered the statue with the god decapitation altar, all of the other statues in the area shivered and opened their eyes. As black light flooded out from their eyes, they began to transform from stone to flesh, starting with their heads. All of them were waking up. New novel chapters are published on Letter 192REEWEB and Retroflex, OVEL.com. A terrifying aura rose up, stirring the winds and clouds. It turned into a huge vortex with the Emperor's tomb in the middle as it swept out violently in all directions. Black lightning crashed within it, making it look like something painted by a god to represent all the killing and death in the world. Meanwhile, outside of the planet, the withered trees growing on the spiderwebs started swaying back and forth. The faces on their surfaces opened their eyes, which were crimson, and screams erupted from their mouths. It was a sound like metal scraping against rock, filled with shocking power and a boundless, rancorous energy. If the doors of the yellow springs were opened, and a sound drifted out from hell itself, it would be like this, something that could make both ghosts and gods wail. Their voices merged, caused wild colors to flash as the surrounding tempest slowed down and stopped. At the same time, the vortex that had just formed split open like a massive eye. It was almost as if the planet itself was waking up and was intent on destroying anything and everything around it. Xu Qing and the captain were both stunned by the development. Without a word, they fell back. However, they couldn't avoid the violent fluctuations caused by the awakening of the planet. Xu Qing's god state collapsed, his defenses shattered, and his organs vibrated painfully. The captain was in similar trouble as the violent fluctuations nearly ripped him to shreds. A sensation of death hung over them, as though they might be wiped out of existence at any moment. Thankfully, they were close to the mouth of the passageway, and as the fluctuations built in intensity, they were able to pass to the other side of the shield of light. Once inside, Xu Qing coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Every part of him, from head to toe to soul, screamed with intense pain. Dropping to a cross-legged position, he focused on healing. The captain couldn't last any longer. His body collapsed into a mass of blue worms. Moments later, though, the worms formed his body again, and he stood there with his face ashen. After some time passed and the two were recovering, they exchanged a glance. FRTAP EEWEBNOVE letter 2113, Co. The captain cleared his throat. Little junior brother, what you did just now was utterly crazy. Granted, that's how I also do things, except, next time could you give me a little heads up beforehand? The captain was feeling odd for a few reasons. For one thing, he had expected something to happen to the statues, but it hadn't occurred to him at all that their actions could wake up the entire planet and unleash the power to destroy everything. What was more, he was the one that usually went and did something suicidal, all while dragging Xu Qing along with him. But this time it went the other way around. Meanwhile, Xu Qing looked back at the captain quizzically. "Eldest brother, you never give me a heads up." The captain smiled wryly. "That's because, as your eldest brother, I always worry you might chicken out." Xu Qing nodded. "I was worried about the same thing happening with you." The captain's eyebrows shot up. "Little Ah Qing has picked up some bad habits. This won't do. I think I need to show him what it really means to be unafraid. What it really means to not fear death. What it really means to do something crazy." Looking very solemn, he said, "I have to offer you some constructive criticism, little junior brother. The things out there are scraps, nothing more. I'm taking you to a place where acting crazy will earn you big rewards. Now, let's get moving." The captain shot to his feet and charged forward with unstoppable momentum and astonishing courage. Seeing that, Xu Qing sighed. It looked to him more like the captain wanted to compete with him in acting suicidal. He slowly followed. As he went along, he looked over his shoulder at the shattered statue out in the storm. He hated to give up like this, but also knew that he couldn't continue to hunt statues. Looking back, he continued after the captain. They were walking through an artificial tunnel that had been carved through the rock. The walls were covered with unusual designs that occasionally pulsed with light. There were a lot of twists and turns in the tunnel, as well as numerous side tunnels, which made their path seem meandering. It was almost like they were traversing a maze. However, the captain continued leading the way heroically, as if he knew exactly where he was going. He never slowed down an iota. Considering that, Xu Qing didn't pay attention to the path they were taking. He just followed along, all while keeping his focus on his sea of consciousness. Astonishingly, there were 5 huge trove gates hovering above his sea of consciousness. Each door was 30,000 meters tall, outstandingly majestic, and pulsed with a matchlessly ancient aura. They were configured to face in 5 different directions. The first gate was wide open. On the other side was a majestic world, inside of which swirled a blue-green dragon that occasionally roared loudly. That was Xu Qing's first god trove. The second gate was closed, but it pulsed with a sensation of taboo poison, unease, and fear. The third gate was also closed. Within it was a violet moon power, like a burning furnace. The fourth gate was different. Though it was closed, it pulsed with an imperial will, something majestic, like a monarch ready to slaughter everything in his path. The fifth gate, which was for the mage trove, was halfway open. It was just barely possible to see that. On the other side, there was a hulking figure lurking in a dark abyss, propping up heaven and earth, all while surrounded by howls of anguish. Those howls came from Master Stillwinter. The 5 trove gates were like gods hanging in a paramount position over his sea of consciousness. They were the trove gates of the spirit trove level, although in the case of Xu Qing, they were for his god troves, imperial trove, and mage trove. The spirit trove level involved forming trove gates in the sea of consciousness for every secret trove. If a trove had a heavenly Tao, the trove gate would open. But without a spirit inside, it would remain closed. Of Xu Qing's 5 trove gates, one was open, one was half open, and the other 3 were closed. But right now, Xu Qing's 3rd trove gate, which was connected to his 3rd god trove, was experiencing something dramatic as moonlight seeped into it. It was like light from the ancestor of all moons, and contained the yin Tao of the moon. It made the violet moon power in the god trove even more ancient, and caused a heaven-rending, earth-crushing sound to fill the trove. The rumbling from the 3rd trove gate filled Xu Qing's sea of consciousness, surpassing anything and everything, until the 3rd trove gate opened by a crack. It was a very small crack, but even that small progress on the track from nothing to something was tremendous. On the other side of the opening, in the violet dusk of the god trove, a faint white sphere appeared. The sphere seemed profoundly ancient, as if it was the embodiment of that word. It was surrounded by a frigid energy that seemed capable of freezing space and time. In fact, this moonlight seemed like it could freeze great Taos. It was the embryonic form of the 3rd god trove's heavenly Tao. It was a form of the supreme yin, which in ancient times was known as the netherglimmer. 1 moment it appeared, thanks to the 3rd trove gate opening, a volcanic eruption of force occurred. A mountain-toppling, sea-draining aura spread out over Xu Qing's sea of consciousness, filling his entire body as it cleansed and blessed him. As Xu Qing made his way through the maze-like tunnels of the tomb, a tremor passed through him, and he suddenly erupted with cultivation base power that surpassed anything from before. He quickly concealed it, leaving behind only a fierce and extraordinary light gleaming in his eyes. Up ahead, the captain stopped in place and turned around to look at Xu Qing. Then he took a step forward and vanished into the wall ahead of him. Expression serious, Xu Qing unhesitatingly walked through the wall as well, almost as if it wasn't even there. On the other side was a vast cave. Unlike the maze, this cave seemed to have been formed naturally. It was dark and also empty, save for 9 spinning vortexes of starlight up above. They looked like 9 openings leading to 9 different worlds. As Xu Qing studied them, the captain said, "Outside of the Emperor's tomb is a primal chaos labyrinth. Without knowing the correct path to take, not even a smoldering god could get through it easily. But to me, it's as easy as walking home. We're in the middle of the labyrinth now. Those 9 vortexes up there are 9 paths. 5 of them lead to life and 4 to death. They change randomly, which makes it very hard to survive an encounter with them." The captain clasped his hands behind his back as he hovered in midair. Looking proudly at the 9 vortexes, he continued, "However, Based on all the research and preparations in my past lives, I'm confident that no matter which vortex I pick, it won't lead to death. No, any path I pick will automatically become a path of life. With his chin stuck up, the captain flicked his sleeve. Wow, even I'm impressed by what I just said. It was nothing short of amazing. Considering how quick-witted little Ah Ching is, he'll soon give voice to his astonishment and admiration. He waited for a while. When he realized that no one was speaking, he looked down in surprise. Xu Qing wasn't even looking at him. Instead, Xu Qing was looking at the seventh vortex, and his eyes were glittering thoughtfully. The captain cleared his throat and said, "That's a path to death. In fact, none of the paths are more deadly than that one." "Don't even look at it." Xu Qing ignored the captain. His eyes were burning with increased curiosity as he realized that, even though he had no idea what was inside that seventh vortex, one thing was certain. And that was, as soon as he'd arrived in this location, his second god trove, that of taboo poison, started emitting the same kind of fluctuations that his third god trove had released in the presence of those statues. Those fluctuations contained intense longing. The captain's eyebrows shot up, and he was about to say something when, all of a sudden, a figure emerged from another one of the tunnels. This figure pulsed with a terrifying and domineering aura and was clad in a voluminous Taoist robe. The strong wind pressed the robe tightly against the body of the newcomer, revealing some very pronounced and attractive curves. The dramatic rise and fall of the curvature, coupled with the Taoist robe, would cause any onlooker to feel a very mysterious sensation. This person was none other than Sir Firedark. Upon stepping out, she looked at Xu Qing and then the captain. First, she looked surprised, but then her eyes blazed like heavenly bodies as shocking killing intent rose up within her. Xu Qing's pupils constricted. The captain's jaw nearly dropped, and then he inhaled sharply. "Holy fuck, what are you doing here?" 2. The captain turned to run. At the same time, Sir Firedark's killing intent blazed to the highest heights, and an aura as terrifying as a smoldering god spread out, filling the cave. Sir Firedark took a step forward, instantly arrived next to the 9 vortexes, and launched a fist strike at the captain. Die. 1-1, the common word for sun in Chinese, is literally supreme yang. Less common, but at the same time sort of obvious, you have supreme yin, which refers to the moon. 2, what I'm translating as netherglimmer is a word for a type of creature that I can't find in any of my CE dictionaries. Even on the Chinese internet, there is very little information on it. From what I can tell based on that online search, it's a divine beast related to the moon. As those of you who read my footnotes probably know, I dislike using transliterations unless absolutely necessary, so I'm coining netherglimmer to describe this creature. 2, in reality, this line was censored in Chinese, so it's impossible to know 100% for sure what the captain said. I checked the Chinese comments, and as you can imagine, there were a lot of suggestions for what it might be. There were 2 comments that got dozens of times as many upvotes as any of the other comments, so I used those to make an educated guess. If the hundreds of Chinese readers were correct, then there was a clever bit of profanity disguised in internet lingo. Chinese netizens are always coming up with new ways of disguising prohibited language, but of course, the authorities are always figuring out the new slang terms and banning them. If the author self-censors by using euphemisms, then I select corresponding English euphemisms such as freaking, heck, shoot, crap, etc. If the author uses approved profanity, then I use similar English profanity. In this case, I feel that the author intended for there to be real, non-euphemistic profanity, but got thwarted by the censors, and therefore, I'm unthwarting the censors by having the English translation conform to his original intent. Chapter 887, A Very Tough Adversary. The figure next to the vortex had beautiful hair and a Taoist robe that couldn't cover her voluptuous curves. Her face was extremely beautiful, but was laced with a baleful aura that added a bit of manliness to it. When she attacked, the entire cave trembled as though it might collapse. Sir Firedark's hatred had really pushed her cultivation base power to something like that of a smoldering god. The fist caused space to distort and interfered with time itself, piercing forward with the power of extermination. Before Xu Qing could even interfere, the captain screamed as Sir Firedark's fist hit his body and caused it to explode. Chunks of flesh and gore intermingled with a spray of blood that spread out for dozens of meters. FREYAWEB-NO Cyrillic letter 475EL, com. Sir Firedark's killing intent still burned, and thus, after delivering the blow, she didn't stop. Taking a step forward, she released another destructive blow onto the captain's gory remains. Xu Qing's gaze hardened, and even as Sir Firedark's second blow was being delivered, he burst into motion. He instantly went to his fourth-level god state. The Nine Dawn's skulls appeared, turning into mage armor that covered him from head to toe. His battle prowess instantly shot to a level comparable to the great circle of void returning. He rapidly performed some incantation gestures, causing taboo poison to surge and the violet moon to appear. His violet lord god magic was unleashed, slicing apart the air. A heavenly saber also appeared. An ancient temple appeared in midair, its main entrance opened, and a divine likeness strode out and slashed down with the saber. Prismatic saber light spread out as the canopy of heaven seemed to tilt on its side. The light bolstered the battle prowess of Xu Qing's god state, and with the blessing of Nine Dawns, his fluctuations surpassed what they were when the trove gate of his third trove opened. With that, he shot toward Sir Firedark. Sir Firedark stopped in place, then spun, shifting the target of her attack from the captain's remains to the incoming heavenly saber. A deafening boom rang out as fist met saber. The fist wasn't harmed at all, but the saber shattered. Sir Firedark's battle prowess was completely and utterly terrifying. To Xu Qing, it didn't feel like fighting a void-returning enemy, but rather a smoldering god. When it came to the void-returning level, Sir Firedark ranked first in the echelon of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. Though she hadn't pushed her cultivation base to its limit, her spectacular talent and boundless reserve powers ensured that her battle prowess had reached the ultimate height. The fist didn't just destroy the saber. It caused a domineering will to sweep over Xu Qing, which felt like countless mountains slamming into him. His mage armor cracked, and his god state began to collapse into millions of soul threads. Blood sprayed out of Xu Qing's mouth as he fell back by several dozen meters. That said, he had managed to buy some time for the captain. Up in midair, the captain's gory remains clumped together, and in the shortest of moments, he was back. From some distance away, he looked at Xu Qing fighting Sir Firedark. His expression was grave, and his eyes were filling with killing intent. "Let's crush this pansy, little junior brother." Within the captain's crazy eyes could be seen two faces, and the pupils of the two faces had faces in them, and that pattern continued endlessly. At the same time, a very gruish aura spread out from the captain. Boundless frigid energy erupted as he waved his right hand. Instantly, the flesh on his hand transformed into a blue ice blade. The slightest movement of that blade could slice the air open. Striding toward Sir Firedark, he raised his blade and then chopped it down. As he delivered the blow, he also performed an incantation gesture with his left hand. Blinding blue light erupted into a huge sea filled with never-ending cold. It froze everything it passed, causing loud cracking sounds to ring out as it neared Sir Firedark. Updat from FRYAWEB-NO Cyrillic letter 475 Macron L, com. Xu Qing's expression was similarly serious. This was his first time fighting Sir Firedark, and though he'd only managed to unleash one saber strike, the domineering aura he had sensed from the enemy's fist strike reminded him of someone. Master Xianxia. They didn't look alike at all, nor could they really compare to each other. The reason Xu Qing found himself thinking about Master Xianxia was that this whole situation with Sir Firedark reminded him of his clash with Master Xianxia in Forbidden by the Phoenix. 1. Both opponents were powerful, mighty, and seemingly invincible. And yet, back then, Xu Qing still defeated Master Xianxia, preventing him from eventually becoming invincible. Today, facing Sir Firedark caused battle spirit to rise within Xu Qing. The desire to do battle surged in his sea of consciousness, causing his trove gates to tremble and his cultivation base to churn. His god state formed again, and the mage armor returned. The 9 skulls became 9 lanterns of flesh, and the heads of the dragons roared. 3 inverted mountains appeared. The black flames of the golden crow spread out, becoming a black spear that Xu Qing grabbed. Then, he joined the captain to attack Sir Firedark. An instant later, the 3 of them slammed into each other. A deafening boom filled the cave. It was instantly clear how formidable Sir Firedark was. Instead of meeting the combined attack of Xu Qing and the captain with a divine ability or magical treasure, she used only her fist. One fist blasted the captain's blade into pieces. One fist sent the black spear tumbling backward. One fist shattered the captain's ice, rendering it useless. One fist caused the 3 mountains to crumble. It was as if her fist could crush anything in its path. Then she took a step forward, and she pulsed with such terrifying and unyielding momentum that she really did seem invincible. Clenching her hand into a fist, she launched another blow at the captain. All of a sudden, D-132 appeared to lock her in place. Surging with a domineering aura, Sir Firedark launched a blow that shattered D-132. Then she turned and attacked Xu Qing. One step, one punch. That was all it took to shatter the 9 Dawn skulls and ravage Xu Qing's god state. He staggered backward, coughing up blood. Sir Firedark was obviously crushing them with ease. Meanwhile, the countless faces in the captain's eyes opened their mouths and issued a piercing cry that could shake the mind and soul. Sir Firedark stopped in place. The captain's eyes filled with a crazy look as he suddenly let loose a loud shout. Astonishingly, an ancient and illusory staircase appeared as a result. There were a total of 9 stairs that made it up, and they seemed like they came from the most ancient of times. The captain lifted his foot, stretched it out, and stepped down. Every step he took caused him to tremble, especially his chest, which wriggled visibly. After the 9th step, a skeletal hand made of blue ice burst out of his chest. Pulsing with terrifying and ancient energy, it grabbed toward Sir Firedark, carrying a wind of death with it. Xu Qing, meanwhile, hadn't slowed down a bit. He extended his right hand, and his heavenly Tao became the body of the blade. The taboo poison became the razor-sharp edge. Daybreak light became the blade glow. The Ghost Emperor Mountain became the altar, and the destiny aura of D-132 became the trough. The golden crow, violet moon, and timescape bottle became the container, while the sundial life lamp urged everything into action. The god decapitation altar descended. The blade slashed, glittering, right toward Sir Firedark. As the 2 consummate attacks closed in with deadly force, something serious flashed through Sir Firedark's eyes. It was only a flash. Lifting her hand, she tightened her fingers, causing the air to shatter. Golden light flared all around her, covering her from head to toe, filling her bones, and forming an undying sensation that gathered in her hands to become the undying Emperor's fist, too. One blow hit the captain. The skeletal hand shattered and the captain exploded into a cloud of gore. The other blow hit Xu Qing, and the god decapitation altar, which had always been unstoppable, emitted loud rumbling sounds. No head flew through the air. Instead, the altar collapsed, leaving Xu Qing tumbling backward, soaked in blood. That said, it wasn't as though the attacks launched by Xu Qing and the captain were completely ineffective. Though the undying Emperor's fist shook heaven and earth, Sir Firedark was also left pale in the face, with blood oozing down her chin. Unfortunately, her killing intent and domineering aura were stronger than ever as she took a step toward the captain. Her main target had always been the captain. She was not going to give up on that. As her foot landed, she clenched her hand into a fist, but then a hoarse voice spoke behind her. This world of heaven and earth can be considered a well. Everything is inside the wells. As the voice echoed out, ripples filled the air in the cave, covering Sir Firedark as well. Sir Firedark stopped in place. Beneath her feet was a surface of water with reflections on it. Xu Qing had no time to wipe the blood from his mouth. Eyes shining with the desire to do battle, he extended his right hand and fished out one of the reflections beneath Sir Firedark's feet. A tremor passed through Sir Firedark, and for the first time, she felt a deathly sensation. And yet, hardly a moment passed before she sent golden light into the reflections. The golden light transformed into a sun, which then rose out of the water. Terrifying heat emanated from the sun in all directions, causing air and water alike to evaporate into nothing. Fishing the moon in the well had been defeated. Xu Qing's mind spun. His eyes were crimson, and his soul ached painfully. But he could deal with pain like that. The moment fishing the moon in the well was vanquished, his third trove gate trembled as a white sphere slammed into it. The trove gate shuddered and opened a bit more, and the frigid energy of the nether glimmer erupted out. It was the power of the supreme yin, the power of the ancestor of all moons, and it could even freeze the power of time. It converged in front of Xu Qing in the shape of a finger, which he stabbed toward Sir Firedark. Sir Firedark's pupils constricted, and for the first time during the fight, she backed up. However, as she did, the captain's gory remains transformed into a host of 100,000 blue worms, all with the captain's face on them. Bursting into motion, they appeared around Sir Firedark. The captain's faces opened their mouths and spat out blue frigid energy at Sir Firedark. The frigid energy grew more and more intense, combining with Xu Qing's supreme yin finger attack. The air froze. Space-time froze. Cracking sounds rang out as a huge block of ice appeared in the air. It was so large that the top touched the roof of the cave, and the bottom touched the floor below. Inside of the block of ice was Sir Firedark. Astonishingly, she had been sealed tight and couldn't even move. All 100,000 of the worms then spoke at the same time as they began to form back into the captain. She won't stay trapped in there for long. A very tough opponent, wouldn't you say, little junior brother? Let's scram. Follow me onto one of the automatic paths of life, and this shrew definitely won't be able to follow us. The captain was back, bedraggled but whole. Without any hesitation, he shot toward the third vortex. Xu Qing didn't hesitate to follow. However, just before stepping into the third portal, he looked over at the seventh portal. His eyes shone with determination. "I'm going there instead, eldest brother," he said, heading toward the seventh portal. "No, don't," the captain said, stunned. Yet before he could even finish speaking, Xu Qing was gone. The captain looked over at the block of ice, which was already starting to twitch. Turning, he raced toward the third vortex. "You're on your own, fool. I got my own business to take care of. Good luck, everybody." 3. As the two of them disappeared into the vortexes, something dramatic happened with the block of ice. Astonishingly, the projection of a major world appeared behind Sir Firedark. It contained heavenly bodies, a heaven and earth and life. Figures could be seen within it, over 100 of them, and they were all Sir Firedark. Over 100 versions of Sir Firedark all clenched their hands into fists and launched blows at the ice. The ice exploded. At the same time, Sir Firedark suffered a major backlash, causing most of her clothes to be shredded to bits, and revealing the fair, tender skin beneath. Yet it was without hesitation that she raced toward the vortex, her eyes full of killing intent. 1. His fight scene with Master Shengyun started in chapter 251. I'm sure most of you remember it, as it was the longest fight scene in the novel up to that point, lasting almost 10 chapters. 2. The Undying Emperor's Fist is also the name of one of the signature moves of Bai Xiaochun from A Will Eternal. It was also associated with the color gold. Chinese readers picked up on this. It first came up in Awe in chapter 670, although he didn't use it in a fight until chapter 696, the title of which shares the name of the technique. In Awe, the Undying Emperor's Fist was part of a whole set of undying techniques, so seeing it in isolation here, and also described slightly differently, doesn't necessarily prove that it's connected to Awe, nor does it disprove it. You can read Awe here on Wuxia World, or you can check out the edited version on Amazon. 3. The captain uses one half of an idiomatic expression that I'm rendering as "you're on your own." The direct translation is incomprehensible, but interesting when you understand the meaning behind it. Literally, it's "the father died, so the mother got remarried." It can mean a few different things. Primarily, it's about personal and family responsibility. The idea is that it would be a very challenging thing for a mother in ancient times to get remarried, especially if she had children. Used in that context, the saying is essentially a statement of fact about that mother's situation. Beyond that meaning, it's taken on the meaning of anyone, being on your own, in the sense that you have your own things to do that aren't related to the person you're speaking to. In the end, the basic concept is, as I have rendered, you're on your own now. Chapter 888, Northier Greenwood. As the trees with faces wailed, the statues awoke, and the vortex formed overhead, the planet that was the Emperor's tomb was still covered with a terrifying storm. It was apocalyptic, like a heavenly punishment that caused the entire planet to tremble. Damn it, what bastard messed with the Godwardings here? A person was currently seated cross-legged in a hide tent that offered protection from the wind. It was hard to say what beast the hide was from, but it allowed the tent to stand tall despite the storm. In fact, it kept the wind completely locked down in that specific area. Of course, the tent couldn't lock down the heart of Fan Xishuang. As he sat in the tent, he gnashed his teeth and looked outside, his eyes glittering with apprehension. He had two main goals in this god domain. The first was to push his cultivation base to the Great Circle. The other was to hunt the beings that lived here. Both goals centered on the planet that was the Emperor's tomb. His clan had prepared long and hard for this event. And thus, as soon as he entered this god domain, he had rushed without stopping to this specific place. How could he have guessed that, as soon as he arrived, the entire planet would suddenly wake up? What was more, he still had not yet completed all the steps to carry out his plan to get inside. I just have to go for broke. Gritting his teeth, Fan Xishuang looked down and performed a double-handed incantation gesture as he unleashed a secret magic his clan had prepared. He wasn't the only one doing something like that. There were two people elsewhere on the planet who were also cursing whoever had stirred up the Godwardings. They were Sir Heavenink and Chu Shishin. The former had arrived earlier, while the latter expended a huge amount of effort to escape that huge jellyfish. When you included Sir Firedark in the mix, it was clear that the top 5 chosen from the Firemoon Dark Heavens, Echelon all had chosen this place as their goal. Each had different ways of getting into the Emperor's tomb, and had prepared years in advance for this moment. But because of the dramatic developments, all were having trouble dealing with the planet. Now, they had to pay a steeper price and also deal with far more danger. The person they were all cursing was Xu Qing, who, in the interests of pleasing his second god trove, had entered the 7th vortex in the cave. The moment he entered, it was like stepping through a membrane into a vast void. It was dark, cold, and unfamiliar, and it seemed to go on forever. None of the senses that worked on the outside seemed to be present here. There were no directions, no paths, no heaven and earth. Xu Qing even felt his consciousness slowly fading, as if everything around him were turning into darkness and gloom. The natural and magical laws were different from the outside. It was as if sleep and dormancy were the great Taos here, and every person who entered had to conform to this place's will. Xu Qing was no exception. He felt his divine will fluctuations fading into nothing. It was as if his mind was falling asleep. The only thing that burned with any intensity was the desire from his second god trove. It was like a bright fire that served as a focal point for Xu Qing's senses. Relying on those senses, Xu Qing made his way forward on instinct, like a fish swimming through the darkness. He wasn't sure how much time passed, maybe a century, maybe a single breath of time, but the longing from his second god trove grew more and more intense until eventually that little fish breached the surface of the water. He had passed through the void and had now arrived at a scintillating starry sky. FREYAWEBNOVEL. The moment he saw the starlight, his senses all went back to normal. His divine will stirred again, and his dormant thoughts returned. As he looked into the starry sky, he saw two beings that were so majestic they were almost impossible to describe. One was an enormous tree that seemed to represent life. The other was a majestic beast that personified terror and evil. The tree was so huge it took up half of the starry sky. Its gnarled surface was covered with vein-like markings. Branches spread out in all directions, all of them covered with lineaments that seemed to contain natural laws and great Taos. There were Tao fruits on the tree, as large as planets. Or perhaps it was correct to say that they were planets. From a distance, it was possible to see its branches spreading out as if to fill the starry sky, while its roots anchored it firmly to the universe around it. That said, it wasn't a lush tree. It was withered, including both its branches and the planet fruits. It was as if its life force was in decline. Despite being withered, each branch of the tree still radiated a terrifying might that shook the starry sky and influenced the universe. As for the huge beast, it wasn't as large as the tree. In fact, it was about half the size. It had the body of an ox and was surrounded by a poison miasma. Appallingly, each of its hairs had a corpse tied to it, creating something like a suit of armor. Its head was the color white, which created a bizarre contrast with the starry sky. It had a single eye that covered most of its face, with a vertical pupil that radiated something nefarious. In addition, it had a tail that was a gigantic snake whose howls could destroy planets. The huge beast was locked in combat with the tree. The fighting was nearing a peak, with each clash shattering portions of the starry sky and making it seem like the end of days had come. Xu Qing looked around, stunned. Whether it was the huge tree in the starry sky or the terrifying beast, to him they were like gods that he couldn't possibly resist or affect. He wasn't sure why they were fighting, but the longing from his second god trove was clearly focused on the enormous beast. The moment that Xu Qing's gaze took in the battle taking place, the terrifying beast's snake tail whipped around and glared at Xu Qing briefly before striking at him. Its mouth was open, as if it wanted to devour Xu Qing and everything around him. Pupils constricting, Xu Qing shot backward. At the same time, the huge tree stirred, and an enormous leaf dropped down in front of Xu Qing. The leaf was like an entire landmass, but it was mostly withered, with only about 20% of it containing life force. As it passed in front of Xu Qing, his vision swam, and he heard an echoing roar that faded into nothing. When he could see clearly again, the starry sky was gone. The tree was gone. The beast was also gone. A world stretched out in front of Xu Qing. The sky and lands alike were the color gray. He saw mist in every direction, but nothing alive. Only ruins. Xu Qing looked around as 1,000 thoughts ran through his head. He remembered what he saw after stepping into the seventh vortex, whether that was the icy void or the starry sky with the tree and the beast. Even now, the world in front of him almost didn't seem real. The only real thing for him was the longing of the second god trove. That beast elicited a response from the taboo poison god trove. As for that leaf that dropped down in front of me, Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. He wasn't sure if this world was that leaf, or if it was just the next stop on the journey through the vortex. After a short time passed, he cleared his thoughts, looked around at the gray around him, then cast his senses into the mist. The mist was poisonous. Xu Qing started moving quickly. A few days later, Xu Qing stopped on a listing tower in some ruins. This is a withered world with no life. I'd say it's highly likely it's actually that leaf. What's causing the world to wither is the poison. Long ago, this world was a flourishing place, but now it's just collecting dust. Xu Qing looked down at the mist. He looked around at the ruins. He saw the broken pathways, the skeletons of the buildings, the collapsed temples, and the crumbling statues. Taking it all in, he could almost visualize what this world had been like in its heyday. Now it was empty and bleak. Eventually, his gaze came to rest on rubble that had been piled in front of the tower. It was possible to see inscriptions on some of the stones. He waved his hand, and the rubble floated up into the air and pieced together into an enormous 30,000-meter tall stone stele. It wasn't easy to put all the pieces together correctly, but gradually, the stele took shape. From a distance, it was like a beacon of civilization within a world of pure poison. As that glimmer of civilization appeared, the symbols on the stele became clear. It was hard to make sense of the symbols by just looking at them, but by examining them with divine sense, they became possible to understand. They explained the history of this place. This world had once been called Northier Heaven. It was one of the 9 heavens subordinate to the Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor made the Greenwood the Tao of Northier, charged with protecting the world and all the countless living beings in it. But the Immortal Emperor perished. Gods invaded, the 9 heavens collapsed, and catastrophe came to all worlds. Later, an evil spirit tainted the world. It tormented the living beings, caused a plague to spread, filling Northier, enfeebling its heavenly Tao in an attempt to devour it. Most of the living beings in the world fell to the plague, including the cultivators. There was resistance, including 3 full-scale revolts, but they all ended in failure. In the end, the leaders of the world went all out to try to break open the sky. When the rift opened, a beast descended. It had a white head, the body of an ox, and a serpent for a tail. The moment it appeared, the entire world withered and fell into destruction. As Xu Qing stood atop the listing tower and took in the information from the inscriptions, he came to understand this world and why it was withered. As for the immortal emperor that the histories mentioned, it seemed likely that he was the one buried in the tomb. Northier and the Greenwood, he murmured, thinking about the enormous tree he'd seen. The description of the evil beast was also the same as what he had seen out in that starry sky. Xu Qing waited a bit longer to see if anything further was going to happen. When nothing did, he prepared to retract his divine will. But then an ancient voice spoke, from the sky, the land, the air, the steel, and from everything else in this world. That evil spirit had a name, Helfei. When the immortal worlds collapsed and the outside gods invaded, the 7 negative emotions from all the living beings that died converged. Young friend from the outside, you're the first cultivator to come here since the immortal emperor died. Please, can you help me? 1. Xu Qing's expression remained neutral. He didn't look surprised at all. Looking up into the canopy of heaven, he said, "Who are you?" The immortal emperor gave me the name Greenwood. I was to protect Northier as this world's heavenly Tao. 2. 1. The creature being described is a fey or fey beast from Chinese mythology. The author adds the hell underworld character to it to create a somewhat unique name for it. The mythological description is exactly as is described in this chapter: a white head, the body of an ox, and a snake for a tail. Here are a few images of artistic depictions. Incidentally, my original novel Legends of Ogre Gate has an entire section of the story about a fey beast. The fey beast in my novel is not the size of a planet lol, but other than that, it's very similar to the mythological version and the version in this chapter. It's ox-like, with a snake tail and a poison miasma around it. 2. There was a greenwood tree and I shall seal the heavens. Same Chinese characters, which is why I'm rendering the name the same here. It was relevant in many chapters, too many to list as links, and had some wolves connected to it. I don't see anything indicating the greenwood tree in this chapter is supposed to be the same or be connected to the one in ISSDH. Although greenwood seems fairly unique in English, in Chinese, it's less so. That said, anything is possible. For example, there is also greenwood mentioned in Renegade Immortal in a few chapters. What's more, in RI, there is a section in which Wang Lin assumes the name Qing Mu, occasionally incorrectly rendered as Cayenne Mu, which is the transliteration of this term. Chapter 889, The Perfect Specimen. As the raspy voice entered Xu Qing's mind, he looked down slightly. "Sire, I'm afraid your humble servant is too weak to be of any help in your fight with Helfei." "That's the precise reason I need your help, young friend," the heavenly Tao said. Its voice seemed very old, but at the same time pleading. "My fight with the evil spirit is taking place in the starry sky, but the struggle is also in the myriad worlds, as we vie for heaven fate and Dea soil. This world is the origin of Northier, and is also where the evil Helfei first appeared. It contains Helfei's original Tao shadow form, which has already usurped most of the heavenly Tao authority here. Young friend, can you please lure out the Helfei's Tao shadow form and kill it at least 100 times? Every time it dies, it will drain some of Helfei's essence power. That will be a big help in the fight in the starry sky, as it will give me an opportunity to use heaven fate." I'm ashamed that I haven't been able to live up to the Immortal Emperor's mission to protect the living beings here. I'm struggling on death's door, and only hope that I can use this opportunity to end things in mutual destruction. My life will end, and my Tao will be complete. The responsibility of the heavenly Tao will be met, meeting with the Immortal Emperor's grace. In return, young friend, when Helfei and I die, I will bestow upon you Helfei's lone eye. Your trove is lacking a heavenly Tao and also contains a unique will. Helfei's eye was born out of resentment of the catastrophe wrought by the gods. You could call that eye the source of resentment against the gods, and it will benefit you a lot. What's more, it's the only way for you to get out of here. Xu Qing said nothing. He just looked up at the misty sky. That mist contained poison, and it poured down into heaven and earth like a waterfall. Though it didn't initially seem very impressive, it was still majestic enough to be called sky-obscuring and sun-blocking. The words of Greenwood, who claimed to be the heavenly Tao of this world, seemed to make sense. Xu Qing knew that his second god trove was made of taboo poison, which meant that living things could have the personhood to serve as its heavenly Tao. As Xu Qing had come to understand clearly over the years, on a substructural level, the taboo poison was the curse of a god. That was why he had decided to take a risk and enter the seventh vortex. If the hidden rancorous energy here was really because of how the living beings hated the destruction wreaked by the gods, then to a certain degree, it did meet the qualifications to be the heavenly Tao of the taboo poison god trove. He could confirm that both from the fluctuations coming from the god trove and also from what he had seen of Helfei out in the starry sky. But Xu Qing's eyes glittered for a moment before he calmly said, "Fine, I'll do it." "Many thanks to you, young friend. I'm not able to say much to you right now, as I must concentrate on fighting Helfei. Just provoke some fluctuations from this place and attack with deadly force. Helfei's form will definitely try to interfere. When you accomplish this task of mine, I promise that Greenwood will never forget you." Countless motes of light rose up everywhere, which seemed to be representations of Greenwood's divine will. Gathering together, they shot up into the sky. After they disappeared, Xu Qing, who still stood atop the listing tower, looked down. His expression contained neither joy nor sorrow. It was as profound as deep waters and lacked any confusion. He looked very closely at the stone stele in front of him. A moment passed, and he waved his right hand, dispelling the power of the stone stele. The historical stele collapsed, reverting into a pile of dusty rubble. Xu Qing took a deep breath and sat down on the tower. According to Greenwood, he was supposed to catch the attention of Helfei's Tao shadow form, then attack it with destructive force. "There's no need to make things so complicated," he murmured. His eyes turned black, his second trove gate rumbled, and the power of taboo poison gathered in his eyes. Wherever he looked, taboo poison flourished. He looked at the ruins, and everything blurred from buildings to roads. Taboo poison became a mist that spread out everywhere, spreading ripples and distortions. He looked at the lands, and the gray soil turned as black as if ink were being splattered onto it. The black steam that rose up joined the existing poisonous mist. He looked into the dome of heaven, and the sky seethed as the mist there was joined by the poison mist. They didn't mix, and in fact, the reaction was like cool water poured into a vat of boiling oil. Everywhere Xu Qing looked, the curse of a god arrived. Heaven and earth rumbled, winds screamed, the mists went wild. Before long, everything he looked at was covered with a taboo poison mist. As it gathered around the listing tower, it began to reject the world's local mist, until there was a clear demarcation between the two. Rumbling sounds echoed out everywhere. There were two vortexes in the sky. One was in the middle, and it was made of Xu Qing's taboo poison. The other vortex surrounded the first and was made of the world's poison, which was also spinning dramatically. The two vortexes rotated opposite of each other, causing an intense grating sound to spread out, accompanied by the crash of lightning. As time passed, things grew more intense and violent. Winds screamed left and right, filling the world. From a distance, it looked like the world was falling apart. Yet Xu Qing remained on the tower, his expression placid, his gaze fixed on the sky. The storm winds caused his hair and garments to flap wildly. He looked almost like an immortal or a god. All of a sudden, a bellow echoed out like that of an ox, deafening and terrifying. It pulsed with thunderclaps rife with natural and magical laws. Wherever that sound reached, the sky ceased collapsing and the earth no longer crumbled. Even the vortexes stopped moving. The wind went still, but the mist seethed, falling from the sky like a waterfall or a flower blooming in reverse. Within it was a creature. It had the body of an ox with a white face that featured a single eye with a vertical pupil. Its tail was a ferocious snake. Wherever it went, pestilence surrounded it, making it like an ancient source of poison that could spread plagues everywhere. When it went through the sky rotted. When it went across the lands, even the air was eaten away. A poison plague spread everywhere and rushed toward Xu Qing with killing intent. It looked exactly like the version of Hellfey Xu Qing had seen out in the starry sky, except much, much smaller. If a mortal could see this beast, they would be terrified to the core. But it was different for Xu Qing. He could see that though it had a very astonishing poison, this Dao shadow form of Hellfey only had battle prowess equivalent to the first stage of void returning. Xu Qing wasn't actually surprised at that. As Hellfey's roiling poison closed in on him, he snapped his right hand out in front of him. Heaven and earth trembled as countless soul threads emerged, connecting in midair to make a huge hand. Then, like the hand of a god, it thrust forward with crushing momentum. Its fingers closed, and the Hellfey which would have struck terror into the hearts of a mortal was crushed out of existence. However, as the hand of soul threads opened back up, about 30% of them shivered as they transformed from being red into being black, and they started pulsing with a rancorous energy. That energy spread rapidly out into the rest of the hand. It was Fey poison. For the first time, Xu Qing's eyes glittered in surprise. Ignoring the hand in midair, he reached out with his free hand and closed the fingers on each other. Instantly, one of the black soul threads flew over to him. Xu Qing had deeply studied the Tao of poison and also had plentiful practical experience. Therefore, as soon as he looked closely at the black soul thread in his hand, it only took a moment of thought before he inhaled deeply. The black thread was sucked into him. All of a sudden, Xu Qing's expression changed. He looked slightly dazed. At the same time, a violent reaction began to build up within him. He quickly suppressed it by sending taboo poison throughout his body. As a result, the black soul thread was purified, then faded away. Xu Qing's expression turned even more quizzical. This poison actually targets godliness. He already had a deep understanding of Hellfey's poison. Because that poison was born out of resentment of the gods, it could infect godliness. It could make godliness lose its majesty and cause its personhood to decline. It was a rare poison that was actually designed to target gods. The soul thread Xu Qing had just studied closely was only a solitary thread. Yet the poison had still destabilized the godly nature, human nature, and animal nature within it. How interesting! Xu Qing licked his lips. It was his first time encountering something that was on roughly the same level as his taboo poison. Although they weren't exactly the same on all levels, its method of targeting godliness was very unique. He unleashed the taboo poison in his gaze. Looking at the hand of soul threads, he sent the taboo poison to clash with the Fey poison. The hand became the battleground. Heaven and earth rumbled again in response to Hellfey dying. Mist converged again, and Hellfey started forming again. When it was complete, its battle prowess was greater than before. Howling, it charged toward Xu Qing. Xu Qing reached out with his right hand and made a grasping gesture. This time, it wasn't soul threads that converged. Rather, he tapped into his battle prowess to grab Hellfey and drag it over. Hellfey struggled, but couldn't do anything other than spit out poison mist. However, Xu Qing wasn't interested in studying Hellfey's poison. As soon as it was in front of him, he slashed down with a saber, splitting open its body to study it. He wanted to see Hellfey's physical makeup, as well as the makeup of its soul, to see if he could understand its poison on a substructural level. Even Hellfey was shocked by this development. It struggled even more mightily, But the difference between the two was so immense that it was powerless to do anything to Xu Qing other than use poison. And its poison was indeed formidable. After it had spat out 7 or 8 mouthfuls that could infect godliness, Xu Qing frowned. He waved his hand, and his black spear appeared, which he stabbed through Helfei's head, killing it again. It has an illusory form, with a blurred soul. It really was born from resentment, and yet the way the resentment circulates within it is very interesting. I need to do some more dissections to understand what it's really like inside. His eyes glittered with anticipation as he looked at the spot where Helfei had died. After a few breaths of time passed, another version of Helfei appeared in front of Xu Qing. It was about to roar, but then Xu Qing's hand shot out. He quickly began slicing it apart, separating its torso, its snake tail, and its limbs. And then, with the true spirit of a student, he started studying it. Chapter 890, 5 Filths of the Gods. Time passed. Xu Qing wasn't feeling anxious. He killed Helfei quickly the first time, but the roughly dozen times after that, he took his time dissecting and studying it. The reason he needed a dozen times was partly because his careful study often led to Helfei's death in the name of research. But more often than not, Helfei would spit out some poison that infected the area, including Xu Qing's godliness. And that caused an obstacle for his research. In the end, it didn't matter. Whenever Helfei died, it only took a few dozen breaths of time before it was back. That provided Xu Qing plenty of opportunities to lure the poison out of it using his soul threads. That was the best way he could come up with at the moment to deal with Helfei's poison. After all, the poison targeted godliness, and the source of Xu Qing's godliness was his soul threads. At the same time, he also continued to use his own poison to vie with Helfei's poison. The result was that the ruins he occupied were filled with more and more soul threads. Even still, Xu Qing continued with his study. The biggest downside was that even after Helfei had died dozens of times, its battle prowess continued to climb with each death. At a certain point, it came back to life with second stage void returning battle prowess. Its roar was like a god, and his poison was even more capable of spreading pestilence. That didn't change how things worked, though. Even with Helfei's increased battle prowess, Xu Qing just reached out, grabbed it like before, and dragged it in front of him. As before, he dismembered, dissected, and studied. Xu Qing had always been an earnest devotee of study and research. It was very similar to the way he experimented on prisoners in the Violent Crimes Division back in 7 Blood Eyes. Those experiments were one of the main reasons for his amazing achievements in the Tao of Poison. When all was said and done, Xu Qing really valued knowledge. Xu Qing summoned his black spear and put an end to Helfei before it could self-detonate. Helfei has a very unusual body structure. That said, I now understand a bit about how it forms that poison. Xu Qing's eyes were narrowed in thought as he used soul threads to draw out Helfei's poison from within him. Then he looked back at the spot where Helfei had just died and prepared for another round of research. Next, he wanted to study Helfei's soul. As the mist in the world churned like a great, wild sea, Helfei returned again. This time, the aura of third stage void returning swept out, shoving the mist aside as it bore down furiously on Xu Qing. Xu Qing's gaze hardened as he hurled his spear at Helfei's head. But Helfei, who had already been killed by that spear many times, blurred, dodging to the side to avoid the spear. Then it appeared right in front of Xu Qing, where it spat out some poison mist. But then a heavenly saber fell. It was only one slash, but Helfei was chopped in half, whereupon the pieces collapsed into nothing. As it died, Xu Qing's golden crow emerged from his back, faced the spot where Helfei had just died, and inhaled deeply. The gory remains of Helfei did nothing. The golden crow looked confused. Xu Qing frowned. He could sense that the golden crow hadn't managed to absorb even a scrap of a soul. What was more, this action seemed to have touched on some sort of taboo, as the mist in the world went absolutely wild. Overhead, the massive vortex suddenly emitted deafening rumbling sounds. Lightning bolts snapped back and forth, the sky rippled, and the lands shook. At the same time, Helfei's howl echoed out as it stepped from the illusory to the corporeal. Next, the vortex above surged as a version of Hellfey emerged that was some 3,000 meters long. Whether in body or aura, this Hellfey surpassed the previous versions by every metric, and its roar was a heaven-rending, earth-crushing sound that spread out in all directions. Before Xu Qing could even launch an attack, it opened its mouth and inhaled deeply. The mist in the world swept into Hellfey's mouth. In fact, in the blink of an eye, it absorbed every scrap of mist there was. It was a dramatic and majestic sight. Hellfey didn't just absorb the mist. It also sucked in all of its body parts that were laying around. Its 3,000-meter-long body began to shrivel down, while at the same time, its single eye grew brighter and brighter until it was the most eye-catching thing in the world. And it was staring at Xu Qing. He looked at it curiously. It doesn't want me to study its soul. Around then, wild colors flashed in heaven and earth, and everything shook. The ancient voice of the Greenwood reached Xu Qing, and it sounded anxious. Young friend, your assistance has already been something of a miracle, but be careful. Pushing that evil spirit into a corner will force it to send more power into that form. Then it will unleash its life essence divine ability to crush it. It's called 5 Filths of the Gods. Young friend, can you buy a bit more time? Drain Hellfey some more. This battle in the starry sky is reaching a critical point. Almost as if to emphasize that point, wild shockwaves swept down from the starry sky beyond the dome of heaven. The entire world shook so violently it seemed like it might collapse. The ground split open, causing irregularly sized chunks of earth to rise up into the air. At the same time, ripples rolled across the sky. The world really did seem like it was heading into a doomsday. Yet again, Xu Qing rose to his feet on the listing tower. The moment he did, Hellfey's vertical pupil went wide. An incomparably evil and ancient power began to build up. At the same time, 5 mysterious Tao chants filled his mind. First filth, Godfire's smoke rises. Godfire is inherently smokeless. Gather smoke and converge impurities, create uncleanness. Second filth, God soul's desire builds. The God soul is inherently desireless. Gather desire and converge mortality, shed omniscience. Third filth, God body decaying. The God body is inherently undecayed. Gather decay and build rot, never eternal. Fourth filth, God shrine covered in dust. The God shrine is inherently without dust. Gather dust and lose brilliance, sever Joss flame. Fifth filth, godly nature is filth. Godly nature is inherently without filth. Gather filth and lose wisdom, decline personhood. These were the 5 filths of the gods. Each of the 5 Tao chants caused a tremor to pass through Xu Qing. He had no godfare, yet the signs of the first filth still presented. Hissing black smoke appeared, filled with impurities. It created a profoundly unclean sensation. Then, his soul trembled as his 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures went out of control. They were like a rising tide that overwhelmed all of his senses. However, there was more. His body began to decay and his life force faded. Rot began to fill him. Next, the soul threads within him, which had God Source as their foundation, filled the role of the God shrine that was mentioned. Dust began to cover them, causing them to lose their brilliance. Finally was his godly nature. As it burned brightly, he lost control of his human nature and animal nature, which caused his personhood to decline. Even Xu Qing was taken aback by these developments. He could sense that this was a poison specifically designed to target gods. Based on what he was experiencing, Xu Qing now understood why Hellfey would be a very suitable heavenly Tao for his taboo poison. The 5 filths of the gods was a perfect match for his god curse. In fact, his curse would make a great 6th filth. God's life fully cursed. A god's life is inherently curseless. Gather the curse to sever life. Eradicate God Source. As Xu Qing thought those things over the course of just a few breaths of time, the ferocious 5 filths of the gods exploded in intensity. A mysterious light flickered in Xu Qing's eyes, and then the projection of a huge sundial appeared behind him. The gnomon spun, and it was as if a river of ancient time had been unleashed, and the waves rolling across its surface were from 5 breaths of time in the past. Time was moving backward in accordance with the spinning of the gnomon. The smoke of impurity from the first filth rapidly vanished. The 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures that had cropped up in his soul went completely calm. His senses became clear again. The decay to his body was reversed, and the rot went away. His soul threads no longer had dust on them, and instead were brilliant. His godly nature, human nature, and animal nature all returned to a state of balance. It looked like time had been reversed, and Xu Qing was back at the point before the 5 filths had been unleashed. But after the sundial faded away, he frowned. He had just realized that though the sundial had indeed caused time to reverse, resulting in his body recovering, that time reversal didn't actually change the 5 filths of the gods. The poisonous origin of the 5 filths was still around. However, that power didn't do anything. It seemed to be converging, building up. It was easy to imagine what would happen shortly when it was fully powered up. It would be completely unleashed on Xu Qing. Xu Qing had lots of experience working with poison. Sometimes he had little shadow devour it. Sometimes he sent it into the god's finger. Sometimes he opened a portal to Emperor Ancient Spirit and sent it there. Those were all possibilities right now. He could even use his own godly curse in combination with his sundial to try to build up an immunity to this new poison. But he didn't do any of those things. Instead, he lifted his right hand and used a technique he hadn't used in a long time. His entire hand turned as semi-transparent as a gruglum. Then, with complete decisiveness, he reached his hand into his chest and shoved it all the way into his sea of consciousness to the second trove gate there. Clenching his hand into a fist, he punched the gate with full force. Though there was no heavenly Tao behind that gate, the force Xu Qing had unleashed was enough to crack it open slightly. The moment that happened, a gravitational force erupted, latching onto the origin of the poison and dragging it toward the trove gate. Only a moment later, the trove gate slammed shut again. However, the poison's origin had already been sealed inside. Having accomplished that, Xu Qing looked up. Helfei, whose filth poison had suddenly just disappeared, looked surprised as Xu Qing then hefted his black spear and summoned his heavenly saber. Saber and spear were unleashed simultaneously, bringing attacks from both heaven and earth. The mighty Helfei shivered before exploding. The crumbling world also exploded like a mirror that had been shattered. The starry sky was revealed. The enormous Helfei's true body howled in grief. It became incredibly weak as it looked venomously at Xu Qing. It wanted to fight back, but had no strength left. The ancient greenwood tree sent branches wrapping around it viciously, ensuring that all of its struggles were useless. Eventually, the branches pierced into Helfei's body, causing blood to rain down. Then branches popped out from its skin in various locations. It was a brutal sight as it went completely still. The starry sky trembled as the source of the resentment disappeared, and everything turned bright and clear. However, the enormous tree had gone all out and was now like a lamp without much oil left. Many thanks, I now have no regrets. As branches wrapped around the face of Helfei's corpse, the head exploded. Only the solitary eye remained. A branch wrapped around it and threw it to Xu Qing. As promised, young friend, here is your reward. From beginning to end, Xu Qing had remained calm and silent, but as the eye flew toward him, he lifted his right hand. A heavenly saber appeared there, and without any hesitation, he slashed it down. The eye was slashed to pieces. Chapter 891, This Path Does Not Lead to Death. The bits of the eyeball fell down into the starry sky. Xu Qing's voice echoed coldly through the void. His facial expression hadn't changed much during this entire incident, and even now, he was just looking calmly at the huge, decaying tree wrapped around the eyeless corpse of Helfei. What's the meaning of this, young friend? The greenwood said in a weak, ancient voice. It seemed confused. The only answer it got from Xu Qing was a black spear surrounded by a sea of flames. It shot through the starry sky like a fireball, heading right toward the huge tree. A rumbling boom rang out as the battlefield the greenwood and Helfei had been fighting on suddenly superimposed with itself. It was as if it was actually a bubble created by an illusion. The spear pierced right into it, causing the bubble to start collapsing. An aura of rot and death immediately emerged and spread through the starry sky. At the same time, the eye that Xu Qing had slashed apart collapsed into strands of black smoke, filled with poison and filth, which swept back toward Helfei and turned back into an eye. It glared at Xu Qing. "How'd you figure it out?" said a deep voice that resonated with resentment. Xu Qing was right. Everything he had seen was an act. It was trickery that could be considered Helfei's last resort. It really was incredibly weak. And it was true that during the catastrophe of the gods many years ago, it gave birth to the rancorous energy of this immortal world. In a critical moment, it had indeed entered the northier heaven to devour the greenwood heavenly Tao. From that point on, this place was its resting spot. Where the story deviated from reality was the part about Helfei being locked in combat with the greenwood. That battle had actually ended countless years ago. The greenwood had used a trump card to end that fight in mutual destruction, although in the end, it died, while Helfei survived, albeit with a serious injury. As the guardian of Northier, the greenwood had been given a mission by the immortal emperor, and therefore, it was only natural that it was extraordinary in various ways. The trump card it used was extremely formidable, and though it didn't successfully pull off mutual destruction, it inflicted an injury that sealed Helfei and would make it very difficult to recover. In fact, that wound would never fully heal and would get worse over time. Because of the sealing, Helfei was essentially imprisoned for all eternity. Later, when the world became a god domain, that prison became even more of a prison and led Helfei into further depths of despair. There was no life force here. There were no visitors. There was no nourishment in this dead world. And thus, Helfei just got weaker and closer to death. It wasn't willing to just give in, though. It wanted to be free and to return to its previous peak. But as countless years passed, it just weakened further and began to wither up. At the very end, as its last sparks of life were about to vanish, Xu Qing arrived. His arrival brought hope to Helfei. It envied his physical body, except that it was so weak it couldn't easily possess him. And that was what led to the trickery. The moment Xu Qing showed up, it created an illusion that showed Xu Qing what it wanted him to see. Then it sent him into the world of that decaying leaf. There, it communicated to Xu Qing in the guise of the greenwood, telling him things that were half true and half fiction. Its goal was to get Xu Qing to trust it. Although the Helfei Dao forms that Xu Qing slayed in that illusion weren't real, they did contain some real poison. It hoped that, as Xu Qing fought those forms, he would unwittingly end up infected by the poison. If the ploy worked, then Helfei could use that poison to possess Xu Qing's fleshly body, then finally gain freedom. How could it have guessed that this opponent would actually have a way to deal with its poison? In fact, in a shocking development, this opponent used Helfei for research purposes. He even wanted to study its soul. Fearful of being exposed, Helfei put everything on the line by using 5 filths of the gods. It was another attempt to possess Xu Qing, except it also failed. He dealt with 5 filths of the gods as well. Its trickery wasn't limited to those things, though. Its final plan was to let Xu Qing think he had succeeded, then give its eyeball as a reward. If Xu Qing simply absorbed that eyeball, Helfei could possess him. Unfortunately, Xu Qing's quick action with the saber ended everything. "When did you realize the truth?" Helfei asked. Xu Qing didn't reply. He lifted his right hand like before. The black spear swept forth, surrounded by fire, sending fluctuations rolling out into the starry sky. The bubble illusion collapsed. The truth was revealed. There was no starry sky. It was nothing but a void. A spherical planet hovered in the void. It was shockingly large, and if you looked closely at it, you would see that it was made up of countless dead and rotting branches. They were all intertwined to create a massive, planet-sized wooden cage. Inside of the wooden cage was Helfei's true body. Helfei was stabbed through and through by countless branches. It was withered to the point of looking like a corpse, even its head. The armor that had once covered it had turned into innumerable resentful souls that constantly devoured Helfei both inside and out. The only thing about it that remained intact was its solitary eye. It looked at Xu Qing with pain and despair. There was no vigor left in it. Its spirit was fading and was about to disappear forever. "How'd you figure it out?" it said again, determined to know the answer. "I'm not a trusting person," Xu Qing replied. He strode forward. It took only a step to bring him to the wooden cage. There, his taboo poison god Trove thrummed with boundless longing as he reached out with his right hand toward the solitary eye. All of the taboo poison within him erupted, and all sense of life in the eye faded. It turned gray, floated out of Helfei's corpse, and became a stream of mist that flowed into Xu Qing's taboo poison god Trove. The Trove pulsed slightly, and then erupted with the aura of a heavenly Tao. At the same time, the second Trove gate opened. A terrifying mightiness exploded out. On the other side of the Trove gate was a huge eye. 6 ancient sealing marks swirled around it, imparting a mysterious sensation that seemed full of hatred for gods. The eye was a heavenly Tao. The 6 sealing marks were the 6 filths of the gods. Without that eye, Helfei's corpse collapsed into ash. The planet-sized wooden cage collapsed along with the corpse. Together, they turned into a vortex in the middle of the vast void. That was the path out. The fate of Helfei and the Greenwood was sealed. Karma had been consummated. They were both destroyed in body and soul. The only thing left behind were a few echoing words that were all that remained of Helfei's determination. "How'd you figure it out?" The words echoed in Xu Qing's mind and heart as he stepped through the exit vortex. Speaking softly, he said, "I've seen sacrificial dances before." Compared to the sacrificial dance for a god, which could completely change perceptions and cognition, Helfei's trickery didn't count for much. Xu Qing stepped through the portal and vanished. The 7th path didn't lead to death, it led to life. The tomb of the ancestral emperor, which could also be called the immortal emperor's tomb, did not have a complicated structure. The periphery was made of the labyrinth. Next came the 5 paths of life and 4 paths of death. Finally, there was the emperor's mausoleum. That was where the immortal emperor's corpse rested. The mausoleum was so massive it formed its own dimension. It was like a major world hanging in the vast expanse. There was a heaven. There was an earth. Visible in the sky were 108 sealed planets. They hung there in the starry sky over the emperor's mausoleum. The planets were all very gruish as they cast starlight down constantly. 1. Behind them, there was a terrifying face. A voice full of anguish and grief chanted, the sound of it spreading through the emperor's mausoleum like a funeral dirge. Looking closely, it was possible to see that within the starlight coming from the 108 planets were several figures seated cross-legged. They included Sir Firedark, Chu Shishan, Sir Heavenink, and Fan Shishwang. All of them were seated cross-legged on different planets, looking down at the emperor's mausoleum with expressions of vigilance. They were waiting for something. Clearly. The clans and organizations that backed them had provided them with plenty of resources to get them here. The captain was also present. Compared to the others, he looked very anxious and was shifting his attention between the unoccupied stars and the emperor's mausoleum. As everyone looked on, the starlight spilled down and converged into the form of 9 dragons. Though made of starlight, they were extremely lifelike as they twisted and turned. There were 2 additional heavenly bodies above that were brighter than the others. They were the sun and moon that had been sealed here, and they moved on a specific orbital track. When the sun came around, it emanated the golden power of a sun, which was incomparably hot. When the moon came around, it emanated the silver power of the moon, which was endlessly frigid. In between the lands below and the sun and moon above, there was an enormous 7-colored umbrella canopy that covered more than half of the ground. Crystal bells hung from the umbrella. As the umbrella slowly rotated, the bells chimed, a sound like the chanting of immortals. Combined with the anguished chanting that filled the starry sky, it created something very holy. There were also banners, bells, and gongs. All were massive as they floated in midair. They were burial items. The 9 starlight dragons swirled among the burial items, guarding over them. The lands below weren't made of soil. Instead, it was a patchwork of skin, which included pieces from humans and non-humans alike. Countless patches of skin made up all of the terrain features. There were bones piled together to make mountains and rivers that were pure blood. What was more, there were rows upon rows of armored soldiers and warhorses, all of them pulsing with murderous auras. There seemed no end to them, too. In the middle of these terrifying lands, right underneath the huge umbrella, was a massive altar. Atop the altar was a golden coffin. It was carved with worshipful throngs and the geography of an entire nation. It was the coffin of the immortal emperor. High above the emperor's mausoleum, one of the 108 planets that was currently unoccupied suddenly trembled. Then, a figure stepped out onto it. It was none other than Xu Qing. The moment he appeared, he saw the emperor's mausoleum as well as the familiar faces on the other planets. He got the feeling he'd arrived a bit late. Numerous eyes shifted to look at him, and many strange expressions could be seen. As for the captain, as soon as he spotted Xu Qing, his anxious expression vanished. Eyebrows dancing up and down, he waved enthusiastically and sent a message via divine will. "You're finally here, little junior brother. I was really starting to think you'd croaked." 1. This entire section gets a bit wonky because the author uses a nebulous term that can mean star, planet, sun, or basically any heavenly body. In this section, planet is the correct interpretation, however. The Chinese term actually contains the common character for star in it. This isn't really unusual. Most Chinese words are made of 2 characters, and the meaning of the word often supersedes that of the individual characters. What I mean is that just because it has the character for star in, it doesn't inherently mean that the word needs to have the English star in it. I have an entire chapter on this in my little handbook, Understanding Chinese Fantasy Novels. In any case, the presence of that character makes it extremely easy to have all sorts of star-related wordplay or at least word connections. For example, in this chapter, the planets are said to emit light, which is subsequently called starlight. All of this makes sense in Chinese, simply because of how the language works. To explain what I mean using another set of words, take the English: train, horse-drawn carriage, windmill, bicycle. In English, those words don't really have any linguistic elements connecting them. But in Chinese, they all have the character for car or vehicle. A train is a fire vehicle, a horse-drawn carriage is a horse vehicle, a windmill is a wind vehicle, and bicycle is a self-operating vehicle. Because of that, if you said something in Chinese akin to, "If you want a windmill, take the fire away from the train and you're halfway there," it would make no sense translated directly into English but perfect sense in Chinese. We have a similar situation here in which planets will emit starlight. When teaching elementary-level science in Chinese, it was always a challenge to be precise about different heavenly bodies, simply because so many of them contain that star character. In mythological/Xianxia settings, it's easy for the author to lean into that vagueness to create fantastic atmosphere that intentionally doesn't conform to physical reality. To the soldiers and warhorses, here is the same wording used to describe the famous terracotta army of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China. Simply Google the term and you can find countless pictures of the army, which includes chariots and warhorses among many other things. Chapter 892. It's not too late. I'm here. The captain's words reached Xu Qing's mind. Xu Qing smiled. Apparently he hadn't arrived too late. That said, though it was no surprise to see Sir Firedark and the captain here, he hadn't expected to see Sir Heavenink, Chu Shishin, or Fan Shishwang. After all, this wasn't the first time the Fire Moon Dark Heavens opened this god domain. And it was a given that the top 5 chosen from the Fire Moon echelon would have impressive backing. They would surely have been preparing for this event for a long time. The fact that these people were all here went to show that this spot was where the best good fortune and destined opportunities were in this god domain. And it also proved that the captain really had a nose for sniffing out big jobs. After nodding in response to the captain, Xu Qing looked around at everyone else. Sir Firedark snorted coldly, Sir Heavenink looked surprised, Chu Shishin looked annoyed, and Fan Shishwang averted his gaze. No one spoke. Apparently, Xu Qing's arrival wasn't an unexpected turn of events to them. In fact, it was almost as if they had expected to see him, and would have found it unusual if he didn't show up. Looking around, Xu Qing already had a sense of how this place worked. For example, the 108 planets in the starry sky above the mausoleum all had invisible barriers surrounding them. They couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but touching them with divine sense imparted a sense of incredible might. They were like sealing marks that prevented anyone from leaving the planets. Though the divine abilities built into those barriers could keep people like Sir Heavenink restrained, Xu Qing could sense that both the captain and Sir Firedark could break through without much effort. And yet, both of those two were still waiting on the planets. They don't want to move, or has the right time not arrived yet? He soon got an explanation. Beneath the planets were the much larger sun and moon, endlessly orbiting on their tracks. The moon was just now shifting away while the sun was approaching. The canopy of heaven was in motion. Scorching, domineering, and wild power emanated out, filled with terrifying mightiness. The incoming sun was like a burning ball of fire that cast glittering light into the starry sky. The closer it got, the more intense its power. The barriers around the other planets filtered the terrifying heat, converting it into pure sun power that passed through the barrier. Sir Heavenink, Chu Shishin, and Sir Firedark shivered as they absorbed the sun power to refine their fleshly bodies and souls. As they did, their auras climbed. This was why Sir Firedark hadn't broken through the barrier, and this was why everyone was seated cross-legged on one of the planets. The barriers sealed them in, but were also a defense for them. They made the planets like Tao altars, where it was possible to safely absorb the power. "This is supreme yang power," the captain said to Xu Qing via divine will projection. "When the moon comes, it will emanate supreme yin power. Like I said to you before, little junior brother, there's treasure in this emperor's tomb. You didn't believe me, so you risked your life for those statues outside. But look, don't you agree there's far more supreme yin power here?" The captain shook his head, sighed, and looked at Xu Qing with great pity. Xu Qing looked over at the moon. Because the sun was approaching, he couldn't sense much about the moon. But given the level of supreme yang power coming off the sun, he got the feeling the captain was right. It really did seem like that fight with the statues was essentially meaningless. The captain seemed very pleased at Xu Qing's reaction, and was about to continue the conversation. But then Chu Shishin shivered, and a bright light appeared near his Danshan region. It looked almost like the glow of a planet. As that planet appeared, a host of Tao lineaments became visible around it. The Tao lineaments rapidly turned into a bubble that grew larger and larger, until it was like an illusory major world. The starlight coming from his Danshan region formed an illusory major world, and then that major world started to seem true and real. It was as if it had life force filling it up. Next, an astonishing aura spread out that shook everything in a way that surpassed the void returning level. It was a smoldering god aura. Chu Shishin was using the supreme yang power to complete his Tao, illuminate his path, and form his own major world. If he succeeded, he would be a smoldering god. This was his true reason for coming to this god domain. As a top chosen among the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, the void returning level wasn't the end of the line for him. He had long since planned out things beyond that. He knew that he wasn't on the same level as everyone else, and therefore, instead of trying to vie with them for equality, he sought to push himself to his own limit. Now he had reached that limit, and therefore, it was without hesitation that he proceeded with the breakthrough. And there was no better place than here to illuminate a major world. Supreme yang power represented life and limitless possibility. What was more, he knew that this sun in this emperor's tomb was actually the original sun in this world. It was the origin of everything, the supreme yang, and though it was weaker than the ancestral sun of revered ancient, its personhood was the same type. Chu Shishin wasn't the only one who chose this path. Sir Heavenink did the same. As a second flare of starlight appeared on Chu Shishin, the planet upon which Sir Heavenink sat also flared with light, and a terrifying aura and mightiness spread out from it. He was also rising to a higher level. In the blink of an eye, both of those planets were rumbling loudly. As Xu Qing realized what was happening, he looked over at Sir Firedark. Sir Firedark wasn't a smoldering god, but Xu Qing had personally experienced how strong she was. The fact that Chu Shishan and Sir Heavenink were the first to achieve their Dao didn't mean that they were the strongest. Rather, it was because they had limited potential. Among the Fire Moon Darkheaven chosen, the only one who seemed to have nearly limitless potential was Sir Firedark. That was why she needed much more supreme Yang power. Almost exactly as Xu Qing looked over, rumbling sounds echoed out from Sir Firedark's head as 5 extremely ancient but luxurious trove gates appeared. All 5 were open, and they exerted immense gravitational forces. Massive amounts of supreme Yang power flowed into Sir Firedark, entering the 5 gates. Almost immediately, Dao lineaments, bubbles, and void soil appeared. The Dao lineaments expanded constantly. The bubble got larger, and the void soil accumulated rapidly and surpassed the limitations of the major world. It was starting to form a supersized major world. Although there was a limit to the extent of the lands in the supersized major world, its corresponding heaven couldn't quite cover it all. However, if a heaven appeared that corresponded perfectly to the lands in the major world, then in the moment of Sir Firedark's breakthrough to the first stage of smoldering God, she would reach the peak instantly. That was because her world surpassed all others by far. It was something rarely seen even in ancient times. All of this went to show how talented and determined she was. Seeing these 3 Fire Moon chosen heading toward breakthroughs suddenly made Xu Qing think back to something someone once said to him in 7 Blood Eyes. An era of great struggle is coming in which chosen proliferate, and it might be the last chance for the heavenly Daos of revered ancient to save themselves. 1. Xu Qing's eyes glittered. An instant later, the sun passed and the moon began its return. Supreme Yin power drove away the supreme Yang power. Fan Shishuang looked up, determination in his eyes and firmness in his heart. After watching Xu Qing kill Master Stillwinter, he had come to realize he wasn't a match for Xu Qing, much less Sir Firedark. But that was the past. He was firmly convinced that a wonderful, eternal future awaited him. There was nothing guaranteeing who would be strong and who would be weak in the future. With that conviction bolstering him, he went crazy absorbing as much supreme Yin power as possible. As moonlight gathered on his forehead, it turned into a planet that spread light in all directions. He was also starting to break through. The other person absorbing supreme Yin power was the captain, who was actually a bit more domineering than Fan Shishuang. It was as if he wanted to surpass Sir Firedark's absorption style. A moment later, a swath of mist appeared above the captain's head. The mist seethed as the head of a huge dog emerged from it, which also started to absorb the supreme Yin power. It was the immortal skill named Heavenly Dog, and it could devour heaven and earth. In an instant, massive amounts of supreme Yin power flowed toward the captain, which he ravenously devoured. Fan Shishuang shivered, and as he realized he wasn't going to be able to proceed, his expression turned very grim. The captain, meanwhile, looked very pleased with himself, as if to say, if I can't do it, who can? He cast a derisive look at Sir Firedark, then sent a very smug message to Xu Qing via divine will. Little junior brother, all you have to do is ask me very, very nicely, and also give me 1,000 promissory notes, and I'll save 20% for you. What do you say? Xu Qing ignored the message and focused on the approaching moon. Inside of himself, he could sense the same gravitational force that had been attracted to the statues outside, causing his 3rd trove gate to crack open. On the other side of that trove gate was a power that had the same origin as this moon. It also had supreme Yin power, and it was also an ancestral moon. Intense longing rushed into Xu Qing's mind, who said that fight outside the tomb was pointless. He had acquired something during that fight, a seed. Looking at this incoming moon, Xu Qing understood it all. Standing, he took a step forward. As he did, his 2nd trove gate emitted a deafening sound. Inside of it was Hellfei's eye. It opened, and the 6 filths of the gods erupted from Xu Qing's eyes and slammed into the barrier. The 6 filths of the gods could taint gods. Almost instantly, the barrier began to decay. The invisible obstacle became visible, and then it exploded like a balloon that had been inflated too much. Xu Qing's foot landed, and he disappeared from the planet to appear outside in the starry sky. Power from the Emperor's mausoleum rushed in from all directions, crushing down onto Xu Qing. However, his facial expression was the same as ever as he unleashed the power of Nine Dawns and his god states. The six filths grew more intense. As everyone looked on in surprise, he moved in the direction of the approaching moon. Then he stepped onto its surface and sat down cross-legged. The violet moon trove gate within him burst open and unleashed an unheard-of gravitational force. 1. This quote does not appear in any previous chapter, but it does combine a few different things that were mentioned earlier in the story, mostly by Master Seventh, but also echoed by other characters. The further we get into the story, the more I'm finding mistaken references on the part of the author, tiny mistakes, or continuity errors. I'll do my best to edit them, but in some cases I don't think it's appropriate, such as here. Chapter 893, Fierce Competition. The violet moon trove gate trembled, and the bit of power that was the seed of that trove gate, the supreme yin netherglimmer, vied with the glory of the moon. His violet moon authority, which was born out of the red moon, but now belonged to Xu Qing, provided a linking element. Therefore, though the two moons weren't the same, because of all the related factors, what he was doing seemed completely and utterly logical. The instant he sat down and the violet moon trove gate slammed open, all of the supreme yin power from the local moon rushed toward him. There was some brief discomfort, but after that, it was all his. Whether in terms of absorption method or quantity, Sir Heavenink, Chu Shishin, and Fan Shishwang were hardly consequential. Even Sir Firedark and the captain only had the 5 opened gates and Heavenly Dog. Were there nothing to compare to, it might not have been a big deal, but now it was obvious who was superior and who was inferior. Xu Qing was seated atop a moon, as if he were the lord of that moon. Next, both Chu Shishin and Sir Heavenink began to pay attention with divine will. Despite being in the middle of breakthroughs, Fan Shishwang was also absorbing the supreme yin power, but now he was struggling to breathe steadily as Xu Qing's actions filled him with both alarm and helplessness. Even the captain was getting anxious. For one thing, he really needed that supreme yin power. What was more, he was increasingly getting the sensation that his little junior brother was stealing the limelight on this big job. He'd had this same feeling before in the past. It really felt like a huge challenge to his dignity as the eldest brother. Therefore, he shouted, "Little junior brother, my dear beloved little junior brother, can you leave a bit for me?" Even with the Heavenly Dog, the captain wasn't able to absorb any of the supreme yin power now. Upon realizing that yelling at Xu Qing wasn't going to be enough, he gritted his teeth, stood, and raced toward the barrier. As he neared, he began spitting out so much blood it hardly seemed like his own. As it splashed on the barrier, it stained it red and also froze it. The Heavenly Dog also lunged forward and snapped at the barrier. A crashing sound rang out as the barrier collapsed. The captain immediately leaped toward the moon. That said, his original plans hadn't included this action, and his lack of preparation meant that he was hit with a force of rejection. No matter how many times he got close, he was always pushed away as if by violent storm winds. "Little junior brother," he yelled. Xu Qing's eyes remained closed as he focused on absorbing the supreme yin power. However, he did wave his hand in the captain's direction. It was as if the captain was an anchor, with an invisible cord linking the two of them. With that help, the captain struggled against the force of rejection. Flapping like a kite in the wind, he stayed in place and started absorbing supreme yin power. What was more, in the hopes of restoring some of his dignity as the eldest brother, he started explaining some things to Xu Qing. "You listen to me, little Ah Qing. Out of all the people here today, I was the first to get to the Emperor's mausoleum, and I finished setting some things up even before the others arrived. This supreme yin power is nothing. An appetizer, really. When the moment comes, you'll understand why your eldest brother actually came here. The main course is still on the way." Xu Qing nodded as his violet moon trove gate kept absorbing the supreme yin power, which caused the heavenly Tao aura to grow stronger. As the third trove gate cracked open even more, the power of frigid coldness seethed inside. The embryonic netherglimmer heavenly Tao also became clearer and clearer. At the same time, Xu Qing's aura grew stronger. As he and the captain shared the moon, it continued on its path, and the sun began to approach again. As a result of their efforts, Fan Shishuang wasn't accomplishing anything. Finally, he gritted his teeth, performed an incantation gesture, and summoned a host of illusory flying swords. The swords slammed into the planet's invisible barriers, all of them focused on the same spot. He wasn't trying to break down the barrier, just punch a small hole in it. That would keep him safe, but would give him the ability to more easily absorb supreme yin power from outside, although it wouldn't be much. The upside was that Xu Qing got late enough a start that Fan Shishuang had already absorbed nearly the amount he needed. In contrast, Sir Heavenink and Chu Shishin were feeling quite relieved. After all, they needed supreme yang power, not supreme yin power. However, their relief didn't last for very long. Sir Firedark frowned and snorted coldly as she stepped to the barrier, lifted her right hand, and used the undying Emperor's fist to unleash a blow. The entire barrier shattered into countless pieces. There was no limit to how domineering that fist strike could be. She stepped off the planet in the direction of the incoming sun. However, similar to the captain, she hadn't actually come prepared to do something like this. As a result, the rejection power of the sun pushed her away from it. But Sir Firedark was Sir Firedark. Despite being pushed away when she looked at the two people she hated most, she refused to believe that she couldn't match up to them. Despite the terrifying nature of the rejection force, she advanced with each step she took and each blow she launched. Her fist was both undying and domineering. That was her Tao. Advance courageously. Tolerate no resistance. Deafening booms rang out as, to the shock of Sir Heavenink and Chu Shishin, she got closer and closer to the sun. Next, she unveiled her 5 trove gates and her void soil. As her major world appeared, she used the pressure they created to sit down on the sun. The captain looked over with a sour feeling in his heart. This Sir Firedark is really impressive. Not quite on the same level as me, but maybe the same as little junior brother. Sir Firedark's actions led to some other developments. Sir Heavenink wasn't willing to be outdone, so he took out a bottle made of white jade, opened it, and blew onto the mouth of the bottle. A stream of starlight emerged from the bottle. It wasn't like the other starlight in the surrounding world. As soon as Sir Heavenink blew on it, the starlight shot toward the barrier. It pierced the barrier, creating a vortex that sucked in any nearby supreme yang power. He was doing the same thing as Chu Shishin. They couldn't do anything about the competition between Xu Qing and Sir Firedark, nor did they want to cause trouble for either of them. Therefore, their best option was to try to get whatever extra scraps of power were floating around. After all, both had the same goal, to become a smoldering god. It would only be possible to continue exploring the Emperor's tomb if they first rose to a higher level. That was what they were all apparently waiting for. Sir Heavenink, Chu Shishin, and Fan Shishuang all wanted to become smoldering gods. Therefore, they had to wait for the right opportunity to transcend. They had to wait to break open the void soil, make illusion reality, and illuminate their major worlds. And the captain was waiting for the opportunity he had mentioned. No one knew exactly what his goal was. However, Xu Qing had been on enough big jobs with the captain to be able to speculate what it might be. Sir Firedark was also waiting. There was no way her goal was simply to become a smoldering god. What the other Fire Moon cultivators would consider a destined opportunity in the Emperor's tomb, Sir Firedark wouldn't consider very important. As a result, Xu Qing came to the conclusion that everyone else here could be categorized into 3 levels. As for him, he was also waiting. He was waiting for his Violet Moon God Trove's heavenly Tao to complete. He was waiting for the same thing to happen to his Emperor's Sword Trove. He wanted all 5 Trove gates to open so he could step into void returning. He was also waiting to see what happened with the captain. In that manner, time passed. As the sun and moon orbited, the auras of Sir Heavenink, Chu Shishin, and Fan Shishuang grew more majestic, and the might of a smoldering god built up on them. The captain's eyes gleamed with mysterious light as something truly crazy grew within him. Sir Firedark opened her eyes as she sat there on the sun. She wasn't looking up, but rather at the planet beneath her. As for Xu Qing, his violet moon god trove finally emitted a deafening rumbling sound as the violet moon trove gate completely opened. On the other side of the gate was the supreme yin netherglimmer, with a frigid energy that could freeze time itself. Of his 5 gates, 3 were open. Xu Qing's aura skyrocketed, surpassing anything from before. At the same time, coldness spread to fill him from head to toe, making it seem like he was connected to the moon. But then, something happened below. There, where the immortal emperor's coffin rested on an altar in the middle of a patchwork of skin, surrounded by an umbrella, bells, and 9 huge starlight dragons, the sound of a heartbeat rang out. Some thump. It was louder than thunder, such that even the expression, heaven-rending, earth-crushing, couldn't quite describe it. It was because heaven had already been filled with the filth of gods, and the lands had degenerated into a kingdom of gods. As a result, this heartbeat sounded like a god. If an immortal domain is filled with filth, then the corpse of the emperor would have nowhere to run to. The sound shook the emperor's mausoleum, filling the tomb, spreading out across the planet, and eventually echoing the length and breadth of the god domain. This was what Sir Firedark and the others had been waiting for. Without the slightest hesitation, Sir Firedark shot off of the sun and toward the gigantic, luxurious, and holy golden umbrella that covered more than half of the lands below. That umbrella was the precious treasure of an immortal emperor, and she wanted it to be the heaven of her major world. She wanted something to surpass anything and everything from history. She wanted to have a supersized major world. In a world with lands made from void soil, it would normally be difficult to find a corresponding heaven. This was Sir Firedark's goal. She even managed to suppress her hatred and killing intent for the captain. Screaming forth, she unleashed the undying emperor's fist to blast herself past one of the starlight dragons that charged toward her. The starlight dragon exploded. Sir Firedark coughed up blood, but that didn't slow her down. In the blink of an eye, she landed on the umbrella. The moment she sat down, her 5 trove gates appeared, void soil descended, and she started assimilating the umbrella. It would serve as her smoldering god canopy and would allow her to step right to the peak. Her daring ambition completely surpassed that of Sir Heavenink and the other firemoons, and there was no one to stop her. It took very little time for her to start fusing with the 7-colored umbrella. Her aura immediately began to rise. From a distance, it was like a flower of the gods blooming in the emperor's mausoleum. The flower contained the sun and moon plus 108 planets. Beneath the flower were 7-colored roots, which connected to the coffin, where the heartbeat was coming from. It was impossible to say whose handiwork had produced the god in that coffin. It was impossible to say who had placed it there as a backup option, or to gain new life. Right now, Sir Firedark wanted to reach the peak, and that didn't mean smoldering god, it meant actual god. Chapter 894, Get Over Here. This type of boldness was befitting of the Firemoons, number 1 chosen. This type of domineering attitude was perfectly suited to the chosen whose Taoist name hearkened to the name of the species itself, Sir Firedark. She didn't want to be a smoldering god. She wanted to be an actual god. By using the immortal emperor's body as nutritional materials, she could ignite her godfire. She wanted to reach godly ascension in one smooth step. That thoroughly surpassed anything that Sir Heavenink or the other Firemoons would think of doing. And it formed the most eye-catching thing in the entire Emperor's mausoleum at the moment. And for multiple reasons, it quashed any thoughts the other 3 chosen had about trying to vie for supremacy in the future. With a person like this, it didn't matter how you tried to compete with them, how you tried to gain victory, or how you tried to fight them. Sir Heavenink sighed. Chu Shishan bowed his head. Fan Shishwang looked on bitterly. None of them wanted to just give up. Although Sir Firedark's goal was something beyond them, they still had their own paths to follow and their own breakthroughs to achieve. Now, they wanted all that more than ever. Meanwhile, Xu Qing opened his eyes and looked at Sir Firedark. Even working together, he and the captain couldn't defeat Sir Firedark in combat. They could only pin her down. She was one of the rare chosen Xu Qing had met who could be considered beyond exceptional. Back in the imperial palace of humankind, when Fifth Prince came back from his border campaign, he had brought some shocking news with him. The Fire Moon Dark Heavens were apparently trying to establish a fourth god for themselves. Xu Qing had originally assumed it was Master Stillwinter. After all, Master Stillwinter's soul had more than 90 god monuments in it, which seemed like a ceremony of godly ascension. That was why he had killed Master Stillwinter and thrown him into his mage trove to use as kindling. Only after killing him did Xu Qing come to realize that Master Stillwinter was not the fourth god the Fire Moons had been grooming. Put most precisely, Master Stillwinter was an unfinished product. Perhaps he could even be considered a failed tool. Now that Xu Qing could see what Sir Firedark was doing, it seemed that she was the fourth god the Fire Moons were grooming. But is it really her? He suddenly felt inclined to look at the captain. The captain was surrounded by freezing flames. His eyes had a crazy look in him that made it seem like he had been starving for tens upon tens of thousands of years and was about to do some binge eating. The opportunity Sir Firedark had been waiting for was the same opportunity the captain had been waiting for. "Finally, the time is here," the captain said, licking his lips. Suddenly looking quite mad, he threw his head back and laughed. "Little Ah Ching, look over at that crappy Chu Shishin and the others. They're like wimpy little sparrows, nothing more. All they want is some supreme yin and supreme yang. They just want to be solid, smoldering gods. Talk about lacking ambition." On the other hand, little Swallow has really got some guts. She's using the umbrella as heaven, the corpse of a god as fuel, all to reach godly ascension in a single step. But even she only counts as a medium-sized sparrow. Who the hell goes around ignoring food that's right in front of you? As for this big job, little junior brother, we're going way past the sparrow level to the eagle level. At that point, the captain loosened his hold on the rope connecting him to Xu Qing. Taking advantage of the rejection power of the moon, he grinned wildly and pointed at one of the 108 heavenly bodies. "Hey, you get over here." The Emperor's mausoleum trembled due to the sounds coming from the starry sky above. It came from behind the 108 planets. They had one part facing the lands below, and that was their planetary surface. But on the other side, each of them had a bitter, anguished face. In the past, the 108 faces had nothing occupying their foreheads. But as the captain performed an incantation gesture, light flickered dramatically as a pearl appeared on the forehead of each face. Those pearls were the very same items the captain had taken from the Shell Eagles. There were 108 of them. That was one of the first steps the captain had taken to prepare for this moment. The pearls erupted, one after another, releasing spectacular energy. The entire starry sky rippled, and the river of stars passing through it grew dim. And thanks to the pearls and the captain's strange methods, the detonations caused the 108 planets to start moving. Deafening rumbling sounds echoed out as the 108 planets, including those occupied by Sir Heavenink, Chuo Shishin, and Fan Shishwang, turned around to reveal their faces. They looked down at the Emperor's mausoleum, their wails of grief growing explosively loud. Thanks to the stimulation of the pearls, it caused the faces, screams to turn piercing. Their cries joined together into one unified cry, and the explosive sound locked the sun in place, but sped up the moon. It was capable of shaking the starlight dragons, crushing the sacrificial objects, and shaking everything under heaven. The dramatic development caused looks of surprise to appear on the faces of everyone present. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing shot off the moon and appeared next to the captain, his eyes glittering from the starlight, but his expression neutral as ever. This development fell roughly in line with what he had expected would happen. That was especially true of how the terrifying sound of the faces, wailing caused the sun to lock in place, but the moon to speed up. Next is step 2 of the captain's plan. I bet he wants the sun and moon to collide. As Xu Qing pondered that, he watched the moon accelerate rapidly. As it got closer and closer to the motionless sun, a tide flow power built up, completely changing the structure of the Emperor's mausoleum. Freeweb novel, C Sigma. The captain laughed madly. Little junior brother, I bet you've been curious all along about what this big job is. I couldn't say anything before because this place and everything around it is connected to a god. Saying a single word could have caused unpredictable variables. But now that everything is in motion, nothing anybody says can change how this job will turn out. Little junior brother, my target here is the fleshly body of the ancestral emperor in that coffin on the altar. The captain pointed at the altar and licked his lips. Or perhaps it's best to use the term lord of this god domain. You see, that body down there was prepared as a new body by the spider god that was sealed countless years ago by the 3 gods of the Firemoon people. I want that fleshly body. If I suppress it and fuse with it, then I can get the approval of this god domain. Get it? I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity to make myself the ruler of the god domain. As for you, your target is going to be the emperor's soul, which is also the soul of a god. I take the fleshly body. You take the god's soul to be a heavenly Tao. If you succeed, then you'll get the same benefit as me. You can be one of the rulers of this god domain. With authority of the god domain, the 2 of us will reach a much more profound level together. I've been preparing for this for a long time. I can't succeed alone because the god's soul will interfere. And that's why I need your help, little junior brother. As the captain's voice echoed out, the intense sound of the faces, wailing was so intense it overwhelmed everything else. And yet, Sir Heavenink and the other chosen heard him, and the details of his plot left them completely taken aback. They were plotting to become smoldering gods. Sir Firedark was plotting to reach godly ascension. But these 2 humans were plotting to become the rulers of an entire god domain. This was the great hunt of the Firemoon Darkheaven people, sanctioned by their 3 gods. In fact, those 3 gods were obviously plotting the same thing. The chosen considered interfering, if not for their species then for their own sake. If things went on like this, it could have a huge negative effect on their own breakthroughs. The umbrella that Sir Firedark sat on was also releasing a deafening wail. As it shook back and forth, Sir Firedark's eyes opened wide and pulsed with killing intent. Only Xu Qing seemed unsurprised by all this. After all, there were 2 idioms that perfectly encapsulated the captain's style. The first was snatching food from the tiger's mouth, and the second was dancing on a knife's edge. Based on how well Xu Qing knew the captain, from the moment they arrived in the god domain, he had speculated that something like this would happen. Given all that, it probably wasn't best to say this was a crazy thing to do. Instead, it was a very Ernyu thing to do. It wasn't something that could be stopped easily, not even by the other cultivators present in the Emperor's mausoleum. With the sun locked in place, the orbit of the sun and moon had been altered, and there was no way to stop the momentum of the moon. Terrifying and boundless coldness raced right toward the sun. 108 planets wailed, their screams spreading in all directions as the sun and moon collided. Heaven and earth shattered. The starry sky shook violently. Space collapsed. Fire and ice smashed into each other, and a dark, terrifying light of destruction began to spread. The sun shattered. The moon collapsed. Countless chunks of ice and burning sparks sprayed in all directions. Fire rained down in the Emperor's mausoleum. So did ice and even stars. The only safe spot was where Xu Qing and the captain stood. Everywhere else, the mausoleum shook dramatically. The entire surrounding planet trembled. The whole god domain was shaken violently. A massive wind swept out that was the result of ice and fire destroying each other, or yin and yang joining together in formlessness. It was the direct result of the sun and moon colliding. It was a tempest of primal chaos that descended on the entire mausoleum. The starlight dragons went dim and collapsed within the wind. The bells tolled, sounding out a dirge of death. The drums and gongs resonated as they woke the souls of the deceased. And the wind caused the gigantic umbrella to shift, revealing the holy coffin on the altar below it. Surrounding the altar were the lands made of the skin patchwork. Among those patches of skin was one in particular that had a pair of eyes. The eyes opened, and in response, all of the soldiers and chariots arrayed in the mausoleum woke up one after another. However, that didn't matter, as the path had already been cleared. As the wind blew, the entire starry sky seemed to tilt onto its side as if to impede Sir Heavenink, Chuo Shishin, and Fan Shishwang. It was already impossible to stop events from playing out, so the main thing to do now was worry about self-preservation. But Sir Firedark, whose breakthrough had been interrupted thanks to the captain, felt that old hatred rising up again in her. She took a step forward. Despite everything that was happening, Xu Qing still didn't look surprised. Things really weren't very much different than he'd expected. And he also knew that his eldest brother probably had more tricks up his sleeve. As for what trick was coming next, Xu Qing was fairly certain he knew. After all, he had loaned something to the captain that the captain hadn't returned yet. Therefore, Xu Qing didn't do a thing as Sir Firedark closed in. Next to him, the captain laughed madly. He had set up this entire situation in a previous life, so seeing it play out in front of him was very gratifying. And of course, how could he not be prepared to deal with Sir Firedark? As Sir Firedark closed in, the captain looked up proudly, then threw his right hand out with a flourish. When Sir Firedark saw what was in that hand, her face fell. "You're crazy," she blurted, reversing course and racing backward at top speed. The captain was holding something in his hand that almost looked like a pearl. It was an ancient sun, also called a dawning sun, which was a domain treasure of humankind. Chapter 895, Dawning Light Rends the Seal. The dawning suns of humankind made their debut to the countless species of revered ancient when the nightshades invaded human territory several years ago. During that war, the nightshades and other non-human species surrounded the humans and brought flames of destruction to their lands. They even advanced as far as the Imperial region. Humans had been teetering on the verge of annihilation. In fact, most species had come to the conclusion that humans had no hope of surviving that war. Most assumed that humans wouldn't end up wiped out as a species, but would probably lose half or more of their imperial region. As for the smaller administrative districts, the 7 counties, they would just have to accept what fate had in store. Who could ever have guessed that, in the most critical moment, the dawning suns would devastate heaven and earth, and shake revered ancient with their terrifying might? The other species looked on silently as the nightshades were driven into retreat. The species allied with the nightshades to join the siege were shaken to the core. That was the war in which everyone in revered ancient heard about the dawning suns. As a result, even powerful species such as the Fire Moon Darkheaven people became deeply interested in the dawning suns, and they all started doing research to figure out how to deal with them. As the number 1 chosen among the Fire Moon Darkheavens, it was no surprise that Sir Firedark knew a bit about the dawning suns. Therefore, when she saw the captain pull one out, she instantly knew what it was. Her pupils constricted, and her mind and heart shook with an intense sensation of deadly crisis. Without the slightest hesitation, she fell back. If a domain treasure like that detonated, the effects would be very widespread. Although the Emperor's mausoleum seemed like it existed in its own reality, the truth was that it had specific borders. If a dawning sun was detonated here, the blast would cover everything. The mausoleum was inherently built in a superior way and had its own immense pressure weighing down everywhere, so it was possible it might be able to contain the detonation. But every flesh and blood being inside would definitely be in unprecedented danger. Sir Firedark wasn't the only one to react in that way. Sir Heavenink, Chu Shishin, and Fan Shishwang were deeply shocked. Their hair stood on end, and every inch of flesh and bone within them began to quiver as a sense of immeasurable danger filled them. Danger, danger. Without the slightest hesitation, they interrupted their breakthroughs and used various defensive strategies to flee and seek a way to escape. The situation in the mausoleum had changed dramatically. The dawning sun fell past the starlight dragons that had been knocked to the side by the sound waves. Then it dropped past the umbrella. Because of the explosive sound wave from before, the altar was now clearly visible, and there was nothing blocking the way to it. Thus, the dawning sun dropped right onto the golden coffin. It immediately released blinding light. That ancient sun had been crafted in the manner of a dawning sun, but it was far mightier than average. That was especially true considering that Xu Qing had put some of Crimson Mother's flesh into it. Considering the terrifying might in the dawning sun, it could definitely be considered a trump card for Xu Qing and the captain. That said, because it could only be used once, it usually worked best when used as a threat. As of now, it could no longer be used as a threat, as it had been truly activated. Boundless and terrifying might erupted, so dramatic it was difficult to put into words. Blinding light spread out in all directions, bringing raging heat that illuminated the starry sky and spread out over the surrounding lands. The dome of heaven began to turn crimson. The lands heaved. The wailing of the 108 faces suddenly ceased. The faces' expressions became pained, and as the light and heat swept over them, they were reduced to ashes. It wasn't just the faces that were wiped out. The 108 planets weren't able to hold on for long before they were wiped out of existence by the light and heat. What was more, the detonation of the dawning sun had just begun. A sea of light spread out to cover everything. That included the bells, gongs, umbrella, and starlight dragons. Also affected were the altar, the terrain, the horses and soldiers, and everything else. Everything was turning crimson as the heat waves and sea of light sought to wipe everything out. It was easy to imagine how, if nothing happened to stop it, the entire emperor's mausoleum would be reduced to ashes. In fact, the planet that housed the mausoleum would likely also be affected. Everyone inside the mausoleum felt themselves hovering on the brink of death. Sir Firedark's hair was disheveled, and she kept coughing up blood. Howling, she released fist strike after fist strike to block the light and heat as she tumbled in the opposite direction. Clearly, not even she would last very long before she ended up dead. It almost wasn't necessary to mention Fan Xishuang and the other two. The three of them were already severely injured, with their souls on the verge of being wiped away. It was with complete madness and a host of varied techniques that they tried to save themselves. Nothing seemed to work. There was no doubt that the captain had done something extremely ruthless, and he didn't just treat others ruthlessly, he also treated himself that way. He and Xu Qing were both within the range of the dawning sun. Both of them were instantly overwhelmed with a sensation of deadly crisis. However, advanced preparations ensured that the captain was able to hold out longer than average. As the dawning sun detonated, he opened his mouth and looked at Xu Qing. There was no need for communication. Xu Qing knew exactly what to do. Without any hesitation, he turned into a stream of light that shot into the captain's mouth. Once inside the captain, Xu Qing unleashed his cultivation base, sending out defensive power as well as supreme yin power. He used every item and divine ability he could think of. The captain did the same. Faces appeared in his pupils, and a vortex sprang up in his chest. At the same time, 4 blue arms burst out from inside of him, rapidly performing incantation gestures. Their power combined with Xu Qing's to form into a block of protective ice. Meanwhile, the captain's eyes filled with a crazy look as he took out large masses of human skin. They were, in fact, pieces of his own skin, which he threw over his shoulders like a cape. Then he took out a green jade slip, which he crushed between his fingers. A blast of time power erupted from the jade slip. "Little junior brother," the captain shouted. Inside of him, Xu Qing unleashed his sundial to bolster the time abilities of the jade slip. Together, the two of them bolstered each other defensively. And yet, the explosion of the dawning sun shattered the block of ice. The time power rippled and distorted, and the captain's skin burst into flame. Bloody wounds opened up all over him, and the 4 blue arms collapsed. Xu Qing suffered similarly. Cracks spread out over his sundial, and his cultivation base trembled. None of the defenses seemed enough to dispel the crisis at hand. They only seemed capable of buying time. But Xu Qing trusted the captain. The captain acted crazily sometimes and often courted death. But every time he survived, he didn't actually have a death wish, and that was the case this time as well. As the dawning sun detonated and threatened to destroy the emperor's mausoleum and everything else, the mausoleum finally fought back. This was the tomb of an immortal emperor and the mausoleum of an ancestral emperor. Though it couldn't compare to revered ancient, on a personhood level, the entity buried here couldn't have been more noble and majestic. That wasn't even to mention that everything here had been set up by a god. The bells, which were crimson from the heat, began to ring. The burning altar shivered and started to pulse in unison with the drums. The starlight dragons emitted deafening howls as they charged forth. From a distance, it looked like 8 huge fingers. The bells were the fingernails. The drums were the white crescents on the nails, and the dragons' bodies formed the fingers. The lands below were made of patches of skin that were currently burning. All of a sudden, eyes opened up on all of the patches of skin. The gazes that exploded out caused the fingers to be covered with skin. The countless soldiers and horses, which were also burning now, began to move. Energy surged as they rose up into the air and turned into the palm of the hand. 1 palm, 8 fingers, mountains, rivers, and other terrain features rose up, becoming the prints on the palm and fingers. Most shocking of all was that the altar emitted black light that represented destruction. It infected the heat and light spreading from the dawning sun, and also poured into the palm itself, turning the entire hand pitch black. As all of that happened, it was again possible to hear a heartbeat from inside the coffin. Some thump, some thump. The heartbeat seemed to awaken the huge hand that had formed overhead as it lurched toward the dawning sun. As of this moment, the light was covered up. As of this instant, the heat was cut off. The enormous black hand covered everything. But the dawning sun was a domain treasure, and this was an extraordinary version. Not even a counterattack by the personhood of the Emperor's mausoleum was enough to wipe it out. Next, as the black hand contacted the heat of the dawning sun, an intense conflict erupted. Shortly after, a thunderous boom rang out that rocked the entire mausoleum. The black hand vanished, and the dawning sun faded. The terror from the dawning sun had ultimately been driven away. Up in the air, Sir Firedark looked to be in very bad shape and was splattered with blood. Sir Heavenink, Chu Shishin, and Fan Shishwang were all in one piece, but they were incredibly weak and were still filled with lingering fear. All of them had come very, very close to dying. The captain was similarly bedraggled. He had used every trick he had, yet was still on the verge of collapsing. When he saw that Sir Firedark and the others had all survived, he seemed a bit disappointed. But then his eyes glittered as he looked down. Xu Qing flew out from inside him, looking weak and exhausted. He also looked down. Letter 192 Ge EEWEBNOV com. The Emperor's mausoleum looked very different. The bells, drums, soldiers, horses, and terrain features were gone. The altar was cracked and crumbling, and even the coffin was damaged. In fact, the coffin had split in two, and each piece had rolled off to the side. Visible inside the coffin was a withered corpse wearing a burial suit of gold and jade. The body was completely withered, but it had an imperial crown, and the gold and jade burial garment was actually shaped like an imperial robe. The raiment imparted a sense of majesty, but not as much as this person would have commanded in life. And that was because there was a spider on his face. It had fused with the corpse so that they were inseparable. That spider's face had become the corpse's face. A sound wave to break the barrier, dawning light to rend open the seal. Finally, the coffin of this world's ancestral emperor is open. Let's go, little junior brother. The craziness began to build again in the captain's eyes as he shot down toward the corpse. Xu Qing viciously gritted his teeth. Given that things were reaching a climax, there was no way he was going to give up right now. Eyes looking similarly crazy, he shot toward the corpse. Sir Heavenink, Chu Shishin, and Fan Shishwang were powerless to do anything. Seeing what Xu Qing and the captain were doing caused their hearts to pound. They quickly backed up. They were scared and tired. As for Sir Firedark, her hatred had completely erupted, and thus she raced after the captain. It didn't matter what he did. She had one plan: kill the bastard. As the three of them got close to the corpse, the spider face of the corpse suddenly opened its eyes. They were golden eyes. They were the eyes of a god. Chapter 896, A Promise from Within Time. The only thing to be seen in the god's eyes was apathy. It was as if to it, all experiences in life were devoid of both joy and sorrow. Life was fine. Death was also fine. Everything was just part of the simple cycle of reincarnation. When to awaken, when to return, It could see everything. Fate itself was like a host of particles that formed a river, and every single wave and ripple on its surface was something it was aware of. Therefore, to the eyes of a god, calmness was the most unchangeable factor of time. It was as if from the moment it gained consciousness, its gaze never faltered. It was that way when it fought the human antimage, and it was also that way when it was suppressed by the three gods. And it was the same today, when it used the corpse of the emperor to awaken within the god domain and get a chance to change the situation in the mountain and sea region. It didn't matter that it was extremely weak right now. Whether the result was success or failure, it would all bring valuable experience. And thus, it looked around at the area in which it had awoken. The canopy of heaven was shattered. The planets had become dust and joined the tempest. Time in this place had stopped moving. All of the natural and magical laws had lost their essence. Even the air seemed still and unmoving. There was little need to mention the ants charging toward it. Xu Qing, the captain, Sir Firedark. When it gazed at them, it was as if they weren't even moving. It was like they were paper cutouts standing motionless in time. Both flesh and soul withered. Fate and karma dimmed. The gaze of a god could wipe out all such things. But to its omniscient gaze, it was the same whether any of those things happened or not. Therefore, its gaze did not focus on the 3 pieces of paper. Instead, it looked outside of the mausoleum to something that its omniscience revealed to be a different fate. It was its only option. In its omniscience, it understood that there actually was no true and absolute omniscience in the universe. Some of it was relative, and some of it only covered certain areas or levels. Thus, it had long since come to be engaged in a fight with those 3 gods from a later generation. And it was a godly fight that spanned time. That fight could be considered god karma, and that was its enemy. Now, as it woke up here, it could give up on the god source of its true self in the mountain and sea region. If it could recapture its status as the lord of this god domain, then it could achieve victory in the battle. It could crush the 3 gods and devour the god karma they turned into one. That experience could be used to develop a god altar, which it could ascend to reach a higher level as a god. As it recreated everything, and as time changed because of it all, it returned to the time it fought the antimage years ago in order to sever the unfavorable fate from the past. The only fate left behind after that would be the god altar. This was its path of godhood. Cross time, sever contrary fate. In that manner, it could go from the godfire level to the altar god level. In its omniscience, it understood that to gods, the god altar was a necessary obstacle, too. When it looked at fate, it was only natural that it saw the obstacle formed by the 3 mysterious gods. That was why it had long decided to pick this god domain as the battleground. That way, it could inextricably link itself to them, and thus, form god karma together. Except, as it knew, the omniscience of gods wasn't absolute. It was relative. Therefore, it looked out of the mausoleum at something that existed outside of the fate and time that its omniscience could see. It was something unexpected hidden within the fate and time that it could see. 3. It came when its gaze passed through the ants. It came from the captain's and Xu Qing's time. Perhaps the most accurate way to put it is that it came from another area or level of time that existed outside of its omniscience. Long ago in the Moonlight region, Xu Qing had asked the captain a question. Eldest brother, during the battle with the godchild, you were responsible for a time period in which Li Zihua was alive. So, did you actually run into him there? As the captain had explained, he made a deal with the Li Zihua of the past. 4. Back then, Xu Qing had assumed it was all related to Crimson Mother. But now he realized that since the deal was made in the past, it had to occur in the past. And now Li Zihua was coming. This coming was the deal he had made with the captain. It was a finger that emerged from Xu Qing and the captain's time. It was a finger that had seemingly always been there. When first looking at the seemingly indescribable finger, it looked to be formed from fate, or the stars, or the will convergence of the universe. It contained all light, all power, and all knowledge. The entire mausoleum became irrelevant and dispensable. The entire planet became an insignificant decoration. The entire god domain transformed into a forgettable backdrop. Nothing could match up to this glory. Upon second glance, it looked ordinary like any other finger. It was neither too refined nor too rough. It had prints on it and seemed simplistic in nature. It appeared within the gaze of the god, and then it touched the spider on the face. It was a light touch, but the spider shivered violently, and the eternally apathetic look in its eyes collapsed. The never-ending calm there shattered. This god actually did have emotions. Apathy transformed into stupefaction. Calmness became confusion. As of this moment, it understood that the obstacle to becoming an altar god wasn't the three gods. Rather, it came from this finger, which came completely unexpectedly. So, it's a springboard. Unsurprisingly, the spider shattered into pieces that collapsed into dust. Unsurprisingly, the emperor's corpse didn't fight back at all. The altar turned into an abyss, and the corpse fell down into the depths. The remaining soul couldn't do anything and was crushed. Its world became black. It wasn't just here that everything went dark. It was also in the mountain and sea regions. Its world went dark, but in the mausoleum, Xu Qing and the captain saw bright colors. The paper vanished, and they became flesh and blood again. For once, the captain hadn't disappointed Xu Qing. The sound wave destroyed the barrier. The dawning light destroyed the seal. A finger from time crushed the god. Little junior brother, our time has arrived. Laughing heartily, the captain became a streak of light that shot toward the corpse of the emperor that Li Zihua's finger had crushed. Xu Qing's heart was pounding. It was the first time it happened since he came to the god domain. He and the captain had done so many big jobs together that to a certain degree, Xu Qing was inoculated to surprise. But right now, he was deeply shaken. And without any hesitation, he burst into motion along with the captain. One went to the Danshan region, the other went to the forehead. Of course, there was a third party closing in at top speed. It was none other than Sir Firedark. From beginning to end, she had been hit with shock after shock. All she'd been able to do was staunchly stick to her convictions. And it didn't matter whether she ended up stopping the captain or robbing him, she wasn't going to let this opportunity pass by. She was just on the verge of entering the corpse along with Xu Qing and the captain. That was when the captain performed an incantation gesture and pointed off into the distance. Outside of the mausoleum in the crumbled labyrinth, a pearl appeared. Dazzling light flowed on its surface, light that could solidify yin and yang. There was an ancient aura within it, and a life source origin that made it clear it was a precious treasure. But at the same time, it looked like a fish that had been taken far from water and was starting to dry out. It started to crack, to crumble, and to die. In fact, if that fish wasn't returned to the water soon, it would cease to exist. Instantly, Sir Firedark, who had been just about to enter the Emperor's corpse, shivered from head to toe. She could sense the aura of that pearl and knew that it was her life essence pearl. That was why she hated the captain so much. There was nothing more important to her than that pearl. From that it could be seen why she hated him so dearly. And thus, she had to make a snap decision. Would she continue into the corpse or give up and try to retrieve her pearl? That was exactly the position the captain had intended to put her in. Sir Firedark really had no options. Eyes turning crimson, she turned and raced off in the direction of her life essence pearl. As she left, Xu Qing and the captain and dropped down and entered the corpse. Then the corpse disappeared into the abyss below. Above, the Emperor's mausoleum collapsed into rubble. It wasn't just limited to the mausoleum. The entire planet that had contained the tomb collapsed. As for Sir Heavenink, Chu Shishan, and Fan Shishwang, they teleported away in their fear. FGE letter 1D464 EB and retroflex OVEL retroflex. CM. After everyone was gone, the spot in the center of the god domain that had once held a planet now became home to a black hole. As it spun noiselessly, it exerted a tug on the entire god domain. Beyond the borders of the black hole, the three chosen looked back wordlessly. 3 gods also appeared above the black hole in the god domain. Their auras spread out, and their godlight shone brightly in all directions. The opportunity has arrived, Sunfair said coolly. Sir Heavenink, Chu Shishan, and Fan Shishwang bowed their heads. All were conflicted inwardly. Earlier, they had all been wondering why the three gods hadn't shown up. Now there didn't seem to be any question about that. Sir Firedark appeared, having retrieved her pearl. She looked on silently. As of now, she understood that both she and the other Fire Moon Chosen had been nothing more than game pieces in this god domain. So who's going to play the next game piece? She looked down into the black hole. Its reflection slowly filled her eyes as it grew larger, and it contained nothing but darkness. In the depths of the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands in the mountain and sea region, a pair of eyes opened up in the darkness. They quickly began to suck all of the darkness into them, as if they were whirlpools. "Has the opportunity arrived?" he said in a raspy voice. It was like a voice that blew out of an ancient abyss, waking to fulfill a promise of godly ascension from within time. He slowly stood up. Then he made his way toward the god shrine above him, which suppressed Nine Dawns. Inside the shrine was the withered spider god, which was starting to rot into nothing. The connections of fate ensured that he grew clearer and clearer as he neared. He was absorbing everything about the spider god. 1. There are several plays on words that go into what I'm rendering as god karma. Sadly, there is no way to maintain all of these different word elements in the translation, thus this footnote. The first relates to the ordinary word for karma. As I've mentioned before, and presumably many of you know, the word commonly translated as karma in Xianxia consists of two characters that could be rendered cause and effect, or because and result, or other similar things. In this case, the term I'm rendering, god karma, takes the effect-result character and combines it with god. So while normal karma could be cause and effect, or because and result in this case, the invented term is god and effect, or god and result. But the reality is that the literal breakdown is actually not how this term should be understood. However, the explanation doesn't come until later, so I'll leave off on that note for now. One other thing, the character for effect result could also be rendered fruit. So when it talks about him eating the god karma, it involves that element of wordplay as well, and could even be interpreted as god fruit. 2. In Chinese, the cultivation level of altar god is actually in the reverse order. In other words, the level is simply god altar. However, as is common with cultivation levels, the author often uses the name of the level to describe the people in that level. To make the English work properly, it would be necessary to say things like the god altar god clenched his fist, which Meng is clunky. This sort of thing works when you add cultivator to the end of a cultivation level, but when the level itself contains the word for god, and it's used to describe a god, it's just weird. A simple fix is to switch the order, as I'm doing. For ease of reading, I'm going to use altar god to refer to the individual, and use god altar to refer to the thing. 3. In Chinese, this paragraph includes an extra line that starts with, "It was just like," and then offers an explanation based on ancient divination techniques from the Book of Changes. Essentially, there is a concept that there is a certain number of fixed outcomes with one variable that's secret. The idea with this saying is sort of like, there is always a slight ray of hope. I'm leaving that sentence out because it doesn't make sense on its own when translated directly. And if you convert it to its intended meaning, it basically just means the same thing as what's stated in the previous sentence. 4. I've changed this section a bit. The author made a slight mistake here. Not only did he get the quote wrong, but also he forgot when exactly the captain told Xu Qing this information. I've edited it to match what actually happened, which was in Chapter 709. Chapter 897, Take the Stage. A drama was playing out in the god domain, as Sunfair's voice swept through the withered world like turbulent waves. A tempest formed, reaching every corner of the god domain, purging the lingering spiderwebs and driving away the dust that had built up over the years. Then, in one particular location, in the spot of a ruined planet, an ancient stone stele appeared. It was mostly intact, although the words carved on the surface weren't completely legible. In fact, there were only 4 words that could be read using divine will. North Immortal Emperor World. That was the name of this world, which had long since been lost in the sands of time. It had its glory days. And given that it existed in a universe that also contained gods, it was no surprise that it had stories related to gods. Naturally, there were names associated with its rise to prominence. Now, though, all that remained were desolate ruins, the lonely tomb of the emperor, the depressing devastation, and the mindless godly entities. This world fundamentally didn't have anything to do with the revered ancient mainland. In fact, taking in the starry sky as a whole, this world was actually immeasurably far away from revered ancient. It was only after the immortal emperor died that the spider god invaded the place and infected its aura. At that point, this immortal world of the north turned into a god domain. And then, because the broken face came, the North Immortal Emperor world appeared in the rifts of revered ancient. It came to be a game board that various players conspired over. You could also say it was an embodiment of god karma. As the stone steel floated in the dust and rubble, a hand of moonlight reached down from the starry sky to fish it up and pull it to the very center of the god domain, to the black hole, where the three gods were. The three gods looked at it silently. What happened next was possibly because of how Xu Qing and the captain had entered the emperor's corpse, or perhaps it was because of the power of their godly might. Either way, their gazes contained a special energy that cleansed the steel. As that happened, the illegible words were restored to their ancient form. When the emperor knew his longevity neared its end, and the arbiter of destiny was about to perish, he realized that catastrophe was imminent. In order to leave a way out on the day of his death, he violated the commands of the ancestors. He consumed the god karma and refined sun, moon, and star into 3 souls. He took the initiative to deal with his own soul. Using his body as the Joss flame, he sent the 3 souls into reincarnation, severed providence, and concealed karma. Afterwards, people were people, immortals were immortals, gods were gods. The emperor perished, and his soul departed. 1. The ancient text recounted a secret history. Before Sir Firedark and the other Firemoon Chosen could read the text with their divine will, it vanished again. The stone steel was the same stone steel from before. The history it represented was now truly buried in time. However, the beauty of the moment and the karma buried within had returned silently into the fates of the 3 gods. And thus, in that moment, authority over the god domain was split into 5 parts. 1 went to Sunfire, 1 went to Moonfire, 1 went to Starfire. As for the other 2, 1 part went into the mountain and sea region, while the other went into the Emperor's corpse. The portion that went into the Emperor's corpse is locked, Sunfire said coolly, but the lock is opening. Do they have enough time? Starfire asked. The opportunity has arrived, Moonfire replied calmly, so it's not important, we can start. Starfire smiled faintly. Our big sister is still wrapped up in hatred, but I have the feeling they have enough time. The 3 gods had been waiting for an opportunity. Beneath the surface of the mountain and sea region, the Grand Steward, who had stabbed Nindons in the back and taken complete control of the Darkheaven Archmages, had been waiting for that promise from within time. Now, the moment had come that they had all been waiting for. A curtain that had remained in place for countless years was now being opened. The stage was being revealed. The play was about to begin. In a corner that the curtain still obscured were others who were ready to play the game. Or perhaps it was better to say that they had no choice but to play. They were Xu Qing and the captain, and they were making their move. That said, the true game was being played between the 3 gods and the Grand Steward. As such, they wouldn't disturb the opportunity, but neither would they sit around and just wait for it to pass. Therefore, the stage was there. The strategy was in place. Whether the other players had time to make their move and take the stage would depend on their own fate. Fate is complete nonsense. It was a dark, red world in which the sky was crumbling. Atop a blood sea, the captain threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He was currently glowing with bright blue light. Protruding from his chest were several vicious-looking blue arms, stretching out to hold up the sky. The arms became huge pillars of ice that rose up constantly from within the captain. The pillars of ice climbed higher and higher in their attempt to prop up the sky. In fact, they were proliferating so rapidly, it seemed they wanted to freeze the dome of heaven. There were also innumerable blue worms that spilled off the captain, spreading into the sea of blood, which they devoured ravenously. However, the world was crumbling, and it didn't seem possible to stop it from happening. As the sky fell, the sea howled. The pillars shattered and the worms collapsed. But then another ice pillar appeared, and more worms came out. One who could prop up the sky could be called an ancestor. One who overturned the sea could be called a lord. By propping up flesh and overturning blood, one could enter the corpse of an immortal emperor. However, there were two particularly difficult elements. The first was that he wanted to subjugate this world. The second was that he wanted to subjugate even more worlds. The crumbling world was an abstract representation of the fleshly body of the emperor's corpse. As for the sea of blood, it was only one drop of the blood that existed in the emperor's corpse, and the falling sky was only a tiny portion of the total flesh. Li Zihua's finger reduced the difficulty of the second task, as it could transform the sea of blood in this world from being one drop of the corpse's blood into all of it. And it could transform the falling sky from one portion of flesh into all of it. By subjugating one world, it was possible to subjugate all of them. That reduced the level of difficulty, but even still, and even if the captain succeeded, there were other things to consider. Because the emperor's corpse had been infected by a god, or perhaps it was even correct to say that the god had fused the immortal emperor's discarnate soul. A full success would involve both the fleshly body and the soul, the dantian and the forehead. And thus, while the captain had to go crazy, Xu Qing also had to put everything on the line. There were also two difficult aspects to suppressing the discarnate soul. The first was that he needed to take the emperor god's terrifying soul and absorb it into his emperor's trove. The second was that, once in the emperor's trove, he needed to figure out how to actually subjugate it. Li Zihua's finger proved to be a huge asset, as it crushed the discarnate soul and wiped out much of its terrifying nature. That would make it a lot easier to bring it into the emperor's trove. It was, after all, the soul of an emperor god. Despite being crushed, it also had plenty of deadly aspects. It wasn't an exaggeration at all to say that Xu Qing was putting everything on the line. In the middle of an immortal palace was a dragon throne, atop which was the discarnate soul, which was staring fixedly at him. Using his Gruglum hand, he forced open the emperor's sword trove gate, revealing it openly and sending it directly toward the discarnate soul with one goal: melt the discarnate soul, send it into the emperor's trove. The discarnate soul hadn't been resisting because, in contrast to the fleshly body that the captain was dealing with, the soul was intelligent. It knew that the true victory or defeat in this matter wouldn't be settled by the fleshly body. It would be settled here. If it could flip things around in the trove gate, then it could possess its attacker. And then, the situation could be turned into a victory. Upon entering the trove gate, the discarnate soul immediately launched its counterattack. The emperor's trove trembled, and cracks spread out on the gate. That was the sign that it might not be able to last much longer. Xu Qing had a decision to make. He closed his physical eyes, while his soul eyes opened. Rising from his sea of consciousness, he rushed aggressively into his emperor's trove in soul form. Inside that trove were a sprawling heaven and earth. Thunder crashed in the sky as silver lightning danced. The lands quaked violently. A sword rose from the earth and into the sky. The light of the sword glittered brightly, illuminating everything. It was bronze and pulsed with the destiny aura of humankind. Normally speaking, the sword would be 4.7 feet long, but in the Emperor's trove, it was 47,000 feet long. 2. The edge of the blade was oppressive. The sword energy was unstoppable. It could slash heaven, slash earth, and slash man. It could execute anyone who wasn't an ancient emperor. It was the Emperor's sword. Next to the sword was a soul clad in an imperial robe and wearing an imperial crown. Its face was completely expressionless. At first glance it looked like an emperor, but at the same time it resembled a god. It would look like an emperor, then suddenly seemed to be a spider. It was currently looking at the Emperor's sword, eyes full of praise. A wonderful sword for an emperor. It turned to look murderously at Xu Qing. You want me to serve as the spirit automaton, as the heavenly Tao, to be able to control this sword? The soul lifted its hand and reached out toward the Emperor's sword. No one can use that sword without my permission, Xu Qing said quietly. The Emperor's sword trembled, emitting a thrum that caused heaven to dim. Sword light shone out in all directions. The hand of the Emperor's soul stopped moving, then retracted. You can't use it either, the soul said, then blurred into motion toward Xu Qing. A battle of souls was about to take place. The Emperor's trove filled with rumbling sounds that spread out to fill Xu Qing's body. Of course, his body couldn't move, which made the situation very dangerous. Meanwhile, the captain was really going crazy. Whether in the fleshly body or the discarnate soul, whether in the Danshan region or the forehead, intense violence had broken out. Xu Qing's childhood experiences taught him to be decisive. His life in Seven Blood Eyes taught him to be deceptive. In Sea-Sealing County, he mastered how to be strategic. But it was his eldest brother that taught him how to fight. Fight heaven, fight earth, fight people, fight gods, and also to fight fate. And thus, as the Emperor's corpse fell through the abyss, a voice echoed in its Danshan region. Open my seals, awaken the 9 serenities. Summer immortal leaves the world, everything frosts over. A blue ice flower emerged from the Danshan region, rapidly spreading to cover the Emperor's corpse, from its torso to its limbs. At the same time, Xu Qing's voice echoed out in the fallen Emperor's forehead. In my swordsage days, I cultivated a certain magic. It's an art that all swordsages learn, which can be cultivated by anyone. But it was in my Emperor's trove that I came to understand its true nature. So listen up. The truth is I can use that sword. I have a sword. Its name is the Emperor's sword. The sword rose up in the trove, disdainfully slashed through the void, piercing into the abyss, unstoppable on its way to the forehead of the Emperor's corpse. The forehead caved in, astonishing space-time and slashing the fictional. The Emperor's corpse shivered and lurched to a halt. It hovered in the middle of nothing. And as the sword light grew dazzling, the corpse's eyes opened. They did not belong to the immortal Emperor, nor to the spider god. They were the captain's eyes and Xu Qing's gaze. The void rumbled as a return was declared. The abyss shattered as a new lord was proclaimed. The 5th aspect of the authority over the North Immortal Emperor world, which had turned into a god domain, fell into the fates of Xu Qing and the captain. In the mountain and sea region, the person who had been walking forward looked up. In the god domain, the 3 gods looked down at the black hole. Looks like I was right, Starfear said with a slight smile. 1. What I'm rendering as providence is essentially a fancy word for fate or destiny. Its function in the story doesn't necessarily correspond to its real-life usage. I'm assigning it providence so that it sticks out among other usages of words like destiny or fate. 2. This is one instance in which I'm not worrying about converting the ancient Chinese measurements into modern-day measurements. The whole point of this passage is to contrast the 4 and the 7 and to make it sound impressive. Chapter 898, True Fire, Karma Fire, Tribulation Fire, Flawless. Of the 5 portions of authority over the god domain, 4 were already accounted for. High gods Sunfire, Moonfire, and Starfire all looked away from the black hole and toward the mountain and sea region. Next, the final bit of authority determined the direction of their gazes. It was the same as how Thay didn't interfere when the Emperor's corpse fell into the abyss. Whether Xu Qing and the captain succeeded or failed, lived or died, was up to fate. When fighting against fate, one had to accept what fate would bring. To the 3 gods, the fight over the Emperor's corpse constituted the opportunity Thay had been waiting for. It was the lock that would allow the curtain to open. The fight in the mountain and sea region passed through time, connecting the North Immortal Emperor world with the revered ancient mainland by means of karma. The shape and connection had already formed. Therefore, if failure occurred in the mountains and sea region right now, they likewise wouldn't provide assistance. Regardless of karma or fate, and regardless of the promise from within time, they would need to see if the promisee's providence could be sustained. If the party from the mountain and sea region had sufficient providence, then they would be happy to keep the promise. They would add flowers to the brocade and provide the chance for godly ascension. If that party could not sustain the providence or the karma, then the fifth portion of authority would bless the three gods. The promise would become kindling, to pierce through the fate of tens upon tens of thousands of years, and provide a personal Tao of the gods. It could also be considered god karma. If that happened, the party in the mountain and sea region would have no recourse. There would be no one else to blame except for fate itself. Therefore, there really was no foreordained destiny. There was only the fact that the spider god would definitely die. If not in the mountain and sea region, then at the hands of the three gods. Time passed. The party in the mountain and sea region had yet to decide. In the god domain, the destiny aura fell into the providence of those with the authority. Thus, the auras of high gods Sunfire, Moonfire, and Starfire all rose dramatically. In fact, a god shrine vortex appeared, which rapidly became more and more majestic. Their personhood also began to oscillate, and their respective golden godfire burned brightly. Eventually, it reached a peak level in which a hidden black flame opened a ceiling mark within the gold. It was strongest with Sunfire, with Moonfire in the middle and Starfire the weakest. Finally, Tribulation Fire. Sunfire's eyes closed. Moonfire said nothing. Starfire waited with anticipation. Those with authority included those in the Emperor's corpse, deep in the abyss. Thus, destiny slowly converged in the corpse's river of fate. Because Hai's fleshly body was under the captain's control, while the soul was under Xu Qing's control, the two of them stood at the ends of the river and could thus control the direction of that fate. As a result, the destiny aura belonged to both of them. The captain chose to take the god domain's destiny and turn it into a furnace to burn the words from the wordless book of stone. He also took out 2 hairs to burn as well. It was a type of forging. This type of forging was extremely rare, to the point where, if word spread, it would shake all of revered ancient. All in all, of all the cultivators in revered ancient, there were few who could have the good fortune to use an emperor's corpse as the fire and the destiny aura of a god domain as fuel. Forging things in that way was definitely a luxury. And of course, whatever was forged by that process would be extraordinary. Wordless words were like the one thing that escapes notice when practicing divination. The fact that 2 people were able to rely on such a thing on such a long journey went to show how extraordinary it was. An item from a teleportation portal that came alive. A wonder of creation, typifying the changes wrought to revered ancient. It was fundamentally miraculous. Its hairs were, of course, astonishing. Ordinary materials can be used to forge extraordinary things, so there was little need to mention what could be done with extraordinary materials. 2. As the captain forged, a crazy feeling built within him, and he muttered via divine will. "Come on, burn, faster, work, O lovely spirits of heaven and lovely spirits of earth, with the blessing and protection of the summer immortals, dark serenity, master myself, my little junior brother. This has to work." Xu Qing picked up on what the captain was saying via divine will. He didn't want to see or hear what the captain was doing or saying, but he had no choice. Based on how well he knew the captain, he had an idea of what was going to happen after the captain finished. The captain's ambitions weren't limited to what was happening here. He had acquired this corpse. He had authority over a god domain. But the captain had plainly said that he had a super big job. Clearly, what had happened so far really didn't match up to the craziness you would expect with something like that. All in all, what they had acquired wasn't the complete destiny aura of the god domain. By now, Xu Qing could sense through the destiny aura that authority over the god domain was split into 5 parts. He and the captain had jointly acquired one of those portions. Perhaps other people would consider that a shocking destined opportunity or an extreme level of good fortune. But based on what Xu Qing knew, his crazy eldest brother definitely wouldn't be satisfied with something like that. Considering the captain was using the destiny aura to forge something, Xu Qing knew that his speculations were correct. Yet he wasn't paying very close attention to that. What was most important to him now wasn't his eldest brother's crazy actions, but rather the chance he had for a cultivation base breakthrough. His life essence trove gate was already open. Within it, the blue-green dragon was the heavenly Tao, swirling about and roaring. His taboo poison trove gate was also open. Hellfey was there with its solitary eye and its sixth filth sealing marks. The violet moon trove gate had long since opened, as it had absorbed the supreme yin power and gained the nether glimmer as its heavenly Tao. The Emperor Trove had also reached the highest level. Thanks to the Emperor's sword, the discarnate soul inside had become the heavenly Tao, as well as a unique spirit automaton for the sword. Of his 5 trove gates, 4 were open. There was only one that had not yet been completely opened, and that was the gate of his mage trove. That one didn't need something from the outside to serve as a heavenly Tao, as it had an actual Darkheaven Archmage inside to fill that role. What it needed was a convergence of Darkheaven Archmage power to open the trove gate, and Xu Qing knew that he could substitute the destiny aura of a god domain for that power. It was not a transient solution. Authority over a god domain was something eternal, so all he had to do was guide it into him to provide the blessing. Next, as the formless destiny aura entered his fate, he directed it with divine will toward the mage trove. The mage trove rumbled as the form of the antimage filled in, growing taller and larger. The Nine Dawns' skulls howled as they entered as well, creating a figure that could prop up heaven and earth, while simultaneously releasing an aura that spanned countless years of ancient time. It loomed like a giant within the mage trove. Rumble. The half-opened mage trove gate then swung all the way open. In that instant, the 5 trove gates erupted with dazzling light that filled Xu Qing's entire sea of consciousness. All 5 gates were open. A majestic power flowed out from the 5 trove gates, filling Xu Qing. His cultivation base began to climb, and his soul flourished. His battle prowess rose without cease, and his personhood became like the carp that leaped over the dragon gate. Above the 5 gates, the blue-green dragon threw its head back and roared. The eye of Hellfey looked down with cruel disdain. The nether glimmer ascended on high. The soul of an emperor wielded a sword, and the Antimide's eyes shone like the sun and moon. The heavenly Taos were all out in full force. Heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformations were underway in Xu Qing. With all 5 heavenly Taos out, his 5 trove gates were like burning furnaces. Rumbling booms became as loud as heavenly thunder. Volcanic ash fell like snow as the 5 furnaces roared. The volcanic ash was really dust formed from Taos and fate. They were the lineaments of everything Xu Qing had experienced in life. It was actually called void soil. As it piled up in Xu Qing's sea of consciousness, it became void soil filled with Tao lineaments. This was the hallmark of the foundation of void returning. Xu Qing's eyes glittered as he realized that there were now no obstacles preventing him from breaking through from spirit trove into void returning. He could do it with ease. However, given what he knew about how the captain's big jobs usually went, Xu Qing decided to calm his sea of consciousness and settle the 5 furnaces. He could now break through at any time, but wasn't in a hurry. That was around the time he heard the captain's voice drifting to him. Little junior brother. The captain was actually feeling disappointed. His plan had been to interrupt Xu Qing in the moment of his breakthrough, thus asserting his position as the eldest brother. He had even planned exactly what he was going to say, and had worked everything out to be able to use this situation to blackmail Xu Qing later on. How could he ever have guessed that Xu Qing would take the initiative to delay his breakthrough? It doesn't matter. Maybe he's slowed down, but I still have all the big pieces in place. With that thought in mind, the captain cleared his throat. As the 2 of them absorbed the Emperor's body from different positions, he continued communicating via divine will. Little junior brother, don't be anxious to break through. I can see that you have a wondrous physical makeup and a cultivation that can only be considered unique and amazing. As it happens, I have an ancient, spectacular bit of good fortune here. Want it? Xu Qing could tell what the captain was thinking, so he nodded in agreement. The captain looked pleased. Remember what I said earlier, little junior brother. Our time has come. Your void returning can't be as simplistic as that. Becoming the lords of a god domain is only the appetizer to the big job I've planned. Consider that the mere qualifications to move to the next step. Just wait a bit. In short order, your sister-in-law on the outside, as well as that little lover of yours, plus that dog-fucking, pig-fucking, bastard-fucking Sunfair, are going to put on a big show, and we can sweep in and benefit from the process. Just remember, this time, your eldest brother had been preparing for a really long time and has paid a huge price. So you have to promise me that. All right, Xu Qing interrupted with a nod. I didn't finish saying what I wanted you to promise me. Eldest brother, as far as I'm concerned, as long as I'm capable of doing something, I'll promise to do it for you. The captain could sense the determination in Xu Qing's words, and it filled his heart with unprecedented warmth. All of a sudden, he felt a bit guilty about the blackmail plan he'd come up with earlier. Then he felt his sense of duty and responsibility as the eldest brother rising within him. This is going to help you too, junior brother. There's no need to negotiate anything. Your eldest brother was just joking around with you. All right, let's move on from that. Let me explain my plan to you. First, little junior brother, you need to understand that you can categorize gods based on godfire. Anything that doesn't have godfire is nothing more than a godly entity. But once you have godfire, you can properly be called an actual god. The godfire level is broken into 3 levels. They are true fire, karma fire, and tribulation fire. 1. Xu Qing's heart thumped. This was the first time he had heard any explanation about gods and what happened after igniting godfire. Remember that fish in Forbidden by the Immortal in Sealing County? That was the true fire level, so you could call that fish a low god. When true fire turns into karma fire, it's the mark of a high god. Now, high god is actually a very encompassing level. It includes karma fire as well as tribulation fire. If you can push tribulation fire to the great circle, that's the mark of a flawless god. That brings with it the possibility of forming a god altar. Li Zihua is currently an altar god. Xu Qing was listening very attentively. As he listened to this explanation from the captain, he felt like he was hearing information from the ancient past. The tribulation fire level involves an unbounded improvement to omniscience. However, it's also incomparably dangerous, as you have to undergo a personal tribulation. That tribulation exists outside of the omniscience of the god in question. A god that fails to pass the tribulation is wiped out of existence. The path to godhood is over. Everything becomes dust. Only by becoming a flawless god can you reach the point where you don't have to worry about tribulation and can then focus fully on breaking through to altar god. That spider god is in the 3rd level and very far along in that level. But the spider god is not a flawless god and thus still has to deal with tribulation. The 3 gods, plus you and I, are its tribulation. Years ago, it was the same with Crimson Mother. She was a high god who had reached the highest point of the tribulation fire level. In other words, her personhood was the same as that of the spider god. Unfortunately, she was not quite at the flawless level. Back then, Li Zihua, you, and I were her tribulation. Even further back in Li Zihua's life, Crimson Mother was his tribulation. Feeling quite shaken, Xu Qing asked, "What about the 3 gods?" Based on what I know from past lives, they stopped caring about getting stronger once they reached the tribulation fire level. They sealed their tribulation fire, and thus, despite the fact that they are high gods, they were actually weaker than Crimson Mother. As for right now, I think that the 3 gods' ultimate goal is probably to skip the danger of the tribulation fire level and directly become flawless gods. By directly opening that path, they could have to hope to become altar gods. The captain was going to continue, but his voice faltered. Xu Qing sensed why. The corpse of the emperor looked up. Within the eyes of the corpse, godlight flickered, piercing through the black hole to the outside world. Something dramatic was unfolding. "The wind is coming," the captain said madly. 1. The character karma here is actually completely different from the one I normally render as karma. However, it definitely is, without a doubt, karma, at least in the Buddhist sense. I toyed with the idea of using a different word, but in the end, I'm rapidly running out of words relating to karma, fate, destiny, etc. Given how this word is used going forward, in this case I'm just going to keep the same English word even though the Chinese characters are different. 2. The hairs mentioned here are the hairs taken from the living teleportation portal in chapters 743-744. The author mistakenly called them feathers in this chapter, which confused me. I originally translated them as feathers, only to realize something like 100+ chapters later that the author meant the things taken from that portal. I have edited this part, and future references, to maintain continuity. Chapter 899. I have no regrets. That wind came from the mountain and sea region, sweeping through space-time and passing through world borders. It blew from the mortal world into the god domain, from revered ancient into North immortal, to the three gods. Thunderous rumbling filled the god domain, along with a formless, slashing power. Sustaining tens of thousands of years of karma, and seeking the promise from within time, it revealed an astonishing sharpness that slashed through everything. A huge rift opened up that was plainly visible to the three gods. It seemed to have no beginning or end, and from a distance, looked almost like an opening eye. There was something very magnificent about it. Wind emerged from the rift, spreading like a blooming flower in front of the cold eyes of the three gods. They now saw the choice made by the party in the mountain and sea region, and it made everything clear. On the other side of the rift was the mountain and sea region in Fire Moon Darkheaven territory, and in the middle of it all were the Nine Dawn's forbidden lands. The entire area was collapsing, making it possible to see the sealed spider in the shrine in the cave. However, the glow coming from the shrine was dim, and the spider god was trembling visibly while simultaneously withering. What was withering wasn't just its flesh and blood, but also its karma. Even the time within it was quietly fading. All of it was being taken away by the hand that existed right in front of it. It was black and withered, and belonged to a person clad in a black, hooded robe. The robe flapped wildly, but concealed the face of the person within it, though they emanated a sense of profound ancientness. As he stood in front of the spider god, his own hand began to fill in with flesh, all while the spider god shriveled up. It wanted to struggle, but its fate had already been set, and it couldn't do anything to change that. Around the time the spider god crumbled into ash, the hand had gone from being dead to alive. It had returned from many years in the past, and was now a ruddy, healthy color. Then the wind finally lifted the hood of the cloak, revealing a head of gray hair and an ancient face. Because of all the years that had passed, the individual looked like both a person and a ghost, but at the same time, resembled neither. After absorbing the spider god, though, his face filled in with flesh. Despite still being covered with wrinkles, it was still possible to see some of the majesty of the statue of him that existed among the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. Tens of thousands of years ago, this person had united the Fire Moon Darkheavens and had been venerated for ages. He was the Grand Steward. As he looked at the lands around him, it was as if he was looking into the history of the countless species that existed. He saw the fire moons rise to prominence. He saw the wars that raged between the species. He saw the times the fire moons fought with humans. He saw how the three gods watched over and protected the fire moons. And he saw where the fire moons stood now in revered ancient. That gaze took in all of the history from ancient to modern. At the same time, his aura surged, becoming stronger and more intense. It filled the mountain and sea region, spreading out to affect the rest of Fire Moon territory and causing dramatic effects in heaven and earth. All Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivators felt their blood react. That was especially true of the three stewards, who stepped out of their tents, their expressions those of shock. As they looked in the direction of the mountain and sea region, they could sense that one of their most ancient ancestors had appeared. To the Fire Moon Darkheaven people, this grand steward who had once unified their species occupied a place in their hearts that was equivalent to that of a god. All of them instinctively bowed in worship. As they did, the grand steward looked up into the dome of heaven. Then he took a step, causing him to rise toward the rift in the sky. He hadn't just absorbed the time and flesh of the spider god. He had also taken the spider's authority over the god domain. As he strode forth, that authority swept into his fate, bolstering his providence and filling in any gaps. Sparks that had been extinguished tens of thousands of years ago were now restored. With each step he took, his personhood and life force both rose. Eventually, he reached the rift, and as the three gods watched, he stepped into the god domain. Looking at the three gods, he spoke in a raspy voice. "Sorry to keep you waiting." That voice rumbled like thunder out into the god domain, and it soon reached Xu Qing. Xu Qing didn't react. He recognized who this person was. Within his mage trove, he could sense an immense grief that had been there for many years. In Nindon's memory, the backstabbing was still very clear. As of now, the karma of that backstabbing seemed to grow ever clearer. Outside of the black hole, Sunfire and Moonfire did nothing as the Grand Steward approached. Starfire, meanwhile, looked at the black hole and coolly said, "We might as well begin." The Grand Steward looked around at the god domain. "There's something I've been wondering about for many years," he said, "and now I want to ask. Based on what I've heard the three of you say, this god domain was once your home. In that case, the infected godly entities here must have once been your people. Will you miss them?" The one to answer was Moonfire. "The North Emperor perished. Karma has been resolved. He is us. We are him." The Grand Steward asked nothing further. Then Sunfire spoke in a voice full of majesty, which spread through the god domain and pierced into the voice. "He who commands the ancient is not empty. He is the living desolation, sleeping until now, but disseminating time. All in the star ring are considered children. Thus, myriad worlds use the address Father. Today, the children of the North World, sun, moon, and star, make 5 sacrifices to he who commands the ancient, an offering to the Father God." Sunfire's voice swept through the god domain, each word provoking violent trembling, which built and built until it seemed all of revered ancient was being affected dramatically. Then, a huge sun rose up. Off to the side, Moonfire's eyes were closed as a bright moon ascended, and Starfire's eyes opened, causing boundless stars to fill the sky in the god domain. The three gods were going to make a sacrifice to the broken face. As of now, the wind wasn't coming. The wind was here. Below, within the black hole, the Emperor's corpse also trembled, all while the captain laughed. Now Xu Qing understood everything. The three gods' goal was now plainly visible. They wanted to make a sacrifice to the broken face of the god. When the broken face's eyes opened, they would look at this god domain. When the broken face looked at something, it turned into a forbidden region. When the face looked at a forbidden region, it turned into a forbidden ground. When the face looked at a forbidden ground, it turned into a god domain. But things were different when that gaze focused on a god domain. Xu Qing had learned this information back at the Red Moon. When a god domain rose to a higher level, it became a god world. Of course, that process would also involve an increase in level to whoever was lord of the god domain. Combined with what the captain had said earlier, Xu Qing now understood that this was the path sought by the three gods. They wanted to use identities as lords of a god domain to subsequently raise the god domain to a higher level, and thus skip the entire tribulation fire level and step right into being flawless gods. That way, they wouldn't have to deal with tribulations like those suffered by Crimson Mother or the Spider God. With consummate providence, their path to the altar god wouldn't have any obstacle on it. As long as they could stockpile enough resources, they would definitely have hope when it came to altar god. It was a monumentally shocking level of destined opportunity, but it also came with a terrifying level of danger. After all, Crimson Mother had failed to do the same thing. That said, there were differences between the three gods and Crimson Mother. In Crimson Mother's case, the situation came without invitation. In the case of the three gods, they were the ones setting up the situation. One involved no preparation at all, while the other involved meticulous preparation. How very impressive. Xu Qing was deeply moved. Back in the Crimson Mother incident, his cultivation base had been too weak, and thus he had no way to be involved with something of this level. But now, things were different. Meanwhile, things outside were still developing. Sunfire's voice echoed in the god domain. First sacrifice, offer all living beings from 7 regions. Sunfire's shocking words reached revered ancient, spread into the 7 regions that had ultimately been conquered by the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. Secret preparations that had been carried out for years were now coming to fruition. The 7 regions took up a huge area, and now, within those 7 regions, royal Fire Moon Darkheaven auras surged, changing fate and altering karma. Taking in the 7 regions as a whole, the Fire Moon army was like a dark cloud, causing sky-obscuring, sun-blocking pressure to weigh down everywhere. In front of the gathered armed forces were innumerable prisoners of war. Shockingly, each region featured prisoners of war from a different species. 7 species, 7 groups of prisoners. There were no exceptions. The prisoners were on their knees as Sunfire's voice again echoed throughout the 7 regions with royal dignity. Let the blood sacrifice begin. Execute them. That command caused a great massacre to unfold in the 7 regions. In the shortest of moments, countless deaths occurred. It wasn't necessarily something unprecedented and unduplicated in all history, but it was definitely something rarely seen even within a period of tens of thousands of years. Rivers of blood flowed. Deceased souls filled the sky. Some tried to escape. Some tried to fight back, but they couldn't break free. Their fate had been sealed. What was more, as the event was carried out, it became evident that there was something else special about those specific 7 species. Each had a different color blood. Red, orange, yellow, emerald, green, blue, violet, 1 color for each region. In the region where the blood was red, the slaughtered species were not humans. However, it was possible to imagine that, given how domineering the Fire Moon Darkheavens were, it was entirely conceivable that they had originally intended to get prisoners from human territories. In hindsight, it now made perfect sense why the Nightshades had originally marshaled their troops. Had that original war led to the defeat of the humans? Had the dawning suns not been unleashed? Had Grand Emperor Swordsage's final sword attack not been carried out? Except, history isn't about possibilities, it's about results. As the 7 types of blood from 7 species flowed in 7 regions, corpses were piled up and seas of blood spread out. Deceased souls created something like a world of ghosts. That was the sacrificial offering. High above revered ancient was the most paramount of entities, the one that could crush all cultivators, species, lives, and even all other gods. The broken face. And right now, High's eyes were twitching. Next, another voice rang out from the god domain. Second sacrifice, offer the countless souls that have fallen in battle. That voice didn't come from Sunfire, but rather from the Grand Steward. That was because this sacrificial offering was that of the heroic souls of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people who had died in battle over the past many tens of thousands of years. The Fire Moons also had to make a sacrifice. It was a mark of sincerity, and it was the mark of a true sacrifice. There was only one person from ancient times until now who could talk of offering souls that had fallen in battle, and that was not one of the 3 gods. The only one who could conform to that karma was the very first Grand Steward of the Darkheaven Archmage people, who could only be replaced by one of the current stewards if he truly died. In an instant, the shrine halls associated with the 3 stewards trembled as heroic spirits swept out. They were souls that had fallen in battle over tens of thousands of years, and they were all willing to be sacrificial offerings. Members of the Fire Moon species looked on silently. From the stewards to the commoners, they felt grief building within them. However, this was fate. Their fates were the same as the fate of the Grand Steward who had stepped out of history. When he made his backstabbing choice, it was partially because of the promise of godly ascension, but also it was for the long-term good of his people. He knew that the legacy of Nindons the Antimage wouldn't be enough to kill the spider god, and he didn't want the fate of the Darkheaven Archmage people to rest solely on the mage's ancestral grand spell formation. Nine Dons made a choice that could protect our people temporarily. I chose to protect our people from generation to generation in the future. History isn't about possibilities, it's about results. And thus, I have no regrets. Chapter 900. What if this whole thing works? As of this moment, the souls of countless deceased heroes rose up from shrine halls in the lands of various species in Fire Moon Darkheaven territory. Converging from all directions, they created a huge river of souls that floated up into the canopy of heaven above revered ancient. The higher the river rose, the smaller it got, until it was a black thread approaching the broken face. Then the river disappeared. There were many locations in revered ancient where no one noticed what was happening. The only exceptions were species with extremely powerful experts, plus the gods hidden in various locations. As those powerful experts looked up to see what was going on, the sacrificial offering continued in the god domain. Third sacrifice, offer the Kunpeng heavenly Tao. Sunfire's voice echoed through the god domain, every word echoing like heavenly thunder, splitting the air and shaking the heaven of the fire moons. In this case, that heaven wasn't the starry sky. Instead, it was the source of the innate abilities that existed in the blood of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. That heaven was the very same heaven that forms one of the characters in the word, innate ability. 1. As of this moment, the heaven of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people was collapsing. All Fire Moon Darkheaven cultivators suddenly felt dazed. As the heaven of their innate abilities collapsed, the instincts that had been placed in their minds, blood, and life force by the three gods were stripped away from their later generations. And it was because something completely outrageous and unthinkable was happening. Those instincts, those innate abilities, were connected to a heavenly Tao. What appeared above revered ancient in that moment was the very same ancient heavenly Tao that looked like a Kunpeng bird, which the three gods had captured and inserted into the destiny of the Fire Moon Darkheavens. A howl of anguish echoed out over revered ancient, along with the clinking sound of the pitch-black chains covered with magical symbols. After the chains appeared, a massive Kunpeng bird appeared, its body covered with countless bloody lacerations. It howled in grief and anguish as it was dragged slowly up toward the broken face. No matter how much it wanted to struggle, it did no good. No one was going to come to help, and that was because the broken face had stirred. The Kunpeng heavenly Tao could do nothing as the chains dragged it higher and higher. Eventually, it collapsed into death. A final cry rang out across revered ancient. Revered ancient went silent. As of that moment, anyone who cultivated natural and magical laws related to the Kunpeng had eternally lost their Tao. The natural and magical laws that had been attached to it were wiped out forever, and they would never be seen again. High overhead, the broken face of the god suddenly blurred. When it became clear, he had turned to face in the direction of the mountain and sea region in Fire Moon territory. Specifically, it was the spot where there was a connection between the god domain and revered ancient. That was when the fourth sacrifice appeared in the god domain. Fourth sacrifice, offer all the godly entities in the North Emperor god domain. All of the godly entities that had been transformed after the god invasion countless years ago were now being sacrificed by the three gods. After offering 7 species from 7 regions, a host of Fire Moon souls, and the Kunpeng heavenly Tao, it was all the godly entities in the god domain that wailed in despair. Spiders exploded, mutant beasts shattered, trees with faces collapsed into ash, the huge sea in the god domain dried up, stars vibrated, death and withering spread everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the god domain turned into a graveyard. Even the extremely powerful entities Xu Qing had encountered, for instance the tentacled fish, the jellyfish, and whatnot, all died. Because of that, the eyes of the broken face of the god cracked open. That was when the three gods made the final sacrifice. Fifth sacrifice, offer the North Emperor god domain. The actual god domain was their final sacrifice. They went so far as to sacrifice their people, even though they had already mutated into ravenous godly entities. They sacrificed their homeland, even though it had already been turned into a god domain. Such actions were both insane and decisive. That was why the Grand Steward had asked the three gods if they would miss their people. The three gods had already provided an answer. After reaching godly ascension, people weren't people. The entire god domain began to tremble violently, and the starry sky vibrated as a formless power descended and ripped the god domain out through the rift in Revered Ancient. It appeared in the dome of heaven above Revered Ancient, right in front of the broken face. As of that moment, countless species in Revered Ancient, plus all the powerful experts and gods, could sense what was happening. The three gods, 5 sacrifices were over, and the eyes of the broken face were fully open. However, right then, in the very heart of the god domain, in the abyss into which the emperor's corpse had fallen, the flabbergasted Xu Qing heard the captain shouting something. 6th sacrifice, offer the essence of a god. As the words left the captain's mouth, over 100 marionettes flew out from inside of him. Each looked the same, and each had a different name carved onto its face. The captain kept control of them as he sent them out of the emperor's corpse. Then he took control of the emperor's hand to reach out toward the marionettes to crush them. That image, plus the captain's word, formed a very magnificent sight. However, the marionettes seemed very cheap. What was more, Xu Qing recognized some of the names. Lord of Forbidden by the Zombie, Crimson Mother, Sunfear. Is your eldest brother impressive or what, little junior brother? Ha ha ha. Normally speaking, I wouldn't sacrifice these enemies like this, but this is too good of an opportunity to pass up. As the captain's voice echoed in Xu Qing's mind, Xu Qing looked at the cheap marionettes and couldn't sense even a single godly fluctuation coming from them. They seemed like nothing more than simple puppets with some names carved onto them. That said, the sheer number of them went to show how many enemies the captain had. But in the end, Xu Qing didn't see the point of a sacrifice like this. Apparently, the captain could sense what he was thinking as he cleared his throat. I just want to make sure my name is in the mix. Think about it. What if this whole thing works? After a moment of thought, Xu Qing realized that he agreed with the captain. What if the whole thing did work out? 7th sacrifice, offer the crown prince of Violet and Cyan. It was impossible to say whether or not it had anything to do with the sacrifices offered by Xu Qing and the captain, but what followed was that the revered ancient mainland trembled loudly as the broken face's eyes opened and looked directly at the mountain and sea region. That gaze caused the river of stars to distort and seemed to overturn the entire starry sky. Heaven and earth in revered ancient rippled, and cracks spread out everywhere, seemingly without end. The ground quaked, mountains collapsed, and the water of rivers and seas rose up into the air in shocking fashion. Clouds and wind swept into vicious tempests. The whole world seemed like it was being struck by lightning and thunder. Rumble. All living beings sensed the dramatic events. This time, the opening of the broken face's eyes was different than anything in the past, and that was because the sound of a heartbeat reached the ears of all living beings. Some thump, some thump. The broken face's eyes were open. Those huge eyes contained destroyed starry skis, infinite worlds, unending will, never-ending Taos, all accumulations, reincarnation, and the beginning of the universe. All life existed therein, along with karma and destiny. What he looked at conformed to Hai's will. That was omniscience. Xu Qing's thoughts seemed to stop. All concepts vanished from his mind, leaving nothing but a blank. It was the same with the captain. As for the Grand Steward and the three gods outside of the black hole, all of their life force was put on pause. And then, something completely inconceivable happened to the god domain. Under the gaze of the broken face, that god domain didn't seem like a three-dimensional space. Instead, it was like a painting. The planets, the land, the three gods, Xu Qing, and everything else was like ink on the painting. Then the planets made of ink faded and disappeared. The same thing happened to the entire world. Then the painting rose into the sky, getting closer and closer to the broken face. As it neared, it began fading into nothing. That was when all of the powerful experts in the revered ancient mainland, as well as all the gods, regardless of where they were sleeping, awoke and looked up. All of them saw the broken face looking at a god domain that looked like a painting. They were all shocked. That was because the painting-like god domain wasn't just vanishing. It was rising to a higher level. A terrifying aura swept out, so strong that it caused even the gods to tremble with fear. Blinding golden light shot out in all directions, surpassing the brilliance of a sun, and in fact, causing all suns and moons in revered ancient to go dim in comparison. This new world was what happened when a god domain rose to a higher level. It was a god world. And it was completely eye-catching. At the same time, everyone who had some level of authority over that god domain suddenly found themselves also rising to a higher level. The spark inside the Grand Steward exploded, rushing out to create a god body around him, and it spread into his soul with the intention of turning it into the soul of a god. As that fire erupted, the Grand Steward's face became a mask of pain. However, his eyes shone with determination, decisiveness, and also anticipation. He was going through godly ascension. This was the culmination of tens of thousands of years of planning on the part of the three gods, who had paid an enormous price. Now it was paying off as their god source erupted, and they ceased to suppress the tribulation fire within them. They were using the rise of a god domain into a god world as their opportunity to bypass the extreme danger of the tribulation fire level. They were skipping right past tribulation fire to become flawless gods. If they succeeded, then the path to the altar god level would be clear, and they wouldn't have to face any tribulation or calamity. This was something that all gods dreamed of. For example, not even Crimson Mother had reached this step. She had become a guide to the broken face to reach godly ascension and get close to being a flawless god, but then she had been forced to devour other gods in the hopes of building a path to walk. Another example was Li Zihua, who ultimately severed the fire of his godly ascension and instead cultivated the Tao of immortals. Then, he hatched a plan that took tens of thousands of years to leap from the ancient past into modern times and prove his Tao. The spider god wasn't as daring as the three gods. Because of how it devoured god karma, it ended up perishing. From all of this, it could be seen how extraordinary the three gods were. Sorry, but this is one casual bit of wordplay that I never could have anticipated. The word I have translated, innate ability, for years now actually contains the character, heaven in it. Normally speaking, it conveys a sense of something being natural, i.e., a naturally occurring ability inherent to a person or species. But in this case, the author is using a slightly different interpretation to create this bit of wordplay. Outside of this little one-liner, this heaven connection to innate ability isn't important or even mentioned again.